WTBC HD2, Chicago.
A Good Karma Brands radio station.
Chicago. This is your morning routine.
Put some respect on my name.
Kap and J Hood.
That's right, we bad.
Watch the show on Twitch. Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago. Stream the show on the ESPN Chicago app and on FM 100.3 HD2 and on ESPN 1000 Chicago. Now, David Kaplan and Jonathan Hood.
Good morning, everyone.
Bring them out. Woo! Bring them out. 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 Bring them out.
Oh, God. Welcome in to the Kap J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000, and we're streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. With Hall of Famer David Kaplan, Jonathan Hood with you. We got Shay, we've got Jay Moore. We've got you for a 3-hour ride on this Friday morning with open phone lines for you. 312-332-3776. That's our phone number. Watch the show and all the shows on YouTube, youtube.com. Look for ESPN Chicago on YouTube. Like, share, and subscribe what we do there. Also on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN 1000 Chicago. Well, Cap, the trade deadline is come and gone. And from the Cubs standpoint, that is a far, far cry from being all in based on what Jed Hoyer did not do yesterday.
That is 1,000% a pathetic trade deadline. I want to just give me a couple moments here to just tell people how wildly underwhelming it was, how bitterly disappointed I am, because it was not just me saying it. It was Kenny Rosenthal and Jesse Rogers and Buster Olney and Jeff Passan and Bob Nightingale. In fact, I read Wednesday night one of those guys saying the Cubs will be the most active team at the deadline, and they are all in to try and win a World Series. Lord knows in these parts, the times we have a team that has among the top 3 records in baseball are few and freaking far between. And so when you have a pretty darn good farm system, I understand no starters got moved. 0, other than Merrill Kelly, who's out of contract. There was no Mackenzie Gore. There was no, who's the other kid? Joe Ryan. Those guys didn't move. I understand that. But guess what? Your bullpen could have used a real shot in the arm. You could have walked into your clubhouse today before you start a series with the moribund Baltimore Orioles who were trading people all away. And you could have said, see that guy right there? That's Joan Durant. He's one of the best in the sport. That's Mason Miller. Okay, is that pie in the sky because we didn't have the number 3 rated prospect in all of baseball? That's fine. That's Ryan Helsley. He now pitches for the Mets. Let's go to the Yankees, who picked not 1, not 2, but 3 high-end relievers. And you got very mediocre players. I like Willie Castro, so I'm going to put him to the side. I think Willie Castro is the kind of player that helps you win in October. He can play 7 positions. He's a really, really good, accomplished bench guy. That's fine. Of the guys you got, Mike Soroka, they're talking about using him in the bullpen. And if that's accurate, whether he's good at that part of the job or not is irrelevant. That means you added exactly 0 starting pitching. Well, we're getting back Tyone and Assad. That is the definition of mediocrity. That is the definition of Arturas Karnisovas and Mark Eversley telling you, patience, we're not going to be over-aggressive. They settled. They absolutely freaking settled. I got up yesterday and I said to my wife, big day today, hon. She's like, oh, what do you got going today? I said, it's the trade deadline. Are you out of your mind? The Cubs have a chance here to really cement themselves. Because if we win today, and I say we because I'm wearing a freaking Cubs shirt, if they win today and the Brewers lose, the Cubs are tied for the best record. And they're tied at the top of the division. With what, 60 games to go? We got 2 months of baseball. You could have walked in your clubhouse and said, guys, it hurt. I had to give up this guy. I don't care. Not when my team's good. My team has a chance. That is my favorite freaking team in sports. Number one, it courses through my veins. I cheer for them. It breaks my heart every year when baseball ends, and more often than not, we're not there playing. You got a chance to be the last man standing, and that's what I get? I get a collection of Mike Soroka and the kid from Pittsburgh and Andrew Kittredge. That's not moving the needle, man. Minnesota was open for business. They have exactly two players, that they have under contract for next year. Two. They traded everybody away except Joe Ryan. You couldn't get Joanne Duran? You couldn't do it? You couldn't have called somebody, Camilo Doval, who ends up with the Yankees? San Francisco was trading everybody away. They're like, we're out. There's no way that you sat down at your desk yesterday in Wrigley Field and said, I'm going to give us the best chance to win. We prospect hugged, and that pisses me off.
Jed Hoyer.
But make sure you go buy your City Connect light blue jersey with the cool logo, and make sure you pack us today, and make sure you buy our $14.50 beer, and make sure that you park in our lots, and make sure you subscribe to Marquee and pay $20 a month. And they will, because the team's good. I'm excited for the last 2 months. You didn't try to win the World Series, and that is bull you-know-what.
Yeah, Jed Hoyer, Cap, did not have a commitment to winning, not a commitment to winning the World Series or having a deep playoff run. Now, here's the thing. You have to rely on the core, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with relying on the core. There's a reason why that you have the one-loss record that you have right now. There's a reason why the Cubs are one of the best teams in baseball, because the core has gotten you there. And it's amazing how this has happened with the litany of injuries that the Cubs have had and not having the strongest rotation. The offense has been good enough to keep you in ball games. But I think it's very clear, if you're a Cubs fan this morning, Cap, that Jed Hoyer and the Cubs brass were not trying to win the pennant this year by adding on San Diego, Houston, Yankees, Kansas City even. There's a number of teams that were able to make splash moves to be able to put themselves in a position. Again, Mariners, I mean, again, it's not necessarily saying that those teams are guaranteed to win the World Series, but this is absolutely the opposite of trying to be all in. It is true what you laid out, because all of the writers, all of the experts in Major League Baseball kept reporting that the Cubs were all in, that they would pick up the phone. No one's more active than the Cubs. Nobody's making more calls than Jed Hoyer. And look at what the trade deadline brought. It brought nothing to the table. Nothing. There's some players here or there, but it's not the big splash move that you say, boy, this key bat can put us over the edge. This one starting pitcher can make sure you are solidified as a playoff contender. And they didn't do that, Cap. So here's a lesson for everybody today. The lesson is that when you hear conjecture about how a GM is all in, or a general manager is picking up the phone, or a front office is really active, don't believe it until you see it. All that is rumor and innuendo until you actually see a deadline in which you say, oh, my God, it is true. The Cubs actually have a commitment to winning. This whole idea over the last month and a half that Cubs are all in, Cubs are all in. Picking up the phone is one thing. Actually having the balls to make a deal and putting it on the line, it's a whole different story, Cap. It's a difference between the two. People like Jed. I understand that. People like Jed because Jed likes to talk. Jed loves to talk about the Cubs. He loves to talk about the future of the ball club. But the one thing that Jed has not been able to do in this deadline and last year is be able to close. Being able to be liked is one thing. Great. He's affable. Affable. You're trying to win the World Series. We're in the face of a lockout here soon. Don't you want to lock it up first? Don't you want to make sure that you get as close as you can to the World Series? Being risk-averse sucks in a big market. You can't do that in Chicago, Cap. You can't do it. So I speak on behalf of Chicago sports fans, and I speak on behalf of me saying that the Cubs are the only hope for a championship in the calendar year of 2025. And you feel like you're just standing still when you have a trade deadline where we just went through yesterday.
So I'm looking at the ESPN article. MLB trade deadline 2025, biggest winners and losers. Here are the big winners. The Seattle Mariners. At a major market? Absolutely not. But guess what? They went and got my guy Eugenio Suarez. They got Josh Naylor. They've got a really, really good team. and they also added Caleb Ferguson, who's okay. And then they got a high-leverage setup guy. He's going to be their high-leverage setup guy. We'll see. But they went and they tried. The other winners, San Diego. That dude, I read a great article from Barstool on the insane number of prospects he's traded over the years to try and win. Guess what? All I know is that if the Cubs are fortunate enough to be playing the Padres in the postseason and they go to the eighth inning trying to come back down a run, I'm going to face Robert Suarez, and then I'm going to face Mason Miller in the ninth.
Yep.
That is as good as it gets. San Diego, a bigger market than us? Absolutely not. How about the Phillies? The Phillies have a really, really good team. Need a backup outfielder? Let's go get Harrison Bader. He could start for a lot of teams. Really, really good player. Oh, you know what? We have this kid, Mick Abel. He's a really good prospect. In fact, I think he pitched against the Cubs this year. We've already got a really good starting pitching rotation. Zach Wheeler, Christopher Sanchez, Ranger Suarez. Why don't we go get Joan Duran? He may be the best closer in the sport. If he's not, he's certainly in the top 5. Add. Oh, how about the Mets? They've got Edwin Diaz. Well, why don't we go add on Ryan Helsley and Gregory Soto and Cedric Mullins because we need to get a center fielder?
Yeah.
Oh, nice job. How about Houston? The Astros got, hey, Carlos Correa, I know you make a ton of money. You want to come home, play third for us? In. Bam. Minnesota trades him. They get Jesus Sanchez, so they get a left-handed bat. They get a utility player like the Willie Castro guy we got in Ramon Urias. They get back their shortstop today from injury. All of a sudden, they look totally different. How about the A's? They get the best prospect potentially in baseball in 18-year-old Leo DeVries, and they trade Mason Miller. That's a win for them because they don't have any money. How about the Yankees? Brian Cashman promised, this is his quote, we're going to go to town at the deadline. Ryan McMahon, Jose Caballero, Ahmed Rosario, David Bednar, Austin Slater, Jake Bird, Camilo Doval. That's 7 new players.
That's going for it.
That's 25% basically of your roster is going to turn over.
Yeah.
7 new players. The Twins, that's just pathetic. If you're a fan of the Minnesota Twins, to see all these guys gone, that's just a joke. But then the number one loser after the Twins, Chicago Cubs. The Cubs weren't inactive. They added Willie Castro. Again, I'm not denigrating Willie Castro. I like that get. In and of itself, and I was listening to MLB Network, Bowden and Jim Duquette and Steve Phillips, they all raved. They said, that is a good get. Michael Soroka, Andrew Kittredge. I mean.
Taylor Rogers.
Taylor Rogers. I mean, Okay, and you got rid of Ryan Presley. Thank God. You paid $8 million for Ryan Presley. Maybe if you'd have not taken him and taken the $8 million and added a little more, you could have signed a better reliever in the offseason. But we never push all our money in. We don't. We never start the season pushing our chips in to a pretty uncomfortable level, and that comes from ownership. That's not Jed. That's ownership.
You didn't even need to push him to an uncomfortable level. You needed bullpen help. You needed starting pitching. It was 2 obvious things.
I'm talking about before the season.
I agree with you there, but like the Yankees got Bednar, they got Bird, they got Camilo Doval. How many top 100 prospects did the Yankees give up? Thank you.
0.
See, that's the whole thing about being risk-averse, Cap. He's holding on to these prospects. You know what, those prospects in the minor league, they're going to grow old and gray and never see Wrigley Field at this point in time. Because he's holding his cards so tight to the vest.
You can't play them all, Hoodie. You cannot.
I get that. And so this is why Soroka and Kittredge and Rogers, they might end up being like nice depth pieces, but it does not get the fan base fired up, 1. And 2, they're not necessarily difference makers. Across the whole landscape of what we saw yesterday, and there was a flurry of trades, how the Cubs could not get themselves a big fish, as if nothing else, for starting pitching, if nothing else. The idea that you have minor league talent and you're just going to hold your cards, it just shows you that's just Cubs business as usual. And here's the thing. What you want as a fan is to be able to change the narrative, right? You just don't want to just go into another trade deadline and say, oh, Jed's not going to do anything because Jed's got his contract and now he's going to have his feet up. You want to change that narrative. You want to say, look at baseball. Look at where baseball is. No one is a favorite. Let's be the favorite in the National League. Let's do what it takes to be able to fill the holes. Just DFAing people, just to DFA people as an executive order for Jed Hoyer does not necessarily mean your team's better. Yeah, that's exactly what he said. Like, it's been a ton of DFAs, great. But do you have the depth pieces to be able to have a long run, a long sustained run in the playoffs? The answer is no, unless this core hits like hell.
But you know what one really, really ticked me off? So right at the deadline, I'm like, how are the Twins holding on to Griffin Jax?
Yeah.
Who's really, really good as a setup guy. I'm like, boy, I'd love to have Griffin Jax. They're trading everybody other than Joe Ryan because they can build around a young, controllable starter. Okay, they're not going to trade him. That's fine. Griffin Jax, there's no way they're holding him. And right near 5 o'clock, I hear Jim Duquette on MLB Network Radio. Well, there it is. Griffin Jax is off the board. And I'm like, Cubs, Cubs, Cubs. He's going to Tampa. They got Adrian Hauser. Why didn't we get Adrian Hauser? Let me ask you a question. Adrian Hauser's throwing the ball really well.
He is.
Now, maybe the Cubs will tell you Assad and Tyone are as good as Adrian Hauser. But what if those guys don't respond well coming back from injury? Who's making that start? What if? They both have been out for a lot. Assad hasn't pitched this year. What if he comes in and goes, oh, God, my oblique?
Yeah.
I mean, come on, man. What? I don't get it. I don't get it.
And the reason why you make those deals is because if some cast-off, some guy from a bad team or a middling team, non-playoff team, and you put them in that environment and all of a sudden they feel reborn. It's not that way across the board, but at least you try. And they didn't try. They just said, oh, we got a couple of guys on the scrap heap. That's as good as making a deal. It's so bad. It's so bad on the part of Jed Hoyer. You hope that the core can come through because otherwise, Cap, it's just another sunk lost season.
His line yesterday that it would have been so detrimental to their future to make the deals that they were trying to make. How many elite prospects did Tampa give up for Griffin Jackson, Adrian Hauser?
Zero. And the future is now. Is he kicking the can down the road to 2026, 2028, 2029? It's about now. It's about winning a World Series now. I can understand if you're the White Sox, Cap, if you're trying to build towards something for the future. The Cubs, it's about today, winning the World Series this season.
So I got a tweet at me from Mark Potash, used to be with the Sun-Times.
Yeah.
And he said sometimes the best trades you make are the ones you don't. And my response to him was, Mark, either you try to win when you have a strong chance or you don't. Around Chicago, these chances are few and far between. They have one of the best records in baseball. This is not the 51-50 Cubs. They're 4 back in the wild card, and can they sneak in? No. This is a really, really good team. Oh, and by the way, Kyle Tucker's a free agent at the end of the year. And let me just set that record straight. Kyle Tucker is a very, very good baseball player who had an absolutely horrific last 30 days. He had 218. He would tell you if he was on with us, dude, I got to be way better. He had a big double the other day against the Brewers.
Yeah.
I hope he gets, as the late Ilya would say, effing hotter than you know what, and stuff it up everybody that doubted him. I hope he does. In the end, I want them to re-sign him. But guess what? He may not be here next year. And the way that they comported themselves at the deadline, and I've been predicting they're going to get him, and yesterday Jeff Passan said he's predicting the Cubs will re-sign Tucker. I hope they do. But what if 12 months from right now, Owen Casey is here and he's playing great, and you have 5 guys on the injured list for the year? That absolutely can happen. Right now, you've got a chance. You have a chance every godforsaken day, and you didn't take it seriously, and the biggest thing, you took your fan base for granted, and that sucks as a fan.
312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our telephone number. We're going to get your phone
control board.
We're going to take your phone calls here on the Cubs and the trade deadline, and we'll hear from Jed Hoyer, the head man for the Chicago Cubs, and he'll give his explanation of what happened yesterday. That's coming up next on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show.
Don't make me angry. You wouldn't like me when I'm angry.
This is your morning routine. Yeah. Kap and J Hood.
Good morning.
Morning. Good morning.
Oh, and in case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
On ESPN Chicago. Win a suite for a Sox game. IKEA is giving you the chance to win a fully catered suite night for an upcoming White Sox game. Visit IKEA Schaumburg or IKEA Bolingbrook and scan the QR code in store to register. And on August 8th, the final day of the contest, you can register and enjoy IKEA's annual summer barbecue. Enjoy American backyard favorites and some Swedish flair. Win a Southside Suite Night. Get full details at ESPNChicagoContest.com.
You know what calms my blood pressure besides a nice cup of morning coffee that my wife made for me? Knowing that we're getting new windows. Yeah, we're getting the house done. If you're in the market for windows, go where we're going. My guy, Russ Armstrong, the Chicago window guy. You talk about a smooth process. Russ Armstrong showed up himself at the house. He's the guy that makes all the calls, not some subcontractor. Russ Armstrong, the Chicago window guy. He came out. He showed Mindy and I the brochure. He said, here's what I recommend. He's the expert, not me. And we went through, and he said, I would try this overlooking your backyard. It's a different concept. My wife loved it. Guess what? They'll be installed soon. I'll post pictures. They're awesome. Don't get fooled by those buy one, get one free gimmicks, the sketchy half-off deals. Russ keeps it real. He's offering the most energy-efficient windows and doors at the lowest price, guaranteed. No subcontractors, no marathon sales pitches, just top quality products. Expert installation. And you deal directly with Russ Armstrong himself coming to your house and standing behind the product. Chicago window guys are the guys I trust, my wife trusts, and you should too. Call 847-881-3060 or visit ChicagoWindowGuys.com.
Are you ready to take charge of your finances? Want to move your homeownership journey forward? At NHS Chicago, we're here to help you do just that. We offer next-level classes, free expert-led workshops designed to help you go beyond the basics. It's all here at nhschicago.org. Learn how to boost your credit, understand estate planning, dive into real estate investing, keep your home in great shape with maintenance know-how. NHS has classes on these subjects for you and so much more. Our Next Level series is perfect for homeowners, future buyers, and anyone ready to build long-term financial security. Classes are available both online and in person to fit your schedule. It's time to invest in your future with knowledge that pays off. Register now. Click the Education tab at nhschicago.org. That's nhschicago.org/education. NHS Chicago, rooted in neighborhoods, investing in people.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hardworking partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
The Nissan No-Hitter is rolling on the White Sox Radio Network. Enter now at NissanNoHitter.com. If the Sox throw a no-hitter this season, you could win a brand new 2025 Nissan Rogue. Presented by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Nissan dealers.
Summer is the time for making memories, not appointments. It's why you should go to Great Clips. Use online check-in to get in for a cooler, shorter haircut for less whenever you have time. So what are you waiting for? Get in, get out, and get back to summer with time-saving haircuts at Great Clips. It's going to be great.
With Robinhood, not only can you trade individual stocks and ETFs, you can also seamlessly buy and sell crypto at low costs. Trade all in one place. Get started now on Robinhood. Trading crypto involves significant risk. Crypto trading is offered through an account with Robinhood Crypto LLC. Robinhood Crypto is licensed to engage in virtual currency business activity by the New York State Department of Financial Services. Crypto held through Robinhood Crypto is not FDIC insured or SIPC protected. Investing involves risk, including loss of principal. Securities trading is offered through an account with Robinhood Financial LLC, member SIPC, a registered broker-dealer.
Now is the perfect time to start on your next success. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start August 13th. An accredited state university, University of Maryland Global Campus offers online and hybrid courses. Plus, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits towards a master's. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Shed.
$4.5 million. The Veroliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Veroliak Law Group recovered $4.5 million for a client who was injured in a truck accident. If you're injured, make sure to call the Veroliak Law Group.
Now back to Kap and J Hood.
I just want to let y'all know, put some respect on my name. I'll drill y'all. Stop playing with my name. I ain't gonna say it no more.
On ESPN Chicago.
Here's hoping that you're going to have a great Friday. It's the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. A dud at the deadline for the Cubs as Jed Hoyer got a chance to talk to the press yesterday about why there wasn't a massive deal. And again, it's not like the Cubs didn't do anything, but the point is, though, is that it's about being able to take a big swing. Kettridge and Soroka and Rogers, and Willie Castro. And I like the Willie Castro deal as well, Cap, because of his versatility.
He's a really good player. I'm not denigrating the four guys they got. Like, no. I'm reading Jim Bowden, with his grades.
Yeah.
What grade do you think he gave the Chicago National League ball club?
Probably a D.
He actually gave them a grade in the C's, which surprised me. I thought he would be more critical because he was pretty critical of them on the phone. He gave them a C. Here's what he wrote. The best move the Cubs made was extending President of Baseball Operations Jed Hoyer on a multi-year deal, but their trade deadline activity was underwhelming. I did love the Willie Castro pickup because of his positional flexibility, but I thought they overpaid for Andrew Kittredge and starter Michael Soroka. I expected the Cubs to go all in for an impact starting pitcher, but it didn't happen. Instead, they just improved around the edges. That's fair. That's exactly my point. Look, I think Jed's a really smart guy, and I understand when they're asking you, give me your top 3 prospects, and we want Matt Shaw. No, I'm not doing that.
But there's other deals, I'm sure, that you can.
You could have got Merrill Kelly, is my point.
Yeah, that's the whole thing.
How about Charlie Morton, who went to Shea's beloved Tigers? Yeah. Charlie Morton is 41 years of age. He's out of contract at the end of the year, and I've gone back and looked at the numbers, just like everyone else. In the last 10 starts, that dude's been more than credible. And if you're moving Michael Soroka into the bullpen, why couldn't I get Charlie Morton? You didn't have to give up a lot to get him. He would have been a really, and he, by the way, 80 innings of postseason experience at really good numbers. So you're telling me I couldn't take a shot that if, oh, God, Tyone's calf grabbed at him again? And don't tell me that can't happen. Do not dare at Wrigley tell me he's healthy. He may be today. You didn't see the first calf injury coming. Now you're telling me he's not at risk for another one? And Javier Assad's not posing in the Mr. America contest. You're telling me he couldn't pull the side again? Come on, man. What are we doing?
Well, besides talking about someone's shape and size, I think we should talk about talent. I think that's where the conversation should be. And what I would tell you is that Rogers and Kittredge and Soroka, even Willie Castro, does not tell me that you're trying to win. You're trying to contend, but you're not really trying to win the World Series. That's what it comes down to, Cap, because, as I mentioned, it's a good core. It's a very good core. Look at the one-loss record. But it tells me that even though Jed might be a nice guy, he's scared to death to make the big swing. And, again, everybody can't be A.J. Preller from the San Diego Padres taking these wild swings and trying to contend, seeing that, hey, there's blood in the water because the Dodgers are vulnerable. But the point is, though, is that nice guys, it's great. Affable, great with the press, all that's great. But that doesn't mean anything when you're trying to win the World Series. And if you're trying to win the World Series, you would have taken a bigger swing. You can't keep these prospects. If you're playing cards, you just can't hold your cards. At some point, you got to throw a card out. And if you're just holding your cards, you can't win that way. So that's all I'm saying is we hear from Jed Hoyer on the massive up and down cycles. It just isn't the goal.
Yeah, no, I'm thankful to be here for a long time. Obviously, I'm really happy it gives stability to the staff. I think that, it's not just you guys always ask me those questions, but I'm not the only person that was wondering about that. So obviously, I'm thrilled it got done. Couldn't imagine a better place to work. It wouldn't change my decision making. I don't. To me, I've always said this isn't about me. It's not about my contract. It's not about those guys. It's about what we feel like is the right thing to do, for the organization. The goal is to be good every year. That's the goal. The goal is not to have massive up and down cycles, and I think that's been the focus, is to try to build something that's sustainable, that we can do this year after year. And I think we can certainly do that.
That was a crazy one. I'm still kind of digesting it, to be honest with you. I think I'll probably have a better sense of it a day from now. But really interesting in terms of who did what. There were some teams that decided not to sell. There were some teams that didn't expect to be buyers that ended up buying, and then there were some teams that were hyper aggressive. So in a lot of ways, I actually expected sort of a slow deadline because there were so few sellers, and I couldn't have been more wrong. I think you saw, Minnesota was super aggressive and really put so many players on the market, and I think that really changed things. So all in all, I think it was a kind of a wildly entertaining last 24 hours.
Yeah, but not for the Cubs. And by the way, when he puts it out there, Cap, that he misjudged the market, that means he did not have a pulse on the deadline. And that's your job. That's your job, to have a pulse on the deadline. Who can I talk to, not at the last minute, but over the last 3 weeks to a month, if you feel like, hey, I'd love to have that guy. It's like the draft board, is it not? You have to take a look at guys that, boy, my bullpen isn't very good and ineffective, but I can get this guy, this guy, this guy. He did not have a pulse on the market, and so this is what you get. You get what you deserve when you act like that in that chair.
Well, my question to him would be, you like Nico Horner, right? Yep. He's a young guy, right? Yep. You're planning on him being your second baseman next year, right? Yep. Yes. Mm-hmm. Okay, then where's James Triantos going to play? Okay, that's one. You like, let's call it, Kyle Tucker. You're going to re-sign him? We're certainly going to try. Okay, then where does Owen Casey play? Unless Owen Casey's going to left after you have another year at $20 million with Ian Happ, because I don't know why, he got a no-trade clause. Maybe that's the only way he would have signed, because you got him cheaper than what his market value would have probably been. Okay, your center fielder, Pete Armstrong, you're trying to sign him for 7 years, right? Mm-hmm. Yep. So you have some middle outfielders that are not going to be able to beat that dude out. Where's Moises Ballesteros going to play? Because I read, and again, I know not everything's right in the media, but I read Mark Feinsand from New York, who's really tapped in.
Yep.
And he wrote, the Cubs are refusing to put Moises Ballesteros in trades. I love the double he got when we were sitting there at American Family Field. That was cool. I love it. He's 5'8", and he's chunky. Tell me where he's going to play. He's not a middle infielder. He's not a third baseman. He's certainly not going to run balls down in the outfield. I don't think he's going to supplant Miguel Amaya and Carson Kelly next year at catcher. You got another year with Seiya, so is this kid going to sit in the minors again? I mean, what are we doing with him? I don't know. I need someone to just call me and go, dude, I was listening to you. You're out of your mind. I understand your frustration. Here's the plan. I'm not going to get that call. I don't understand how you wake up one game out with a team that they have a chance. They really have a chance. And no, we're going to be sitting there in the division series or the NLCS or, God willing, the World Series and go, oh, boy, we got a 3-2 lead in the eighth. Who are we handing the ball to? Okay, we'll give it to one of our guys, Taylor Rogers or whoever it is, Andrew Kittredge. Who are they handing it to? Mason Miller in San Diego, Ryan Helsley or Edwin Diaz or any of these dudes. I don't understand it. I really, really would like someone to explain to me. And by the way, you know who I'm buying a ticket on today? The Texas Rangers. They've got a great manager. He's won 3 World Series. They've got the best pitching staff in all of baseball. And what did they do? We've got Evaldi. We've got DeGrom. Go get me Merrill Kelly.
Yeah.
The hell with the Cubs. Get me Merrill Kelly. I want to have him make 5 or 6 starts for us.
That's perfect because Jed has told us the Diamondbacks showed you just have to get in, right? 2023.
Correct.
I must have missed their World Series
Tom
championship.
said that when I interviewed him.
Cap.
He came in my studio. What did he say? Look at the Diamondbacks. Look at the Phillies 3 years or 4 years ago. They fired Girardi. They got Rob Thompson. It got hot, and they got in.
But
and
they
almost
also
won
had
the
Bryce
World
Harper. The Diamondbacks
we have
made
Kyle
the World
Tucker.
Series. The Diamondbacks made the World Series. They lost to a team that spent $1 billion. What happened last year? The Yankees and the Dodgers. That's what wins.
Yeah. You got Kyle Tucker at least for 54 more games. 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776. We see you on hold. We'll get to your phone calls coming up. Talk about the Cubs trade deadline on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show.
Good morning. Good morning.
Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN Chicago. Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Angels.
Coverage starts tonight at 8 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
Feel the boom. The dog days of summer are here, and the Schaumburg Boomers are chasing down a 5th Frontier League championship. The August home schedule is loaded with great fun and great baseball at Wintrust Field. Don't miss the last drone and fireworks show on Marshmallow Fight Night, Friday, August 8th. Plus, Friends Bobblehead Giveaway on Saturday, August 9th. Get game and ticket information at boomersbaseball.com. Feel the boom.
Steinhaffel's 7th Chicagoland Superstore is now open at Maryville Plaza in Maryville, Indiana. For over 90 years, we've helped families create the homes of their dreams, and now we're proud to be part of yours. Steinhaffel's has all the top furniture and mattress brands, styles for every taste, prices for every budget. So come on in, discover the selection, the service, the savings. Discover the Steinhaffel's difference, now in Maryville. Relax, it's Steinhaffel's.
Are you confident your retirement game plan is as strong as steel? Hey, it's Jurko from Mitch Lyons Wealth. MitchLyonsWealth.com is full of tools for you to access at no cost to make sure you're positioned to win retirement. Go to MitchLyonsWealth.com today and get a free copy of Mitch's book or his retirement documentary. You can set a no-obligation 10-minute call with Mitch and his team to see if strategies they are utilizing might improve your retirement. That's MitchLyonsWealth.com, your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
Kap J Hood here with Howard Ankin. Howard, I know someone who was injured on the shop floor.
Please have him call me.
My guy.
Howard, I have a buddy who was T-boned by a utility truck.
Please have him call me.
My guy.
Your guy?
Correct.
Not this again. Howard Ankin is my guy.
Hold on. Kap, your friend, Hoodie, your buddy. I'm their guy. And I'm also your guy and your guy.
Call 312-6million for injury law made personal.
Howard Ankin, our guy, on the Kap and J Hood Show, weekday mornings on ESPN Chicago.
My God.
Yeah.
Save big on everything for your next project when you shop at Menards. Open the door to huge savings with a new Ideal garage door. Choose from our large in-stock selection or design the perfect garage door for your home using our free design program. Visit us today in store or on Menards.com and get an Ideal garage door that's right for you. Plus, check out the weekly flyer for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
Empower. Jen has ordered a decadent seafood tower, king crab legs, lobster tails, and a waterfall of caviar. Pricey? You bet. But Jen worked with Empower on her savings and investment strategy and planned for splurges like these. She got good at money, so she can be a little bad. Ooh, champagne. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
Past performance is not indicative of future returns. Investing involves risk. You may lose money. Advisory services are provided for a fee by Empower Advisory Group, LLC, EAG, a registered investment advisor with the Securities and Exchange Commission. OMG, those shrimps are really jumbo.
A Progressive Home and Auto Bundle can protect you round the clock, but we can't protect you from those painful moments in sports.
I can't believe they're moving the team to another city.
True, but you'll never forget all the joy they brought into your life.
Joy? They made the playoffs twice in 50 years.
Gosh, those 2 times were pretty great, weren't they?
How would I know? I wasn't even born yet.
Just think of all the free time you'll have on game days.
Those games were the highlight of my week.
Well, at least your home and auto are protected with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Advantage Acura of Naperville is your connection to your new Acura. Drive home in one you'll love in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. And every new Acura comes with the Advantage Plus program. Come see them in Naperville or visit AdvantageAcura.com. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Vivid Seats is your ultimate destination for all of your sports and concert needs this summer. With a game-changing rewards program and unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams, players, and everyone else in action. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Jay Moore.
Kap and J Hood are back on ESPN Chicago.
It's the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. We're with you till 10 o'clock. Then it's Clinton and Friends at 10, followed by Carmen and Jurko at 12. Waddle and Tyler Aki will broadcast live from Twin Peaks in Algonquin. Bleck Abdalla at 6:30, right into White Sox baseball as they take on the Angels, right here on the home of the Bears and the White Sox, ESPN 1000. As we go to the phone line to talk to you, 312-332-3776, getting your reaction to what the Cubs did not do at the deadline. Cheryl, Indiana. Henry is with us on Kap and J Hood. Henry, good morning.
Henry, what's up,
hey,
Sparky?
Good morning, guys. How we doing?
We're doing fine. It's going to be the sun will come up today. It'll be beautiful, and I'll relax. I'll enjoy my coffee and talk sports with one of the closest people in my life, Jonathan Hood. But it doesn't mean that I don't feel like they didn't respect me as a fan. They didn't respect you as a fan when they have a chance. Few and far between in these parts, I said earlier. They did not respect our passion for our team and go, you know what? We owe it to them. Buy the jersey, buy the hat, subscribe to Marquee, listen to this show, do that, do this. How about a little reciprocal, push the chips in once in a while?
Cappy, I love you. Hood, sidebar, may I approach?
Brought to you by Aiken Law.
312-6 million for the best personal injury attorney in Illinois, the award-winning Howard Ankins.
Sign my ball.
Hey, guys, look, I'm not worried about the Cubs. I feel like they have a little bit of something that all the other baseball teams don't have, and I want that same passion. I love Cub Cappy. Cub Cappy is the best. I want that same passion and that same demand for excellence for the Bears. Let's not take 68 sacks and say this guy's a good guy, but the Cubs are the only team in the city giving anybody any hope. And I love it. I've been watching these games. I've been listening to them, on AM radio. Or maybe I didn't, maybe I was, tuning into ESPN. But either way,
yes.
The Cubs are the only team that's given us any hope.
It's a team that is, again, out of all the teams in Chicago in the calendar year of 2025, Henry, it's the team that is more likely to win a championship. However, looking at this deadline, when I hear from Jed Hoyer, it's just about trying to, be a winning team every year. That's not saying that you're trying to win the World Series. Those are two different things. Hey, great. It gives you a chance to get into the playoffs. But ultimately, it's about winning the big one. Not just being able to just keep your powder dry every year, keeping prospects in the minor leagues until they're old and gray.
Completely agree with you, Johnny. Again, let me be clear. I'm not trying to denigrate Andrew Kittredge. I'm not trying to denigrate Taylor, whatever his name is. I'm not trying to denigrate Mike Soroka, who, by the way, was part of the 41-win White Sox last year. And I'm not, I really, really wanted Willie Castro. So I like that move. My problem is when your ballpark is basically known as an ATM, that's all they do is make cash over there. There'll be 38,000 there today, and they'll be having a good time singing this song because they should win today. They're playing a team that divested.
Yep.
Baltimore said, here, take one of our best relievers. Oh, you want Charlie Morton, Detroit? You can have him. Oh, Cedric Mullins, our good center fielder? You go play in New York. They're out. They're done. They have folded their cards for the year. Great. You have them in your ballpark. You should win this series this weekend. You should sweep their ass. You should. But at least win 2 of 3. And everyone will sing the song and have a great time. And if I was in the bleachers, I'd sing the song too because my favorite team won. My problem with them is they ask you to do a lot. Please subscribe to Marquee at $20 a month, or please get the ultimate tier after this season on your Xfinity subscription at an additional $20 a month so you can watch all of our programming. That's all they do is ask. Hey, we got these new cool light blue jerseys. Yeah, they're super cool, so I went and bought one. Yeah, they're really cool. I was in the bleachers the day you got your head kicked in, by the way, by Kansas City. But I enjoyed it. I had a good time. I hung with some friends. And in the end, I'm asking you, when you are in the race, not kind of hanging in the wild. You're one of the best teams in baseball, and I watch all the other ones trying to win a World Series, and you don't. That is pathetic.
Burr Ridge and Jim is with us on Kap and J Hood. Jim, good morning.
Morning, guys. I'm really mad about yesterday, and the more I stew on it, the more mad I get. I understand not being mad about the top-tier talent because they weren't moved. But if you look at the second-tier arms that were moved and what was given up to get them, understand, one, how we weren't involved, and two, how we weren't even aggressive in it. Is our relationship with other organizations that bad that we can't get that?
Oh, no,
especially the White Sox?
They actually have very good relations. That's one thing Jed does. Like Mike Hazen is one of his closest friends. He's the GM in Arizona.
Uh-huh.
But in the end, Mike Hazen's got to do what's best for the Arizona Diamondbacks. And so if you want Eugenio Suarez, Jed, I love you, buddy. Look forward to having dinner with you. I'm not talking about me. I'm talking about him. But guess what? Seattle's offering me more. Can you match that deal? I'll give him to you. Nope, I can't. Okay, then Eugenio Suarez, he plays for the Mariners now, not the Chicago Cubs. Can you imagine if you were going to the game today or you're tuning in and you said, oh, my God, look at that. We've got Eugenio Suarez in the lineup at third. He hits a big home run on a gorgeous Friday afternoon at Wrigley, and the game's tight late. Oh, wow. Joan Durant's coming in the eighth to strike out the Orioles' best player, Adley Rutschman. Let's go. We didn't get any of that. And I hope I'm – Hoodie,
yeah.
I know my blood pressure's high, and I actually cracked a piece of my desk here when I hit it. So because I'm an idiot, I get passionate. Let me just tell you this. I hope I'm wrong, and I hope in October the Cubs are playing in the Division Series, NLCS World Series, and they bring in Taylor. Is it Taylor Rogers?
Yes.
I hope they bring him in. I'm not thinking clearly. And he strikes out Shohei Ohtani, and the Cubs are going to the World Series. I hope that happens. And I'll be the first guy to be up there cheering and go, hey, Jed, good call, man. I was wrong. You were right. But I'm more than willing to bet the teams that push their chips in have a better chance to win. And whether Jed's right or wrong, my point is the organization did not return the loyalty. That's what they did. You hurt me because you didn't take my loyalty seriously, along with millions of other Cub fans.
312-332-3776 is our telephone number. Shot or no shot coming your way at the top of the hour on Kap and J Hood.
ESPN Chicago.
Oh.
Peggy and Dion on ESPN Chicago. Tomorrow morning at 11. Brought to you by Advantage Acura of Naperville.
Folks, the cheers, the smiles, the high fives, they make every race worth running or swimming. Be part of the fun and the feel-good moments at the Chicago Ducky Derby. Happening next Thursday. That's when tens of thousands of rubber ducks will splash down the Chicago River, all racing to support Special Olympics Illinois. You can help fuel the dreams of these incredible athletes and maybe even win big. So make a splash, quack a smile, and show you're in their corner. Adopt a duck and try your luck today at ChicagoDuckyDerby.com. That's ChicagoDuckyDerby.com. Let's race for a reason. Jay Moore.
There was the gold rush, the oil boom, the tech boom, and now it's the Wi-Fi boom, and Xfinity Wi-Fi is booming. Xfinity gives you everything you need to ride the Wi-Fi boom with powerful, reliable connection, 99.99% network reliability, and ultra-low lag for smoother streaming. Need to connect it all? Do it. You, the kids, the grandparents, the poker crew, hundreds of devices, all booming together. And it's not just the Wi-Fi that's booming. Get the most reliable Wi-Fi, best-in-class equipment, unlimited data, and one consistent price for 5 years. No annual contract, just the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Tap into the Wi-Fi boom today. Visit Xfinity.com or call them at 1-800-XFINITY. Restrictions apply, not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with Xfi complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed broadband experience report August of 2024. Actual speeds vary.
It all started back in 1971 when Rocco Polisi and his wife Nancy brought a taste of Italy to Chicago. That's right, Nancy's Pizza, home of the original stuffed pizza. Rocco crafted his recipe from scratch, and when you cut into that crispy crust, you get a gooey molten blend of mozzarella and your favorite fillings that's just perfection. Also, try Nancy's thin crust, crispy on the edges with that caramelized cheese. It is sure to hit the spot. Taste a piece of Chicago pizza history. Stop by my guys at Nancy's in the West Loop on your way to the game, or order from any of their locations throughout the suburbs.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
GNC knows that you're not always feeling it at the gym, but don't get down, get lit, and get more out of every workout. Beyond Raw Lit is a clinically dosed pre-workout that flips the switch and gives you more energy, focus, intensity, and pumps. The perfect combo for a killer workout. Plus, it's got incredible flavors and thousands of 5-star reviews, so you know it's good. Pick it up at GNC stores or go to gnc.com.
Evan Cohen here. Whether you're locking in your home run picks or riding with your favorite golfers this summer, ESPN Bet is your sportsbook for all the action. Go from checking stats on your favorite teams and players to placing bets in just a few taps. Plus, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Want to buy a vehicle in 60 minutes or less? Purchase your next vehicle in 60 minutes or less at Advantage Chevrolet Bolingbrook, or your first car payment is on them. And every new Chevy comes with the Advantage Plus program. Together, let's drive. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Welcome back to Kap and J Hood on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Mike is in Oak Lawn and with us here on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show. Mike, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Hey, Kap, you got me all fired up, man. I love your passion. I'm the same way, you know. Oh, yeah, for sure, man. For sure.
Look, Mike, you're a fan. You're a fan because it gets you fired up. And that's what you know how excited I am this afternoon. It's going to be gorgeous weather. I want to watch the Cubs and the Orioles. My team's really good. I want to watch. I just want that passion that I'm only speaking for myself, but I know there's millions out there like me. All I ask is please return the passion when we have a chance. I'm not asking you when the team is rebuilding to go out and mortgage the future, but when I got a team that legitimately has a chance and tomorrow's promised to no one, I'm asking you to try, and you didn't fully commit, and that sucks as a fan.
No, for sure. And this is unacceptable. I mean, who cares about what Arizona did 2 years ago? I mean, great. They had a nice run, but this is the third largest city in the world. I mean, this team has been playing so well this year, but now Milwaukee's caught you. And now, they just lost 2 out of 3 in Milwaukee, and there's a big 5-game series coming up at Wrigley soon. But I thought yesterday all day, I kept checking my phone thinking, man, they're going to make a move at some point. And when they missed it and they only got those, couple of relievers and the one utility guy, I just said to myself, this is so unacceptable. I mean, we expect more, and we should demand more. And like you say, it's a big slap in the face. Let's see how they respond. But, man, Kap, I'm with you all the way. Go Cubs, but this is completely unacceptable.
Well, here's the thing, and we appreciate the phone call, Mike. Just when you thought the Cubs turned the corner as a franchise, meaning that, okay, you're building towards something, these are the moments, Kap, that you look at the organization and say, oh, they are actually have a commitment to winning. Oh, they actually are all in. It's moments like this. It's the offseason, obviously, with the hot stove league, but also at this particular time, This is the time that you look at and say, okay, which chips are you going to trade to make sure that your team is in the playoffs and tries to do whatever it takes to get to the World Series? And I think that Jed's just good with just getting to the playoffs and just being sustainable that way than actually going for it. Here's a Padres team I'm watching every night, and you know what they're doing? They push all their chips in the middle of the table and then some. They may not win the World Series, but you give Preller credit for just having the balls to say, we're going to do what it takes to win. A number of teams are like that we saw yesterday. But the Cubs, there's an arrogance there of, yeah, we're hovering around first place. Yeah, we're going to make the playoffs. If we don't get to the World Series, you know what? We're going to be able to get there next year to get to the playoffs and then see what happens. This particular day yesterday felt so just, we're good. And the Cubs aren't good. Not yet. Not to the point where I could say for sure they're a World Series contender based on what we saw yesterday.
Nobody was asking him to be A.J. Preller either and go out and be stupid. I said it yesterday. Don't be stupid. Don't give up your entire farm for anything. But to come away after yesterday and still have all of these guys in the organization, most of whom have no pathway to playing time this year, despite being MLB ready per all the pipeline people, it's inexcusable.
I completely – again, I read so much last night because I was really ticked off. And there are a lot of really, really smart baseball people that think – I talked to a guy last night. He still works in Major League Baseball as a scout. He thought A.J. Preller was absolutely stupid for trading what he did for Mason Miller. I said, why? He's trying to win the World Series. He said he better because he said he gave up a young kid he believes is going to be a superstar. I said, that dude's 18 years old. I know he's killing it at the Midwest League.
Yes.
That's not putting as they like to say, a third deck on like a Major League stadium. So I got no problem with it. He said, you cannot continually just bankrupt your farm system. It's going to catch up with you. Well, he might win the World Series and have the last laugh. Maybe 3 years from now we're going to look back and go, boy, the Padres are horrible. They got rid of who? Like James Wood, the really good player for the Nationals. They traded him for Juan Soto in the Juan Soto deal. They gave up a bunch. James Wood's going to be a superstar. He is a superstar. So I understand that perspective. But how about on one guy? I'm not asking you to do it for every guy. One, you couldn't push your chips in when you have a chance. I just think it's a lack of respect and loyalty to the fan base. That's it. And I don't think at Wrigley they really realize how they're being perceived today. They may not care, but I don't think they realize this is not just some lunatic screaming on the radio. Just go out and test the pulse of your fan base. I have my finger on the pulse of the Cubs like you do the Sox better than anybody. And I'm telling you, there are thousands of them like me that are beside themselves, that they feel like they were disrespected and they were taken for granted.
All I can tell you is this, is that I would, if I'm a general manager, I would try to push the pedal to the metal as much as possible, especially during this time, because baseball is wide open. From the Padres standpoint, they're fighting for dollars and eyeballs between them and the Dodgers. And so, no, would I have gone to that extreme? No. But Preller looks at it and says, you know what, the Dodgers are vulnerable. Let's try to get a knockout punch and then try your luck of trying to win the pennant. The Mets have some of the best relief pitching in the big leagues. Look what the Yankees did, wholesale changes. I like the aggressiveness, especially when you think teams can be had. Even the Astros, who I wasn't very high on, Cap, I told you this yesterday, they get Correa back. That's a great shot in the arm for the Astros to, again, stay ahead of the Seattle Mariners. So I'd rather be on the side of aggressive and doing things to, again, tamp it down to make sure that you're either in first place or in the playoffs for the long haul or the World Series than just to hold your cards like what Jed did. So I don't get it.
And let me just be clear, because I'm seeing people on social go, Cubs being cheap. This has nothing
not cheap.
to do.
No.
This has nothing to do with money.
No.
Nothing to do with money. This is, I believe, holding on to every prospect far too long. There was no contract they couldn't have assumed.
It's not
Nobody
cheap.
got moved with massive money.
No.
That was nothing. They could have taken on any contract. That was not the issue here. The offseason, that's a different story. Because I'd like to know, when you trade for Kyle Tucker, you give Craig Counsell, who's a good manager, $8 million more than anyone ever got. Why don't you push more of your chips in the offseason? That's not a Jed call. That's a Tom call. Why do you not push more chips in December, January? Why? That's where my problem is. We look at these bargains. Well, if we get them to eat a little money, we'll take on Ryan Presley's $8 million. Well, how'd that work out for you? He got DFA'd. So you wasted $8 million. $8 million. Gone. Flush it.
We got Shot or No Shot. That's in 2 minutes on Kap and J Hood.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago. This is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Kap and J Hood, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Carmen Brands radio station.
Insurance companies spend millions of dollars each year convincing you that they're your neighbor and that you're in good hands. But in reality, nothing could be further from the truth. When you're involved in an accident, an insurance representative will call within a few days, assuring you that you have nothing to worry about. Shortly after that, they'll offer to pay your medical bills and maybe even give you some money for your troubles. It sounds like they're looking out for you, right? But here's their real motivation. They want you to accept their offer quickly before you've received proper medical treatment and before you realize the full nature and extent of your injuries. Because once you settle, you can never receive any more money, even if you need additional surgery. The insurance company is off the hook, and they'll leave you high and dry. Does that sound like you're in good hands, neighbor? That's why when you're injured, you need to call the Verdoliak Law Group before the insurance company plays their game. We've been fighting insurance companies since 1963. Call 844-4VLG-LAW.
Hey, this is David Kaplan. I love the heat. Give me 90 degrees and a chance to be outdoors, and I'm a happy guy. But when you step out of the heat and into your home or business, I totally appreciate being able to control the temperature to make everybody comfortable. My friends at Automatic keep your AC system running its best no matter what Mother Nature throws at us. And if something were to break down, Automatic can help find the best system for your space and have it back to the perfect temperature in no time. Go to Automatic.com. That's Automatic.com.
The foundation of Little Village is working every day to support small businesses and entrepreneurs right here in Chicago's Southwest Side. From cultural neighborhood preservation to bilingual entrepreneurial workshops and resources aimed at helping local businesses begin and thrive. The foundation of Little Village is building a stronger, united Little Village and beyond. Get involved or donate today. Visit lvcfchicago.org and be part of the path forward for local business.
If you missed something, get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. Kap and J Hood are back on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Checkmate 1-6, immediate suppression on target.
That's why I see him in my shot.
Shot or no shot with Kap and J Hood on ESPN 1000 and the ESPN Chicago app.
That's why I see him in my shot.
Good morning and welcome in to the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app with David Kaplan, Jonathan Hood with you. Still to come, Jesse Rogers on the trade deadline. We'll hear from him coming up at 8:35. But first, shot or no shot. Here's Shay Norling. Shay?
Good morning, boys, on a Friday. How we feeling?
Hoodie?
We're good. We're good. Looking at the White Sox, I was thinking that Luis Robert was going to be traded. We talked about this yesterday, Cap, and it did not happen. Hauser being traded was the right thing to do. And I just like to know from Chris Gett's standpoint, was there a deal breaker in his mind across his desk? Something that he did not want to do? Because Luis Robert next year is the square peg in the round hole. With these kids, it's just weird for him to be on this baseball team. It's time to move on, and it didn't happen yesterday.
Yeah, they got a D on the ESPN report card. Okay, they decided they're going to pick up the $20 million on Luis Robert. They got nothing but payroll flexibility there because they spend nothing. That's a Jerry thing. But Mike Tauchman's still here. Aaron Savali's still here. There wasn't one.
Did you want Tauchman? Did you want Tauchman on the team? On the Tigers?
Whatever. Yeah, sure. And honestly, they could have used a bat. But I did have a shot or no shot, so I'll just, not to interrupt, but I'll just ask the shot or no shot question.
Sure.
With Robert staying and with Mike Tauchman staying, At least they can pick up the option on Robert and try to move him in the offseason, but now they'll lose Talkman for nothing. Shot or no shot, Chris Getz also failed at the trade deadline.
Oh, that's a shot.
That's a shot.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, if you're going to keep Robert, and he is playing better, I'll give him that. If nobody offered you a decent package, we'd barbecue Chris Getz if he traded him and got a return, and then he was playing for, we'll call him the New York Mets. And he's like, oh, God, he won the World Series MVP, and they got him for what? We'd be crushing Chris Getz. So fair is fair. If he didn't get the return, that's fine. I don't understand. You gave up Andrew Vaughn, who's like playing like the National League MVP in Milwaukee, for Aaron Savali.
Yeah.
No starters were really moved. You're telling me you couldn't have moved him. Nobody wanted him for anything.
They want to erect a statue in Milwaukee right now of Aaron Savali because of Andrew Vaughn and what's happening there.
He doesn't demand a trade. That deal never happens.
That is
never.
correct. And so I, from my standpoint, I thought that they could have done more. And by the way, I'm not saying that the Sox would have been just markedly better if they at this deadline. I'm just saying that there's certain parts that don't fit on this team when you're just trying to go with youth. That's my point.
Yeah, and Mike Talkman. I mean, I'm with you, Hoodie. I can't believe there weren't more deals to be made. I can't believe that.
I mean, I'm not sure what you thought you were going to get for Talkman or for Robert as far as pennies on the dollar, even though he's pulled the nose up a little bit so far, over the last, month or so. I mean, it just if you're going to have a direction, have a direction. And I just thought that the Sox just kind of settled. That's fine.
Yeah.
Shay, go ahead.
All right, yesterday the Cubs rather oddly hung on to all of their top outfield prospects despite some expectation they would make splash deals to go for a World Series. And right now with PCA, Tucker, Seiya, and Happ all on the roster, there's really not any clear path for any of the outfielders in the organization to get playing time at the MLB level, despite the fact most of them are reportedly MLB ready. If you check MLB Pipeline, they've all got estimated time of arrivals to the majors of 2025 or 2026. So, shot or no shot, the Cubs are signaling they are going to let Kyle Tucker walk.
I'm going to say no shot. And I was, watching Parsons' comment last night, Jeff Passan from ESPN, and he said he believes the Cubs are going to re-sign Kyle Tucker. So, I've predicted they're going to do it. I think they're going to keep him. He's got to be better. But I don't think he's getting $500 million. I do not. I think the price is going to be down, and I do think it's still going to be a fortune. It's going to be north of, with a 3 at least, maybe a 4. I think they're going to sign him. So, no, I don't buy that. But they do have to protect themselves if he chooses to leave.
I won't believe it until I see it. As far as Kyle Tucker's concerned. I mean, because again, all this goodwill about Jed and how they're going to be active at the deadline and they're picking up the phone and making all these phone calls, and then you get what you get in the deadline. And then, there's no question, Tucker and the Cubs, they're going to find a way. Until I see it, I won't believe it. Because it's one thing to be nice guy, affable, great with the press, willing to be able to tell you some things. But as far as a pencil on paper or pen on paper, I will believe it when we have the breaking news sounder here around here. Because with Tucker, and by the way, I won't even go as far as some people on my social media saying that, well, with 54 games left for Kyle Tucker, he sees how the organization's run. He wants no part of that. I don't believe that's true. But I will say that I can paint a scenario in which the Cubs will be against the white wall and say, well, we tried, but other teams offered more, so that's okay. We got Owen Casey. I just don't believe in kicking the can down the road. I believe in actually doing something instead of just settling. So until I see it, probably a no shot. Jay?
All right. I will add to the Owen Casey side of this because listen, personally, you can say, well, starters didn't get moved at the deadline, so the market wasn't there. I have a hard time believing that if you had called the Minnesota Twins and said, we're willing to put Owen Casey in a package, they wouldn't have sent you Joe Ryan. The way they sold off yesterday, I feel like that probably could have gotten done.
Yeah, I actually made a call about that myself last night, and they said, no, they were asking for Matt Shaw and Owen Casey and Jackson Williams. I'm not doing that. I'm not. I understand. And that's why he wasn't moved from anyone, because there were a bunch of teams that thought they had a shot, and they said, That one's on the no-fly list. Can't do it.
That's fine, and it is what it is. But the reality is now he's still here, Owen Casey.
Yep.
So shot or no shot. Because the Cubs lack a little outfield depth right now, it's time to call up Owen Casey.
What am I doing with him?
Well, he'd give you better at bats than Ian Happ has.
It's Casey or Ballesteros, and without a place to go. Like why is he? If Happ's healthy, why is Ballesteros on the roster? Why is he at the big league level? What's he here for?
Yeah, I would say no. For me, I'm not calling him up right now. I'm not. I don't want him making his debut as a bench guy because he's not going to play. I don't think that takes the best advantage of what he does. Ballesteros at least has been up here a little bit. He got a big hit the other day. I would not do. Now, if you said, oh, God, someone's on the injured list, yeah, call him up. He's going to play. But to have him just sit at Wrigley every day, no. I'd wait till September for that.
His question still stands. Why is Ballesteros on this roster? Because whether it's Casey or Ballesteros, neither of these guys are playing. So what's the point?
The question still stands. Why are they here at all? Like if Owen Casey has a 2025 ETA per MLB Pipeline, per Fangraphs, wherever you want to look, he's crushing the ball in AAA. He's clearly maxed out his development curve that's going to happen in the minors. If you call him up, he's just going to sit. Why is he here? Why are you hugging that prospect? Like, it's unbelievable to me.
So because you want to...
Then we go, well, we can't give him up for Joe Ryan. Well, if you would call him up and he won't play, but he's ready now, then maybe you should just be willing to trade him for whatever.
See, Cap, here's how I look at the roster right now. Justin Turner is that guy that's good for the locker room, good for the clubhouse, a veteran bat. Had a double, I believe, in the Milwaukee game, if I'm not mistaken, that we were at on Wednesday. It's good to have that kind of veteran presence that doesn't mind sitting on the bench and break glass in case of emergency. Yep. But to replace Brujan is a kid. It's Ballesteros or Casey or someone else. And by the way, the Brujan spot is the sit spot where you don't get a chance to play. So that's why we ask about Owen Casey. Either Casey, Ballesteros, whoever in the minor leagues, if they come to the big league ball club, Craig ain't playing them. So they're going to sit anyway. I understand your point because you say, well, a veteran will sit. A kid needs to play because he'll just be rusty. But, I mean, you got to have something there.
Agreed. I would not bring him up yet. If you want to play him in September as a spot starter or if hopefully you clinch wherever your spot is, wild card or division winner, yeah, that's fine. That's what the September call-ups are for. And unless somebody gets hurt, heaven forbid. But no, I'm playing the guys that have gotten me to this point. I'm not rolling the dice on my rookie. No.
Okay. Shay?
I woke up this morning, Hoodie. I appreciated Ben Johnson today more than ever because I think he's the only person in town who's willing to say what he actually is hunting. Whether it comes off as cockiness, overconfidence, or just confidence, he comes out and says, we want to win a Super Bowl. We want to build a dynasty. We want to win championships. That is a positive far cry from what Jed Hoyer had to say after the deadline. The goal is to be good every year and not have massive up and down cycles. Well, no. The goal is to win a World Series, at least for me. That's it. The goal is to win a championship. I think before yesterday, if asked, all of us would have said the Cubs are the closest team in town to a title. But yesterday, the lack of seriousness, the lack of hunting a championship this year, if you had to pick what team you believe is closest to a championship today, shot or no shot, it would be the Bears.
No, that's a no shot. It would still be the Cubs. They're going to finish, barring catastrophic injury, they're going to finish, Johnny, Shea, J. Moore, with 93, 94 wins, somewhere in that range.
Yes.
Well, that makes you the most likely to be a champion out of the teams in Chicago. The Bears, right now today, are a 5-win team. That's what they won last season.
Just based on what happened right here yesterday with the trade deadline, me saying that the Cubs are the most likely team to win a championship in 2025 is like being the valedictorian of your summer school class. It's just like it's there. Yes, you have a chance to be able to win a championship, but you didn't go all in enough to be able to say, yeah, we're going to solidify ourselves winning a championship. I want to address something that you've been talking about as of late, talking about sustained success, where you hear that a lot around here. Let me give you.
I'm tired of it.
Okay, well, let me give you my definition of it. My definition of sustained success is it's about trying to win the championship. But the sustained success also is trying to win the next year and the next year. The goal is always to win the championship. Sustained success might be a definition for other people, but for my definition, Shay, is to be able to do whatever it takes to win a championship and then repeat that. For some, sustained success is being over 500, getting your chance in the playoffs, and then just see what happens. I believe in being aggressive and being all in because in a market like this, like Chicago, like our hometown, like it's about trying to win a championship. There's so few and far in between around here that I believe that it's about winning a championship, Cap. I know that we've had plenty of front offices around here that, pretend like this is some kind of middle market or a market that doesn't matter. But it does matter when you try to win a championship because you already have your money as an owner. Now, you know what's great? To be able to be the best in your field.
And I know we like to blame the front office. I leave the ownership away from the front office, so I'm not including ownership. I know we like to blame the front office for not getting something done. I'm telling you that Arturis and Mark Eversley move at the direction of Jerry. I'm telling you that Chris Getz moves at the direction of Jerry. He may not say, I want you to trade for that prospect, but they can only spend and they can only be as bold as their ownership group allows them to do, period. Jed, I believe, would be more aggressive if allowed. I don't believe that Tom allows him at the start of the year in January, February to be all in. Like, Jed, I don't care what the price is. I don't care. I think we're good enough to win. You and your models are telling me. I don't mean he has models working there. I mean the modeling that they do. That's a big thing in their front office. You're telling me we can win 91, 92, 93. Like, we have a shot. There's the checkbook. There's the Wintrust debit card. Let's go. Get it done. Period. We don't do that here.
But that's my point. When I talk about, I always hear about Silvy's thing, no pop-up championships. I'll take one. I really don't care. Like, I will sacrifice 2028 to win in 2025. I don't think that's insane. And that's where, when I hear from Jed yesterday after a deadline where you do next to nothing, they didn't do nothing. They got marginal pieces. And then you come out and go, well, the goal is to make the playoffs and to be good every year. No, the goal is to win a World Series. I would take a pop-up championship. I would move Owen Casey if it got me 1% closer to winning a World Series in 2025. The future is right now. And you can do those things and also be good in the future. That's where my fear is. They are laying groundwork to not pay Kyle Tucker, because then they can come out and say, well, he went for $480 million, and that really is a detriment on our finances going forward, and it's detrimental to our future, and we want to be good every year, not just good this one year. No, I would take you going all in to win a title right now. I don't really care what 2028 looks like.
Can I ask a quick question to you guys about Kyle Tucker? Because, I'm getting drilled because I ripped him the other day, and I think I'm right. I'm looking at his splits right now. I have them up. Kyle Tucker, over the last 30 days, I think that's a pretty large sample size. He is hitting .216 with a .385 OBP because he's got 21 walks in the month. He's got a .297 slug. That is horrific. His OPS in July was .683. That is beyond pathetic, and that's in 74 at-bats. How many home runs did he hit in the last 30 days? Johnny, Shay, how many?
One, two.
Probably two.
One.
Yeah.
He hit one home run. He drove in 9. So the idiots on social media, they can come at me all they want. All I'm saying is, and I like him as a player, he's a very good defender. He's a very good guy in your room. He's an excellent base runner. And I think he'll be better next month. I do think the month of August and September, if he's healthy, will be really, really good. But the last 30 days, that is not a guy that I'm paying $450,000, $500 million for.
My suggestion, Cap, to you is that, again, it's not about feelings. It's about facts. And you understand how 2025 rolls, right? You can have all the facts about Kyle Tucker, and people will tell you that you're wrong. And so you ask someone what color is the sky, and they'll tell you it's red and not blue. So that's why those people don't matter when it comes to this, because the numbers are what they are. For a guy that was looking for $500 million or more, you expect more from what I considered at the beginning of the season a top 10 player. Yeah, so that's why it doesn't matter.
The body of work is different too, Cap. Like I get that you are factually correct about his last 74 at-bats. I'm going to look at the last 1,500 at-bats over the last 74. And over the last 1,500, he is a top 10 hitter in the sport. So,
again, that's why I said I think this coming month will be better.
Yeah, but
all
my
I'm
point
telling
is,
you is this season, Shay, with men in scoring position and 2 outs, that's what $500 million guys do. You go, oh, God, this guy's coming to the plate.
I understand that.
Like Willie Adames came to the plate last year for the Brewers in situations like that. I watched it because we were up there, you and I. We were sitting in the stands, and I went, oh, this game's over. Bam! Right down the left field line.
One bad month doesn't do that for the player for me, though. Like, one bad month, he had a bad month. If he's not better the rest of the season, then we can have this conversation. But over 1,500 plate appearances, he's a top 10 player in the sport.
Well,
and you traded Cam Smith for him.
But the same way we analyze Ian Happ, we should do the same thing with Kyle Tucker.
But Happ's been terrible all year.
Yeah, that's not my point. My point is that if you're going through a slump, it's okay to mention it.
I just mentioned it. I said he's going through a slump.
Did I say you?
No, but I'm saying to Cap, you can't adjust the offseason money because he's bad for 70 at-bats.
What I'm talking
he's been
about,
great for 1,500.
What I'm addressing is that if he goes through a slump, it's okay to mention he's going through a slump. At the same time, you talk about his 1,500 at-bats and being a top 10 player. Both things could be true. That's what I'm saying. Is that clear?
Yeah,
you could do both.
I'm not arguing with you. I'm just saying he's going to cost what he's going to cost. And 74 at-bats where he's been bad isn't going to move me off of paying the guy at the top of the market who for the last 3 years has been a top 10 hitter in the sport, and you traded your top prospect for him. You kind of just have to do that. And my fear is they are laying the groundwork not to. And they have an excuse now because of this slump. That bothers me. That's the issue for me.
And by the way, with men in scoring position and 2 outs, just so we're clear, because these are stats, I know people out there, I can't believe you were critical of him. How will he treat you when you go and interview him? I've never met that dude in my life, and I probably never will. I'm sure he's a great guy. I simply call it as I see it. Men in scoring position and 2 outs this season, he's hitting 167. His OPS is 568. That blows. I need a guy to be a killer if you want me to go to my owner and go, Tom, I need to pay this guy $50 million a year. I need to see more. Hopefully the next 2 months I will. But right now, 276, 18, and 61, it's fine. It's fine. I'll pay you. I'm going to give you a fair contract. But don't tell me that that's Juan Soto and that's Shohei Ohtani and the Cubs are cheap if they don't get them. Those are fine numbers. That is not superstar numbers the last month, and that concerns me on a team that's playing to go to the playoffs.
I will tell you that I feel that Kyle Tucker, Shay, will be pulling the nose up on what's going on with him offensively now because he's too good of a hitter to slump.
Agreed.
But again, what I'm laying out is on both sides of it, and that is, he's going through a tough time right now offensively, but we saw him in Houston. We know he's a better hitter than this. And so with this lineup and with this offense, it'll be better than what we have seen. Now, again, when it comes down to the end of the season, we'll see if the Cubs are going to be all in on Kyle Tucker. And at this point, the way that this deadline has gone, I'm not sure that they will. I
agree. That's where I'm at. Yeah. And look, I'm fine. If he's terrible through the rest of the season, we can have the conversation if you want to do this or not. But where I'm standing today, you traded Cam Smith for him, and he's had a pretty good year, and his body of work over the last 3 is that he's great. So I'm not ready to just start laying the groundwork that it's okay to not pay him.
Yeah. I just don't want him to be, as I'm texting with my friend Bruce, who's saying to me, he's Cody Bellinger Part 2 maybe.
No, that's not true, and that's not fair, actually.
Really?
No, I think he's better than that. Kyle Tucker.
Okay.
Absolutely. He's better than that.
I hope you're right.
That was the reason why you made that deal, is because you want to upgrade from Bellinger. Imagine Bellinger be on this team. He'll just be the same player he was with the Cubs, just okay, but not a star. Kyle Tucker's a top 10 player. Going through a tough time now, but coming in, remember who he was. All the fireworks in the sky about Kyle Tucker being here, that's the guy. But again, he's got to play better than he has.
By the way, you do know who has better numbers this year. Cody does. Just so we're clear.
That's fine. But with the Cubs, what was he?
Well, 2 years ago, he was really good.
Yeah.
So we had to get him re-signed, and then we dumped him. And, again, he's a good player, man, Kyle Tucker. I'm not
He's
saying...
eighth in wins above replacement, Cap. Cody does not really have better numbers. He might have a higher slug or a higher OPS.
He has more home runs. He has more RBIs. He has about the same OPS, and he has a higher batting average. I'm just quoting the numbers here. I'm not telling you I'd rather have Cody than Kyle Tucker. Let me be clear. So the idiots out there that go, he doesn't even want Kyle Tucker. I want Kyle Tucker on my favorite team. 1,000%. He's got to be better.
We got around the NFL. We got Jesse Rogers still to come also this hour on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show.
You're listening to Kap and J Hood on ESPN Chicago. The ESPN Chicago Vegas Vacation. Come with us and meet the full ESPN Chicago team to Las Vegas for a packed football weekend. True Fan Travel and ESPN Chicago have teamed up for this once-in-a-lifetime trip. Round-trip airfare, a 3-night stay at Mandalay Bay, entry to special ESPN Chicago live broadcasts, an all-inclusive tailgate, and tickets to the Bears-Raiders game. Go to TrueFanTravel.com. Limited travel packages remain, so log on now. TrueFanTravel.com for the ESPN Chicago Vegas Vacation, September 26th through 29th. The ESPN Chicago Vegas Vacation.
Relish this, everybody. It's Friday. That means it's a pizza day, according to my dear friends Christopher Bleck and Adam A. Abdalla. The two Chicago icons, Lou Malnati's and Portillo's, have teamed up for the flavor mashup you didn't know you needed. Introducing the Chicago Dog Deep Dish. Lou's legendary deep dish crust, gooey cheese, topped with real Chicago-style hot dog slices, and all the classic fixings. Mustard, relish, tomatoes, onions, pork peppers, and a pickle. But hurry, it's only here for a super limited time at 21 Lou's dine-in locations. Carry out and delivery to Lou Malnati's, baby, Chicago's legendary deep dish.
Save big on everything for your next project when you shop at Menards. Heat up your backyard with a new fire pit. Our fire pit bundle includes everything you need: concrete landscape blocks, steel ring insert, pea gravel, and adhesive. All bundled together to make your project quick and easy. Visit us today in store or on Menards.com and save big on our full selection of fire pit projects and accessories today.
Save big money at Menards.
Guests appearing live on ESPN Chicago. Call in on the Yuengling hotline.
Yuengling is in Chicago. After 196 years, you can now enjoy Yuengling Traditional Lager, Light Lager, Golden Pilsner, Black and Tan, and Flight.
On the road or off-road, Chevy Silverado is built for tough performance in any conditions. It's a real workhorse in the trenches. Check out the full line of Silverados at ChevyDriveChicago.com. Chevy Silverado, official truck partner of the Chicago Bears.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
John, what are you doing? Get in my car. Why are you walking to work?
Thanks, man. It's these insanely high gas prices. They are draining my bank account. I can't afford to drive anymore.
Dude, don't walk. Just do what I do, because I never pay full price for gas anymore. I use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait, you're telling me you get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code $1 for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's promo code $1. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code $1 for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code $1.
Life isn't always a highlight reel. If an accident has you sidelined, Postman Law is ready to fight for you. Over $3 billion recovered for their clients. delivering speed, ease, and results. Call 844-POSTMAN now. Postman delivers. Let them deliver for you.
You're listening to Kap and J Hood. Follow the show on Instagram @TheCapman and @IGJHood. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Nick Foles sucks. He sucks. I'm just a fan. I'm not a football evaluator. I love the Green Bay Packers.
The guy is drunk, but there he goes. This is not Detroit, man. This is the Super Bowl. I want winners. He starts to come and then he pulls out.
This is a really thickly built guy.
I mean, what's the answer you're looking for on these things here?
It is time to go around the NFL right here on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. Jesse Rogers will join us next around the NFL with Shea Norling.
I'll have a quicker around the NFL so we can go back to bashing the Cubs with Jesse. Hall of Fame game last night. Couple of takeaways from the Lions side. They got pumped by the Chargers. I want to know if either of these are actual concerns or if they're just overreactions. The first, Kyle Allen, who started last night for the Lions, looked awful, and Hendon Hooker looked even worse. And this morning in Detroit, backup quarterback situation is dire. There is a significant level of concern from Detroit people about the backup quarterback. Personally, I don't care at all because if Jared Goff gets injured, your season's done anyway. So should they be concerned about this, or is this just overreacting to the Hall of Fame game?
Man, I had to look at the box score. I didn't watch that crap last night.
Yeah, I didn't either. I'm not watching that.
34-7, wow.
My brother called. He goes, "You gonna watch this football game tonight?" I said, "Not a chance."
I was at Aragon Ballroom last night watching AEW. I didn't even. By the time I got home, the game was over. So I put on the Mariner game because I wanted to see Suarez. So I didn't even see. I'm looking at the box score now. Yeah, that's not good. I'm looking at the numbers now.
They turned it over 5 times, the Lions.
Yes, box score Billy over here is telling you that's not good. As I look at the box score, Shay, that's not a good number. Turning the ball over the way they did.
The other concern that Lions fans have, John Morton's play calling left a lot to be desired. Probably just first game jitters and trying to work his offense in with the second team and the third team. Probably should be some concern. He's not going to be Ben Johnson, though.
Hey, Cap.
Yes, sir.
Trey Lance is in with the Chargers this year. Huh.
That guy's all over the place.
How about that?
Started last night.
How about that?
Realize they gave up 3 number one. They gave up 2 number ones, and then they gave up their pick to move up. And Trey Lance has just been bad everywhere he goes.
Second piece of news out of the NFL yesterday, Terry McLaurin requested a trade out of Washington.
Yeah, good luck. I'm so tired of every year. He's there signing autographs. Nice guy. He's holding in because he doesn't get fined $50,000 a day. If he holds out, he does. I mean, they're not trading Terry McLaurin.
I agree with you. I don't think he will be traded. But
by the way, his new contract would kick in at age 31. You paying that kind of money for a guy at 31 when they start trending down?
He wants $30 million a year. Good luck. He's not getting $30 million a year.
Agree.
TJ Uiagalelei, he's not in some Sun Belt team. He's with the Chargers. Did you see this, Cap? How about that?
He only played at like 11 colleges.
Huh.
Remember when he was the hot shot with Clemson? And then he went like Florida State, Oregon State. I don't even remember where else he went. It was crazy.
Wow. How about that? He played in this game apparently yesterday. That's something.
Yep.
Huh. What are you saying, Jay?
Will Terry McLaurin be traded?
Oh, yeah. No, he'll stay with the team.
Yeah, there's no chance.
Boy, that Hendon Hooker boy. How about that? Tennessee, I remember him well.
Hendon Hooker. Wow. By the way,
Josh Heupel's chosen one.
Did not watch.
Hoodrow, I sent Shay and Jay Moore some audio.
How old is Hendon Hooker? 30? 40?
Possibly. He's been around a long time.
By the way, Cap, can I just say, that audio you sent, I was going to fall asleep listening to it. But
I haven't heard it.
Boy, we're not going to play it because it'll put our audience to sleep.
Okay, but Hoodie, you know what it says?
Huh.
And somewhere in there, my buddy Shane sent to me. You know Shane.
Yeah.
Phil and Shane. It says, Justin Fields, he texted me. Local radio here in New York is talking about how awful Fields has looked the last 2 days and how concerning it is. And the headline is, Justin Fields still a huge question mark despite Aaron Glenn's strong start to camp. How about that?
In other news, water is wet.
Hey, Colt, how's it going out there for you?
All right.
It's No one's calling. There's no more cult.
They've moved on.
They have sunset that chapter, Cap.
Oh, they're still out there.
My God.
They're still out there hanging on.
Let's see if Jesse feels that the Cubs are all in. We'll hear from him next on Kap and J Hood.
Kap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago. Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Angels.
Coverage starts tonight at 8 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
Jay Moore. Been very quiet today. But I got to tell you, man. I got to tell you about ESPN Bet. You've heard about it, right?
Of course. I lost a lot of money.
Well,
too much money.
Well, here maybe they can help you because ESPN Bet, whether you're locking it to some home run picks or riding with your favorite golfers this summer, ESPN Bet is your sportsbook for all the action. Hey, football season is right around the corner, so maybe, get to the college football, pro football, you get back on track again.
Thanks, man.
Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app now, like Jay Moore has done, and sign up with the promo code USL to get started today. Now think about this. New customers like you can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York. Jim.
Everyone loves a fresh haircut for summer, but with the weather warming up and the kids out of school, this season is the time for making memories, not appointments. That's why I go to Great Clips. I can use convenient online check-in to get in for a cooler, shorter haircut whenever I have time. They even send me a ready next text when it's time to come into the salon. The skilled salon stylists at Great Clips save my haircut details in clip notes so I can get the same cut next time, no matter who I see. And the best part, Great Clips haircut prices are so affordable, I can look and feel great while still having money left over for all of those fun summer adventures. So what are you waiting for? Stop wasting time and money on appointments at overpriced salons. Get in, get out, and get back to enjoying the season with cool summer haircuts at Great Clips. Download the app today. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
Hi, it's Chris Hune from Universal Lighting of America. If you own a business or manage a building, now's the time to upgrade to LED lighting and actually save money. We're an official 2025 service provider for ComEd and NIPSCO, and they may cover up to 70% of the project. We make it crazy simple from install to paperwork. I'm not kidding. You get better light, lower bills, and we handle all the hard stuff. Call us or visit ulasaves.com. I'll come out and show you what's possible. Let's light it up.
The Taste of Elmwood Park returns. It's August 7th to the 10th. Mayor Skip Saviano, what's your favorite part?
Where do I start? The live music, family fun, and sampling from over 20 of Elmwood Park's best restaurants. I love it all. How about you, Carm?
Gotta be the meatball eating contest.
Always a crowd favorite.
And I'm excited to be the honorary MC once again this year.
Join us at the Taste of Elmwood Park happening August 7th to the 10th.
Grab your family and friends for a weekend of amazing food, live entertainment, and a true Taste of Elmwood Park.
Most people in radio commercials talk really fast. But we made this one for RV owners. Progressive knows they like the slower pace of RV life, like this commercial. And they know Progressive will protect their RV at a fair price with discounts. Now here comes the fast part. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Discounts not available in all states or situations.
Empower. Tim collects bobbleheads. A lot of bobbleheads. Baseball bobbleheads. Race car bobbleheads. Little chihuahua bobbleheads. He's got an entire room strictly for bobbleheads. Does he need them? No. Is his wife mad about it? A little. But Tim works with Empower, and he got good at money, so he can be a little bad. Ooh, horse bobblehead. Classy, Tim. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
Schaumburg Boomers, the dog days of summer are here, and the Schaumburg Boomers are in hot pursuit of their fifth Frontier League Championship. August is packed with big games, family fun, and can't miss promotions at Wintrust Field. Get game and ticket information at boomersbaseball.com. Feel the boom. J-Mo.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Kap and J Hood are back on Chicago's Home for Sports. ESPN Chicago.
Any sacks? It's now time for Jesse Rogers here on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show. And Jesse's brought to you by...
That'd be Atomatic, baby. That's right. Atomatic.com. They've been making people comfortable since 1945. My guy, Steve Stahorek, who is the president, CEO, owner, grand poobah, does everything. He's a diehard Cub fan. Not very happy with the trade deadline yesterday. We were texting back and forth. He's ticked off as well. And I said, you know how they operate? Be like buying an Atomatic sign on a dirt road that was cheap. Nobody happened to go down the dirt road. That's how they operated, Steve.
Yuengling, the oldest brewery in America.
Good morning, Jesse. How are you?
Good, boys. What's happening? Been listening. Good show. What's going on?
Pissed off, Jesse. That's how I am.
What do you
Pissed
mean?
Off.
What do you mean what's going on? Inactivity on the south side and the north side. At least not enough that really stands out. I mean, how surprised are you that the Cubs were not, quote-unquote, all in, Jess?
I'm not surprised they were not all in. I never said that I thought they would be. There's versions of it, mostly in, those sorts of things. I thought they'd do more like most people did. But let me sum it up for you really, I guess simplify it for you in 2 sentences here. The Cubs did what they did over the last 48 hours to help them make the postseason. And maybe those moves will. They did nothing to help them in October, especially when you compare it to their competitors. If I want to be overly dramatic about it, guys, the Cubs sealed their October fate the last 2 days. They have little chance of winning the World Series. They have little chance of going through the Mets, the Padres, the Dodgers, the teams that really fortified, not so much the Dodgers, of course, but they're trying to get healthy. Little chance to win. What have I been saying? A month ago, on June 28th, I said this on Marquee. You will know how serious they are by what they do with their bullpen. And they did nearly nothing, especially when you consider all the closers that moved. Robert Suarez is top of the line. They traded for Mason Miller in San Diego. Edwin Diaz, top of the line. They traded for Ryan Helsley in New York. I mean, it's one guy after one guy after one guy, let alone what they didn't do with the starting staff. Jed can at least fall back on the notion that nobody traded for a star starter. Rarely do they move in July. He should have pivoted to the bullpen in a bigger way, and he did not. They're trying to make the playoffs. They're not trying to win the World Series.
Yeah, and Jesse, around these parts, Blackhawks the last 10 years, Bulls, Settlers, White Sox, worst record in baseball, Bears suck, 5-12, 3-14, whatever the number is. Very rare do we get a chance to go, wow, you make a couple moves, that team could win the World Series. And you know what they said to the fan base? Sorry, we're just not all in. That's pathetic.
There's no doubt. It's exactly what they said. It's exactly what they said. And again, even if you don't want to trade your prospects for a top starter, because again, those guys rarely move in July, you could have traded somebody for another closer type. You are not locking down October late innings with what you have right now, not compared to your competitors. And so Jed could say all he wants about high prices for starters, but every single available closer outside of Horacio Iglesias moved, and a bunch of them moved to teams that already had closers. To me, again, that's the indication they're just happy to get in.
Jesse, you recall when we worked together last Thursday, you brought in some sound from Jed Hoyer. Do you recall what he said talking about it? It felt like it wasn't about this year. It was about the next few years as far as them contending or trying to get to the World Series. Do you recall that sound?
Yeah, they're for sure.
Tell us, could you kind of reiterate what he said? Because I think it was a light bulb over both of our heads when Jed was not necessarily committal about this year, but kind of the future.
Yeah, I mean, it was more about the sustained success year in and year out, trying to get as many kicks at the can as possible. I've spoken to you guys about how the Diamondbacks getting to the World Series with 84 wins was a nice blueprint for a lot of teams, a lot of owners. that don't want to spend at the max or don't want to do enough at the deadline. If you sneak in, things can happen. That was that year. The NL is stacked, and other teams understand you win 3 or 4 rounds via the bullpen, which is why they added and added and added. It's unbelievable. Even the Tigers, Shea's team, they added a bunch of arms. One of them was a closer in Kyle Finnegan. Cubs added 2 guys. One might be good in the bullpen, Soroka. The other might be decent. There are 3 guys, I guess, if Soroka's
but Jesse, if Soroka's in the bullpen, they added no starting.
Yeah, and they added no starting. And those 3 bullpen arms are okay. They kind of replace what Flexen was doing, and they might replace what Pomerantz was doing early on. They don't push the ball forward. And yeah, what Jed was saying was it's as much about the future as it is now. And that's the bottom line. I think he said that again yesterday. It's very clear what their thought process was here.
Jesse, why no Charlie Morton? It's not like his price was prohibitive. Why didn't they get there? Why not Merrill Kelly? I understand. I was told by someone who would know last night the price of Mackenzie Gore was Jackson Wiggins, Matt Shaw, Owen Casey, and another prospect outside the top 10, but not like 30th. Okay, that's an obscene price to pay. I get it. Charlie Morton, he's got 80 innings of postseason experience, and he's been throwing the ball really well. Oh, and he's a free agent at the end of the year. Merrill Kelly, he's a solid pitcher with postseason experience. He's out of contract end of the year. Why neither of those guys?
Yeah, let me go back to the starters real quick. I don't even know. I wish those names never even leaked, because I said this to Waddle and Silvy. This is just another time of the year where teams talk about players. And, yeah, there was the one look at Minnesota. They burned up their roster and still didn't trade Joe Ryan. So my point is they just don't move stars at this time of year. It's not like we're waking up today and saying, oh, I can't believe Washington didn't trade their star or Minnesota didn't trade their ace. It just doesn't normally happen. So we all got caught up in that. And then as we're thinking about that, we're not thinking enough about the bullpen. But back to your rentals. It's a great point. Merrill Kelly got traded. I'll stick with him because he's younger. I don't know what Morton has in the tank, but I'll stick with Merrill Kelly for the moment because it applies to Morton too. The Rangers traded their 8th-ranked prospect for Merrill Kelly. Mm-hmm. The Cubs would not do that. The Cubs are not trading a top 10 prospect for a rental. The Rangers did. Again, different motivations. They are telling us clearly what they believe and how they're going to go about their business. So the answer to your question is they did not even want to give up a good prospect for a rental.
So the Kyle Tucker conversation has come up too because there's 54 more games in the regular season for Kyle Tucker with the Cubs, and then of course there's always the postseason. But what's the correlation between what the Cubs did not do at the deadline or where they're going to be in the playoffs and Kyle Tucker actually signing? How do you think he views the organization? Is it based on the wins and losses, or is it based on money?
I think it's money. If they get in, he'll be happy. He'll see that they put a winner on the field. Is he fretting that they didn't trade for Mackenzie Gore today? I doubt it. His deal is going to be about money. It's pretty clear that they're trying to win to some extent. Like they did put they're 19 over 500, whatever it is. I think he gets that it is what it is. And, his owner is not Steve Cohen, but I'm sure he's not getting into the minutia of it all. If they get to the playoffs, that'll probably satisfy his urge to win, my guess, but it will be about the contract. So I don't know. I don't think he's looking at the deadline and fretting all that much. But you never know. Everything's a data point. So, yeah, they're not as aggressive maybe as his old team, the Astros, that's for sure. But I'm not sure that's going to matter more than the contract.
Yeah, in terms of Kyle Tucker's money, and again, I want to be clear because people are like, you don't want Kyle Tucker? No, I would like them to re-sign him. You also have to be better than 1 home run in the last month. In the month of July, he hit 1 home run. He hit 218 the last 30 days. His slug is 285. Those are horrible numbers. I think he'll come back to form. I think he'll be better in August and September. His history says he will. But I don't see someone out there paying that guy $500 million. I don't. Do you?
On this day, it doesn't look good, but it's about a whole season. It's not about a month in time. So I have to look at the 6-month season. I will say this, and I've said it all along. Cubs will come up with a number. I think it's probably going to be in the 350 range. That's just my opinion. 350 to 4 max. And if he wants it, he'll take it. If the market collapses, he might come back and take it. But if someone goes to 450 or higher, I think he's gone. I think there'll be a good number. It won't be the max number. But having said that, of course he has to perform. You're right. He has to rebound and come back. Counts. I talked to Tucker the other day. He's not thrilled with his month. He is walking a lot, so he's still getting on base, but that you don't get paid $500 million for walks. So I'm with you. He needs to be better if he wants to get that mega contract. But I'm on record here. You and I, if the market collapses, you're going to be right about him re-signing, meaning people are worried about the lockout. The Yankees have spent too much. The Mets have spent too much, and 350 is enough, and he'll take it. You win our bet. But I don't think the Cubs are going much higher than that, and if someone does, then I'm going to win our bet.
Any Sachs news?
You remember how much our bet is, by the way?
500, baby. Of course I do.
That's it. 500. That I say he'll be a Cub. You say he won't.
Any Sachs news?
I got money coming, Mindy.
Any Sachs news?
I'm not surprised by really anything the Sox did. I wavered about Luis Robert all week. I thought at the end of the day he would move him. Not surprised he moved Hauser. I feel like he did okay with Hauser. Look, getting 3 bodies back for Hauser, I think is, this is a moment in time where Hauser was great. You got 3 bodies from a good organization. Hopefully they turn out to be good. I think he did fine with Hauser. Did he hold on to Robert? Hard to know. This is as hot as he's been. Man, it certainly sounds like they have no problem keeping him even into next year and picking up the option, having him part of this rebuild. So I'm a little back and forth on Luis Robert, but if they've got to pick up the option if you kept him today. They've got to do that. So if they do that and he gets back to being Luis Robert, maybe Chris will look good in the end of the day. I don't have a strong opinion about their deadline.
Well, I will just tell you that I think that if the Mets were interested, and same thing with Jed, by the way. Jed and Chris say the same thing. It's Luis Robert. He's a square peg in a round hole. I don't know why he'd be part of this rebuild. There's no reason. They benched him at some point this season, as you well know, Jess. I just thought that he'd be moved because money, A, and B, it's just time to turn the page on that old regime. It's about the kids.
Yeah. And at the end of the day, I thought the same thing. But maybe they feel tantalized by this July, but other teams weren't. And he can get back to being 2023 Robert with this young energy. I don't know. I'm not sure. But clearly he didn't hear their prospect return, or else he would have moved. It's not like he was off the table. He just did not hear the right names back.
Well, the other thing, too, so how many trades total for the Sox, Cap? 2?
The Sox traded Austin Slater.
1.
They traded Adrian Hauser. That's it.
That's 2. So under 3, and Cap and I were saying earlier, so nobody wanted Tauchman as a 4th outfielder? Nobody wanted him, a guy like him? Lenine Sosa?
You couldn't move Aaron Savali when there was no starters getting moved? Very few.
Yeah, very few. Tauchman, I think they kind of wanted him to stay. He wants to stay. You're not getting a lot for him. When you talk about leaders in the room, Benintendi's name doesn't come up. It's Mike Tauchman's name.
Jesse, they're 30 games under. I don't want to hear about leaders in the room.
Well, I don't know. That you need something for those young players to know how to play the game the right way. Tauchman's legs aren't great. He can't play center. I don't know. That's not a big deal that they didn't trade Mike Tauchman. I will say, I mentioned this yesterday. When is the end of a rebuild? The rebuilding part. It's when you stop trading your veterans. Now they're down to they traded 2. So this rebuild, the beginning of the rebuild, should be about over, right? No longer do you have a ton of veterans to trade. So they better be building it back up now and starting to win more games. And they have been this second half, but continuing on in the offseason. So to me, it's a sign they think the rebuilding part of the rebuild is over.
The rebuild will be done when Ishbia's name's on the door.
That too. I can't disagree.
That's when the rebuild done. When they've brought down their debt and they start putting cash on the field, Cap, that's when you say, okay, the rebuild's over. They're going to start putting money toward the ball club.
Yeah. So. And again, I'm being told that the money that's coming in from new investors is probably going to be used to pay down debt. And there is debt on that franchise post-COVID. There is. That's just a fact. We can all go, how do they have debt? They don't spend anything. There's debt on the franchise. That's all I'm telling you.
Jesse, as always, we appreciate the time.
Can I give you one last note?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, give us something you're not telling anybody else.
No, it's not really that. But based on your conversation from earlier in the hour, I sort of disagree with you about Ballesteros. Owen Casey is going to be up here soon. Jed all but said that. So did Craig Counsell. They've had 4 months of at-bats. They're as sharp as they're going to be. I know going to the bench isn't ideal. But, guys, it's time for the best 26 to be on this roster. Think about this. In the last 3 days, they have DFA'd a player each day. And there might be another one, depending on what happens with Ballesteros and Willie Castro here. Does Turner still have a spot? Like, they are moving towards their best 26. And even if it's on the bench, I'd rather have Owen Casey on the bench than Vidal Brujan or some of these other guys, including probably Turner. Same goes with Moises Ballesteros. You find some spot starts. They've had 4 months of at-bats. It's almost a full season. I think it's best 26 in the very near future. So I think I'm fine with those prospects being up.
I know we're out of time. I got to just say one thing. Who gets DFA'd first, Turner or Birdie? Because Birdie only plays when we're blowing out. He pitches.
I think Turner.
He said Turner.
Okay.
All right. Jesse,
Thanks, Jess.
We appreciate the telephone call. We will hear from Caleb Williams, Bears quarterback, and we'll take more of your phone calls, 312-332-3776. That's our telephone number on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show.
This is your morning routine. Yeah. Kap and J Hood.
Good morning.
Morning. Good morning.
Oh, and in case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
On ESPN Chicago.
I'm Courtney Cronin, here with lead attorneys at Costa, Iavone, Julio, and Anthony.
Hey, Courtney. How does being from Chicago help you in your job?
Well, I think Chicagoans like directness. I try to always remember that in press conferences and ask straightforward questions, because that's who I am.
We get that. It's the way we are with our clients. All they know is they need help, and they want a law firm to cut to the chase.
You can do that when you're both local.
It's about making a real connection, one Chicagoan to another.
Costa Iavone, your trusted local personal injury lawyers. We get you.
Call them at 708-4million.
Are you confident your retirement game plan is as strong as steel? Hey, it's Jurko from Mitch Lyons Wealth. MitchLyonsWealth.com is full of tools for you to access at no cost to make sure you're positioned to win retirement. Go to MitchLyonsWealth.com today and get a free copy of Mitch's book or his retirement documentary. You can set a no-obligation 10-minute call with Mitch and his team to see if strategies they are utilizing might improve your retirement. That's MitchLyonsWealth.com, your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
Hey, it's Carmen, and I've got the golf course for you, a championship-style course, quiet atmosphere, unrivaled course conditions. I'm talking about Stonewall Orchard Golf Club. Stonewall Orchard's been one of my favorite courses in Chicagoland for years. Check them out up north in Central Lake County. Their pristine country club course conditions are a huge draw. They have been the host site for the Illinois PGA, several U.S. Open qualifiers, and currently the Korn Ferry Tour qualifier. Treat yourself to one of the finest must-play courses in the Midwest. Go to stonewallorchard.com and book a tee time today.
Adam Schefter here for Vivid Seats, your ultimate destination for all your sports and concert needs this summer. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every home run and thrilling comeback in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
The Nissan No-Hitter is rolling on the White Sox Radio Network. Enter now at NissanNoHitter.com. If the Sox throw a no-hitter this season, you could win a brand new 2025 Nissan Rogue. Presented by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Nissan dealers.
Hey, this is David Kaplan. I love the heat. Give me 90 degrees and a chance to be outdoors, and I'm a happy guy. But when you step out of the heat and into your home or business, I totally appreciate being able to control the temperature to make everybody comfortable. My friends at Automatic keep your AC system running its best no matter what Mother Nature throws at us. And if something were to break down, Automatic can help find the best system for your space and have it back to the perfect temperature in no time. Go to Automatic.com. That's Automatic.com.
Every home team win just got more meaningful. Postman Law is turning game day victories into real opportunities with the Postman Law Home Team Scholarship, adding $100 to the scholarship fund every time Chicago's Southside baseball team wins at home. Postman Law proudly supports students in our community, and now every cheer from the stands brings them closer to a brighter future. See how your city has earned and apply now at postmanlaw.com/scholarship. Postman Law, your hometown personal injury team. This is attorney advertising.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, this is the home for every Bears game, ESPN Chicago. And this is Captain J Hood, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Carmen Brands radio station.
Good morning, Chicago, and welcome in to the Kap J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. With David Kaplan, Jonathan Hood with you. We've got Shay, we've got Jay Moore, and we've got you here on this Friday morning. Here's hoping that you're going to have a great weekend. Open phone lines for you at 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our phone number. Don't forget to watch our show and all the shows on YouTube, youtube.com, and also on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN 1000 Chicago. We're going to hear from Courtney Cronin, who covers the Bears for ESPN Chicago, coming up at 9:18. We'll crack that folder, give you all the stuff that we missed this week with the Friday folder at 9:35. But our lead story, we've been talking about the Chicago Cubs and the White Sox as far as the trade deadline is concerned. So we get ready to hear from Caleb Williams, the quarterback for the Bears. But, Cap, I guess my overarching point about all of this is that do not believe what you hear or read until you actually see pen to paper, until you can actually see the transaction take place. There's certain moments, I think, for all sports when it comes to the offseason or the deadline, that's when you know whether or not a GM or president of operations is doing their job and trying to put a winner on the playing surface. And I just thought that Jed Hoyer kind of settled and said, you know what, we got a good core here. We'll just have a little sprinkle in there. We're good. The Cubs are not this runaway favorite in the National League. They need to tamp it down to add quality to make sure that you get a run at this thing. And I thought that he kind of took Cub fans and the ball club, quite frankly, for granted.
I couldn't agree with you more. I thought I got a tweet during the break from one of our listeners, Shannon Brown, and he said he was a really good player at Proviso East.
I was going to say, I'm like, Proviso East? Man,
Didn't he go to Michigan State,
Yeah,
Shay?
he could play, man.
When Soroka is getting lit up by the Dodgers in Game 3 of the NLCS, no fan is going to say, that's cool. At least we have Casey and Wiggins down on the farm. Once you go all in for Tucker, you cannot switch up and be conservative at the deadline. You pay for Gore or Ryan. Gore and Ryan didn't get moved. Nobody was paying those prices. Nobody. I mean, they literally wanted the best you have and your starting third baseman who's 23 off your team. I get that. My point is Phillies, Mets, Yankees, Padres, Rangers, Mariners, they all found a way to vastly improve their team. They didn't get great starters, but Merrill Kelly was out there. Charlie Morton's pitching for the Tigers. Charlie Morton was an easy pluck. He's better than Mike Soroka in terms of being a starter. So you want to use Soroka in the bullpen? Jesse talks about that his metrics may play better in the bullpen. Great. I hope they do. But guess what? You did not upgrade your starting rotation at all. I would have wanted some depth there. Maybe I'll be wrong. I hope I am.
Bears quarterback Caleb Williams was on the Waddle and Silvy show yesterday. We asked you to go to the podcast, check out Waddle and Silvy, and check out their conversation they had with QB1.
Great.
There's a number of things, and I really like that. There's certain things that I really liked about the conversation. Like the question about learning 3 systems in 3 years. Remember, this is just year 2 of Caleb, but he's had so much terminology and so many things in his helmet. Some thoughts from Caleb Williams in that regard.
Yeah, it's like, for instance, it's like, you work a job, and then, you have to, you either get promoted and you have to learn a new position. And it's like you get promoted again, you have to learn a new position. So, and you just keep, you have to constantly upgrade also with each year and with each promotion. That's kind of how it is with, playing QB.
The ball's wet.
So, thoughts there from Caleb Williams regarding that. I mean, yeah. So now, if nothing else, Cap, this season, it's Ben Johnson. It is the offense that he wants to run, and Johnson's not going to get fired in year 1 or year 2. At least there'll be some sustainability for Caleb Williams to learn a terminology, learn a style, and go with it.
Agreed, and he's played the last 2 or 3 days. Ben Johnson has said, looks like it's really slowing down for him. He's been really good. Yesterday was the best day of camp, is what I'm being told by multiple people. I can't wait to talk to Courtney about it and get her take, because she charts and watches every single play. She is absolutely as good as it gets when you watch training camp. I mean, Courtney Cronin's not sitting there with a cup of coffee chit-chatting. No. She is locked in, and she watches tape, and she talks to the right people, and it's really good to see that Caleb is starting to figure things out. And he also has talked openly about that dude Ben Johnson. Now, you don't get them in and out of the huddle quick, get out of here. And he'll throw them off the play and bring the second or third team in. Like, he is holding them uber accountable. And I'm really, really happy to see how things are being done up there. When you listen, we carried it yesterday. We carried it again the other day. When Ben Johnson speaks, and I'm trying not to criticize Matt Eberflus here, but when Ben Johnson speaks, that's how a head coach speaks. That is how you become the face of a franchise, when he takes accountability. We didn't have the best day doing this, but I'm going to take responsibility because I didn't do a good enough job getting them ready for that type of play call or that type of practice. I love it. Eberflus would never, ever have the temerity to say that. So I really like what I'm seeing. Now it has to translate on the football field.
Regardless of where you are, Ben's going to cheer you out and hold you accountable because, like I said, everybody matters. Everybody's job is important. And, like today, we were out there and, we were marching down the field. And then, the headset started going out on me and I got kind of frustrated. And Ben came over to me after and, he was like, have a few plays in mind, if that ever happens. And, that's more of accountability to me and to this team, and having a few plays that, if the clock's running down, the headset goes out, or it's spiking or something, you can't hear the play call. It's have a few plays, go out there and don't go palms up and complain and things like that.
So it kind of brings us back to the Eberflus era when we asked Eberflus whether or not Williams has the ability to audible. Do you remember that time?
Yep, 100%.
And Eberflus said what?
I think he said, sure, he can audible. Didn't he say that?
Yes, as if he didn't really know, but just like, yeah, if he wants to, he can. So, but here is the genuine proof of Caleb Williams talking to Ben Johnson and saying, hey, and Soldier Field, Cap, even though we have very few complaints about Soldier Field, recently, as far as the turf and like the headset issues at Soldier Field that used to happen a lot. It can happen in any stadium. So the idea that Ben Johnson says, hey, have a couple plays in mind. If it does go out, hey, man, you can audible. You can come up with something. And so, again, that's comfort and communication with the coach and the quarterback.
Yeah, and look, I love when Caleb says, Ben Johnson, man, that dude's intense. He holds you accountable. Like, Ben Johnson, and who was it Dan Skipper? The big lineman in Detroit?
Yes.
He said to somebody when Ben got hired here, in game or in practice, stay 5 yards in any direction away from Ben Johnson because that dude is going to jump your ass, and you do not want the wrath of Ben Johnson. Like, he absolutely is all in on if you're an inch off. And I'm not comparing them, but it's the same thing Dave Wannstedt was telling me. Tom Brady showed up in Tampa, and he said as soon as he got there, the way he does his business, even the owner sits up a little straighter when Tom walked in. Mm-hmm. And he said one of the first practices, Gronk is there, and Gronk is supposed to run a route, and at the 38-yard line, it's an out. And he broke it off at like the 37.5-yard line, and the ball was just off. Just off, and it went off his fingertips. And they said Tom threw a ball down and cursed out Gronk in front of everyone. When I tell you the route is at the 38, it is not at the 37.5. Am I clear? Because that's not how it's going to go here. And they're like, whoa. And they said that moment crystallized things are different around here. That didn't happen last year. Dudes were eating breakfast in the meetings. Ben Johnson's like, the food stays out. We're not eating breakfast when we're trying to get work done. Sorry.
Ben Johnson was is obviously working with Caleb Williams, but the one thing that we continue to hear nationally is, boy, there's so much pressure on Caleb Williams. Boy, there's so much pressure on Caleb Williams, as if no other quarterback in the National Football League has pressure. And so for Caleb Williams, the team went 5-12 last year. He had all these different offensive voices in his head. The offensive line wasn't good. Caleb wasn't good in year one. Not good enough to be able to be a winning football team, and not good enough to be able to put up numbers offensively. But Waddle and Silvy asked a question to Caleb Williams about pressure at that quarterback position.
Pressure isn't what I'm at and where I'm at in my life. Got a great family, got a great situation, great teammates. I don't necessarily have to, wake up and, try and fight for that meal. That's pressure. You know what I mean? So it's, I'm going out here and I'm learning football, doing something I love with the people I love, and making sure I'm taking care of the people I love back home. So pressure's not a thing for me. I don't, think of life that way in the situation that I'm in, and so we keep chugging along, and there's going to be ups and downs, and it's not my job to care about what the outside, noise is and things like that. My job is to take care of everything in here and go out there and play. And I didn't, I know we didn't win as many, games as we wanted to last year, but, I didn't go 20 and 20 in interceptions and things like that. So, take it for what you want. But, pressure is a privilege, but, in the situation that I'm at, I don't think I have pressure.
It'll be long. It'll be hard.
Does it piss me off? No. Do I write it down and remember it for, when that time comes to, when we're winning and when we win, and I get to see their face and smile in their face for how much work that I've put in, how much time and effort that I'm putting in here with these guys, being around these guys, and the time and effort doesn't only mean being here and being in the facility for 15 hours like we are right now. And getting up at 5 a.m. Putting in the time is also having these team dinners, having these things like that, because that goes a long way also.
So thoughts there from Caleb Williams on Waddle and Silvy.
I thought it was an awesome interview. I really, really did. I listened. I was driving yesterday for almost 3 hours in my car. I listened to the show the entire afternoon, the trade deadline stuff, and then the Caleb Williams interview. I thought it was really, really great radio, and listening to Caleb, and he's relaxed, he's comfortable, and he's just honest there. Hey, man, we didn't win enough games. But, I look at different stats. We were talking earlier about Trey Lance. Remember that?
Yes, around the NFL.
Yeah, so Trey Lance, listen to this stat. Since 2016, as a junior in high school, Trey Lance has attempted, this is since 2016, this is 9 years, 558 passes total between Marshall High School, North Dakota State, the 49ers, the Cowboys, and the Chargers. Caleb Williams attempted 562 just last year.
Wow.
I mean, it's truly unbelievable.
That's amazing, Cap.
And you brought Caleb in. You gave him poor coaching. You gave him 3 offensive coordinators. You gave him a 10-game losing streak after the Hail Mary. There was no level of accountability around there. It was a true train wreck. And for the first time ever, the Bears fired a coach in season. And it just got awful. And at the end, I think Caleb had PTSD. I think he was like, just get me to the end of the season. Let me be healthy, please. Sacked 68 times, many of which were his fault. Fair. It is so different around there now. Does that translate to wins? We're going to find out. But the way they're doing things, I would really love to ask George. George, you've been in charge since 2011. Why did it take this long to get a guy like that? Why? Because it's about time.
Yeah, it's overdue. And he would tell you that, well, we thought that every coach we brought in would make a difference because he's not a football guy. He's just the owner, not a football evaluator. And he put people in places that could be able to make that call, the right coaches, the right players. It didn't happen. Now look what you got. The number one pick in the draft and Caleb Williams, DJ Moore, a strong offensive line. You got multiple weapons. Like you say, we got to see what happens, Cap. But this is the most amazing offseason on paper that we've seen with the Chicago Bears in quite some time. It wasn't just a move. It was multiple moves, filling holes left and right. And by the way, Poles is not done. He couldn't do it all in one offseason, but it has been some sweeping changes that we did not expect all in one offseason from Ryan Poles, and it's happened. Now it's about winning.
Last year, you said it, Olin said it, Tom Thayer joined us every Thursday morning and said it. I said it. Who's the alpha in the room that grabs people by the face mask or by the shoulders and says, we don't do that here?
Yeah.
That is not how we're going to do our business. We didn't have one. It's not going to be a rookie quarterback. We didn't have that. Now, that's Joe Tooney. That is Drew Dahlman. Now I think it's even more empowering to a guy like Tremaine Edmonds. Kevin Byard tried to do that because he's a really good leader. Now you got a head coach who demands it. It's awesome.
Courtney Cronin with the latest on the Bears coming up next. Kap and J Hood on ESPN 1000 and also at ESPN Chicago on TikTok.
Good morning. Good morning. Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN Chicago. Win a suite for a Sox game. IKEA is giving you the chance to win a fully catered suite night for an upcoming White Sox game. Visit IKEA Schaumburg or IKEA Bolingbrook and scan the QR code in store to register. And on August 8th, the final day of the contest, you can register and enjoy IKEA's annual summer barbecue. Enjoy American backyard favorites and some Swedish flair. Win a Southside Suite Night. Get full details at ESPNChicagoContest.com.
We'll hear from Courtney Cronin coming up next to talk about the Bears. But if you're looking to level up your finances or finally making that move into homeownership, listen up. NHS Chicago is offering next-level classes. These are free, expert-led workshops that help you go beyond the basics. We're talking about building your credit, understanding estate planning, real estate investing, even how to take care of your home like a pro. Now, here's the real part. My mother-in-law, she actually used NHS Chicago when she bought her first home. It really made all the difference in the world because she walked in unsure of the process and came out confident and prepared because NHS gave her the tools and knowledge to make it happen. So whether you're a first-time buyer like she was, already own a home, or just want to build your financial future, this is for you. And you know what the best part is? You can take the classes online or in person, whatever fits your schedule. So here's where I want you to go. I want you to go to nhschicago.org, nhschicago.org/education, or call 773-329-4111, 773-329-4111, and go to the website, nhschicago.org/education. Tell them J Hood sent you. It's NHS Chicago. Think about this. They're rooted in neighborhoods. They're investing in people, and they've helped my family. They can help yours, too. Jay Moore.
Hey, teachers! We know you work hard to inspire future generations, so IKEA wants to say thank you. Now through August 17th, your local IKEA stores are offering all teachers and educators an exclusive 15% off your entire purchase during IKEA Teacher Appreciation Days. Whether you're revamping your classroom, organizing your home office, or rewarding yourself, IKEA has got your back. So stop by your local Schaumburg or Bolingbrook IKEA, fill up that cart, show your staff ID at the register, and enjoy their special thanks and 15% off.
Hey, it's Kap, and now I'm a Chicago window guy's guy. Why? Because Russ Armstrong makes it easy. No sketchy deals, no long-winded sales pitch, just great windows, expert installation, and the best price I could find, guaranteed. And get this, Russ himself came to my house. No subcontractors, no nonsense, just honest work and a lifetime guarantee. So yeah, I'm a Chicago window guy now. Join the club, 847-881-3060, or check out the reviews at ChicagoWindowGuys.com.
ChicagoWindowGuys.com. Steinhaffel's 7th Chicagoland Superstore is now open at Maryville Plaza in Maryville, Indiana. For over 90 years, we've helped families create the homes of their dreams, and now we're proud to be part of yours. Steinhaffel's has all the top furniture and mattress brands, styles for every taste, prices for every budget. So come on in, discover the selection, the service, the savings. Discover the Steinhaffel's difference, now in Maryville. Relax, it's Steinhaffel's.
Are you confident your retirement game plan is as strong as steel? Hey, it's Jurko from Mitch Lyons Wealth. MitchLyonsWealth.com is full of tools for you to access at no cost to make sure you're positioned to win retirement. Go to MitchLyonsWealth.com today and get a free copy of Mitch's book or his retirement documentary. You can set a no-obligation 10-minute call with Mitch and his team to see if strategies they are utilizing might improve your retirement. That's MitchLyonsWealth.com, your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
The Taste of Elmwood Park returns. It's August 7th to the 10th. Mayor Skip Saviano, what's your favorite part?
Where do I start? The live music, family fun, and sampling from over 20 of Elmwood Park's best restaurants. I love it all. How about you, Carm?
Gotta be the meatball eating contest.
Always a crowd favorite.
And I'm excited to be the honorary MC once again this year.
Join us at the Taste of Elmwood Park happening August 7th to the 10th.
Grab your family and friends for a weekend of amazing food, live entertainment, and a true Taste of Elmwood Park.
3 games left. Just 3 games to settle the entire LIV Golf season, and it begins at Bolingbrook, August 8th through the 10th, where 54 of the world's best players will come out swinging for glory. DeChambeau, Rahm, Koepka, and more. Up close, personal, and locked in, with special guests Good Charlotte providing the soundtrack. Ready to see things get clutch? Get tickets now at livegolf.com. That's LIVgolf.com. The cheers, the smiles, the high fives, they make every race worth running or swimming. This Thursday is Chicago Ducky Derby Day. So stop by and say hi to Kap J Hood as they broadcast live from Pioneer Court. Then stick around for the big splashdown at 1 p.m. when tens of thousands of rubber ducks will race down the Chicago River, all to support Special Olympics Illinois. Help fuel the dreams of these amazing athletes and maybe win big while you're at it. Adopt your duck today at ChicagoDuckyDerby.com.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Hard work beats talent when talent doesn't work hard. That's why when it comes to hard work, nothing works harder than a Chevy Silverado. Check out the full line of Silverados at ChevyDriveChicago.com. Chevy Silverado, official truck partner of the Chicago Bears.
You probably heard of speed dating, but what if there was something similar for hiring, especially if you're running a growing business, like ZipRecruiter. Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter, that is. So you can post your job today and talk to interested qualified candidates tomorrow. So think about this. Go to the website, ZipRecruiter.com/USL. That's ZipRecruiter.com/USL. Say more.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitter at ESPN 1000. Kap and J Hood are back on ESPN Chicago. Chicago's Home for Sports.
Keep your beak out of this.
Courtney Cronin, national Chicago Bears reporter for ESPN.
You have to temper expectations if you are a Bears fan, just given everything that this team had to kind of undo.
Breaking down the Bears and the latest NFL storylines.
Foles was given the flexibility and the freedom to take this thing down to the ground floor, down to the studs, to be able to build it back up.
Courtney Cronin with Kap and J Hood on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
Courtney Cronin is brought to you by Costa Ivoni. Injured? Call 708-4million for the people of Chicago, because they are Chicago. Costa Ivoni, your local personal injury lawyers.
Yuengling, the oldest brewery in America.
Kap J Hood on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. Fresh off a First Take, fresh off a Vibe Check. It is Courtney Cronin with us here on Kap J Hood. Good morning, Courtney. How are you?
I'm great, guys. How are you?
We're awesome, Courtney Cronin. So what I've been hearing, and you're there, I was just extolling your amazing work. I've watched you when you watch and practice. You're not out there with a cup of coffee doing playing solitaire like Stephen A. You're out there like locked in on every play, and I mean you are bookmarked on my computer. I'm looking at it right now because your stuff from training camp is as good as it gets. Is it true that Caleb Williams has had his best 3 days as a Bear in training camp?
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment if you're looking at the overall body of work. And I know that Ben Johnson said that what day would it? Yesterday was Thursday. The day before that was Wednesday. So, yeah, Wednesday's practice, which was the lighter day. It was a red zone period. He felt that the execution wasn't there. But by and large, since the ups and downs of last week, they get the player day off on Monday. They come back, or player day off Sunday. Monday through Thursday, I think he looked better and more comfortable in what he's being asked to do. Now, that's not to say that there still aren't operation issues. We've seen a couple botched quarterback center exchanges, and Ben Johnson is no stranger to calling those high school Harry things, meaning amateur hour. You can't have that stuff happen. But the getting in and out of the huddle, I know it sounds elementary, but he's learning a new offense that has a lot of verbiage in it. And the play calls are long. Being able to relay those, get them right, and then make sure 10 other guys know what they have to do. That takes time. So the growth that you've seen from him in that area where there's not as much pre-snap procedure stuff that's going wrong, and the deep ball game yesterday coming alive, those are the steps in the right direction that Caleb's taking, and you're seeing some tangible results through 8 practices.
As far as camp battles are concerned, Courtney, as of late, what has stood out to you most about some of the things that we need to look at deeper into this depth chart?
Yeah, the left tackle one, it's confusing to figure out who's ahead because it might be Karana Magaji starting with the ones in team period, and then, he gets 2 reps, and then Braxton Jones in there for 3 reps, and then, some guys might go with the third team just to be able to stay fresh and to be able to field an offensive line. Like, it is so much more difficult when you have an extra player in there, and it's not this guy gets first team reps one day, the other guy in a 2-person battle gets the first team reps the next day. Like, they're going to eventually have to whittle this thing down to their top 2 because it's going to be really difficult, I think, to figure out who's ahead based on how much switching around they're doing. Now, it's good because you're playing next to different left guards, and that's important in terms of building continuity, gelling with an offensive line, being able to do it with multiple players. But I think here coming up next week when Miami comes to town for that joint practice, they'll have a more clear idea because that's where you're going to get a real pass rush. And what Ben Johnson said yesterday, the most important things in this left tackle competition, sustaining a pass rush, winning your one-on-one matchups there, no mental errors or limiting those as much as you can, and being consistent with it. And beyond that, because obviously left tackle is like the number 1 battle we're looking at, that number 2 cornerback job. And everything that has been said from Dennis Allen calling that a completely wide open spot to win on the field, and then hearing what we heard yesterday about Jalen Johnson might sounds like it might be out longer than we had originally anticipated. I think that battle between Nashawn Wright and Tyreek Stevenson is going to be one that becomes very compelling here in the 3rd week of camp.
So I want to read something to you from your own Twitter account. As I said, I got a whole column from you. Caleb Williams joined the Waddle Silvy show and shared a real-time teaching moment for practice where Ben Johnson showed him exactly how to prepare for unexpected, chaotic moments that are bound to arise in games. This was never done last year, and it just blows me away. Like, I don't understand how you prepare teams. Like, when I was a college assistant, our head coach would go over the most bizarre situations, and I'm like, why are you doing that? because you don't know what's going to happen. Williams tells Waddle and Silvy, we were marching down the field and the headset started going out on me, and I kind of got frustrated. Ben came over to me after and he's like, have a few plays in mind if that ever happens. That's more of accountability to me and to this team, and having a few plays that if the clock's running down, the headset goes out, or it's spiking or something and you can't hear a play call, got to have a few plays go out there, and don't go out there palms up and complain, things like that. Keep going. How in the H was that never worked on? Because that's awesome right there.
Yeah, I mean, when he says that, my first flashback is the Detroit game. And, there's 20-some seconds left, and there's not that mental preparation from the quarterback for whatever reason. And that's, sudden football is all about sudden change. And it's how the teams that handle those sudden changes best, whether it's the headset going out, whether it's a fumble, whether it's anything that changes possession of the game, you've got to be prepared for that. And we know these headsets are not foolproof. Like, that's a good example of it. He says that, it happened. Like, sometimes these things happen by design, where the staff will cut out the headset of a quarterback to see how he reacts to it, whether it's in a preseason game, whether it's during training camp. It sounded like it was a real moment yesterday, and Caleb got frustrated by it, but there's a teaching moment there. And we've heard so much about Ben Johnson asking his coaches, be really good teachers. He's taken that to heart too. And to be able to give Caleb a tip of, hey, have a couple plays. Like, if this thing goes haywire, because it will, there's a 100% chance of something going wrong in a football game every single week. You've got to be prepared then. And that shows the growth and maturity and accountability, because, the palms up thing, that's something that they've been working on in terms of Caleb's body language since the spring. They went back through, they watched film of Caleb, in some of the moments where they wanted better body language. Ben said you don't want to be a palms up team, because if you literally are doing palms up, it's like, well, what do you want from me? What do you expect? That's what that gesture is giving off. You don't want your quarterback to be that guy. So I think it's a great teaching moment, and something kind of an aha moment from Caleb, the way that he described it in a great interview with Waddle and Silvy about the ways in which Ben is not just holding him, not just coaching him hard, but holding him accountable in that process.
Courtney, how are you celebrating your 21st birthday today?
You know how I'm not celebrating it? Going to the Cubs-Orioles game, because A, I don't know who plays on the Orioles anymore, not after this past week, and B, I'm not happy with my team right now. I'm not either. Like, I feel worse for Twins fans this morning than I do for us Cubs fans, but come on. Like, are the Cubs going to get past San Diego at this rate? They already had a great bullpen. They added more offense. I'm frustrated. Like, you're neck and neck trying to win the division with the Brewers right now, and you do that. That's not all in. Like, I don't know. Did the Jed extension this week give him some comfort to not have to go 100 miles an hour to try to get this roster where it needs to be to contend in October? I'm frustrated by it. But yes, that's how I will not be spending my birthday. I'll be spending it going from New York to Bristol in a couple minutes for NFL Live this afternoon.
Oh, wow. I made that trip. That's fun.
Fired up about the Cubs. Sounds like a great birthday. Sounds like a wonderful day.
I'm telling you, Cap, weren't you telling me that Jed was going to, he had permission to go all in, and this was going to be the year that at the deadline he makes those moves? What happened?
I don't know. Rosenthal, Alney, Rogers, Passon, me, Levine. We were all told, hey, man, money will not be the issue here, and I don't think it was. This was not about money. This was about prospect hugging. They weren't going to overpay. And again, no real controllable starters in terms of starting pitching were traded. Not one.
Well,
that's fine. How about going to get a high-leverage reliever?
Joe Ryan was not traded. Mackenzie Gore was not traded. Sandy Alcantara was not traded. Edward Cabrera was not traded. There's plenty of starting pitching out there. It's not high-end, but it would have been enough to bolster your rotation, and certainly going after
Kelly,
more arms,
Charlie Morton, those guys would have helped you, and you could have gotten better bullpen guys.
It's frustrating because I feel like that's what's going to undo this team come the playoffs. They'll make the playoffs, but I don't know if this team is going to be able to contend even with a team like the Padres that just loaded up yesterday.
Yeah, fair enough.
Happy birthday, Courtney.
Thank you, guys. I'll see you next week.
We love you, Courtney. Be safe.
Do it, lady. On your birthday.
Yuengling, the oldest brewery in America.
Hey, Hoodro.
Yes?
Let me tell you one quick thing. You know how Caleb's headset went out?
Yeah.
You know what Coach McDougal did one day? We were getting ready to play a game against a ranked team, a Big Ten team, on the road. And he said, guys, it's going to be loud. You might not be able to hear me when I make a play call. So you got to understand, when I tell you something in the huddle, we may put 2 or 3 plays in. You got to be able to remember them. We called a timeout in practice in that arena. He always had chalk in his pocket. We would draw in parking lots walking to get coffee. And he drew a play on the wood floor in chalk, and he had our manager, as he wrote it all, he goes, all right, here's what I want you to do. John, you do this. And Shay, you... And then all of a sudden, water came pouring over and washed the play off. Guys are like, wait. I didn't see what I'm supposed to do. He said, you're supposed to know in those situations, or 18,000 maniacs screaming, when I tell you we're running fist, you better know what you're supposed to do. I thought it was an awesome teaching moment. I did.
I bet McDougal knew the weather forecast.
Guarantee you he did.
Just because when it rains, the play is dissolved into the pavement. Wait.
I didn't see that, Coach. What am I supposed to do? You better know what you're supposed to do.
See, that's a great teaching moment right there.
It was awesome.
We have the Friday folder coming up. That's next on the Kap J Hood Morning Show.
Kap J Hood, ESPN Chicago.
The ball's wet.
Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Angels.
Coverage starts tonight at 8 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
Let me tell you about our friend Howard Ankin, Johnny. He is the #1 personal injury, rideshare injury, medical malpractice attorney in Illinois. He's won all the big awards.
And he brings us a sidebar.
May I approach?
Yes, you may. Countless commercials, hundreds of live reads, Cap. And, he's always around the Grip and Exhibit Classic, and the list goes on and on. It's amazing. This Howard Ankin, he does so much for so many people and returns your phone call.
He does. 312-6-million. If you are injured, if you have medical malpractice, if you have a rideshare injury. I had my sister-in-law and my brother-in-law both separately on business trips get in rideshare accidents.
Wow.
Guess who they call? Howard Ankin.
312-6-million. 312-6-million for injury law made personal. That's Ankin Law. Jay Moore.
The Roar returns this week to Washington Park in Michigan City, Indiana. The X-Insurance Great Lakes Grand Prix runs through Sunday, showcasing the world's fastest offshore motorboat racing. Events for the entire family all weekend long, including the block party, boat parade, flyovers, live music, and the Grand Prix Brewfest. Check out the schedule and plan your visit at GreatLakesGrandPrix.com. Make the short drive and feel miles away in Michigan City, Indiana.
White Sox fans looking for family fun that everyone can enjoy? Bring the whole crew to the ballpark with a family pack presented by ExxonMobil. Starting at just $19, each family member gets 1 ticket, hot dog, drink, chips, cookie, and a souvenir water bottle. Plus, every Sunday home game features family-friendly activities. Kids run the bases post-game and more with Family Sundays presented by Coca-Cola. Tickets starting at just $10, includes all fees. To get yours, visit whitesox.com/offers.
Save big on everything you need when you shop at Menards. Spidey Electric smart home products make everyday living simply smarter. Stay connected to home while you're away with wireless outdoor security cameras. Control all your smart home products from anywhere using one easy-to-use app. View our entire selection of Spidey Electric smart home products today on Menards.com. Plus, check out our weekly flyer for other great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
John, what are you doing? Get in my car. So why are you walking to work?
Thanks, man. It's these insanely high gas prices. They're draining my bank account. I can't afford to drive anymore.
Dude, don't walk. Just do what I do because I never pay full price for gas anymore. I use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Oh, wait. You're telling me you get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code RICH for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's promo code RICH. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code RICH for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code RICH.
Want a career helping people look and feel their best? Triton College's Barber Certificate program offers hands-on training in a real barbershop-style setting right on campus. Shape your future one cut at a time. Visit triton.edu/barber to learn more today.
Relish this. Two Chicago icons, Lou Malnati's and Portillo's, have teamed up for the flavor mashup you didn't know you needed. Introducing the Chicago Dog Deep Dish. Lou's legendary deep dish crust, gooey cheese, topped with real Chicago-style hot dog slices, and all the classic fixings: mustard, relish, tomatoes, onions, sport peppers, and a pickle. But hurry, it's only here for a super limited time at 21 Lou's dine-in locations. Carry out and delivery too. Lou Malnati's, Chicago's legendary deep dish.
Truth of the matter is, you're listening to Kap and J Hood on ESPN 1000. Weekdays, 7 to 10 a.m. But it'll last a lifetime. It may only be 3 hours a day, but it'll last you a lifetime.
'Cause it's Friday.
It's time for the Friday Folder
And you ain't got to do.
on the Kap and J Hood Show.
Now it's time for the Friday Folder here on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and on YouTube. And the Friday Folder is brought to you by...
That would be Lou Malnati's, baby. Try their new collab with Portillo's, a very limited time offering. It's got a Chicago-style dog on the deep dish pizza, and I'm hearing it's amazing. I haven't gotten to try it yet. I have to speak with the woman I sleep with every night to get me one of those. But go to LouMalnati's.com for a location near you. Jonathan, Shay, J-Moore,
Carmen, Jurko.
They're not here.
Waddle.
It's just us.
Since we're just doing random names.
Well, this is our show, Sparky.
Yeah, you're just throwing it to anybody right now, right?
Pretty much.
So how about Shay Norling? Shay's has got the Friday Folder, things that we missed from the week. Shay Norling.
How about Scoops Carm yesterday, by the way? Putting out the Mackenzie Gore, a little momentum, breaking some news. Carmen, putting the work in. How'd that work out?
Wow.
I'm not making fun of Carm. A lot of people get a lot of things wrong. It'll happen.
Sounds like you are.
Wow.
I'd blame the Cubs more than I would blame Carm.
Hey, how about that? Lobbing the grenade in on the Friday Folder. Very good.
He was crashing out yesterday. Abdalla kept needling him, just pushing his buttons perfectly. Carm was getting angry. So I'm sure maybe I can credit a crash out to myself today.
If Carm could have just went 50-50 on Gore like he always does, it would have been fine.
I don't know, boys. Can you look it up?
If he would have just said, could you look it up? Are they getting Gore? It would have been fine.
I loved that Carm got involved in that. I loved it. When I saw it, I went, Carm, that's awesome, man.
And of course, you had to depend on a guy that was not all in and Jed for that deal to happen. And it didn't happen. Shay?
All right. I've had friends reach out to me that live in different parts of the country asking if I am taking part in something that's happening in Chicago that has gone very viral. The Chicago Scream Club. This is a group of people that each Sunday at 7 p.m. gather at the North Avenue Beach Pier to scream together into Lake Michigan. It's said to be a stress relief activity, a cathartic tradition that has drawn hundreds of people a week. So my question, Kap, will you let out your Cubs angst by joining the Chicago Scream Club Sunday at 7 p.m.?
And so explain to me exactly what I have to do, because I let my angst out with you guys. What exactly do I do?
You show up to the North Avenue Beach Pier
at
7 p.m. on Sunday, and you scream.
Do I jump in and scream or just scream on the pier?
Just scream.
No, I won't do that. That's stupid. That's dumb. If you said
I'd be all
jumping in like a plunge pool,
yeah,
I would do that.
Yeah, I'm all for
that. A
that.
cold one? Get me a cold plunge pool. I will go in there.
I'm all in for you jumping in that lake, though. That's for sure.
Yeah, but the lake right now is not exceptionally cold. It's the summer. But like if you said, hey, I got that plunge pool at 58 degrees, that's cold. I will get in there. I would do that. I love plunge pools.
They have a whole website, thescreamclub.com, where they apparently set up this event and everybody meets 7 o'clock and screams together.
Yeah.
I saw this on the news. And
because it's news.
Yeah, I saw it on the news. It was like one of their kicker stories. And I was like, oh, that's interesting. That's something I would not partake in. Too smooth for that.
You don't have enough stress to let out.
Oh,
you have to go scream into the lake.
There's stress. I have different ways to be able to let that stress out, though. There we go.
Did you ever, when I was in college, they had the midnight scream. So it was the week of exams. Everybody in the dorms at midnight would open their windows and just scream right at midnight to let out their stress from studying. It always just seemed silly to me. How much stress is that really relieving? Just screaming.
The bowl's wet.
Shay?
How about, Hoodie, one of the funniest pronunciations I have ever heard. A group of athletes visited the president at the White House, and the president struggled to pronounce one name in particular.
This is so good, man. So good. We don't talk any politics, thank God, here. But this is incredibly good.
Funny is funny.
Was on the council, and Tua Tagovailoa, the quarterback, who is really he's been fantastic. He's been when he's not injured, he's great. He's got to stay healthy, but he's a great guy. Tua Tagovailoa.
That was so good.
Tagovailoa.
Jay said that, and I was stuck in traffic, and it made me laugh out loud on a day I was mad at the Cubs.
Tua Tagovailoa.
I was so angry last night after the trade deadline, and I opened my phone and hear that. I laughed so hard.
Tua Tagovailoa.
You know, it's interesting about the president. He's got the analysis right. He feels like when Tua is healthy, he's actually pretty good. Stay healthy. That's what I was told. Stay healthy.
Yep.
My guy, Tua
Tagovailoa.
It gets me every time, man.
It's so good.
Vance is like, yep, that's how it is. Absolutely. Right next to him, Cap. He's like, yep, that's it. Nailed it.
Phenomenal.
Tua Tagovailoa, great quarterback, the best quarterback.
Oh my God. When he's healthy, he'll be on NFL Live one day.
You imagine.
Just like Rush.
So good.
I just want to give him just a bunch of NFL names to pronounce now.
Hockey names. Give him hockey names.
My God. And you know what it was? I'm sure it was out there phonetically, but that thing's hard. If you haven't read that name before, that's difficult. I'm sure it was out there for him phonetically, Cap, but he's looking at it like, oh my God.
Yeah, he gets done. He's talking to like the head of Ukraine, and he's like, what do I have to do? Tua. Oh, God.
Tua Tagovailoa.
So good.
Every time.
With a flourish.
So good.
I nailed it. I was told I nailed it.
Yeah.
Shay?
The best pronunciation.
Last one locally. We didn't get to this. During the White Sox-Phillies series, John Kruk decided to take a shot at Angel Reese. Take a listen to this.
John, I got to send birthday wishes out to my former center in basketball in high school, Bob Wiskowski's wife, Christine. Her birthday is tomorrow. Oh, wow. Happy birthday, Christine.
Do it, lady. She made a wise move marrying a Polish American, Tom.
He was a heck of a basketball player. Played at Ryder and Monmouth. It's all because I missed a lot of shots and he cleaned them up.
Yeah, it's,
I'd miss them.
Don't want to say anything, but there's someone here in Chicago that does that a lot.
That is true. Well, she gets her points.
She gets her rebounds, too.
2-1.
We'll be getting some tweets about that, I'm sure.
John Kruk. My God, man.
That was so good. And by the way, did you see the latest on that Angel Reese is involved in late last night? So, Candace Parker, she did a ranking of the top players, tier ranking. This is Candace. She said, for those of you who don't know, I did a tier ranking. I'm going to list the players. Asia Wilson, Brianna Stewart, Nafisa Collier, Caitlin Clark, Kelsey Plum, Sabrina Ionescu, Arike Ogunbowale, Paige Beckers, Cameron Brink, Angel Reese. She ranked Wilson, Collier, and Stewart at tier S, superior. Clark, Plum, and Ionescu at an A level. Reese on a C level, though she was complimentary. Angel Reese took issue, posted on X. Clout is one hell of a drug. Like it really gets to a point. Parker said, what player are you taking Angel Reese over those players I just listed? And this is no disrespect. Those are the greatest players in the game right now. Are you taking Angel above Paige, Arike, Caitlin, Brianna, Kelsey, Sabrina, blah, blah, blah? Why does Angel Reese have to weigh in going at one of the great players in the history of the sport in Candace Parker? Why?
Erica Ogun.
Tua Tag Ovalia.
I don't understand it. Oh, God.
Did you see the one WNBA player who had her wig snatched off?
I saw that.
Yep.
That's called the weave, Jay Moore. And and I saw the bright green, like fluorescent green sex toy thrown on the court. Yeah. I mean, what is going on in that league?
It's good that you're learning about black culture and know the difference between a wig and a weave. You're really learning, Cap, working with me.
Thank you.
We turn now to
it's the best.
The Kap J Hood cut of the day. The best weaves, the best crochets. It's the best. We will have the Kap J Hood cut of the day is right around the corner on Chicago's Home for Sports.
You're listening to Kap and J Hood on ESPN Chicago.
Tua Tag Ovalia.
8 is almost here.
Let's hear from number 88.
Daytime sessions have sold out, but you can still purchase tickets to an evening with Patrick Kane.
What's up, Chicago?
Friday, August 8th at Morgan Manufacturing. This 21 and over event includes an open bar and food, a Q&A session conducted by Pat Boyle, a photo opportunity, and autograph with Kaner. Celebrate number 88 on 8/8. Google Patrick Kane Evening Eventbrite and get your tickets today.
At Wintrust, our approach is to let Southside fans show off their Southside pride anytime, anywhere. With the White Sox debit card from Wintrust Community Banks, you're not just swiping, you're making a statement.
It's like a megaphone for your wallet.
Broadcasting your Sox pride with every transaction. Open an eligible checking account. Visit wintrust.com/Sox today. Wintrust. Different approach, better results. Member FDIC.
Hey golfers, it's Silvy. I've been talking about Chicago Southland's finest golf course for years, the Sanctuary in New Lenox. The Sanctuary offers 18 holes of great golf on a beautiful course. The track may be a challenge, but it's an easy drive from anywhere in Chicagoland. Sanctuary features a 20-bay heated top tracer range, a 30-station grass range, a putting green, and a short game area. Check out golfsanctuary.com for the best rates and book your tee time. You no longer need to find your golf sanctuary.
With 3 locations to serve Chicagoland, Advantage Chevrolet gives you so much more. Visit and see the amazing inventory and savings at Advantage Chevrolet Bolingbrook. And Advantage Chevrolet values your time. They'll have you in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. That's right. Drive off in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they will make your first car payment. Visit AdvantageChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
Must mention offer upon arrival before negotiation. Restrictions apply. Ask dealer for details.
The legends of sports are celebrated daily on ESPN Chicago.
The legends of rock and roll.
They come to life once again at Paramount Aurora's new immersive Stolt Island Theater. Make plans now to see $1 Million Quartet. A step into their theater is a step back in time to Memphis' Sun Studios in 1956. Sit back and experience the night Johnny, Elvis, Carl, and Jerry Lee shook up the world of music. $1 Million Quartet at Paramount Aurora's Stolt Theater. Now extended through January 2026. Visit ParamountAurora.com and look up events. Postman Law is used to winning. That's why with every home win by Chicago's Southside baseball team, they're adding $100 to the Postman Law Home Team Scholarship Fund. More wins, more scholarship money. Because at Postman Law, they win more for you. Visit postmanlaw.com/scholarship to see how much your city has earned and apply today. After an injury, you could use a win. Call Postman Law today. This is attorney advertising.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today. Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. SkillBridge and other VA benefits are available to those who qualify.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play.
Summer is the time for making memories, not appointments. It's why you should go to Great Clips. Use online check-in to get in for a cooler, shorter haircut for less whenever you have time. So what are you waiting for? Get in, get out, and get back to summer with time-saving haircuts at Great Clips. It's going to be great.
Now back to Kap and J Hood
When I tell you he's got his own money, I mean the boy has got his own money.
On ESPN Chicago.
Kap and J Hood on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. We got breaking news, Kap?
Yeah, Diana Rossini, who is as tapped in as anyone in the NFL, this is what she just posted. Breaking. The Micah Parsons Cowboys relationship has deteriorated to the point where the star pass rusher is considering drastic measures, which could include a trade request or even a declaration that he is severing his relationship with the team, per multiple league sources familiar with the situation. The two sides remain far apart heading into the second week of training camp and are not currently negotiating.
So we see him in September in a Cowboys uniform.
Well, if he I don't know if he's going to be a free agent at the end of this year. I don't know what his contractual status is. But he is so mad that, and they've already paid stupid money to Dak and CeeDee Lamb. If he truly is going to get traded, Ryan Poles has to pick up the phone because this isn't a 31-year-old. This is like, what, a 26-year-old? Maybe the best pass rusher other than Myles Garrett? Let's go.
Did you hear the audio on Jerry Jones when he said that it wasn't hot enough for him to do the deal with Parsons?
Did you hear this?
No.
Yeah, he said it.
He's on his fifth-year option right now, so he is a free agent at the end of the year.
Yeah, so he has to play to get to his free agency. Get it done. Ryan, pick up the phone. You know I like to keep my draft.
That's what Jerry said right there. That's what he said. I expect him to be in a uniform in September for the Dallas Cowboys.
If they're trying to win.
This is all just summer Dallas Cowboy nonsense we get almost every year. I expect them to find a way to get him on the field in September. That's what I expect.
We'll see. Everything's brought to you, that breaking news, and our cut of the day always is brought to you by the great people at Chicago Cut Steakhouse on LaSalle, north side of Chicago River. Beautiful weekend. Eat on that patio. Best in the city.
J-Bar!
We thank you for listening and calling in a big part of the program here on Kap and J Hood.
Do it, Kap.
Oh, by the way, Cubs made 2 roster moves. Gavin Hollowell and Moises Ballesteros back to Des Moines. Willie Castro, Andrew Kittredge, Taylor Rogers, all activated.
And the Cubs get the 2027 All-Star game. Thank you, Shay. Thank you, Jay Moore. We'll talk to you Monday. So long, everybody.
Have a great weekend. Take that.
From Chicago.
Love you.
See you later.
Time now for ESPN Chicago's Sports Business Minute. Brought to you by your Chicagoland BMW centers. From Crane Chicago Business, here's Danny Ecker.
If you've been unable to pay a bill because of losses on sports betting, you've got company. A nationwide survey of 1,200 people by U.S. News & World Report found 1 out of every 4 respondents were behind on bills due to sports betting. Even more said they have debts from sports gambling, with about half of that group saying those debts are north of $500. It's the fallout from 7 years of sports betting legalized in what today totals 39 U.S. states. The survey showed parlays were the most popular bets, followed by moneyline wagers, then over-unders, and bets involving a point spread. Still, 44% said they place less than 5 bets and wager less than $100 each month. And 2/3 of respondents estimated that over their lifetime, they've actually won more than they've lost. For the Crane Sports Business Minute, I'm Danny Ecker.
Summer's meant to be wide open, and with BMW, nothing stands between you and the road ahead. The BMW X3 makes every journey effortless with X-Drive and expansive cargo space. The plug-in hybrid X5 moves through summer without limits, combining uncompromising power and electric adaptability. And the all-electric i4, sporty, sleek, and unmistakably BMW. Find your ultimate driving machine now at the BMW Summer Sales Event. Hurry in for exceptional offers now through September 2nd.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Braves beat the Reds in Cincinnati 12-11 in 10 innings. It was a 3-3 tie in the 8th when the Braves scored 8 runs. The Reds then answered with 8 of their own in the bottom of the 8th. Just the 3rd time in baseball history 2 teams each scored at least 8 in the same inning. 16-year-old Charlie Woods, Tiger's son, is just starting his final round at the Junior PGA Championship. He's hoping to qualify for a spot on the U.S. Junior Ryder Cup team.
Transmit is working perfectly. I hear everything clear as a bell.
Clinton Yates always brings the heat.
I can lead a nation with a microphone.
I am pleased to be joined by ESPN's Clinton Yates.
With a microphone.
I would imagine most of you have never heard Clinton Yates. He's irrelevant.
This is my new favorite show.
We welcome in Clinton Yates. Clinton, I've mentioned this to you before. When I think of people who love the game, I think of you.
That right there is Clinton Yates.
Clinton Yates! Clinton Yates, incredible job today.
Our pal Clinton Yates. People like Clinton Yates.
Let's first begin by saying good day to my friend Clinton Yates. There's a lot to talk about here.
Clinton, where the hell are you at?
From Studio 5 at LA Live, this is Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
And just like that, there's football drama in the nation's capital. Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80, and watch ESPN. Clinton Yates off today. So instead, he is a legend in Atlanta. He is sports in Atlanta. Home team, Brandon Leak. I am Ken LaVicka. And I know that home team has been out sweating bullets in Flowery Branch at Falcons training camp. Home team, I got to imagine that this is a little more comfortable for you hanging out with me for a couple hours today talking sports.
Ken, it almost is necessary to have an IV of sunscreen up at Flowery Branch. It is hot, 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 and it is the signal that football certainly has arrived, and we're almost at the starting line.
Yeah, without question, man, there is all of a sudden a whole lot of angst with the Washington Commanders, sort of the feel-good, maybe Super Bowl contender in the NFL, and let's go ahead and get into that. Clinton and Friends presented by Progressive Insurance. Get renter's insurance to protect the things that make your place a home, including coverage for theft or damage. Visit Progressive.com.
We're not parsing words, hiding from the headlines.
Extra, read all about it.
Or saving the best for later?
I can't wait.
It's time for The Lead.
Talk about burying the lead.
On Clinton and Friends.
This made me pause last night when I saw it for the first time, just because Terry McLaurin is not typically someone, at least from what I know about him and know of him and the ways he handled himself as a professional, not one to put his foot down and say, I am going to ask out. I want to leave the Washington Commanders. I am requesting a trade, but that is exactly what happened last night. First reported, ESPN's Adam Schefter, Terry McLaurin requesting a trade from the Washington Commanders, stalled contract talks. He has been a hold-in. He has had a quote-unquote ankle issue that has kept him off the practice field. But, man, Terry McLaurin, to take this step, to go full trade request mode, I got to be honest, home team, I was really, really surprised that it's gotten to this level of disconnect right now between him and the Commanders.
I agree with you, Ken. I don't know where the sudden acrimony or at least discourse has become negative with the two sides. Obviously, both sides have known for a while that they needed to get something done, and it wasn't going to get done before training camp. But now that we're here, it is a bit brow-raising, but I will say, a word we should not use in life or in sports is deserve. It's just something that you should not. You have to earn, and you have to wait, and sometimes you don't get what you want when you want it. That being said, when you start looking at where he is comparable to guys who have gotten some things, deserve is not something I don't think he needs to keep out of his repertoire of words if he's talking about getting generational wealth when he has played on some difficult situations, for some bad teams. And now the Commanders look like they are poised to shift into another gear and find a way to keep things going when you have a second-year quarterback and a bona fide, reliable number one wide receiver.
I mean, around these parts at the worldwide leader, ESPN, the three letters MVP have been thrown around to describe Jaden Daniels in 2025. Who's his favorite target? Who does he have the best rapport with? That is Terry McLaurin, and he is a fan favorite as well. Not that should suggest that he deserves money, but how about the fact that he has five straight 1,000-yard receiving seasons, 13 touchdowns last year. Adam Schefter, ESPN senior NFL insider, was on SportsCenter last night and explained why Terry McLaurin has gone to these lengths.
He has not received the contract he has wanted. The two sides have not made any type of meaningful progress. And while he awaits a new deal, he's lost confidence that he can get it from Washington. And so a team that is awash in good vibes now has its first negative story, a controversy that hangs over this franchise. Its popular, respected, talented wide receiver Terry McLaurin now has asked to be traded. Now, the Commanders have had no interest in moving on from Terry McLaurin, but I know there have been other teams that have been monitoring the situation, waiting to see if the circumstances change. Now that McLaurin has requested a trade, we'll see if that does anything to loosen Washington's grip on him. But up until now, the Commanders have had zero interest in moving on from McLaurin. He's shaking it up. He's now requested a trade.
This might all be posturing. And let's be clear, it probably is posturing. But, and this goes to the Trey Hendrickson situation that's continuing to play out with the Bengals, who don't have the best reputation when it comes to taking care of their stars in a timely manner. The age of 30 has come up as a major reason why the Commanders are hesitant to even consider something in the neighborhood of $30 million a year for Terry McLaurin. I want to make something abundantly clear here, home team. The Washington Commanders and what they have been through Terry McLaurin's tenure with that organization, Terry McLaurin does not owe that franchise one singular thing. Period. He's been one of the few bright spots of what was that nightmare final couple of years of the Daniel Snyder ownership. The transition, the name transition, embarrassing things like Sean Taylor and his commemorative statue being one of the most embarrassing artistic accomplishments that we've ever seen. And now you have Jaden Daniels. And now you have a franchise on the upswing. And now you're going to start nitpicking age with Terry McLaurin, who's coming off of his best year as a pro. That doesn't sit right with me.
Yeah, this becomes what about that dude conversation, Ken. Your point about Trey Hendrickson, he's over 30, and that usually is a marker of decline. But then it becomes what about this dude conversation. What about TJ Watt? He's 30. Guess what? The Steelers took over the conversation, and they got him paid and got him more than $100 million in guaranteed money. He didn't lead the NFL in sacks. So
Myles Garrett's on the doorstep of 30.
Yeah, there you go. And then you look at, what happened in Cincinnati. Look, I like T. Higgins, and he is certainly a solid wide receiver. He is not the number one. Jamar Chase is the number one, and T. Higgins got paid. So for Terry McLaurin, that's a what about that dude situation. If T. Higgins is getting himself, $115 million and $40 million that's guaranteed money, and Garrett Wilson is doing the same, getting big contract. What about me, to your point, that's played when the organization was in a raggedy state, and it didn't have Jaden Daniels, and I was putting up 1,000, and now I'm putting up 1,000 as we get ready to try to walk down, the Detroit Lions and whoever else is going to be up there to try to catch the Eagles. I think he has to look around and say, those dudes are getting it. I need to get it too.
Schefter brought up the vibes component of this, and I get it. It's not a tangible thing that you can grab, and it's certainly not an X's and O's conversation, but everything has been sunshine and rainbows and puppies for the better part of the last calendar year for the Commanders. And Jaden Daniels, how do you not love that guy? How do you not love his talent? How do you not love what he's all about? How do you not love the offseason the Commanders had, where now you've got Laramie Tunsil protecting Jaden Daniels? And now you've got Deebo Samuel as another receiving option. The only way to tarnish something like this outside of injury is to get in an unnecessary tit-for-tat about a contract, and the Commanders have managed to do that with the only other player on the same tier as Jaden Daniels when it comes to being a fan favorite, and that's Terry McLaurin. And you mentioned how raggedy the Commanders have been. I think that's the perfect word to describe them. Here's the list of quarterbacks in the raggedy era of Terry McLaurin in Washington, who, by the way, again, has put up, despite these names, 1,000 receiving yards each of the last 5 seasons. Here we go. Logan Thomas, Garrett Gilbert, Colt McCoy, perpetual backup Jacoby Brissett, Kyle Allen, who threw 1 million interceptions in the Hall of Fame game last night, the late stages of Carson Wentz, Alex Smith, who is just coming off of his devastating leg injury, Case Keenum, the late Dwayne Haskins, Sam Howell, who threw 21 touchdowns to 21 interceptions, and then Taylor Heineke, who was probably the most productive quarterback of the bunch in all things considered. That is what Terry McLaurin has produced Pro Bowl numbers off of. This seems pretty self-explanatory to me, home team.
Ken, you could print out that list and wear it for a Halloween costume. That is scary. And this guy has never complained. He never talked about leaving the organization. He had no idea where they were going to be going or how good Jaden Daniels was going to be. So I'm always resolute. Unless there is a ridiculous demand and somebody has not proven that it's their turn to get market value, I will always side with the player, because it always costs the organization. It costs you more when you wait for other guys to get signed, and then you have something to compare a salary to. And two, right now, it's costing you field time and chemistry time and repetition time, because Terry McLaurin is not on the field with Jaden Daniels for training camp in his second year. So the organizations always come up short when it's a star player, and they need to recognize that this guy is a star player, work out a deal, and keep him locked up in the nation's capital for a long time.
There's not one other player on that Commanders roster that you would say to yourself, hey, don't get in a contract situation with him. It's not going to be a good look. And they have managed to find the one player not to get involved in that type of discourse, and it's Terry McLaurin. I'm a White Sox fan. It would be like when the Pope revealed that he was a White Sox fan, a proud Chicagoan who was at the 2005 World Series, and he said, I am a White Sox fan. I am the Holy See. And the White Sox said, well, maybe we'll get around to welcoming you in at some point. I mean, come on. It's just bad business. Jaden Daniels, by the way, man of the moment. He obviously thinks it's pretty key to get his favorite target and his friend back on the field.
I think it's super important for everybody. Just get as many rests as possible before the big show, the real thing is to happen. But I know the time will come, and till then, I mean, if that's us getting in the film room and watching film and just talking, that's other ways we could do it. But I mean, like I said, man, nothing's changed since Terry's been back in the building. When he's out of the building, you know, we always talk. We talk ball, we talk life, and so nothing's changed at all.
Home team, I don't think that I am exaggerating and we're going to go through our top 5 Super Bowl contenders in 2025 as we move on here through the late morning Eastern time. But it is not a stretch to say that the Commanders could very well be in either of our top 5s in this conversation as an NFC Championship game participant a year ago, right? Like I'm not overstepping my bounds as long as McLaurin is playing for them, right?
No, you're not out of bounds, and you didn't know what you had last year. Anytime you have a rookie quarterback, you don't know what you have. But now you know what you have. You know what his strengths are. You know where he could get better. Without a doubt, they should be high on anybody's list because outside of the Eagles, who everybody should just peg in, it looks like it could be a wide open run to the NFC, and they definitely can be in that conversation. They are definitely not in that conversation if Terry McLaurin is not a part of it.
Yep, that is 100% right, home team. They are not in this conversation if there's no McLaurin. The Washington Commanders, are they a top 5 team in the NFL? Are they a top 5 Super Bowl contender in the NFL if Terry McLaurin is available, if he is playing for them? Are the Washington Commanders a top 5 team in the league if Terry McLaurin is on this roster in 2025? 888-SAY-ESPN. That's 888-SAY-ESPN. Let us know what you think. Are the Washington Commanders top 5 team in the league with Terry McLaurin? Are the Commanders on the verge of potentially fumbling a whole lot of goodwill and maybe a championship season? 888-SAY-ESPN. Vivid Seats, your ultimate destination for all your sports and concert needs this summer. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every home run and thrilling comeback in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket's backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN. Up next, who were the winners and the losers of the Major League Baseball trade deadline? We'll tell you. It's Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
I'm Phil Murphy. And I'm Tyler Fulgham. Today on SC Plus, streaming exclusively on Disney Plus.
A crazy trade deadline day in the majors.
Plus, Scary Terry wants out of D.C.
Ooh, we got a fresh batch of not top plays.
Perfect timing for ESPN The Ocho Weekend. All that and more today on SC Plus.
Evan Cohen here. Whether you're locking in your home run picks or riding with your favorite golfers this summer, ESPN Bet is your sportsbook for all the action. Go from checking stats on your favorite teams and players to placing bets in just a few taps. Plus, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
If something happens to you, what happens to your family? Will they struggle financially? Will they be able to afford the home you built together? With Ethos, you can get life insurance coverage in minutes. Get up to $2 million in coverage for as little as $2 a day. All online with no medical exam. Just answer a few health questions. Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Rates may vary. Billed monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
Start your painting project and save big on everything when you shop at Menards. Pittsburgh's premier interior paint is a paint and primer in one that provides excellent all-around performance and a durable finish that's easy to clean. Visit us in-store or on Menards.com to save big on all Pittsburgh paints and get your project started today. Plus, check out our weekly flyer and find more great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
You know, Waddle, we haven't taken the show on the road lately.
Yeah, because you must have ticked someone off again.
Who, me?
Or maybe you just wouldn't let them schedule a live show while you were on one of your 6-week vacation trips.
All right, cheap shot again. We're back on the road at Twin Peaks in Algonquin today.
Join the Waddle and Silvy Show for eats, drinks, and scenic views at Twin Peaks. Come on out. It is a fun Friday show.
Twin Peaks, Algonquin, 2:30 to 6:30 later today.
And please drink responsibly.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
My mom is a veteran and she was injured in the line of duty.
I hurt my leg in a training accident when she was only 2 years old.
She had 7 different surgeries over the span of 9 years, and there were tons of complications.
I couldn't be the mom my kids needed me to be.
She missed so much.
After my last surgery, I got an infection so bad I thought it was going to kill me.
I told her she couldn't leave me yet. There was still so much she had to see. I hadn't even graduated.
I'm doing much better now. I may have lost my leg, but I've gained so much. I'm an active part of my kids' lives.
She can kick a mean soccer ball.
DAV's been there for me and my family. Through thick and thin, they've had our back.
Every year, DAV helps more than 1 million veterans like Sandy get the health and disability benefits they've earned so they can achieve victories great and small.
My victory is getting my life back. I got my joy back.
We got our mom back, thanks to DAV.
Support more victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org.
Dive into the Marvel Universe on the official Marvel Podcast. We're going behind the scenes with the creators behind Marvel Comics, the stars of the MCU, and Marvel Studios' Kevin Feige.
But if you want the real answer, if we're trying to get real on this podcast,
celebrate the legacy of your favorite Marvel adventures and characters. The official Marvel Podcast.
I think this show's gonna be a real treat.
New episodes every Wednesday wherever you listen to podcasts.
Now is the perfect time to start on your next success. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start August 13th. An accredited state university, University of Maryland Global Campus offers online and hybrid courses. Plus, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits towards a master's. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Shell.
Courtney Cronin, the latest from Hallis Hall, and wherever Bears roam in Chicago. Be an informed fan with ESPN Chicago, brought to you by Costa Ivoni.
This is Clinton and Friends.
Before we start our regular program, I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce you to Dr. Clinton. Clint, if you're anything like I am, you'll spend your first week trying to figure out what all these buttons do.
Actually, in college, I ran the radio station.
Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Terry McLaurin, the Washington Commanders, they're at odds. A trade has been requested. Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio, Sirius XM Channel 80, and watch ESPN. Clinton is off today. Home team, Brandon Lake, the man. I am Ken LaVicka, and we are presented by Progressive Insurance. You know, I was thinking about this a little bit, home team. Jaden Daniels, and I know he came from a total circus college situation at LSU, so it's not like he is new to this media frenzy, but this is going to be the first time now that he becomes the focal point for media questions about someone else's contract situation in camp. So he gets through his rookie year, and now there's all these expectations heaped upon him, and now arguably the most favorite person amongst the fan base on the roster is going through a contentious contract situation. This is a little bit of a test for Jaden Daniels here before his second season even starts.
I think you just hit the nail on the head. Look, they're both good guys. Everybody loves Jaden Daniels. He's the water, the soup, the cereal, everything right now in the nation's capital. And same with Terry McLaurin. Even if you aren't the biggest Commander fan, I think NFL fans just respect what this guy is. When he comes to your town, he's a problem. What he's been able to do year after year, quarterback after quarterback, he's been a problem. And people just like when it's your turn to get paid to watch guys get paid. So this is really on the Commanders. You have two good guys and the quarterback now bumping for his number one wide receiver. Nothing but good can come from that conversation, him standing up for his teammate. And we'll just have to see how soon a deal will get done, or if Terry McLaurin is really serious and not being coy and really wants to be traded.
Yeah, it seems like the sticking point is Terry McLaurin wants to get something right around $30 million a year. DK Metcalf would be the example of that, and McLaurin is way more productive and consistent than DK Metcalf has been. But again, there's that age 30 sticking point that scares the Commanders. But 30, that's where the decline starts. And you have Deebo Samuel now, Ken. Deebo Samuel's there. Well, one, stay on the field, Deebo Samuel. And two, along the same vein, Terry McLaurin has played every single game of each of the last 4 seasons. He's always available. He's always ready to go. He's had a clean bill of health. I mean, you can't depend on Deebo Samuel to be on the field for you with all the roles that he serves for a full 17 games. Terry McLaurin, you can. The Commanders are a Super Bowl contender. And just to put a number on it, I think they're a top 5 team in the NFL, win in full. But Terry McLaurin, if he's not there, that changes infinitely. Washington Commanders, are they a top 5 NFL team with McLaurin? Are they on the verge of fumbling this entire thing? 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-SAY-ESPN. Let's head to Indiana. That's where Kevin kicks us off here. Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio. What's up, Kevin?
Hey, good morning, guys. How you guys doing today?
Morning.
All right.
Lifelong Redskin fan, and I can just say frustrated because you're right. Terry McLaurin was the Redskins. He was the one guy that we could identify with through all the debacle with the Daniel Snyder years. Then we finally get new ownership. We get this great rookie quarterback. You get life back in the D.C. area, and Redskin fans are truly excited. Look, I don't know if we could have beaten the Eagles last year, but I know a couple turnovers. If we don't make those, maybe that's a different game. Maybe we're right there. You go out, you get a good left tackle to protect him. You go out and get Deebo. You add some defensive pieces I hear are doing really well in camp. I just don't understand what they're doing. Give the guy a 3-year, 33, 32, whatever it takes deal before Jaden's got to come up for his big contract.
Yeah, appreciate the call, Kevin. I just, when it comes to the Commanders, I think that with the new ownership, every step has been clear and calculated and correct. And now all of a sudden you've got some hang-ups with the new stadium, and you're getting into a back and forth with a contract with Terry McLaurin, of all people. It's unforced errors, at least from the McLaurin standpoint, in my opinion.
You don't have a horrible cap situation. Make the numbers work. You know what the markers are. You've seen the guys go in before Terry McLaurin, so you know where the range is going to be. And if it has some impact, you do want to be fiscally responsible with your money, then give him more money up front, but figure it out for a guy who is a solid citizen and a doggone good football player.
Yeah, that's the thing, too. There has been absolutely zero ancillary anything with Terry McLaurin. In his entire career, he has been the upstanding citizen, and he has been the ultra-productive wide receiver, and depending on the season, the only bright spot for the Washington Commanders. In North Carolina, it's Deshaun on ESPN Radio. Hey, Deshaun.
Hey, guys. How we doing?
Good.
Just fine.
Good. Listen, I just want to say I think it is incredibly stupid of the Commanders not to get this deal done. They are doing exactly what other teams do sometimes, where they let analytics get in the way of success. Terry McLaurin is him. I'm not a Commanders fan, but I tell you one thing, that week 1 against the Giants, if they don't have Terry McLaurin, that division gets a little spicier.
Yeah, and thanks to Sean. But speaking of analytics, home team, and I think that it can be polarizing for some people, other than 30 years old, there's not a single analytic to suggest that Terry McLaurin shouldn't get paid by the Commanders.
Yeah, does he drop balls? Is he late for work? Is he slow? He can't get out of routes? Does he not score touchdowns? No! He does all the things you need him to do. You're going into the second year with Jaden Daniels, who, by the way, looks like he could be even better when he was one of the best rookies we've ever seen. And the fact that you had some playoff experience with Jaden Daniels, now you have a situation where you can improve upon that. And then you look at some of the things that could be different with other teams that were playoff teams last year. You know, J.J. McCarthy now taking over the keys to the bus in Minnesota. When you're talking about, you know, you had a veteran quarterback last year that took him to the postseason. You don't know how that thing is going to turn out. So you have an opportunity here to build upon the great decisions that you made. If you're Washington, why are you not making a great decision right now and paying a guy who's worthy?
Let's go to home team's hometown, Atlanta. Glenn here with us, Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio. Hi, Glenn.
Hey, how you doing, guys? I'm a lifelong Commanders fan. This breaks my heart. This breaks my heart. I mean, Terry has done everything that anybody has asked of him. He has not complained. He has not talked about ownership. He has not talked about coaches. He just goes out there and works. But he's not a top 10 receiver, and he wants top 10 receiver money. And, I mean, I got to ask myself, if he's not top 10, where does he land? He's probably 14, 15. And what he wants is top 10 receiver money. I don't think the Commanders can do it. Is he better than Devontae Adams? Is he better than Nico Collins? I mean, there's guys that are younger that you pay, and I just don't know, you know, how far off they are, but they must be pretty far off.
And Glenn, thanks for the input, but I can't. He's not a top 10 receiver, maybe not. But he also is your number one target, number one receiver for your burgeoning young second-year potential MVP quarterback, and you're in a title window, which has not happened for the Washington football franchise in forever. Like, what are we doing here? What's the debate here? And I'm sure we can, and appreciate the call, Glenn, and I'm sure that $33 million or $32 million can be come off of a little bit. You could probably compromise somewhere at 27 or 28, but not a top 10 quarterback. Who else do the Commanders have? Who else are they getting? Come on.
Ken, let me ask you this question. Justin Jefferson, T. Higgins, Mark Andrews, Mike Evans, Amon-Ra St. Brown, are those top 10 receivers? And I know Andrews is a tight end. Are those top 10 receivers in the National Football League?
Yeah.
Yeah, Terry McLaurin had more touchdowns than all of those guys. The only man living and breathing air in his body that had more touchdowns than Terry McLaurin was Jamar Chase, who's a bona fide number one wide receiver in the National Football League. So I just go by what you deliver when you're supposed to deliver, and Terry McLaurin has delivered last year, the year before that, and the 3 years before that as well, and it's time for this man to get paid.
Tune in to baseball action tomorrow. It's the Phillies and the Tigers, presented by Progressive Insurance. Coverage begins 3:30 Eastern Time on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Who were the biggest winners at the trade deadline today?
It's got to be the Seattle Mariners.
Houston Astros, Harry Douglas. Little homecoming, bringing Carlos Correa back.
I was surprised the Boston Red Sox didn't do more, and I was a little bit surprised Chicago Cubs didn't add a frontline starter.
Major League Baseball trade deadline is come and gone, and as always, there's winners and losers, contenders and pretenders. And joining us now here on Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio with home team Brandon Leak, I'm Ken Levicki. He wrote an exhaustive piece, ESPN.com, really, really well constructed and certainly eye-opening. Major League Baseball trade deadline 2025, biggest winners and losers. Again, right now, ESPN.com. Give it a read. ESPN Major League Baseball writer David Schoenfield with us here on ESPN Radio. David, first of all, outstanding right up there, ESPN.com. And I want to start with the San Diego Padres because they're a team that has been close close, and they have gone for it. They have committed the financial resources year after year after year. They have made the blockbuster trades. They came just short of knocking off the Dodgers in the postseason a year ago. They absolutely fortified that bullpen to a terrifying fortress yesterday, going to get Mason Miller, and now with those bats, and you keep your closer, and you have Mason Miller, and you have those arms in the bullpen that you can lay out perfectly in the postseason. I feel like the Padres were a huge win yesterday.
Yeah, no doubt. In fact, I know they're still trying to chase down the Dodgers, but there's an argument that they are the team to beat now, the National League. To your point, they are constructed for October. They already had perhaps the best bullpen. Now you add one of the best closers in the game, and that's how you can win in October. Just roll out one dominant reliever after another. That's a winning formula. They had holes in left field, at DH, at catcher. They filled all of those, so their offense, which was terrible at the bottom of the lineup, is now much better. Look, no sure thing they can catch the Dodgers. They're going to get to October, and I tell you, nobody is going to want to play the Padres, no doubt.
What about what's going on in the National League East, where the Phillies, they definitely strengthened their bullpen. They get Johan Duran from the Twins, and in the Mets, they get a bunch of arms to help out in the bullpen. They're only separated by half a game. Which one of those clubs made the better moves at the trade deadline?
Yeah, hard to separate. Both teams had big holes in the bullpen. The Mets have a great closer, Edwin Diaz. The problem was the rest of the bullpen, which kind of Carlos Mendoza, the manager, had sort of rutted all those relievers into the ground, and they really struggled for two months. So I like what the Mets did. Ryan Helsley's two-time All-Star. He's going to probably be the main setup guy now in front of Diaz. They got Tyler, I forget which Rogers, but the Tyler Rogers, he's a sidearmer, throws 83. He should be in a men's league, but nobody can hit this guy. So that's a great 1-2-3 trio with those three guys, including Diaz. And the Phillies, remember, the Phillies also signed David Robertson 10 days ago. He was a free agent. He's kind of getting ready in the minors. He's 40 years old, but he was really good last year, so they added him as well. So that's been their bugaboo in the postseason last year. Jeff Hoffman lost 2 games to the Mets the year before. Craig Kimbrell lost 2 games to Arizona. So that's kind of what has kept the Phillies from reaching the World Series the last couple of years. So, yeah, NL is going to be fun, guys. No doubt about that.
David Schoenfield, ESPN Major League Baseball writer, giving some subsequent thoughts on the Major League Baseball trade deadline. Again, read his piece right now, winners and losers, ESPN.com. It's Clinton and Friends here on ESPN Radio. Who had the more disappointing trade deadline yesterday? 2 teams with championship aspirations who were relatively quiet. The Cubs, who desperately needed an impact starter and more help in the bullpen and didn't do it, or the Red Sox, who they tried real hard, according to the Red Sox camp, but just couldn't make an impact trade at the deadline. Who's more disappointing to you of those two sides?
Yeah, you could go after either team, but frankly, I'd go after the Cubs, who have one of maybe the best offense in baseball, a clear hole in the rotation, and the only guy they added was Michael Soroka from the Nationals, who, he's a number 5 kind of starter. So, and the Cubs have a good farm system. They had the talent to make a trade. I really thought they'd end up with Merrill Kelly, and really the Rangers got him for not a lot. So I don't know why the Cubs couldn't have swung a deal for Kelly, who would line up as, certainly one of their top 3 starters in a playoff series. And this is a good team and with a clear hole. The Red Sox have more holes on the pitching staff, so I think they had more areas to address, which is kind of harder to do, where the Cubs could have pinpointed, gotten what they needed, and they didn't do it.
What happened in Atlanta with the Braves? They're 15 and a half games out, but they have Marcelo Zuna, who is an unrestricted free agent at the end of the year. They have Raisel Iglesias, who's an unrestricted free agent at the end of the year. Is it a situation where they couldn't work a deal, where they couldn't get at least what they thought they should get, or are both players just so disappointingly bad this year there was no market for them?
Yeah, I think that's it. Ozuna was great the first month and a half, but his last 2 months, I think he's sitting under 200, not a lot of power. He's a DH only. Teams kind of hate locking up a roster spot with a DH. So really it was just he hasn't hit. And Iglesias, 8 home runs allowed, 4.74 ERA. He just hasn't been reliable this year. So, yeah, it just wasn't a market for those two guys.
David Schoenfield, ESPN Major League Baseball writer, joining us here on ESPN Radio. Clinton and Friends, Major League Baseball trade deadline wrapped up 6 p.m. Eastern time yesterday. The AL wildcard race really impacted by yesterday. You already had the Mariners trade for Josh Naylor a couple of weeks ago, and then they go ahead and pull the trigger on Eugenio Suarez. And between him and Cal Raleigh, you've got 77 home runs before the calendar turn to August. That's pretty prodigious. But then the Rangers, who were a game back of the Mariners, who occupy that final spot in the AL wildcard race, they were really busy yesterday as well. Teams like the Mariners and Rangers going for it, fighting for that last wildcard spot, juxtaposed against teams like the Cubs and Red Sox, who really didn't do much. That's pretty wild for this trade deadline, isn't it?
Yeah, look, not a lot of bats were out there, as kind of is usually the case, and I think Seattle added the 2 best hitters that switched teams in Suarez and Naylor. So Seattle, their lineup, the numbers are a little misleading because their home park, it's so hard to hit. But they were 4th in the majors in OPS on the road before they got these 2 guys. So now you can make an argument. You put them in a neutral park, they have a good as lineup as any team in baseball. And the Rangers are kind of the AL version of the Padres, because if they get in, they got to get in. But you roll out Jacob deGrom, Nathan Eovaldi. Do you want to face those guys in a short series? And now you throw in Merrill Kelly. He's a good, had a great postseason in 2023. So, and Bruce Bochy knows how to manage in October. So, yeah, the Rangers, they haven't scored a lot of runs this year, but they can shut you down with their pitching.
David, it's always good to go home. The Astros pull off the trade to reacquire Carlos Correa. He's a champion. What does that do for a team at the end of the year who's already having a pretty good ride in first place in their division?
Yeah, certainly one of the most fascinating deadline trades we've seen in a long time. And it was kind of rumored for the last couple of days, but still a bit of a shock. In part because Correa, he's still owed over $100 million over the next 3 years. Plus, he has a bunch of kind of complicated options that might kick in. So it's a long-term risk for Houston. Plus, Correa, he hasn't been that good this year. He's not the Carlos Correa who left Houston 4 years ago. But you get him back to Houston. He still lives there in the offseason. I think there's a chance he gets a little rejuvenated, a little more spark. He's going to play third base. They have Jeremy Pena coming back. Pena's the shortstop. He's a better fielder. He's going to stay there. So Correa never played third base as a pro. But it's going to be a fascinating pickup to see how he performs. I think it's a good move. It's a win-now move. The risk is there. But I think Correa is going to play well going back to Houston.
David, excellent work. Really appreciate the breakdown, and make sure everybody go read David's rundown of the biggest winners and losers, Major League Baseball trade deadline at ESPN.com. David Schoenfield, thank you for the time. Appreciate you.
All right. Thanks, guys.
We'll have more on the Major League Baseball trade deadline. But up next, I give you my top 5 Super Bowl contenders in the NFL. Final day, we've reached the conclusion of the ESPN Radio Rankem series. With home team Brandon Leake, I'm Ken LaVicka. Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Kyle Schwarber. This weekend on ESPN Radio.
Diving play, Keith, throw to first, got him.
The Detroit Tigers storm into Philadelphia to face the Phillies. Coverage begins tomorrow at 3:30 Eastern and Sunday at 6 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app. Presented by Progressive Insurance.
Purple Wave Auction remains the trusted leader in online equipment auctions. What makes the difference is you. You are part of our growing global community that continues to trust Purple Wave with the equipment that builds and feeds America. This trust placed in us by our community, from construction to ag producers and fleet drivers, brings great equipment opportunities to their next owners. Join the Purple Wave community today. PurpleWave.com.
Empower Jen has ordered a decadent seafood tower, king crab legs, lobster tails, and a waterfall of caviar. Pricey? You bet. But Jen worked with Empower on her savings and investment strategy and planned for splurges like these. She got good at money, so she can be a little bad. Ooh, champagne. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
Past performance is not indicative of future returns. Investing involves risk. You may lose money. Advisory services are provided for a fee by Empower Advisory Group, LLC, EAG, a registered investment advisor with the Securities and Exchange Commission. OMG, those shrimps are really jumbo.
On average, between 2 and 3 people are killed each day in car accidents with rideshare drivers. According to the University of Chicago, rideshare drivers have directly led to the death of almost 1,000 people per year. While rideshare drivers carry auto insurance, it's important to know that the amount of insurance coverage available often depends upon whether or not the driver is logged onto the rideshare company app and whether there is a passenger in the vehicle. For example, if the driver is logged into their rideshare app, the liability coverage could reach $1 million. If they are not logged into the app, then the rideshare driver is using their own car insurance, which could be much lower coverage. That's why it's important to have a lawyer who knows how to conduct a proper investigation when you're in a rideshare accident. If you've been injured in a rideshare accident, call the Verdoliak Law Group. Call 844-4VLG-LAW. We've been fighting for injured people for 60 years. With over 30,000 clients represented and over $9 billion recovered, Verdoliak Law Group has the resources, knowledge, and experience to fight for you. Call 844-4VLG-LAW.
3 games left. Just 3 games to settle the entire LIV Golf season, and it begins at Bolingbrook, August 8th through the 10th, where 54 of the world's best players will come out swinging for glory. DeChambeau, Rahm, Koepka, and more. Up close, personal, and locked in, with special guests Good Charlotte providing the soundtrack. Ready to see things get clutch? Get tickets now at livegolf.com. That's LIVgolf.com.
Thinking about buying your first home? Neighborhood Lending Services from NHS Chicago makes it possible. We offer affordable home loans, home improvement financing, and expert support, all from a trusted nonprofit with deep roots in your community. Let NLS take you to the next level in your journey to home ownership. Call us today at 773-329-4111 or visit our website at nhschicago.org. Click on NLS Connect.
Neighborhood Housing Services of Chicago is an equal housing opportunity lender.
Hey guys, it's Silvy for Window Nation. It's the end of the summer here in Chicago, but blink and you'll be back to dealing with cold and windy days again. Time to have Window Nation replace your home's windows in 1 day or less. Right now, get 50% off all window styles plus 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. That makes Window Nation more affordable on average than other companies. Hurry, Chicago. This sale ends soon, so don't miss out. Schedule your estimate right now at 866-90Nation or windownation.com.
The cheers, the smiles, the high fives, they make every race worth running or swimming. This Thursday is Chicago Ducky Derby Day, so stop by and say hi to Kap J Hood as they broadcast live from Pioneer Court. Then stick around for the big splashdown at 1 p.m. when tens of thousands of rubber ducks will race down the Chicago River, all to support Special Olympics Illinois. Help fuel the dreams of these amazing athletes and maybe win big while you're at it. Adopt your duck today at ChicagoDuckyDerby.com.
Beckett's amazing. He's a miracle child. In the mornings, he'll wake up and he'll roll the shades up and, Dada, it's time to get up. It's a bright, beautiful day.
He started getting dizzy. At the first of the year, he started going, I have to sit down, I'm dizzy, Mommy. A month after his 3rd birthday, he got diagnosed with ATRT brain cancer. All you can think of is, the kid's not gonna live. The fact that St. Jude doesn't bill is a godsend. And the fact that we don't have to ask for help here makes things a lot easier to go through what we have to go through with Beckett. The fact that they are researching and they are saving these children, it's so important. We wouldn't be where we are without St. Jude, and in turn, we wouldn't be where we are without those people that have donated. They're the reason why my son's still alive.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
We're definitely going to be late for kickoff. We should be at the game by now.
I'm just taking a little detour. I've got to fill up my gas tank, and I know this place a couple of towns over where the gas is cheaper.
Are you serious? We missed tailgating because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas. Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is the free cashback app that gets you real cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait, I can get cash back just for buying the gas I need anyway?
Yes, I use it all the time, and I made around $200. Now pull over so you can download the Upside app before we miss the whole first quarter.
Football fans, download the free Upside
upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FANS to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or as a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FANS for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FANS for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code FANS.
Carmen and Jurko. Weekdays, now noon to 3 on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
ESPN Radio's NFL Rankum from the top 5 head coaches.
Andy Reid is still the standard, folks.
We all know it's Big Red, okay? It's Andy Reid, obviously.
Andy Reid, he knows what's going on. He's the best coach in the NFL right now.
To the top 5 pretenders.
The Minnesota Vikings.
The Chicago Bears.
The Miami Dolphins.
Green Bay Packers.
Okay.
And everything in between. This is ESPN Radio's NFL Rankum. Top 5 Super Bowl contenders.
Talking about the top dogs, Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80. Clinton Yates off today, and we're holding it down. Home team, Brandon Lake. I am Ken LaVicka, and ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. For the last month, day after day, show after show, hour after hour, it has been a new top 5 rankum every single day, including Independence Day. It didn't take the day off on July 4th, and it all concludes today with the top 5 Super Bowl contenders. We'll go 5 through 1. I'm going to go first here, home team. That good?
That sounds like a plan.
All right, let's do it.
Number 5.
I have bought in to them being the defensive juggernaut. They've only gotten better in the offseason, and they already led the NFL in sacks a year ago. And that defense isn't talked about enough because Sean Payton and Bo Nix are attached at the hip on the offensive side. My number 5 Super Bowl contender home team is the Denver Broncos. That's right. They are going to give the Chiefs some issues. They're going to get after quarterbacks, and they are going to be there at least midway part of January.
Defense brought the noise. They harassed quarterbacks all year long. And Bo Nix, Jaden Daniels, certainly the babe and the boy last year, what he did with Washington. But Bo Nix had a really good rookie season. He and Sean Payton look like they are in sync right away. 29 touchdowns, and he can run the ball as well. A very comfortable first year at the quarterback position. So you have to feel like his confidence is going to be through the roof, and if the defense does anything like it did last year with an improving quarterback, that looks like a good place for the Broncos to be at number 5.
Yeah, you got Dre Greenlaw to add to that defense. You took J.K. Dobbins from the Chargers in division to run the football. Not bad stuff right there. Broncos are my number 5.
Number 4.
I'm going to stay in the division. This one's obvious. The Kansas City Chiefs. But notice, they're not 3 or 2 or 1. I am going in order of where I think everyone's going to finish here. The Chiefs do look a little bit vulnerable. Yes, you've got Mahomes. Yes, you've got Andy Reid. Made an attempt to fortify the offensive line. The defense with Spags is always going to be formidable, but again, they're starting to show some cracks. There's some light at the top of the AFC East peak for the first time in a long time. Chiefs still a Super Bowl contender, not nearly as dominant as they have been, though.
Question is, when does the end of the run come? Did we see it in the Super Bowl? Is that what it looks like? Or do they have an opportunity to climb the top of the mountain again? You still have a situation where the wide receiving core is a lot different than it was a few years ago. So if they can get better production, a lot of drops and a lot of different avenues for the Chiefs to go with the wide receiving position last year, if they can figure that out and not put all of the onus on Travis Kelce, they might shock a lot of people in proving that the run might not be over.
Number 3.
The team that played the Chiefs in the Super Bowl beat them emphatically. The Philadelphia Eagles are my number 3 Super Bowl contender. Saquon Barkley, mutant. Jalen Hurts, not the number 1 quarterback in the NFL, but I'll give him the top 10. I know that was a big course of discussion around these parts over the last several weeks. Offensive line, really good. The defense scaring me a little bit with some of the high-profile losses in the offseason. They're going to be there. They're going to win the division. They're probably going to be in the NFC Championship game, but I'm not ready to say they're the number 1 favorite, but the Eagles still going to be an elite football team.
The Eagles saw their lives flash before them with the Rams going down the field for the go-ahead score late in playoff action, and the defense stood tall as the Rams could not punch it in, but they were able to parlay that into a Super Bowl run. So are they going to improve to be better than they were in the Super Bowl, or do they have some flaws where the next time they're in a jam, the end comes sooner because the defense is just a little bit off? And Jalen Hurts, he keeps winning, but how much does he have to do to prove to people that he doesn't hurt his team? I think that's a great place for them to be number 3 on your list.
Number 2.
Lamar Jackson, John Harbaugh, Baltimore Ravens. They're not going to go through 10 weeks of abject, embarrassing defense this time around. They are obviously loaded with Derrick Henry behind Lamar Jackson. The defense is going to be more consistent all year long. The Ravens come in at my number 2, and that leaves only one team as the top Super Bowl contender.
Number 1.
It's the Buffalo Bills year. They're sending out high marks. Oh, forget high mark. Rich Stadium with a championship. Josh Allen is finally going to get his. It's an extremely favorable schedule. And you've got a team that's going to be able to cruise in the regular season in the AFC East. They are going to get the job done. This is going to be a championship season for the Buffalo Bills, in my opinion. And those are my top 5 teams in the NFL Super Bowl contender. Up next, we're going to stay in the world of the NFL and go around to various training camps. Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio as well as the ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80.
A SoFi personal loan is here to help you achieve something once thought impossible, overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Walk the tightrope of your finances with one low, fixed-rate monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. That's right. Pull off your own debt-defying stunt with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/trick to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank, N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891.
With Progressive Customer Service, there are lots of ways to connect with us, so you never have to miss a second of your favorite sport. Because you'd much rather watch a ball go through a net 124 times in 48 minutes when you don't really have to pay attention until the last 2, and then somehow those 2 minutes will take an hour. You don't want to miss all that. Luckily, you can chat with Progressive on our app, online, or over the phone without missing a single one of those times the ball goes through the metal circle. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Hey, this is David Kaplan. I love the heat. Give me 90 degrees and a chance to be outdoors, and I'm a happy guy. But when you step out of the heat and into your home or business, I totally appreciate being able to control the temperature to make everybody comfortable. My friends at Automatic keep your AC system running its best no matter what Mother Nature throws at us. And if something were to break down, Automatic can help find the best system for your space and have it back to the perfect temperature in no time. Go to Automatic.com. That's Automatic.com.
The Roar returns this week to Washington Park in Michigan City, Indiana. The X Insurance Great Lakes Grand Prix runs through Sunday, showcasing the world's fastest offshore motorboat racing. Events for the entire family all weekend long, including the block party, boat parade, flyovers, live music, and the Grand Prix Brew Fest. Check out the schedule and plan your visit at GreatLakesGrandPrix.com. Make the short drive and feel miles away in Michigan City, Indiana.
Hey, Joy. Oh, you are glowing.
Oh, hey. More like Mira-joyed. That Miralax helped me go. I was so backed up. Tried mega coffees, prune juice, everything. Then Miralax. And hello, gentle relief without the harsh side effects.
Ooh, how does it work?
It works naturally with the water in your body for constipation relief. Find Miralax today at Walmart.
Use as directed for occasional constipation.
A
Upgrade your learning experience during Dell Technologies back-to-school event with AI PCs like the Dell 14 Plus featuring an Intel Core Ultra processor starting at $749.99. Supercharge your studies with features like real-time notes transcription, AI accelerated hardware to run multiple apps without slowing down, extended battery life, and more. That's the power of new AI PCs with Intel inside. Discover a smarter way to learn at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Mama, what does the chicken say?
Chicken. Oh, okay.
When the wolf?
Oh, a wolf. Ooh!
What about the tiny dog? Cat? Owl? Dolphin? What does the turkey say? Whale?
Yeah, whale sound.
Do the giraffe.
Giraffe, really? Okay. Giraffe.
You're not going to get it all right. Just make sure you nail the big stuff, like making sure your kids are buckled correctly in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right.
Visit NHTSA.gov/
the right seat. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6759. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Did you hear this one?
The Bears voted in favor of banning the tush push.
They know what the play was, or are they just going on the term tush push? That doesn't sound very fast.
Is that a profane term? I don't want it.
It sounds uncomfortable. Go ahead.
That too.
Ow! Ouchie! I haven't done that. Ouchie!
Kap J Hood weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app. YouTube, exclusive content from ESPN Chicago. Subscribe today at ESPN 1000 Chicago. The CDGA Golf Show. It's your source for golf news, course to course, and golf news coast to coast. Host Tyler Rocky and Mike Gilligan are linked up with golfing knowledge to help us all. Tune in Saturdays 9 to 11 on all the ESPN Chicago channels. Brought to you by Glenview Park Golf Club.
Is working perfectly. I hear everything clear as a bell.
Clinton Yates always brings the heat.
I can lead a nation with a microphone.
I am pleased to be joined by ESPN's Clinton Yates.
With the microphone.
I would imagine most of you have never heard Clinton Yates. He's irrelevant. This is my new favorite show.
We welcome in Clinton Yates. Clinton, I've mentioned this to you before. When I think of people who love the game, I think of you.
That right there is Clinton Yates.
Clinton Yates!
Clinton Yates, incredible job today.
Our pal Clinton Yates? People like Clinton Yates.
Let's first begin by saying good day to my friend Clinton Yates. There's a lot to talk about here.
Clinton, where the hell are you at?
From Studio 5 at LA Live, this is Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
I know there are a lot of you going zombie mode after your anxiety was peaking yesterday. Major League Baseball trade deadline. It's fine. It's Friday. You're all good. We got you. Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, Sirius XM, Channel 80. Clinton off today. Home team, Brandon Leak. I am Ken LaVicka, and we are presented by Progressive Insurance. Home team in Atlanta. I am in South Florida. And from a baseball trade deadline perspective for us down here in South Florida, home team, the Marlins are actually in contention in the National League wild card. They decide to hang on to Sandy Alcantara, who over the last month has been linked with pretty much any team that needed some sort of starting pitching. The Red Sox, the Cubs, you go down the line, and Alcantara was linked to him. The Marlins decide to hang on. So for the first time in really my adult life, the Marlins decided to actually, for the most part, stay put at a trade deadline instead of sending the entire roster to the Yankees. That was a change. And then the Braves, that's, well, one of the most disappointed, if not the most disappointing team in all of baseball here this season. This was all just a mere formality, but not a ton of movement from the Braves.
As an unabashed Braves fan, this is one of the more disappointing and just shocking seasons in a generation. Unbelievable that we couldn't hit for half a season and lost 5 starting pitchers and then didn't make a move at the trade deadline. And no disrespect, being fellow members of being members together in the NL East, I had no belief that we would be looking up at the Marlins and the NL East standings right after the All-Star break, let alone the trade deadline. So we are going through it here in Atlanta.
So the Astros have been the best team in the AL West pretty much all season long, and they have a familiar face coming back. This was one of the true blockbuster deals. Very few blockbuster deals in this trade deadline. Yeah. A lot of movement, but none that really exploded your mind. This one was big. The Astros getting Carlos Correa back from the Twins, who got rid of absolutely everybody. One of the few Marlins moves that were made. Jesus Sanchez as well, but the headliner here certainly is Carlos Correa. Yeah, he has struggled this year, slashing .267, .319, .386, but we know the bat that he is. We know the history he has with the Astros, both very good and, well, controversially bad. But Tim Kirkjian on Baseball Tonight saying, Houston absolutely had to have Carlos Correa at the deadline.
They need somebody to play third base every day. And I was told today the Twins are going to have to pick up at least half of that salary before this trade can be made. It's going to be very interesting. He's very comfortable there. But remember, he didn't leave on the greatest terms when he went and signed with the Twins. It'll be interesting to see how easily he eases back in.
I have a feeling he's not going to have much of a problem. He's going back to a first-place club that has championship aspirations. Pretty sure Carlos Correa is going to be able to meld well into that clubhouse. Yeah,
he is not what he once was, but he can still be a problem. And now with an injury at third base, he gets to go to third base. So, it's going to work out. I think the issue is, 3 years, 2 years from now, will his contract be okay, or will it be an albatross to what they're trying to do? But right now, you have somebody who knows the ropes. He's going back home, and it looks like it's going to be a fine fit for Carlos Correa and also the Houston Astros.
Correa also goes from that cavern, that absolute vast expanse of Target Field to now a much better hitter's park in Houston. That should serve him much better, at least from a statistical standpoint. He'll be able to contribute a little bit more. I'm glad that you brought up mortgaging the future in discussing Carlos Correa, because I don't know how you subscribe to this, but I am a full-fledged proponent of going for it. The Braves are a prime example this year, and look at the Orioles coming into this season. Home team, we're saying Baltimore, that's a trendy championship contender. Look what they did last year. They have flat out sucked in every sense of the word. They have been horrific. You can never take a championship window for granted, and this is why I respect what the Padres always do and continue to do before this trade deadline, and what the Mariners did as well. So the Padres have an unhittable bullpen now. That was something that hurt them last playoffs, especially in that series against the Dodgers. Now you can throw 4 arms, one in the 6th, one in the 7th, one in the 8th, one in the 9th. You have 2 closers now, 2 elite closers on the roster in this spot. Yeah, you had to give up a number 3 overall prospect for Mason Miller. Leo DeVries goes to the A's. That said, go for it. The Padres have been this close for years and years and years. Go for it. I love it. And then the Mariners go and get they go and get Eugenio Suarez just weeks after fellow Arizona Diamondback Josh Naylor went to the Mariners, and they're just barely on the right side of the AL wildcard picture. But, man, go for a championship. You've got the roster that you believe in. I love that. I love the aggression. I'm all in on it.
Completely agree with you, Ken, particularly for the Padres. They have to be tired, especially with the money and the assets they have invested in, of looking at the Dodgers and then having to deal with Arizona and having to deal with the Giants and them being maybe there but not all the way there. So they had a bold deadline. And when you get Mason Miller, who is able to just strike everybody out and get you out of jams, you already, had your situation set up where you had some decent pitching. You had J.P. Sears and O'Hearn and Ramon Laureano. So now, why not? I mean, how long should you be in a mode where you're trying to wait and see, or this is the Dodgers' year and it's not ours? No, I agree with you. When you have a team good enough to be in the postseason, it's about getting hot once you get there and then being able to have the pitching to put out fires when you're going to run into the Dodgers and teams of that ilk, or maybe the Philadelphia Phillies, or maybe the New York Mets. Why not go all in, push your chips in the middle of the table, and then see how things shake out?
And the Phillies, you talk about them, home team. They had blown 16 saves this year. They go and get a guy who has 16 saves on the season. Like they have a guy who's going to be able to now close out games. The Phillies, that's their biggest weakness. The National League, though, I'm not willing to say it's wide open. The Dodgers are still going to be the favorite. But you heard David Schoenfield tell us, ESPN Major League Baseball writer, that the Padres might be the team to beat now in the National League. Not the Dodgers, not the Phillies, not the Cubs, but the Padres, because they were active and they got after it at the trade deadline. This is a missed opportunity for the Cubs because they have a championship caliber roster, but I think you need pitching more than you need offense in the postseason, in my opinion. That's what tends to carry the way, and the Cubs don't have enough pitching to win the World Series based on the arms races elsewhere in the National League now.
Yeah, Mason Miller to the Padres might be, well, you could say Suarez to the Mariners is probably the biggest move with the biggest bat, but put him in with Cal Raleigh. So, but I think Mason Miller going to the Padres, this is a guy, you're going to be out. You're out when you face this guy. So when they get into late game, high leverage situations in the postseason, the Padres have to feel very confident that they had a general manager that was not messing around, and now they have a shot maybe to not only get to the World Series, but to finally win it all.
The Yankees traded for a lot of pieces, but is it enough to shore up to the pitching to a point, especially with that starting rotation where you feel good about them coming out of the American League with the backdrop of the Aaron Judge injury? When is he going to be back with that elbow injury? So there's just question marks all over the place. Coming off of the trade deadline yesterday, who is now your World Series favorite? Who is your World Series favorite coming off the trade deadline yesterday? I say the Padres. Home team, where's your head at with this?
I still, until I see otherwise, they've had injury. The Dodgers are going to be there. And I know they weren't involved in this conversation, but of the teams, I would say you have to now look out for San Diego without a doubt. And in the American League, you have to look at the Astros. They already have a good season. And yeah, Correa, if he can just get some of that postseason magic he had before, we might be looking at a San Diego-Houston World Series.
So, who is your Major League Baseball, after this Major League Baseball trade deadline, who is your World Series favorite? Let us know. 888-SAY-ESPN. That's 888-729-3776. 888-SAY-ESPN. Who is your World Series favorite coming off of the trade deadline? And think about, too, the Mariners might, even though they hold that final wild card spot, you have, with that Mariners lineup, joining Big Dumper, You've got Eugenio Suarez. You've got Josh Naylor. The top 7-8 hitters in that lineup are really, really tough. You're a decent pitching team already. The Astros have been really, really good, but the Mariners trying to set themselves up for an offensive-filled run. I think they at least fall into this conversation because, man, that is aggression going out and getting arguably the two best bats that were going to be available this entire process.
Yeah, we're going to test some old adages, Ken. You know, you need pitching in the postseason, but the Mariners went with the bats and the Padres went with the arms. And we're going to see which one of those pays off or takes which franchise the furthest with the acquisitions of all of those assets that happened last night.
Let me read off here what the Twins got rid of. I mean, a total lost season for
Who's
a team.
left? Goodness.
And a team that nobody was paying attention to anyways. But Correa is gone. Duran, gone. Jax, gone. Varland, he has departed. Bader, see ya. Willie Castro, super utility man to the Cubs. Brock Stewart, nope. Chris Paddock, out. Ty France, gone. There's nobody left on that Twins roster. There's nobody left other than John Ryan on this Twins roster now. Like, that's it. So for the Twins, are they now, I was pondering this earlier today, are the Twins the most irrelevant North American sports franchise now? There's nobody. There's no reason to watch them. There's nobody to pay attention to. Are the Twins the most irrelevant team in all of sports at this moment?
You might be onto something because at least Pittsburgh has Paul Skeens.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
At least you have that.
Exactly.
It's one of the things I don't like about the trade deadline, which is you give up. You take baseball and a sport away from a fan base for 2 months. There's no reason to show up at the ballpark. You don't even have anybody to look forward to seeing next year because all of your stars are now going to be helping other teams try to make a run to the World Series. And the other thing I don't like is, typically it's a smaller market hooking up larger markets with all of the talent. So it's a redraft, if you will, and a free agency, if you will, when you look at Philadelphia. Seattle's a top 13 market. The Mets making the moves they did with Tyler Rogers and Ryan Hensley. The Padres, the Astros, top 10 market. The teams that already get more, and then a fan base like those that exist in Minnesota, it's all over, and it might be all over for a couple of years.
Yeah, you look at the Pirates, because they're sort of the poster boy right now for not trying. Don't think that Paul Skeens isn't going to be dangled out there 2 years from now by the Pirates. They're not going to be competitive. They're not spending money. The Twins, to me, I can't think, at least in baseball, of a more irrelevant franchise now, especially after yesterday, than the Minnesota Twins. Who is it right now in the NFL? Is it Carolina, New Orleans? I don't even know if the Saints started training camp. I know absolutely, other than Tyler Shuck and the most nondescript quarterback competition in maybe the history of the NFL right now. And I covered a Dolphins-John Beck-related quarterback competition where he was the #1 quarterback in 2008 in training camp. I can't think of two other teams that are more relevant right now.
Nobody wants to see the New Orleans Saints on Sunday Night Football. Nobody wants to see the New Orleans Saints on Thursday Night Football. Nobody wants to see the New Orleans Saints on Monday Night Football to go see Bub Means and to go see Spencer Rattler back up and to go see, all of the players that are going to be part of a rebuild. And that's what it is. When you're rebuilding, it's not just about that fan base. It's about what it is for the league and the leagues. And, not having relevant teams, you want every time there's a matchup, relevancy to be there for a competition for people to peruse, even if you're not fans of either one of the teams. So, yeah, I think most irrelevant right now, you're right spot on with the Minnesota Twins with what they did in gutting their organization. And without a doubt for me, it's the New Orleans Saints and what they have and the mess they have to overcome coming up this year and the years to come.
Charlotte Hornets, make no mistake, you're not absolved from this conversation about irrelevancy as well. Who is the favorite in the for the World Series after the Major League Baseball trade deadline, and your most irrelevant franchise in sports? 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776, 888-SAY-ESPN. Up next, how will Caleb Williams fare in year number 2 in Chicago? He says pressure is not going to be an issue. We will hear that up next. I am Ken LaVicka. That is home team Brandon Lake. Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
We are on September 2nd moving to ESPN Radio, which is also my roots, I'm proud to say.
The return of Rich Eisen.
To be able to go back to where my career started was something that I never thought possible.
September 2nd, weekdays from noon to 3 Eastern on ESPN Radio, ESPN Plus, and on Disney Plus.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
John, what are you doing? Get in my car. Why are you walking to work?
Thanks, man. It's these insanely high gas prices. They are draining my bank account. I can't afford to drive anymore.
Dude, don't walk. Just do what I do, because I never pay full price for gas anymore. I use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait, you're telling me you get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code WINNING for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's promo code WINNING. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code WINNING for 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code WINNING.
Doctors and nurses make their living trying to help others, but they are human beings, and human beings sometimes make mistakes. When a doctor has worked for 24 hours straight, fatigue and lack of focus can lead to critical mistakes being made. Other times, it's the policies or system that's to blame. For example, when a doctor or nurse comes in on their shift, they are forced to rely on charts and records created by others. Sloppy paperwork or inaccurate record keeping can give the doctor an incomplete picture, or even worse, the wrong picture, and that can lead to serious injury or even death. It's called preventable medical error. Recent studies claim that preventable medical error causes up to 400,000 deaths a year. That's nearly as many deaths as caused by smoking. When this happens, those responsible must be held accountable to compensate the injured person or their family. But the good news is, just like you and I are required by law to purchase auto insurance, doctors also get insurance coverage in case they accidentally hurt someone. For help, call the Verdoliak Law Group.
Feel the boom. The dog days of summer are here, and the Schaumburg Boomers are chasing down a 5th Frontier League championship. The August home schedule is loaded with great fun and great baseball at Wintrust Field. Don't miss the last drone and fireworks show on Marshmallow Fight Night, Friday, August 8th. Plus, Friends Bobblehead Giveaway on Saturday, August 9th. Get game and ticket information at boomersbaseball.com. Feel the boom.
Hard work beats talent when talent doesn't work hard. That's why when it comes to hard work, nothing works harder than a Chevy Silverado. It's built to handle the big jobs day in and day out. Chevy has a Silverado pickup that's just right for you. 1/2 ton, 3/4 ton, and 1 ton. Call it the Goldilocks effect. No wonder Chevy Silverado is the official truck partner of the Chicago Bears. Check out the full line of Chevy Silverados at ChevyDriveChicago.com. Work hard, play harder in a new Silverado.
My fiance is a veteran. He was a combat medic in the Army.
I did tours in Korea, Germany, and Bosnia before I got injured.
There's been a lot of wear and tear on his body.
My knees are bone on bone from doing all those jumps and lugging my backpack and all that gear around. I was also exposed to toxins.
When Yusuf got out of the military, he needed help getting his disability benefits.
Luckily, DAV came to the rescue. They fought for me the same way that I fought for my country.
Every year, DAV provides life-changing support to more than 1 million veterans like Yusuf, helping them get the benefits they've earned so they can achieve victories, great and small.
Now Yusuf is paying it forward. DAV has been instrumental in helping him start 2 healthcare technology companies that are working to help veterans everywhere.
My victory is never giving up and finding more ways to serve.
He's pretty amazing.
Support more victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Chicago's home for sports is on Twitch. See what we're up to. Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago today.
Clinton and Friends with Clinton Yates.
I don't have any hobbies, actually. This isn't a hobby. This consumes my entire life. A hobby is something you do on the side. This is not a side project. I'd say eating is my hobby.
Clinton and Friends. On ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
The Chicago quarterback spotlight all over Caleb Williams, by extension, the NFL spotlight as well. Caleb says, hey, that's all good. Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio, ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80. Ending your work week on this Friday. Home team, Brandon Leake. I'm Ken LaVicka, and we are in for Clinton Yates. We're presented by Progressive Insurance. Before we get to Caleb Williams, yesterday Major League Baseball trade deadline, and the Padres and Mariners were probably the most aggressive teams at the trade deadline. The Padres absolutely fortifying that bullpen. I don't know who's going to hit that. The Mariners have bats for days at this point. And then obviously disappointments like the Cubs and the Red Sox. You can ask what exactly with all the bodies they brought in did the Yankees accomplish? Wondering who was the biggest winner at the Major League Baseball trade deadline. 888-SAY-ESPN. Let's go to West Palm. That's where we find Kevin, Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio. What's up, Kevin?
First off, Ken, happy to hear you on the West Palm Beach airwaves again.
Thanks, man.
But I loved what the Padres did, but I did not like that they gave up a prospect that they did for a closer. Mm-hmm. I thought the Athletics was the biggest winner of the trade deadline. You know, when you're at a middle-of-the-road team, towards the lower end of that middle of the road, and you have a great closer, that doesn't really do anything for you. So to trade a closer for a prospect that they got in DeVries that can kind of pair with the young core that they have with Jacob Wilson and Nick Kurtz at first base, I thought was masterful job. Even though I hate their ownership, their front office continues to make great moves.
Yeah, Kevin, appreciate the call. And Leo DeVries, as this team transitions to Vegas in a couple of years, the plan is that DeVries is going to be a cornerstone of this roster, but it is the A's, so you never know who's going to be dealt and how long they're going to stay and what the staying power is with the Athletics. So maybe that's just wishful thinking, but there is some big-time, as always, talent with the Athletics. And home team, I don't know, did I call them Oakland at all during that? Did I slip up?
Yeah, right now they are the Sacramento. Really, they're homeless. They're really homeless till they get to Vegas. Yeah, they don't even have their home stadium. So they're just the Athletics.
So we know the Bears, we know Chicago, we know Chicago fans, and we know the type of pressure they're putting on quarterbacks because, well, the Bears have never really had, at least in our lifetimes, a tried and true quarterback that is going to be able to lead to championships. Caleb Williams is all right now that Bears fans are talking about, looking at, and now you've got a quarterback, an offensive guru in Ben Johnson, who is his head coach, coming from the Lions, where he made Jared Goff a household name after falling off a bit following a Rams Super Bowl appearance. The P word has come out a lot. The pressure word has come out a lot in relation to Caleb Williams. And on Waddle and Silvy yesterday, ESPN Chicago, he was asked flat out, straight up, is pressure a thing that you can thrive under?
pressure's not a thing for me. I don't, think of life that way. There's going to be ups and downs, and it's not my job to care about what the outside, noise is and things like that. My job is to take care of everything in here and go out there and play. I know we didn't win as many, games as we wanted to last year, but, I didn't go 20 and 20 in interceptions and things like that. So take it for what you want. But, pressure is a privilege, but, in the situation that I'm at, I don't think I have pressure.
I'm not ready to just poo-poo Caleb Williams. That would be silly. But I also don't know what else Caleb Williams is going to say about pressure. What is he supposed to say? Oh, guys, you're right. I wilt under pressure. I'm throwing up before games. This isn't listen, I don't handle this stuff well. I just throw the football. What else is he supposed to say? Of course he's going to go publicly and talk about, that's not a thing for me. I played at USC. I was a number 1 overall pick. Caleb Williams is not going to be entirely open about that. But I do know Caleb Williams, at least from people like us, and on the exterior, now that you have Ben Johnson, that has applied a little bit more pressure to a number 1 pick, especially in that city with that franchise.
Well, if he doesn't know pressure, he's going to know it because Bears fans are excited, as they should be. You had Roma Dunze join the organization, and now you add Luther Burden, and you add a tight end that certainly looks like he's going to be an athletic problem in Colston Loveland. So he has the weapons. Typically, when you are picked as high as he was, you have to wait. It's usually to a bad team. They've traded away assets to get you, and you have to kind of wait and see a whole lot of stuff. Now, he's in a situation where his second year, he's got some weapons around him that can grow together, and now he's got to figure out how to use them. Now, in fairness, he is his second year at it, and the sophomore jinx could be a thing. He did take care of the football, 20 touchdowns and 6 interceptions, but he also plays in a division where everybody went to the postseason except for the Bears. So there's a lot of pressure when you're talking about where he is and what is supposed to be the expectation level for his production. The other issue is he has taken a lot of punishment. He got sacked 68 times. He might need to start filing a workman's comp claim if he gets hit 68 times again behind the line of scrimmage. So I think he'll be fine. I think that he just has to produce and put the Bears in a position where if they don't do well, he's not the problem.
Yeah, 5-12 last year, the Bears. But Caleb Williams, to your point, threw for 3,500-plus yards in addition to the 20 touchdowns and 6 interceptions. Here's the biggest, and I was born and raised in Chicago, and I kind of know how this cycle works with the Bears and Bears fans especially. The worst thing that the front office decided to do with the Bears is keep Matt Eberflus for an additional season because they felt good. They didn't want to make a change. They felt good about a fleeting bit of success that they had at the conclusion of the 2023 season. Didn't want to rock the boat too much. The McCaskies, they like the man. He's a family man, and so keep him around. But then when you're going to get a number 1 overall pick quarterback, you need to be sure that you feel like that head coach is going to consistently be there to lead the franchise. And it became increasingly clear midway point of the season, especially after the Hail Mary loss to Washington, where then Matt Eberflus couldn't stop making boneheaded late-game management decisions, that this was not going to work. And here's where the issue comes into play. Eberflus is gone. You've got a second-year quarterback for a franchise desperate for any semblance of a Pro Bowl pass thrower, and you bring in a quarterback guru, a guy who saw nothing but success in Detroit, put up prodigious numbers. So no matter what happens, it's not going to be Caleb Williams and his innate ability, why he was taken number 1 overall, that has seen success at the quarterback position. It's all predicated on the master, Ben Johnson, and that is why the Bears needed to get rid of Matt Eberflus and start from scratch, quarterback and head coach in year number 1, and they already blew that approach to this franchise.
Well, I think, now with the weaponry he has around him, Caleb Williams certainly would be greatly enhance in his capabilities if they get the ball out of his hands quicker. I mean, you have all those playmakers. You can't have him hold on to the ball. I know what he did when he was in college at USC, extending plays, and we've seen other quarterbacks do that and make the transition in the NFL, but I think he would be better suited if they can get the ball out of his hands quickly this year, have him go through his progressions and find a way to move the offense without him having to take all of those sacks. So it'll be interesting to see how they go through this second season with him, and then how defensive coordinators come after him now that he has a little bit of game film for people to break down.
I'm just curious, the discussions around J.J. McCarthy in Minnesota, speaking of in-division quarterbacks, if he struggles a little bit to get his footing, which he very well could, especially coming off an injury, will that externally take a little heat off of the constant attention that Caleb Williams get? Because to your point, home team, you've got Goff in Detroit, known quantity. Love in Green Bay, no matter if you think it's a little excessive, known quantity. But you do have a brand-new quarterback in Minnesota, and then Caleb Williams in a year number 2. If Caleb Williams can get off to a good start and maybe the Vikings scuffle a little bit, there might be some people put at ease about the Bears quarterback situation.
You may have just given us the answer, Ken. There it is for Caleb Williams and the Bears. You already have been through your first season. J.J. McCarthy now going for his first season. Don't be worse than a guy who's coming out for his rookie year. Sam Darnold certainly had the Vikings playing at a high level, but he's gone now. And now you have to worry about maybe regression with your offense. Be better than the Vikings. Be better than J.J. McCarthy, because I think both the Packers and the Lions are going back to the postseason. And if you're going to have a division that has 3 teams going again, why couldn't the Bears flip-flop positions with the Minnesota Vikings?
On Caleb Williams, Chris Canty was talking about him unsportsmanlike 6 to 10 a.m. Eastern time every weekday morning here on ESPN Radio. Chris with Evan Cohen and Michelle Smallman. Canty saying that Caleb Williams needs to be able to, within that building, feel a little bit more pressure and use it.
It's okay to not acknowledge the pressure that people outside of the building are putting on the thing. But when it comes to the pressure internally, there is pressure to deliver for your teammates. When you got the ball in your hand, you carry the hopes and dreams of everybody with that franchise.
Yeah.
And as a quarterback, you have to respect that position. You have to respect that trust, that confidence that everybody is putting in you.
Yeah.
So there's pressure from that perspective. But from that soundbite, I didn't get the sense that he was talking about that. I got the sense that he was talking about the pressure of the expectations based on being the number 1 overall pick.
I think Caleb Williams, too, for whatever reason, because of reports that he was trying to strong-arm his way away from Chicago in the draft, some of the different things that were said by him and his father when he was in college and while he was at USC, there's this predetermined evaluation that people have of him that's probably a little bit unfair. And I get the sense that there's this subconscious of, oh, he's too lackadaisical. He doesn't care enough. He's not able to consume and then apply because he's not this consummate live, breathe, eat football winner. One, we don't know that. And two, I just think that those conclusions that have already been drawn lead to some of the conversations that we have about Caleb Williams, whether it's fair or not.
I don't care if you want to play hockey when the Bears drafted him. It doesn't matter now. We're past that. It's the second year. You have invested a lot of high-value assets on the offense, and you have a chance to restore the Bears to glory. The question is, does he have the capability to make them a winner over 17 weeks, and can he get better quickly so that he can make sure that he is not too far behind the 8 ball? I think the worst thing, if we're talking about pressure, you don't want to be in a situation when you're chasing your tail. Maybe Minnesota's not as good as they were and they're catchable, and because you stubbed your toe earlier in the season, you're playing catch-up. You want to get out to a good start to the season. You want him to get comfortable, and then when you have dips in the schedule like every team does and every quarterback does, you'll be insulated by his abilities and the play calling to help him out. So I like where Caleb Williams is. I know there's a lot of criticism and questioning of him, his character, how much is he really dialed in, but I think he's just fine, and maybe he hasn't come across as the most mature quarterback to ever play his second season, but so what? If he can play football, if he doesn't throw interceptions and throws a whole lot of touchdowns, that's what he's paid to do.
My bold prediction, not having Matt Eberflus seemingly just have his brain leak out of his skull in late moments in one-score games this season, probably going to do Caleb Williams an awful lot of good. Clinton and Friends, presented by Progressive Insurance. They offer auto, home, and commercial audio insurance, plus a variety of business insurance options. Visit Progressive.com today.
You might have missed it.
Let's start right out. Hey, what happened?
But that doesn't mean there isn't deeper meaning. It's Off the Grid.
I want to get completely off the grid.
With Clinton and Friends.
ESPN Radio, ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80. Clinton Yates off today. Home team, Brandon Leak. I am Ken LaVicka in for Clinton. Going to bounce around a little bit here. Devin Kane, our trusty leader here on Clinton and Friends, going to guide us through. Dev.
Yeah, we're going to run through a couple little headlines here quick. First, let's go to home team's hometown of Georgia. Buford High School in Georgia has opened a new $62 million football stadium, Philip Beard Stadium, named after Buford City Commission chairman. The state-of-the-art facility, one of the largest high school stadiums in the Southeast, featured 10,000 seats, 15 luxury suites, a 3,500 square foot video scoreboard, and a 2-story field house with locker rooms. The stadium, which took 8 months to build, also includes 6 practice fields and a junior varsity field. The Buford Wolves, ranked number 10 nationally, will debut the stadium on August 14th against Milton High School in a nationally televised game on ESPN. Home team, can you just give us an example of how big high school football is in Georgia?
You just said it all. What do you think? This is some low-rent, know-nothing state that comes around every now and then to talk about football? No. That's what we do around here. We put people in college. We put people in the NFL. Football runs through the veins of everybody in the state of Georgia, and this is a crown jewel of how we get down.
Real quick, I want to jump in here because I'm in the state of Florida where it is absolutely criminal how underpaid high school football coaches are. With all of the talent that comes out of this state, these high school football coaches are failed repeatedly in the Sunshine State, and great coaching talent always goes to Georgia because Georgia puts resources towards its kids when it comes to high school football. Georgia continues to show that Florida is an embarrassment when it comes to adults in high school football down here.
All right, this last story, a remarkable incident in India. A 2-year-old killed a venomous cobra by biting it after the snake coiled around his hands while he was playing at home earlier this month. The toddler instinctively bit the snake's head, causing it death due to trauma, but ingested some venom, leading to unconsciousness. His family rushed him to the local health center and was later transferred to a hospital where he was treated for anti-allergy medication. He is fine, but I saw this story. A child doesn't know any better, especially biting a head of a cobra. Ken, what do you think?
The human mind starts to register long-term core memories at right around 2 years old. I hope that this toddler's memory component of his brain, his cerebral cortex, has started to function at this point, because what an awesome thing to be able to brag about for the rest of your days on this planet. He already has the greatest pickup line and the greatest drinking story humanly imaginable. Oh, yeah, when I was 2, a cobra attacked me, and I bit its head and killed it. I mean, you can't top that, home team.
The Cobra Cruncher. Sign him up for the Avengers is what I'm doing. This kid is going to be a winner in all things he does.
Man, he's already accomplished more in his life at 2 than I ever have in my existence on this planet. Up next, I gave me, Ken LaVicka, my top 5 Super Bowl contenders earlier in the show. Now home team Brandon Leak is going to give you his. It's Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
50 states in 50 days takes us here
to the great state of Wyoming! Arizona!
Is this heaven? No, it's Iowa. Guess who's coming to town?
Let's get after it.
We can already smell the cheese curds here, and it's like 11 a.m.
50 states in 50 days. This is SportsCenter on tour.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
John, what are you doing? Get in my car. Why are you walking to work?
Thanks, man. It's these insanely high gas prices. They are draining my bank account. I can't afford to drive anymore.
Dude, don't walk. Just do what I do, because I never pay full price for gas anymore. I use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait, you're telling me you get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code WINNING for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's promo code WINNING. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code WINNING for 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code WINNING.
Being present and in the moment for family activities was impossible because Will Burt was so focused on the constant pain in his leg.
My wife likes to take walks. I always kind of dreaded going on walks because they hurt. The boys both play baseball. I coach their teams. I was going to do them and be in pain and be uncomfortable and kind of sacrifice my own health.
An old Achilles injury left Will coping with agonizing pain until he discovered the natural biologic treatments at QC Kinetics. No surgery or steroids. The procedure took place in the office, and Will walked right out.
I feel great. There's no pain. There's no tenderness.
Patients like Will are feeling amazing and living their best lives.
Ironically, just got off the golf course today. So I think that's a good telltale sign that the Achilles is feeling better.
Don't be in pain another day. Call QC Kinetics for your free consultation. Call QC Kinetics, 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955.
The Taste of Elmwood Park returns. It's August 7th to the 10th. Mayor Skip Saviano, what's your favorite part?
Where do I start? The live music, family fun, and sampling from over 20 of Elmwood Park's best restaurants. I love it all. How about you, Carm?
Gotta be the meatball eating contest.
Always a crowd favorite.
And I'm excited to be the honorary MC once again this year.
Join us at the Taste of Elmwood Park happening August 7th to the 10th.
Grab your family and friends for a weekend of amazing food, live entertainment, and a true Taste of Elmwood Park.
Kap J Hood here with Howard Enkin. Sounds of summer.
An accident about to happen.
Whoa! Come on, it's a freaking slip and slide.
You mean slip and fall?
Water may sound seemingly harmless to you guys, but anyone who's experienced a slip and fall injury at work, in a store, or at their apartment building knows just how serious they can be. If you've been injured, call 312-6-MILLION.
Howard is our attorney on the Kap J Hood Show. Weekday morning, 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Did you know VA home loans are a key to home ownership for those who served?
It was a personal goal of mine to try and purchase a home before the age of 30. I do remember the first moment I walked into my home. I remember that real clearly, actually. I walked in and I could hear my footsteps echo off the back wall. And the first thing I thought in my head was, man, furniture is going to be real expensive. The VA not requiring any down payment prior to buying the home is actually really beneficial because it allowed me to take that money I had budgeted to go out and buy furniture, food, cleaning supplies, pretty much everything I needed. Using the loan itself wasn't too complicated. It's very user-friendly, and the VA was really helpful, showing me what I needed to do and how I would go about it. Purchasing a home is scary. There's a lot of moving parts. There's a lot of things that are new to you and that you won't understand, but ultimately it's not impossible, and they make it so that anybody can do it. Oh, I'm extremely glad I did it. It was one of the best things I could have done for myself, I think.
To learn more about VA home loans, visit va.gov/home Home Loans.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6759. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
If you miss a show or an interview on ESPN 1000, you can hear it anytime, anywhere through the all-new ESPN Chicago app.
ESPN Radio's NFL Rankup of the top 5 head coaches.
Andy Reid is still the standard, folks.
We all know it's Big Red, okay? It's Andy Reid, obviously.
Andy Reid, he knows what's going on. He's the best coach in the NFL right now.
To the top 5 pretenders.
The Minnesota Vikings.
The Chicago Bears.
The Miami Dolphins.
Green Bay Packers.
Okay. And everything in between. This is ESPN Radio's NFL Rankup. Top 5 Super Bowl contenders.
We have finally arrived. The final ESPN Radio Rank 'em on Clinton and Friends in 2025. There is a lot of pressure to perform right now for home team Brandon Leak. But like Caleb Williams, he is outwardly confident. With home team Brandon Leak, I am Ken LaVicka. Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80. And home team's about to give you his top 5 Super Bowl contenders. First, though, make sure to tune into baseball action this Sunday. Phillies, Tigers coverage Sunday Night Baseball beginning 6 p.m. Eastern on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, and at 7 p.m. on ESPN. All right, so I went through my 5 Super Bowl contenders earlier on here, home team. Let's go ahead and get to your 5.
Number 5.
All right. The Detroit Lions made their presence known last year. Jared Goff, his leadership, a dynamic offense. You have Jahmyr Gibbs. You have a fantastic defense. They had 16 guys on injured reserve when they were in that playoff game. They had 5 turnovers, and Washington made them pay for every one. But Dan Campbell has a good grasp of this team, and I think they are now going to be here for a minute. They are going to be one of the powerhouses in the NFC, and I have them as number 5 on my list because they mean business.
Won't argue that they're a Super Bowl contender. I just get so nervous about replacing 2 coordinators in one fell swoop, like the Lions are doing with Aaron Glenn now with the Jets and Ben Johnson, who we were discussing with the Bears. And I get the refrain out of Detroit, oh, but they've been there before. They know the system. They know the personnel. Sometimes that doesn't matter. There is still an acclimation process to all of this. That being said, the defense, barring something tragic, is not going to be nearly as decimated as it was last year. But Aiden Hutchinson has to stay healthy. If he can play a full 17-game season, then the Lions could absolutely be in an NFC championship game, which has eluded them. But Aiden Hutchinson has to be on the field all year long for the Lions, in my opinion.
Number 4.
People think it's over. It's not over. Until you hear this man retires, Patrick Mahomes, it is not over. And sometimes getting beaten up badly in front of the nation just inspires and sparks more out of teams that don't have their run come to an end. And I think that's the narrative for the Kansas City Chiefs. Patrick Mahomes is still a dual threat. He is still the boogeyman of the National Football League. They did not have a 1,000-yard receiver in Kansas City. They had wide receiving problems. They had drops, and I think that's getting cleaned up. It doesn't need to be Travis Kelce doing all of the work, and so they're going to have to spread the ball around, but I think the Kansas City Chiefs are going to be back, and they are going to be hard to get out. Chris Jones is not going to let that defense get pushed around anymore, and I think Kansas City is primed to be a Super Bowl contender at number 4.
The Chiefs are not the overwhelming Cat 5 hurricane that they were a couple of years ago. They spent the last couple of seasons struggling to hit the deep ball. That said, I think there's a lot more made out of being trashed on national television in the Super Bowl than is actually a concern with the Chiefs. I'm with you. They're still a top 5 team. They're a Super Bowl contender.
Number 3.
Patrick Mahomes is not the only boogeyman. There's another one, Lamar Jackson. He is still relevant. Yeah, they keep coming up a little bit short, but again, dual threat. And now they add more defense to a good defense. Jair Alexander and Georgia Bulldog Malachi Starks. Now in the secondary, their offense and defense, both formidable and balanced. I think they are going to punch through, and I think they're going to have a really good season. That's why I have them at number 3 as one of my Super Bowl contenders.
The Ravens spent 10 weeks not being able to defend the pass, and then they sort of joysticked it. Kyle Hamilton moved back to more of a free safety role, and the Ravens were a different team, and they were maybe the best team going into the playoffs last year. No reason why the Ravens can't make the leap this season with that group in Baltimore.
Number 2.
I used the word raggedy earlier in the show. I'm going to use it for the AFC East. It is raggedy. A rebuild in New England, a start over for the Jets, and questions and injury for the Dolphins.
Yeah, whatever they are.
That's a raggedy division, and that's why the Buffalo Bills are going to tap dance all through it. This could be the year for Josh Allen. He already has his MVP now, and now with a light schedule and the fact that they have a situation where the division they have to go through is not that difficult. This is why I have Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bills at number 2 as a Super Bowl contender.
I think it's pretty self-explanatory. I have them as my top Super Bowl contender. They check every box going into 2025. Can they finally get themselves to a Super Bowl?
Number 1.
And lastly, you don't go against the champion. This may be the beginning of something special. They built a team from the inside out on both sides of the ball, and they are dominating both sides of the ball. Is primed to be in a position where his team is the number 1 Super Bowl contender on my list.
Home team's top 5 Super Bowl contenders. Detroit at 5, then the Chiefs, Ravens, Bills, and Eagles. We may have, if it's possible, more drama coming out of Dallas training camp in Oxnard, California. Breaking from Diana Rossini, the Micah Parsons Cowboys relationship is deteriorated to the point where the star pass rusher considering drastic measures, which could include a trade request or even a declaration. He is severing his relationship with the team, per multiple sources familiar with the situation. If you thought Terry McLaurin was weird, this thing, this is personal, home team. Yeah. This thing is personal right now.
Yeah, they need to pay this man his money, and this sounds really bad. This is bad for Cowboy Nation.
For home team Brandon Lake, I'm Ken LaVicka. Have a great rest of your weekend. Up next, Joe and Q. This has been Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
All right, Carmen and you're coming up to wrap the week, and there is a lot happening. You heard there about what's going on out of Dallas and what Diana Rossini is reporting. I mean, drastic measures. Is Micah Parsons really thinking about that? Terry McLaurin wants out of Washington. The Bears have a day off today. We'll play some of the best stuff from Caleb Williams' conversation with Waddle Silvy yesterday. We'll play Tom Ricketts talking about the All-Star game coming here, Rob Manfred, also Jed Hoyer on what they did and didn't do. I think more of what they didn't do is upset some Cub fans as we enter the home stretch of the final 2 months of the baseball season. Jesse Rogers will join us. We got more of those Canner tickets to give away for the big event next Friday. Loaded show coming up. Join us at noon.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Are you confident your retirement game plan is as strong as steel? Hey, it's Jurko from Mitch Lyons Wealth. MitchLyonsWealth.com is full of tools for you to access at no cost to make sure you're positioned to win retirement. Go to MitchLyonsWealth.com today and get a free copy of Mitch's book or his retirement documentary. You can set a no-obligation 10-minute call with Mitch and his team to see if strategies they are utilizing might improve your retirement. That's MitchLyonsWealth.com, your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
Hey Chicago, your local IKEA stores know that summer is short, so make the most of it. Visit your local IKEA Schaumburg or IKEA Bolingbrook stores between now and August 8th for your chance to win a fully catered suite night for your family and friends at an upcoming White Sox game. Just scan the QR code in the store. And Friday, August 8th, it's IKEA's annual summer barbecue from 4 to 7 p.m. Enjoy a delicious buffet of American backyard favorites with some Swedish flair. So stop by your local IKEA today to enter to win, and then join the barbecue fun on August 8th.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations at Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Save with 0% financing or make no payments for 90 days. Plus save even more with our complimentary maintenance plan. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk. hawkauto.com. Financing and plan on select models with approved credit.
The Roar returns this week to Washington Park in Michigan City, Indiana. The X Insurance Great Lakes Grand Prix runs through Sunday, showcasing the world's fastest offshore motorboat racing. Events for the entire family all weekend long, including the block party, boat parade, flyovers, live music, and the Grand Prix Brewfest. Check out the schedule and plan your visit at GreatLakesGrandPrix.com. Make the short drive and feel miles away in Michigan City, Indiana.
You said you'd never buy your kid candy from the checkout aisle. Or forget extra diapers. And never give in to a meltdown. You'd never lick your thumb to clean their face. Never let them have too much screen time. And never bribe them for just one more bite. You say you'd never let them out in public without their hair brushed. Never, ever become a minivan mom. And you'd never give them your phone for a quiet dinner.
Calling boss work phone.
So when you say you'd never leave your child in a hot car, no, it can happen. Cars get hot fast, and kids can be at risk in temperatures as low as 60 degrees Fahrenheit. Never happens. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today. Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. SkillBridge and other VA benefits are available to those who qualify.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos. Fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, this is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Jurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
One of the more active, crazy, busier trade deadlines in baseball that I can remember, Jurk. I mean, and there was a flurry of activity.
Was there 46 trades?
That sounds right. 9 of them by one team alone, by the Minnesota Twins. 40% of their
They've jettisoned
roster.
10 of their guys, right?
God. That's like...
Is it a 26-man roster now?
It is 26.
So 10 of 26 gone.
That's a lot.
I think the White Sox catch the Minnesota Twins. Would that be safe to say? White Sox have 40 victories. They've got 52. The Minnesota Twins in front of them.
Although that's a big span.
I still see a tough August and September ahead for the Minnesota Twins.
You might be right. They've got 51, actually. The Twins are 51 and 57.
Well, even closer.
Could the White Sox... I'd love it if they just didn't finish with the worst record. I was saying that in the AL. Like, even if they catch Baltimore or Sacramento, or Minnesota. I mean, it was a wild day yesterday. There were some big names that changed teams, some impact players. None of the controllable arms moved when it was all said and done. I think the asking price was too high. But I don't think that matters to Cub fans right now, and I don't think anybody around these parts is going to let the Cubs off the hook too easily. This doesn't seem like... I didn't think this was going to be the way it went, that your addition was Mike Soroka to your rotation.
And?
Kittredge, fine. Rogers, fine. He could help as a situational lefty.
Guy from Minnesota.
That's the best player they got.
Yeah. Willie Castro.
The best deal they did. Like, I think the guy that will help them the most is probably Willie Castro. That's a nice deal. The rest of them, I think Cub fans are left wanting much more.
Here's what happens. If the Cubs go on, they win the division, then guess what? Everybody's happy. They won the division. They're winning the division with the guys that they had, or they were close to winning it. Obviously, two best records in baseball belong in the NL Central. They go on, they win, and they cause a little bit of damage, and they cause a little bit of harm. But if you say finish second in the division, and you go out meekly in the first round of the playoffs, the criticism is there for the Chicago Cubs. They're there to be criticized for what they've done. But Jed's got his money.
Or what they didn't do.
Jed's got his contract extension, right?
Yep.
So there you go. They're happy.
All right, so Cub fans.
They're competing.
Ring us up here today. 312-332-3776 is the phone number. Fire away however you're feeling about this, if you're fine with it, if you're upset, if you're wondering why they weren't a little bit more aggressive in their pursuit of some guys. Did Jed misread the entire period leading up to the trade deadline? It kind of sounds that way from his own admission. And why were they kind of slow to react then? Now, they were trying to add one of those impact arms. There's no doubt about it. They were trying. They were on the phone a lot with Washington yesterday, as I had told you. Now, none of those guys got moved, so fine. If you say, well, you can't blame them for that. None of those guys got moved. None of the controllable arms got moved. Okay, I still don't know how you walk away with only the pieces, the small pieces that they did, especially when a lot of big-time power bullpen arms moved and you could use some help there. Plenty of other pitchers still changed teams. Adrian Hauser was available, and it sounds like there was a deal that was going down to the last 30 minutes or so there were conversations that Chris Getz admitted between he and Jed that were going down to about the last 30 minutes. Unfortunately, or not unfortunately, but just however you view it, like it never happened. Charlie Morton changed teams. I know he stunk early and was a huge part of Baltimore getting out of the gate slowly and struggling to the point where the Orioles have struggled this year. But Charlie Morton had been much better over his last 10 starts or so. Bieber changed teams. You were in on Bieber, according to Jesse and Passon and others. What happened? Merrill Kelly got moved. There were arms that got moved, even if they were not the long-term controllable arms. And then you had these bullpen guys like Duran going, and Bednar going, and Miller going, and Finnegan going, and Helsley going, and Griffin Jacks ended up getting dealt to Tampa. And I don't know, where were the Cubs in all this? Are you okay with that? Or are you left scratching your head, and more so, are you just flat out angry? Judging by Kap and Hoodie's reaction this morning and some of the callers, there's some anger. You forget about all in. I don't want to hear like all in or we tried. You're not all in when you walk away with Mike Soroka and Willie Castro and
not at all.
Taylor Rogers, who was traded twice in 48 hours. That's not all in.
Yeah, this was a flaccid-like effort.
Yeah.
At the trade deadline. Flaccid-like effort. I'm not upset. I mean, listen, if the Cubs win the division, they get into the playoffs, you're going to have to be hot and have some momentum going into the playoffs. It all depends on what happens there. I mean, if they start sputtering and they, pitter-patter down the stretch here in the final 50-some-odd games and don't put themselves in the best situation to make hay in the playoffs, then it's a problem.
I don't think that'll happen.
Right.
I think the Cubs are good enough. I think their offense is good enough where they're going to slug their way to a lot of wins here this year. And they're going to be in the playoffs. They've got about a 96% chance of making the playoffs. But I think like what you talk about is, were there other things that could have been done that would have helped you and primed you for October, where you really should be in a kind of let's go all in and get it kind of mode? I talked about this with you yesterday. Is there anybody that's like death-defying in the National League, if you want to use that term, or just so unbelievably scary that you're just like, well, you're not going to beat this team anyway? And we don't throw around terms like unbeatable much in baseball because we know how crazy October is. It's the weirdest of weird, and crazy things happen when the sample gets small for excellent baseball players and excellent baseball teams. So we don't throw around that moniker a lot. But do you see anybody of the caliber that you'd say they're even close to being unbeatable? I think the Phillies probably did better than any team in the NL at the deadline. The Phillies are the second choice to win the World Series now for a reason at 8-1. Are they unbeatable? Are the Dodgers? If anything, the Dodgers, there's been some weakness exposed. Now, their pitching staff is going to start to get a little healthier here, and it has. Like, Glasnow's come back, and Blake Snell is coming back very soon, if I'm not mistaken. So they are getting a little bit healthier. And with, like, duct tape, they found a way to do it last year. But I don't think they're as good as they are last year. And I think the record indicates that, and just some of the way they've played indicates that. Milwaukee's not unbeatable, even though they have the best record. Is Milwaukee really all that intimidating? That's not to disrespect them. We can give them credit, but are they all that intimidating? Are the Mets? Just seems to be there for the taking. Maybe that's the reason why you say we don't have to do much and mortgage our future much. Maybe that's the calculus. Like, why would we mortgage too much when we're just as good as anybody and we could thump our way to, an NLCS and we'll take our chances there? Because nobody looks all that great in the National League right now. I should throw the Padres in as well as probably a team. Phillies and Padres did best here.
Didn't it look like the Padres were going to be moving Dylan Cease at some point?
Maybe. Yeah. That didn't happen.
That didn't happen at all.
This Suarez-Miller combination at the back end. I should not overlook them. I think the Padres and the Phillies did best.
Right.
This is what Dave Dombrowski always does. Historically, he's always done it in different stops. They're not sitting around on their hands in Philly, and he's not going to sit around on his hands. A.J. Preller's always going to be aggressive. Jesse, who's going to join us in a little bit, had heard that while the Cubs were talking to Washington, that he heard the team that was really on the phone most about Mackenzie Gore yesterday, go figure, was A.J. Preller in San Diego. Now, again, nothing did materialize there. The longer-term controllable arms, the Kellys and those guys, not Kelly, Joe Ryan, excuse me, and who else would have been Zach Gallen. Those guys, Mackenzie Gore, those guys did not end up moving. But we want to hear from Cub fans today and how you're reacting to this whole thing. 312-332-3776. Dennis in Boca Raton. What's going on, Dennis?
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
It's the last part that you had just made, that's the part that I wanted to make. Now, personally, I'm a Tampa Bay Rays fan, so I feel like the White Sox fleeced us for Adrian Hauser because we gave up 3 prospects for a 32-year-old pitcher with a career journeyman pretty much with a 4 ERA.
Yeah.
And we could have just kept our young arm in Taj Bradley. We traded him for Griffiths Jacks, which is I don't know, he's a good reliever, but that's neither here nor there. I think the Cubs are in a great position. They have pretty much took the Dodgers out back throughout their series this year, and I know it's regular season, but those memories and hardening and winning those regular season matchups will serve good for them long-term potentially. The Phillies do have great pitching, but I think with the bats that the Cubs has in their lineup, that's one thing that can offset good pitching. In the playoff series, it's just depending on which round you're in the first of 3 or 4 games. You have Suzuki, Kyle Tucker, Pico Armstrong. I mean, those guys got bats. Like, as a Rays fan, I'm envious of the lineup. I think the starters that you guys have will be good. Micah Soroka kind of could be a bullpen guy. Like, I don't know if you throw him in 1, 2, or 3, but he could end up going into the pen. So I think they have enough pitching with maybe Jameson Taillon coming back. He could give between Taillon, Horton, Imanaga. They can get it. I wouldn't trust Brown, but I feel like they can be good with 3 starters to throw out there for the playoffs. If their offense can just continue to keep fire, I think they'll be good because, honestly, I feel like over the last couple of years, the teams that do all that stuff at the deadline haven't won. Like the Dodgers are the all-season – I mean, not the Dodgers, the Padres, I'm sorry.
I know,
are like
Padres,
the all-season and mid-season champs.
They're always adding.
They haven't,
yeah.
Yep, but it hasn't translated to winning, so I don't know. I think Cubs fans should feel all right, and if they just stick to what they were doing, they have a good chance to come out at the end, at least maybe make a CS or a World Series appearance. I don't think too many of them fans might have had that on their outlooks going into the season, so I think it could be a positive season overall. They just got to keep playing good.
Thanks, Dennis. Appreciate it. Yeah, the Preller we were just talking about has always been this, like, we're all in. It doesn't matter who we're trading. You think about the prospects they've given up in the last couple of years. Think about the 3 players they gave up to get Juan Soto. I believe it was Wood, Abrams, and Mackenzie Gore. They didn't get much out of Juan Soto. I mean, Juan Soto was good, but it didn't lead them to anything. It didn't translate into much of anything. And you'd think maybe that there's the foundation of what could be the next good team in Washington, although they really do suck right now. And those 3 guys are on the big league club, and they really do suck. But those guys are good, and Wood might be a superstar, and there's promise. You'd like to think, you got to say Washington did well in that deal, but Preller's like, the hell with it. He just traded the 3rd best prospect in baseball and a shortstop that might be a star someday to get Mason Miller. It is always, who knows what he was trying to send to get Mackenzie Gore. Now, ultimately, Washington didn't do it. It's funny, he was trying to get him back after that deal a couple of years later. But he's always been one. It's like, it doesn't matter. What does he have to show for it? Nothing. A lot of regular season success.
Yeah.
A 2-1 series lead on the Dodgers last year. Remember how we were all sitting on our Padre ticket? And we felt pretty good in the NLCS.
Feeling real good.
And then what happened?
No good. Yeah. No good. Down the tubes.
Down the tubes. The Dodgers are starting who? What kind of pitching do the Dodgers have? Padres are up 2-1.
Let's go.
Here's Carmen and Jurko and Bleck Abdalla. Let's go, Padres.
We're doing a celebration. Right down the pooper.
Right down the pooper is right. So all they've done is go down the pooper when it's mattered most. So they don't have a lot for sure. And he's always pushing all in. So Dennis is trying to give any Cub fan that's irate a little bit of the counter. Dave's in Barrington. What's going on, Dave?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking the call. Wanted just to get your thoughts. When I saw that Jed was extended at the beginning of the week, that to me kind of sent the signal that this isn't a team that's going to be making a big move. It took all urgency away from him. I feel like this is just ownership saying, hey, Jed, you're good. You don't need to make any moves. Your job's fine. I just don't understand why that move needed to be made Monday versus today, next week. See how he approaches the deadline here. Want to get your thoughts on that.
I'm going to ask that question, Dave, to Jesse Rogers. Did Jed getting the contract extension change his approach or outlook to this deadline?
Maybe he got the contract extension to change his outlook.
That's an interesting way to put it. It's not like his outlook changed, but Ricketts is like, don't do anything crazy. I'm going to give you an extension.
I think we've done enough.
Let's ask Jesse about that when he joins us in 15, 20 minutes.
Let's put pen to paper, Jed.
David, thanks. Let's ask him about that.
Yeah.
Let's see what he says. All right, sit tight, guys. We got to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We're going to come back and take more of your phone calls. Then Jesse will join us at 12:35. And did Jed admit that he misread the deadline here as it neared and then throughout the course of the day yesterday? We'll play you a soundbite coming up next. Hang on if you're on the phones. We'll get to all your Cup thoughts. I know a lot of Cup fans are pretty bothered by the way this thing went down yesterday. It's Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Angels.
Coverage starts tonight at 8 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
$4.5 million. The Veroliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Veroliak Law Group recovered $4.5 million for a client who was injured in a truck accident. If you're injured, make sure to call the Veroliak Law Group. Hey, it's the good kid. Let me tell you, playing pro football and being on the radio for years, I've had the chance to endorse many companies, but I've never endorsed one owned by close friends until now. The Verdoliak Law Group has been helping people for over 60 years, including my friends and neighbors. When you need a lawyer, experience matters. The Verdoliak Law Group has recovered over $9 billion for clients, serving over 40,000 cases in personal injury, auto accidents, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and more. Their proven results and commitment to clients make them the right choice. They've helped my neighbors and friends, and they'll help you too. Call 8444-VLG-LAW today. The Verdoliak Law Group. Experience you can trust.
Thinking about buying your first home? Neighborhood Lending Services from NHS Chicago makes it possible. We offer affordable home loans, home improvement financing, and expert support, all from a trusted nonprofit with deep roots in your community. Let NLS take you to the next level in your journey to home ownership. Call us today at 773-329-4111 or visit our website at nhschicago.org. Select NLS Connect.
Neighborhood Housing Services of Chicago is an equal housing opportunity lender. NMLS number 276722.
Looking for a smarter way to grow your savings? Wintrust Community Banks has you covered with 4.20% annual percentage yield on our 7-month CD special. This limited time offer won't last forever. Stop by your local Wintrust Community Bank or visit wintrust.com/radio25. APY assumes funds remain on deposit until maturity. Minimum daily balance of 1 cent required to obtain APY. Offer subject to change at any time and without notice. Additional terms and conditions apply. Details at wintrust.com/radiocd. Member FDIC.
Feel the boom. The dog days of summer are here, and the Schaumburg Boomers are chasing down a 5th Frontier League championship. The August home schedule is loaded with great fun and great baseball at Wintrust Field. Don't miss the last drone and fireworks show on Marshmallow Fight Night, Friday, August 8th. Plus, Friends Bobblehead Giveaway on Saturday, August 9th. Get game and ticket information at boomersbaseball.com. Feel the boom.
As a fan, you know all the important sports cliches. And when you save money by bundling your home and auto with Progressive, you can get out there and give it 110%, even though that's mathematically impossible. And remember, failure is not an option. Well, it's always an option, just not a good one. But you're not worried because you've got ice in your veins. You're on fire. How can both of those things be true at the same time? Well, that's between you and your doctor. So get out there and leave it all on the field. Leave what? Who cares? Just leave it and save with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurance not available in all states or situations.
Upgrade your learning experience during Dell Technologies Back to School event with AI PCs like the Dell 14 Plus featuring an Intel Core Ultra processor starting at $749.99. Supercharge your studies with features like real-time notes transcription, AI accelerated hardware to run multiple apps without slowing down, extended battery life, and more. That's the power of new AI PCs with Intel inside. Discover a smarter way to learn at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Oh, it's the weekend. We've made it. It's Friday. It's pizza night. And whether you're looking for the original stuffed crust pizza of Chicago, make no mistake, there's one original. It's Nancy's Pizza. Rocco Polisi invented it in the early 70s. They're doing it all these decades, all these years later, the exact same way over at Nancy's. Or their delicious thin crust, which is quite honestly what I usually go with. That's my favorite. Nancy's has you covered. Yes, and it's not just pizza. It's so much more. The homemade mozzis, the loaded waffle fries, the menu's awesome. Nancy's has locations throughout the Chicagoland area. So call for pickup or delivery this weekend. And remember to hit up the flagship restaurant in the West Loop. before and after games and events, concerts and whatnot over at the UC all fall and winter long. Nancy's Pizza, order up an original today.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Instagram at ESPN_Chicago. Carmen and Yurko are back. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's Home for Sports.
We're going to grab more of your Cub phone calls here, and then Jesse will join us at 12:35. Got to touch on some NFL stuff, including Diana Rossini's report that Micah Parsons is contemplating drastic measures, like a trade request or a complete complete separation from the team, whatever that means. Was he just going to stop playing football?
Wants to be separated.
You got to keep him separated.
Terry
McLaurin late in the day yesterday requested a trade. We'll talk about all that throughout the course of the day today.
Guys not happy. They want new contracts.
Here's Jed Hoyer on Baseball Tonight with Buster Olney talking about the crazy trade deadline. Take a listen.
That was a crazy one. I'm still kind of digesting it, to be honest with you. I think I'll probably have a better sense of it a day from now. But really interesting in terms of who did what. There were some teams that decided not to sell. There were some teams that didn't expect to be buyers that ended up buying, and then there were some teams that were hyper aggressive. So in a lot of ways, I actually expected sort of a slow deadline because there were so few sellers, and I couldn't have been more wrong. I think you saw, Minnesota was super aggressive and really put so many players on the market, and I think that really changed things. So all in all, I think it was a kind of a wildly entertaining last 24 hours.
Jed admitting that he misread the situation, said I was wrong, that he didn't think it was going to be quite the way it was going to be. And I don't know that that's the end of the world for the GM to say that. He's giving his honest opinion. I don't know if it prevented them from doing any deals. It just doesn't feel like they want to go beyond a certain limit, whether that's in, if you want to use that term, pushing their chips all in or spending big money on the payroll. There just seems to be a governor in place that I don't think Cub fans were expecting to be there.
Full blast all in.
Yeah. I think that's what the case is right now.
Yeah.
Could work out for them in the end because they are very good, but however short they do come up, if they do, then Cub fans are going to be very annoyed about the way the offseason ended without getting Bregman. And then the subsequent trade deadline that just kind of fizzled without much punch. Matt's in St. Charles. What's going on, Matt?
Yeah, you know what that sounded like with Jed? That sounded like a lot of poop mouth to me. Like, it's all nonsense. Whatever he's talking about is all BS. Here's my problem with all of this. You charge us poor Cub fans who have done nothing but watch losers for 200 years, pay $20 a month we have to pay to watch the Cubs. That's absurd.
Wait. How much do you pay a month to watch the Cubs?
It'll be $20 a month. They announced
$20
a month.
$20 a month? Oof. Jeez.
Listen, so $20 a month to watch the Cubs. It doesn't sound like a lot of money, but the problem
is, yeah,
you have a owner who doesn't want to spend the money. Why am I going to pay money to watch a team that doesn't want to spend the money to watch, for players that we need? It's totally ridiculous. It's a giant middle finger to all the fans who spend money to go watch these guys play. I don't blame the players. I blame the ownership.
There you go. Amen, Matt. All right.
Yeah.
What do you got against the Marquee Network? I think a lot of Cub fans have a lot against the Marquee Network.
Don't spend $1 on them. That's one way to do it.
Do what Jurko does. Don't watch.
Yeah, I didn't watch the game yesterday.
They didn't have a game yesterday.
Point exactly. Thank you. Whether they did or whether they don't. I watched the highlights, Carm.
Yeah.
You know what? They're free.
The highlights are free.
The highlights are free.
You're right
Believe
about
it or not.
that, Eric. Yeah.
I'll take the highlights.
So Marquee's going up next year. I can't even get Marquee Network because I have YouTube.
You were gone when that happened. Peggy was here when that happened.
I think I did hear that, though.
Yeah.
No, I think I heard that.
True to roof, Carm. True to roof.
Yeah, I hear you. Let's say hi to our buddy Ed in Plainfield. What's going on, Eddie?
Guys, Irritated Ed here, long-time listener.
Irritated
So,
Ed.
First off, let me start with Fatso Ballesteros. My father-in-law, who's an awesome guy, a month or so ago, had the cockamamie idea of trading Kyle Tucker which now after the month he's had, maybe not so cockamamie, but I wish that they would have re-signed him. But anyway, he tells me about this phenom. I see the guy gets called up a week later, and that guy's 5'4", 260 pounds, 21 years old. Is he going to get thinner as he ages? No. I mean, that guy, if he was I can't believe I agreed with Kap. I heard him on with Waddle and Silvy. If he was holding Jed Hoyer back because he didn't want to trade that fat ass, oh my God, I almost said something worse.
Guys.
Terrible. Not why I called. Jed Hoyer, guys. Theo's water boy. Theo's errand boy. Got his own gig that lasted in San Diego for a year and a half before his boy Theo threw him a lifeline. Come join me. Let's redo Chicago. You can ride my coattails there, Jed. That's all he's done. I wonder when he's at Wrigley Field, guys, if Ricketts has him on a collar and a leash and he dog walks him around the office because he is a meat shield for Ricketts. If he's not running for Manfred's job to show Manfred, hey, I can be a meat shield for Ricketts in a tough market, I could do it for all the other owners too. I don't know what we're doing. Jed Hoyer, terrible.
Classic.
And Ricketts monetizes everything around Wrigley. All he cares about is dollar signs. He is Northside Reinsdorf, and he celebrates different holidays. That's it. Later, dudes.
Right. Okay, thank you, Ed. Northside Reinsdorf, he celebrates a different holiday.
There you go.
Very good. I mean, Cup fans are hot. Let me calm you down on one thing. You can go after the owner all you want, Jed all you want. I hear you. I'm with you. I don't think they did enough. I heard Kap this morning talking about Ballesteros' weight. I once heard that Miguel Cabrera was going to be too fat to stay in Major League Baseball.
I remember that.
Miguel Cabrera,
pretty good. Pretty good.
Miguel Cabrera is one of the 5 best right-handed hitters of the last 40 years. I once heard that Prince Fielder was too fat to play baseball.
Weird how he got fatter after becoming vegan.
Well, listen.
Hey, Doritos don't have meat in them.
Yeah.
Last I checked.
Either do Skittles.
Doritos and Skittles don't have meat.
Prince Fielder finished his career with about a 130 OPS plus and 350 home runs or whatever it was. I was thinking of somebody else, and now I blanked. Who else was on my mind?
Another robust player?
Robust individual. Who the heck would it have been? I don't remember. But there have been robust individuals that can still flat out hit. Who was I just thinking of?
Can swing the bat.
I was just thinking of another chunky monkey that could really,
Not
really
Schwarber.
hit.
What about the guy from the Giants?
Pablo Sandoval. Now, I wasn't thinking of Pablo, and he's one that kind of rode the wave. But Pablo was a good player for a while. You're right,
Panda,
Chris.
wasn't he the Panda Bear?
Yeah. Schwarber, I don't know that anybody ever thought Schwarber was
He thinned out, though.
fatty. He thinned out,
though.
I've heard beer league softball player.
What about your mean Mercedes?
I guess
he was big and great.
That's he was never great.
Yeah, for 3 weeks.
For 3 weeks, he got his own burger named after him.
I guess that's a body shaming, too,
Just
by the
wait.
way.
Next year, we're going to get the Ballesteros burger on the north side.
Ballesteros burger. That actually has a great ring to it. So just because they're a little chunky, I had another guy in mind, and for some reason, I can't think of who it was. But, the Pudgies can still hang around a little bit.
Sure they can.
I mean, different position, but Bartolo Colon.
I mean, thank you.
Yeah.
That's a great example. Bartolo Colon.
Did you say Mo Vaughn?
Oh, Mo Vaughn.
Mo
There you go. I
Vaughn.
wasn't thinking of him either. There's somebody still escaped me that I had
The
in my mind.
Boston Red Sox big fella.
I think
Mo Vaughn was more just like a big dude
I
than a
think- can we-
fatso.
What
Can
about
guys,
the Boston Red Sox big fella that came from Minnesota?
Oh, Ortiz?
Yeah.
Oh, Big Pop. Yeah, but he was
Yeah,
like
but
They
he's
called
6
him Big Poppy.
I know, but he was over like 6 feet tall.
He was
I
still
wouldn't-
robust.
Like Ballesteros is like
He
5'6".
Right, but this guy's, but he was Babe Ruth-esque.
I think people should call today and give your
us your-
husky boys to Carm.
Give us
That's
your
right.
fats.
Find a husky boy and give it to Carm.
How about El Guapo? Garces, right?
Rich Garces.
Richard Garces.
Yeah, well, give us your give us your chunkies.
Chris and I used to try to come up
chunky
with
monkeys that were still pretty good.
In the NBA, we used to try to come up with the all-dough team.
Yeah.
Just the dudes that were doughy.
Dough team.
Like they're
Oliver
good at-
Miller.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Oliver Miller. There you
Old
go.
timer.
That's a great one.
What about Mike Lavalier? He was a chunky little
Was
guy.
he chunky?
Catcher for Pittsburgh.
Yeah, you might be right.
They had
But
another chunky guy for Pittsburgh that was running around slapping the ball around. a couple
David
years
Ortiz
ago.
might have been chunky, but he was also 6'3". Like when you're 6'3", you can be a little bit like he's just a big man. Like
He'd still be chunky.
yeah, but like you always say, 1 more inch and he'd be a perfect. 1 inch
2
less.
inches shorter and that'd be a perfect circle.
That's like Ballesteros. But those guys can still sometimes really hit. Chase is on the south side. What's going on, Chase?
Hey, fellas, what's going on? How you guys doing?
Good, man.
Good.
Oh, man, I ain't gonna lie, man. I ain't gonna lie, man. I'm very, really
You're down,
irritated,
huh?
man.
It sounds like it.
It's just annoying how our team, I just don't understand why our teams in this town, why is it that, why we're never in the mix when it comes to big players? Why are we always swimming in a shallow end of the pool? I don't understand it. It just really irritates me as a Chicago fan. I just don't get it. But there's 2 points I want to make about this whole trade deadline that I just don't understand. Okay, so when the Cubs made a trade for Kyle Tucker, I get that, okay, we're going in. Okay, so if you wasn't really going to go in the trade deadline, then what was the point of trading for Kyle Tucker then? Because obviously the way it's trending from what we're seeing, there's a highly possibility that he won't resign
to get his extension.
Right, but my thing is, Carmen, and this is what Silvy said, the same thing, that you halving it then. You halving it. Because you traded away a great prospect in Cam Smith and for Tucker when you're not even guaranteed he's coming back.
Yeah.
So then all of a sudden, okay, you're thinking that, okay, this is the time to go in, go all in, because you don't know what's going to happen. Like Kap said this morning, you don't know next year is not promised. Plus, you got a lockout possibly in a couple of years. So this is the time to go for it. Because you don't know there's no guarantee Kyle Tucker's coming back.
Of course not.
So you would think they would be aggressive. Instead, they halving it. They sort of just said, okay, we're just going to be this and that. So if that's the case, then what was the point of trading for Kyle Tucker? You was better off just keeping what it was and just build around your own core.
Maybe
I just don't get that.
Maybe that's why they're scared off, Chase. The Cam Smith thing scared them off a little bit. Maybe they said, we don't want to trade another prospect like Cam Smith. We don't know what the future is going to hold. We don't know if we're playing beyond the next year and a half. I don't know if that entered the calculus or not. We can ask Jesse what he knows. You know who I was thinking of? Alejandro Kirk, Yerk. Alejandro Kirk is almost your perfect circle.
Yeah.
And, he can hit. He can flat out hit.
Slash.
He can flat out hit.
I'm going to find the best beefy baseball players.
That's who I was thinking of. All right, Jesse's going to join us coming up next. 312-332-ESPN. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Saturdays on ESPN Chicago. Join me, Peggy Kaczynski.
And me, Dionne Miller, for the cleverly named Peggy and Dionne.
Of course, we are always talking about the saga of Chicago sports.
And occasionally, we may dive into other areas of interest. So join us Saturday morning at 11.
Peggy and Dionne on ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Advantage Acura of Naperville.
All right, Abdalla, earlier this summer, we visited Yuengling's brewery in Pottsville, PA, and it was like stepping into American history. Still family-owned, still brewing, still the oldest brewery in America.
I'm still cold from being inside those caves where they used to store the beer. You can feel the passion, the love. The family-owned brewery, nearly 200 years of brewing. It makes you appreciate every sip even more.
They even survived Prohibition. That kind of commitment, you can taste it.
Whether I'm golfing, grilling, just hanging out on the porch all summer, I'm reaching for an ice-cold Yuengling.
Start with the legend, the traditional lager, then the light lager, the golden pilsner, the black and tan.
And you got to try Flight, just 2.6 grams of carbs, 95 calories, super light and crisp. It's still Speedo season, Chris.
Next time you're at the bar or at the pool, beach, Abdalla loves going to the beach here in Chicago or stocking up. Make sure you grab a Yuengling. That's right.
Yeah, that's how we do
all
it.
Together.
Yeah, you'll be glad you did.
Pottsville, PA, DG Yuengling and Son.
The cheers, the smiles, the high fives, they make every race worth running or swimming. Be a part of the fun at the Chicago Ducky Derby, Thursday, August 7th. Tens of thousands of rubber ducks will splash down the Chicago River, all racing to support Special Olympics Illinois. You can help fuel the dreams of these incredible athletes and maybe even win big. So make a splash, quack a smile, and show you're in their corner. Adopt a duck and try your luck today at ChicagoDuckyDerby.com.
Hey, it's Carmen, and I've got the golf course for you, a championship-style course, quiet atmosphere, unrivaled course conditions. I'm talking about Stonewall Orchard Golf Club. Stonewall Orchard's been one of my favorite courses in Chicagoland for years. Check them out up north in Central Lake County. Their pristine country club course conditions are a huge draw. They have been the host site for the Illinois PGA, several U.S. Open qualifiers, and currently the Korn Ferry Tour qualifier. Treat yourself to one of the finest must-play courses in the Midwest. Go to stonewallorchard.com and book a tee time today.
Save big on everything for your next project when you shop at Menards. Give your home a fresh, updated look with Pittsburgh's exterior paint. Ultra is a paint and primer in one that provides excellent height and coverage, and it can be tinted to create thousands of color options. View our entire selection of Pittsburgh's exterior paint today on Menards.com. Plus, view our weekly flyer and check out all the great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
Your tee shots can use some straightening. Your chips can use more finesse. Your putts, let's not even go there. Help is around the corner. Golf Center Displays, a year-round automatic driving range with heaters and fans on all stations. A short game area, a 9-hole course that you can even play at night. This is one-stop shopping for any golfer who needs a little help. And don't we all? Golf Center Displays, 353 North River Road in Des Plaines.
John, what are you doing? Get in my car. So why are you walking to work?
Thanks, man. It's these insanely high gas prices. They're draining my bank account. I can't afford to drive anymore.
Dude, don't walk. Just do what I do, because I never pay full price for gas anymore. I use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Oh, wait. You're telling me you get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code RICH for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's promo code RICH. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code RICH for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code RICH.
On the road or off-road, Chevy Silverado is built for tough performance in any conditions. It's a real workhorse in the trenches. Check out the full line of Silverados at ChevyDriveChicago.com. Chevy Silverado, official truck partner of the Chicago Bears.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Carmen and Jurko are back. This is Chicago's Home for Sports. ESPN Chicago.
Wow. Chris and Adam were talking about the all-doughboy team in the NBA that they used to do. Sylvie reminded me about former Bull Michael Sweetney.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
They called him Sweet Tooth.
Such an unfortunate name, too, for a Husky boy.
For a Husky boy. He was so good at Georgetown. He was so good. He didn't have much of an NBA career. Michael Sweet Tooth. Let's get out to the...
We have to add this to the list.
Yes,
Top 5 Huskies.
Top 5 Huskies. Let's get out to the Yuengling guest hotline and say hi to Jesse Rogers. We got a lot to talk about with Jesse, obviously. What's up, Jess?
Good, boys. What's happening over there? Talk to me.
Well, you talked to us. First of all, I heard you had a sneaky good Husky that you wanted to drop in. Who was it?
John Crook.
John Crook's a good one. Yeah. I mean, that guy could really hit. So it is possible. Did they really not want to part with Ballesteros? As far as you could tell, is that being over-exaggerated? What do you think?
I don't know the context to that report. I don't think they wanted to part with him along with another top prospect. That much I can tell you. Him alone being untouchable, I find hard to believe.
Okay.
I find hard to believe. But, of course, it could have been like for a rental he was untouchable. Like we don't know the context to it. Mm-hmm. That's possible because Jed said he wasn't going to trade any top prospects for a rental, but I can't believe that he wouldn't be included in some deal for Mackenzie Gore or whoever. So there's no context to that. I just don't know. It's been less than 24 hours since the deadline. All this other stuff is going on. Manfred here with the All-Star game and everything. So I don't know. All I know is I really think all of us, including myself, shouldn't have been so distracted by the starting pitching conversations. It was a red herring. Jurko, you know what a red herring is, right?
Oh,
it was
yeah.
a distraction.
Absolutely. It's a fish.
Carmen, you have a better memory than anybody when it comes to baseball. Name me the last ace pitcher that wasn't a rental that got traded in July. It just doesn't happen.
Right.
But teams kick the tires because they want to know what people are thinking about their players. That's what that was about, and it happens every single July. And just think about this, Carmen. Think about it. The Minnesota Twins had a complete fire sale, and they still didn't trade Joe Ryan.
And they kept Joe Ryan,
because that's how valuable aces are. If they do it in the off season. They get all 29 other teams involved. Maybe. I'm not saying you don't ask, you don't talk, and I don't think they ever got close. In fact, I was told the Padres were more aggressive than the Cubs.
Go figure.
When it came to Mackenzie Gore. Of course they were.
They want him back. They traded him once. They want him back.
So I am not stuck on the fact that they didn't get an ace starter. Those are hard to get. I am stuck on the fact that these incredible closers all changed teams, and the Cubs decided to go to second or third tier players. Nothing wrong with Kittredge and Soroka. I'm sure they're nice guys, but they're not Johan Duran. They're not Ryan Helsley. They're not Mason Miller. I mean, can you believe the arms that changed teams?
You didn't even mention.
That's my problem with Jed.
Griffin Jacks, Helsley, even a guy like Finnegan. You summed it up perfectly, and kind of the way I did. Just like, okay, fine. The longer-term controllable arms didn't go, and I not that you have to let anybody off the hook or not, but I can understand how they kicked the tires, maybe even advance some conversations, but nothing ever got done because most teams aren't motivated to trade those guys, and the asking price was probably too high. But then I followed it up with exactly what you just said. How does Hauser still get traded? And Bieber get traded, and Kelly get traded, and Morton get traded, and then all the arms that you talked about, and you walk away with the best deal they made was the Willie Castro deal.
Yeah, it really was.
And so that's what I think is surprising. I think it's unsettling for Cub fan. I'm not emotionally attached to it because I'm not a Cub fan, but I think it's surprising, and quite frankly, I think it's a little weak. If I were a Cub fan, I know I'd be upset. I think it's a little weak considering where they are, their record, their run differential, and what's in front of them come October.
And that's why I gave this to Kap J Hood, and you have to understand it from this perspective. You're not going to like it if you're listening, Cub fans, but you have to understand it. The moves they made were to help secure a playoff spot, and that is it.
And that's
not to help them in October. It was only to help them to get to October. Every other contender in the National League made moves to help them get there and to win in October. And that is the bottom line. The Cubs are trying to get there. They don't really care about what happens there. They'll roll the dice. Sure, you never know. I don't have a crystal ball. But in my world, to be dramatic, I think they sealed their fate for this season. They might get in, but they're not going very far.
And that's why Cub fans, I think, rightfully so, are a little irritated and agitated today. Jesse, a caller called and said, asked us, was it a bad idea to give Jed that extension this week because maybe it took some pressure off of him? And I said, well, I'll ask Jesse. I mean, did it change his calculus at all? And then Jurko said, or did the owner give it to him as a wink, wink, hey, don't do anything crazy here. You've got some security. Do you think one way or another that extension was maybe like dropped in at a very precise time to either alleviate some pressure or maybe change Jed's outlook on how aggressive he should be at the deadline?
I just don't know the answer exactly. I'll give you my opinion. I think it was obviously dropped in strategically before the deadline for the public perception of, okay, he's not just in it for his own gig, right? Whatever he does, it's going to be for now and for the future. So I do think perceptionally they did it in that moment. I don't think it changed what happened at the deadline, because whatever happened at the deadline, he was going to get the extension next week or in 3 weeks. I just don't think it impacted it more than a perception thing. So that's kind of my thought on it. I'd like to think Jed would have done it, the deadline, either way the same, whether he got it yesterday, the extension, or next week. I think that's what I want to believe. Now, Ricketts said, hey, it's the playoffs or bust, and I'm not going to give it to you till November. Well, maybe it's a different story. Maybe he does push his chips a little bit all in. Who knows? I mean, he's a human being. He wants a new deal. But that wasn't really the case. I've said all along they've been looking for reasons to bring him back. It's exactly what Tom Ricketts said today. Rare interview with media today. He said, we've been talking all season. I like Jed. I want to bring him back. He gave me a reason with the way they played in the first half. That's the best way I can describe it.
Okay, Jess, how close do you think a deal with the White Sox was with Hauser? Any details you were able to gather on that necessarily?
Yeah, I mean, I knew all along they were talking, and it was a matter of the Cubs were not willing to give up more than maybe their 20th ranked prospect, and he wanted closer to in the low teens or whatever. I haven't completely investigated the three guys, in Tampa. Maybe you have a little bit more, but I think he did pretty well.
Yeah, I think he did.
I would say they got close. It just did go across the finish line because the Cubs didn't want to pay the prices. They didn't even like paying what they did for Mike Soroka, and he's got a 4.87 ERA. You think they wanted to pay for a guy with a 1.80? So it's that. I mean, Jed drew a line in the sand and said, "I'm not giving you my top guys."
Who do you think did best in the NL, Jess?
Okay, I mean, to me, it's the Padres.
Padres or Phillies, maybe? Yeah.
It's the Padres. The Mets are close, but it's the Padres because they absolutely they did two things. They shored up some weaknesses in their lineup, and they recreated, if they didn't have it already, the best bullpen in baseball.
Right.
And that's how he's only thinking about October. That's what he's thinking about when he trades for Mason Miller. But their lineup was weak. They went out and got Freddie Fermin, which is a good pickup from Kansas City. They added a couple other guys to fill out. Remember, we've been talking about this. Their top 6 or 7 are good, but 8 and 9 were terrible in San Diego. And now they filled it out, and they filled out their bullpen because they know bullpens are about the playoffs, and playoffs are about bullpens. So I would put San Diego 1 and probably the Mets 2.
All right, Jess. What about the White Sox keeping Robert? Just one thought on that. I see the rationale, quite frankly, behind it. I'm not all that upset by it. I hope like he's fully back because they could, if he has 2 more months like he just did, and people are convinced that the Luis Robert from 2 years ago is back. You got a real nice chip to take to the winter meetings. Maybe hang on to the deadline again next year. I don't know, but. What do you think about just some of the things the Sox did, but really primarily holding on to Robert at this point?
I was kind of 50-50. I'm 60-40 against them keeping him because almost like Hauser, you had a moment in time here where he was relatively healthy. I know he missed some time with the groin strain, but relatively healthy and having the best month he's had in 2 years. They could have struck lightning there in the moment, just kind of like they did with Hauser. I don't know if they were going to get a top 5 prospect. Probably not, even as well as he's played recently. But I think Chris probably should have gotten whatever he could because he could get hurt again or he could suck again. And I just don't know if you wanted to take that chance. Plus, it'll cost you $20 million because now you have to pick up the option. You can't let him walk.
Right.
So I don't love it, but I do understand it. I think you kind of said it to say I kind of get it. But I didn't love it because I'm not sure you're going to get him healthy and playing as well as he is right now.
What stood out from Ricketts and Manfred in the announcement earlier today?
I mean, Ricketts kind of backed up Jed about what he did at the deadline. What's interesting is whether it be Counsell, Ricketts, Jed, when you hit a grand slam at the deadline, nobody is talking about the future, meaning 26, 27, 28. When you are just okay at the deadline, everybody is saying, well, we've got a bright future. And Ricketts echoed that. I'm like, okay, yeah, I know we want to win in 26 and 27, but you have a chance now. So that struck me, just mentioning the future as much as these guys did. Ricketts didn't say anything much more newsworthy than that. Manfred downplayed his confrontation with Bryce Harper a couple weeks ago.
We're going to play that. We're going to play it in a couple of minutes.
Yeah, he said, look, we that's how that individual decided to express himself. He said, I don't think it's an illustration of the divide between the players and the league. I'm paraphrasing here. So he's trying to wave it off, but we know there's meaning behind it. We know there is a divide. When's the last time a player got into Adam Silver's face like that, right?
I don't know. Yeah.
There's meaning behind it, but he downplayed it as much as he could. And, of course, the question was, if there's a lockout that extends into July in 27, what happens to the All-Star game? He basically said, I choose not to believe that's going to happen.
Okay. All right, Jess. Excellent stuff. Have a great weekend.
Great stuff, Jess.
You too, boys. Talk to you next week.
Buddy.
Oh, by the way, a fan came up to me and said, bust Jurko's balls even more than you do. And I said, well, I can't do that. He's too good at this game. He's too good at this game.
No, just say, well, did you ask him why?
Because he loves when we go back and forth.
I got you. There's nothing wrong with that then. I like the ebb and flow.
I always lose in that confrontation.
Yeah, he's a tough guy to battle with.
You're a witty individual.
Yeah.
Speaking of bad take Jesse's, I thought I might get one from Craig today when, with a straight face, asked him in the presser, I asked him, are you going to be managing the 27 All-Star team? Meaning he won the 26 World Series. He wouldn't bite, though. He wouldn't bite.
That's great. I love it. All right, Jess. Have a good weekend. Good work all this last couple weeks. Good stuff.
Thanks, guys. See you.
All right, Jesse.
All right, Jess.
There's Jesse Rogers. We'll talk to him next week. Let's do a Canner trivia question. We got, again, today and then Monday. The event is next Friday. Cane Day, 8/8 is next Friday. I'm going to be at the nighttime event at Morgan Manufacturing, which is going to be awesome. PB will be there hosting the festivities and there'll be a bunch of big wigs, big shots over there. You want to hang with the big shots? Let's go. I'm not a big shot, but PB and Canner are.
Really?
Yes. Maybe Canner.
You're a hell of a shot.
So we have 2 tickets to the evening event at Morgan Manufacturing and 2 tickets to the autograph signing earlier in the day. You can buy all these different tickets at Eventbrite. Eventbrite.com, search Patrick Kane. We'll just do some Canner trivia like we did yesterday. First correct caller will win 312-332-3776. When Canner was playing in the OHL, for which team did he play? Which OHL team? As simple as that, Yerk. Was Canner a member of? 312-332-3776. First correct caller, you win. Make sure you can use these tickets, please. If you're out of town next Friday, don't take these because somebody's going to want to go. It's Carmen and Yerk. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
The ESPN Chicago Vegas Vacation. Come with us and we need the full ESPN Chicago team to Las Vegas for a packed football weekend. True Fan Travel and ESPN Chicago have teamed up for this once-in-a-lifetime trip. Round-trip airfare, a 3-night stay at Mandalay Bay, entry to special ESPN Chicago live broadcasts, an all-inclusive tailgate, and tickets to the Bears-Raiders game. Go to TrueFanTravel.com. Limited travel packages remain, so log on now. TrueFanTravel.com for the ESPN Chicago Vegas Vacation, September 26th through 29th. The ESPN Chicago Vegas Vacation.
You looking for the best live music in Chicagoland? Well, it's got to be Joe's Live in Rosemont. That's the place to be. See Colby Cooper's blend of country rock on August 15th, Whitney Morgan on August 16th, and then mark your calendars. It is fast approaching now. The legendary Billy Bob Thornton and the Boxmasters on September 16th. Tickets are selling fast. Get them now at joesliverosemont.com.
Hey, when was the last time you hopped out of bed without that knee or back yelling at you? Or walked downstairs without groaning step by step? I know exactly what that's like. I've felt those aches and pains as well. It's easy to think, hey, I'll tough it out. Maybe it'll fade. But nothing changes. Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle here, and I want you to do what I'd tell any teammate to do. Call Dr. Caravelli and the team at QC Kinetics. Their regenerative treatments help your body restore and repair damaged joint tissue. No scalpels, no pills, no long recovery, just real lasting relief. Bring your x-rays and MRIs for a free, no-pressure consultation. They'll tell you honestly if you're a good fit. They even have Saturday appointments as well. Worst case, you learn something new. Best case, you get your life back without groaning every step. Call QC Kinetics right now at 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955.
3 games left. Just 3 games to settle the entire LIV Golf season, and it begins at Bolingbrook August 8th through the 10th, where 54 of the world's best players will come out swinging for glory. DeChambeau, Rahm, Koepka, and more. Up close, personal, and locked in with special guests Good Charlotte providing the soundtrack. Ready to see things get clutch? Get tickets now at livegolf.com. That's LIVgolf.com.
The Nissan No-Hitter is rolling on the White Sox Radio Network. Enter now at NissanNoHitter.com. If the Sox throw a no-hitter this season, you could win a brand new 2025 Nissan Rogue. Presented by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Nissan dealers.
Life isn't always a highlight reel. If an accident has you sidelined, Postman Law is ready to fight for you. Over $3 billion recovered for their clients, delivering speed, ease, and results. Call 844-POSTMAN now. Postman delivers. Let them deliver for you.
Adam Schefter here for Vivid Seats, your ultimate destination for all your sports and concert needs this summer. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every home run and thrilling comeback in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
Hey, Joe Fortenbaugh here. Whether you're locking in your home run picks or riding with your favorite golfers this summer, ESPN Bet is your sportsbook for all the action. Go from checking stats on your favorite teams and players to placing bets in just a few taps. Plus, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with the promo code JOEQ to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
The Roar returns this week to Washington Park in Michigan City, Indiana. The X Insurance Great Lakes Grand Prix takes over through Sunday. The ultimate offshore high-speed powerboat races on Lake Michigan. Guys, want to thank Rick Lindsay from X Insurance for the wonderful cigar last night. Mayor Angie out of Michigan City, she's so wonderful. What a tremendous host she is. And Jack Arnett, the man that puts it together for the Lake County board that they have, running wonderful stuff out there, guys. They got music tonight. They got boat parades, block parties, brewfest, more. Michigan City is the short drive, and make that short drive feel just miles away. Check out the schedule. Plan your visit now at GreatLakesGrandPrix.com.
They're the greatest read ever.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. Listen to us now. Live on the ESPN Chicago app. Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
So freaking good.
Sometimes you got to make it work.
So good.
Sometimes you got to make it work.
Tom Salzman is our winner. First winner of the day. See you next Friday at the Canner event. He knew that Kane played for the London Knights in the OHL, the Ontario Hockey League.
London Knights.
Do a couple more trivia questions throughout the course of the day.
The Kitchener Rangers.
The Kitchener Rangers, the Ottawa 67s.
Yeah, I think there's a St. John team that's out there, too.
In the OHL, is there?
I believe
or is that
so.
the Montreal League? Some of those might be like in the other leagues, too. Like the Ottawa 67s might be in that Montreal League. I don't know. I don't have them all committed to memory, but London and I think Kitchener, I think to your point, are definitely in the OHL.
There's about 25 teams.
There's a lot of teams in the OHL.
There are. Kitchener Rangers are there. Kingston Frontenacs, Guelph Storm.
Out of the Ottawa 67s in there.
Flint Firebirds. I'm going to find out, Carm. The Ottawa 67s.
Yeah, they are in there.
The Owen Sound Attack, Peterborough Pete's, Saginaw Spirit, the Sarnia Sting.
Who doesn't love the Sarnia Sting?
Sudbury Wolves, Windsor Spitfires. They're all in there, Carm. Brampton Steelheads.
We're off to
love this.
We're off to Vegas in 2 months. I mean, a little less. And it's week 4, Bears and Raiders.
What are we doing?
We're going to Vegas. TrueFanTravel.com if you want to book your package today. Now, they have had to move the rooms to Luxor because we sold out of the first block. We told you it was going to sell out.
Get in.
This one will sell out, too. And after this, I don't know
what they're going to do.
What the options are going to be. So
you know where the next option is? The old San Remo.
I don't know. The old San Remo's not even there anymore. The old Sands Hotel. I don't know.
No, that's the Hooters Hotel now.
Yeah. Was
the
that
old
still
San
there?
Remo. Oh,
I think
of course it is.
Is that there? Or
still got a chicken wing.
Because the
or two left.
Tropicana's gone because that's where they're going to put the A's stadium.
That's right. That's the plan, right? Tropicana was knocked down.
And wasn't Hooters right next to Tropicana?
I think it was. Oh yeah, it definitely was.
Let me find it in Vegas.
Well, buy your package now. You know who just booked?
Who?
Friend of the show, Wrigleyville legend, and teacher of Chicago area youth, Zillow. Our man Zillow just
beautiful from the country club.
From the country club,
yeah,
yes.
the bar, the country club bar,
the country club bar.
Not from the country club.
Anthony
per
Marzillo,
se.
fine educator. Our buddy Zillow just texted me yesterday. He said, "I'm in. Me and the boys are coming to Vegas."
I don't know what to tell you, but I got the Hooters site up right now.
Oh, is it still there?
Yeah,
All right, it's still there.
smiling. Look at
Well, it is going to be a who's who. All the shows are going. We're all in Vegas live that last weekend of September. And there's so many fans that have booked this trip and travel with us. You know how Chicago fans turn out anyway on the road for the Bears.
Oh,
but
that they do, Carl.
it's going to be awesome. Book your trip now at TrueFanTravel.com. It's Carmen and York back in 2 minutes.
Carmen and Jurko. They'll be right back. ESPN Chicago.
The Taste of Elmwood Park returns. It's August 7th to the 10th. Mayor Skip Saviano, what's your favorite part?
Where do I start? The live music, family fun, and sampling from over 20 of Elmwood Park's best restaurants. I love it all. How about you, Carm?
Gotta be the meatball eating contest.
Always a crowd favorite.
And I'm excited to be the honorary MC once again this year.
Join us at the Taste of Elmwood Park happening August 7th to the 10th.
Grab your family and friends for a weekend of amazing food, live entertainment, and a true Taste of Elmwood Park.
Open the door to big savings on beautiful Mastercraft doors at Menards. Mastercraft steel entry doors add a stylish appearance, and they're a great investment for your home. Choose from our huge in-stock selection or design your door your way using our free step-by-step design program. Visit us today in store or on Menards.com to shop all Mastercraft doors. Plus, check out the weekly flyer for all our great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
The cheers, the smiles, the high fives, they make every race worth running or swimming. Be a part of the fun at the Chicago Ducky Derby, Thursday, August 7. Tens of thousands of rubber ducks will splash down the Chicago River, all racing to support Special Olympics Illinois. You can help fuel the dreams of these incredible athletes and maybe even win big. So make a splash, quack a smile, and show you're in their corner. Adopt a duck and try your luck today at ChicagoDuckyDerby.com.
Dear Rocky Roads, the 2025 Toyota Tacoma doesn't flinch. Rugged twists? Been there. Rutted turns? Done that. With tons of top tech and rock-solid resilience, Tacoma is tougher than any terrain. And when the dust settles, Tacoma's legendary resale value means confidence for the road ahead. Find your Tacoma at Toyota.com or visit your local Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, this is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Jurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Coming up this hour, I want to play some of this Rob Manfred stuff. I was here talking about the announcement that Wrigley gets the All-Star game in 2027. Here's what he said about a contingency if there's still a lockout happening a couple summers from now.
Look, my contingency plan is to make an agreement with the players and play the 27 season.
Well, that's not a contingency plan, Rob, but...
Look, my contingency plan is to make an agreement with the players and play the 27 season.
That's a great answer from a lawyer, but that's not a contingency plan.
No. My plan is to ask her to homecoming. What if she says no? She's not going to say no.
Yeah. My contingency plan is she's not going to say no.
Is to take her to homecoming.
I mean, I can only hope and pray that baseball is not so ridiculously short-sighted that they would allow a work stoppage to spill into the summer of 2027.
It's ridiculous.
With all the positive momentum they've made. So I don't think that'll happen. But there's your contingency, Cub fans, in case you were wondering. Because I know it's been talked about. They're like, wait a minute, isn't there supposed to be a lockout that year?
Look, my contingency plan is to make an agreement with the players and play the 27 season.
We sure hope so. But coming up after we do the list, we will play some other Manfred and some Ricketts. Like Ricketts on the trade deadline and Manfred on the confrontation with Harper. Jesse was kind of talking a little bit with us earlier about that bite and what he said that was well reported and publicized last week about the confrontation that Harper and Manfred had inside the Phillies clubhouse recently. I think it was either right before or right after the All-Star break. Forgive me, I can't remember the timeline. So we'll do that coming up. And then we still got to get...
It was like Monday.
Was that what it was, Chris? Was it this Monday, Chris?
Yeah.
My days are all Monday. It was a Monday.
Thank
you very much,
man.
Yeah, it has been.
Yeah.
And I worked a short week.
Man.
I was off Monday. That's right. It was on Monday. So
Monday.
Maybe that's why I was a little discombobulated from the weekend. So we'll play that. We still got to talk about some of the NFL stuff.
You were in New York.
I was in New York. I know. I got to talk about the Rossini report.
Thanks, Jerk.
Yeah.
You're welcome, fellas. What about this Rossini?
Abdalla's got the, maybe we'll do it in the lunch rush. Abdalla's got the Ben Solak ranking.
He's got plenty. I do his stuff for him.
I was part of it, yeah.
I took a sneak peek. I like Ben Solak a whole heck of a lot, and I took a sneak peek at his list.
That's surprising.
I do not like his list.
We'll find out what
I
the
think
hell
number
the list
one is pretty good, though.
Why do you keep teasing
I don't know that I disagree with.
I don't hate number one.
I don't hate it, but I still don't agree with it. And there are a few other things that I don't agree with.
Yeah.
Like
That's good tease.
flat out there.
I
Just
definitely agree with number one.
That's good tease.
do you really?
Yeah, I do. I do.
What a list already.
Yeah.
I'm so excited
All
about
right,
it now.
we'll talk about it during the lunch rush.
Okay.
Should we, before we get to the list, Abdalla and I are here in the producer studio. Mario, a new hire here at the station. He's shadowing the show
aboard.
today.
Mario is shadowing.
Mario
Abdalla,
was in. He was in when we did Odds Couple too. He's learning the ropes.
And Noblesville. He's out of Noblesville.
Should we say what Mario asked us during the Jesse Rogers interview?
Absolutely.
Did he say who's Jesse Rogers?
No. He knows Jesse.
No,
he's got that covered.
Talking about my great activity during
Yes,
Yep.
100%.
What did he say? What did he say?
Does Jurko ask questions in the Jesse interviews?
No.
And I said, "Oh, you
The
sweet young
answer
boy,
is no.
you sweet young boy."
sweet
And then we said,
He's never listened to the station.
I said,
Never listened to the
actually, we're
station.
lucky right now because he's awake.
We've caught him nodding off before.
Because we found him sleeping during these.
You've seen the neck jerk reaction sometimes, when the head starts going.
So
then it
yesterday-
snaps back
Like
into
you're in
place.
history class in high school.
Oh, yeah.
So yesterday, Yurko wasn't paying attention in the lunch rush, and Adam had to repeat a question.
Yes,
And
he
then
did.
I was talking to my mom.
I was
on-
reading an article, though.
I was talking to my mom on Tuesday, or when I think Tuesday, and she goes,
She's
"Hey, what was
she in Argentina?
No, she's not.
Okay.
She's in Chicago." She said, "What was Yurko doing?" She goes, "You were talking to him about something. He wasn't even paying attention to you." And I was like, "What else is new?" And I was like, "Well, when?" I go,
It's like
"When?"
talking to your kids.
I know.
Yeah.
I'm like, when? I go, well, I don't know. And she goes, you don't remember that? I'm like, remember that? It's like pretty much all the time.
It's everyday
I was
occurrence.
like, I don't.
He's got to snap at me.
She goes, She goes, he was looking at something on his computer. I'm like, probably soccer highlights. I'm like, I don't know.
I watched. I had a big
morning.
morning session of Robert Projanetsky.
I mean,
I'm glad you finished that.
A morning
statement.
session.
Yeah,
Jeez.
yeah. Morning session with Robert Projanetsky.
Oh my God!
Oh man,
All
what
right,
a player! What a player he was.
All right, we
Let's do the
are
list.
Walter Payton days away.
34.
Bears
Love
34
it.
days away. Did you guys watch last night?
I had it on. I wouldn't say I
Told
watched.
you Chargers first half. I told
Yeah,
you.
I watched.
True.
The big item from the game is the first down marker.
Well, yeah, like the Hawkeye.
It's essentially like the VAR system.
Don't take away from the lunch rush.
Yeah,
no, I mean,
don't think that's in the lunch.
I just asked about it.
It's a takeaway.
Yeah,
I have a question about that though, and I don't want to let's
Save
do
it
like,
for the lunch
can
It's
we
like
do
a
it?
goal, no goal.
Yeah, it's a
Goal, no
VAR
goal.
replay.
We'll
Yeah,
maybe we'll do it at 2 o'clock.
Like it's good, but it still doesn't solve some of the inherent problems
no,
when it comes to.
that's exactly what VAR is.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
all
You
right.
go to the screen and it
Yeah.
says
All right.
goal or no
Anyway.
goal.
All right, well, we'll save a little of that for later. I do want to talk about it because I noticed the new Hawkeye system was.
Because
Yeah.
we're on the list, guys.
All right,
I mean,
we
that's
spin
where
the
we're
wheel.
at
Spin
here.
the wheel. Spin,
stay
34
focused.
days
Focus.
away. 34 days away. When we come back, we'll be but a month away from the start of the NFL. We'll be 31 days away. It lands on 58. 58?
Jerry
58.
Mulkenstern.
58.
Jay Lewenberg.
Roquan Smith.
Yep.
58. This might be another tough one for Carm.
Oh no,
Yeah,
not country
it could be anything.
again. Come on.
Favorite cover songs.
Oh, that's
not bad.
Oh, okay.
Favorite cover songs.
Oh boy.
And I don't mean karaoke like you get to cover the song. I mean cover songs.
Okay.
This is going to be. This is something.
This is a thing.
I hope I know for sure. Like I think I've got the ones I'm going to think of are all definitely cover songs. Like I'm thinking of a.
I got that one. That one's a good one right there. And then
Wait, can I ask a silly question?
sure.
I'll give you a silly answer.
I'm not a music guy. Hold on.
Okay,
Yes.
that's a
Now
good question.
Now the question just.
It's a statement. That was a statement.
That's exactly what that was.
I'm not a music
that was
guy.
a statement.
I'm not a
that
music
was a
guy.
statement.
Yeah, and
Which Hendrix song did he cover from Dylan?
Along the Watchtower.
Was it a Watchtower? That's what I thought. And didn't Bob Dylan like say, "Hey, you did it better"?
song.
Like,
Yeah, he
okay,
said it's your
All right, I just wanted to make sure I had that right. Okay.
thanks for. All right. Oh my God.
Did I ruin your?
It's a good-
sorry,
that's a good pick.
I'm sorry.
It's a good pick.
I'm gonna find it.
Wasn't on my list,
I'm
but
gonna find
good
a new
pick.
number 5, I guess.
I'm sorry. Well, you can still use it. It's great.
Yeah, but I want to come up with my own.
Yeah, Carm.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to make sure I had that right. I'm not a music aficionado, man. I don't.
I need one more. Oh, I know. All right, I'm ready to go.
I see the worst.
I'm ready
see
to
the
go.
worst cover song ever in the Twitch chat already, and so I will. I will wait.
What's that? What's the
I
name
will
of
wait.
that one?
I will wait.
What's the worst cover song?
I think it's the worst.
Really?
I will wait until later.
Okay. I'm going to go number 5, Killing Me Softly, the Fugees.
Oh, that's a great one.
That was a hell of a
And
album song.
great.
The album's called The Score, right? Or Score? One of the two?
She doing that song is so freaking good.
Yeah, Lauryn Hill?
Yeah, Lauryn Hill. That is excellent, Chris.
So I'm going to go Killing Me Softly, number 5. Number 4, Johnny Cash, Hurt.
Yeah, it's on my list.
that's the one.
Oh, you
hate that one?
I love that one.
I hate that song.
I'm with Bleck.
That's a nice song.
It's on my list.
All right.
Hurt myself.
I hurt myself.
What did you forget to take your X-Lax today or your Metamucil today, Johnny? Is that why you're hurting yourself?
Oh, there's only so many covers I can think of.
Jeez.
All right, I will go. Let's go. Number 3, Fast Car by Luke Combs.
Great.
That's a great one.
Excellent call.
I will, and he, I believe that's what he used to close with last night.
Did he?
In a Sandberg jersey.
That's
at
an
Lollapalooza.
excellent call.
Number 2, I will go with Knocking on Heaven's Door, Guns N' Roses.
Oh, that's great, too. Chris is killing it with this one.
And then number 1, Whiskey in the Jar,
Yep.
Metallica.
Oh, that's Carmen's song.
You know it.
That's a great song.
Excellent
That's such a
call.
good song. I love that song.
Chris, good list.
All right, that's my list. All right, the Johnny Cash
That
shirt.
was
I'll
pretty
take
good.
a little crap for that. I get it. I get it.
Music is subjective. I don't like that song.
That's fine. No problem with that.
I think it was excellent. Who's going next?
I'm surprised that Yurko's not ready yet.
No, it's not a good one for me.
I think here's the one thing I'll say as to stall for the other list.
I'm ready.
I
but
think
go
a
ahead.
good cover song, like a great cover song, makes people forget that it was even a cover song.
Yeah. Okay.
Right.
I've got my number 5, and it's just for that reason, and because when it comes on in a bar, I think people love it, and it's Wagon Wheel.
Yes.
By what's his face?
song.
By Darius Rucker.
That is a great
I don't know
song.
if I know it, but
You would know it.
Would I
You
know it if I heard it?
If I played
Yes,
it for you, you would know.
Yeah,
Okay.
you would. Okay. So that's number 5. Number 4, Metallica Turn the Page by Metallica.
Yes.
Yeah.
Uh,
Bob Seger's original.
It
Is that
is,
what it
That's
is?
a good one.
It is.
Yeah.
Number 3, Grateful Dead's cover of Mama Tried by Merle Haggard. Number 2, I actually just saw this band on Sunday night. Me First and the Gimme Gimmes is a super group of punk band. It used to be a super group of
That
punk
sounds
bands.
like
not
a
just-
made-up name.
It
like
is,
Abdalla would
basically. And all they do are punk covers of songs. And they have, each album has a theme. My favorite song by them is their punk cover. There's nothing like a bunch of dudes moshing to Somewhere Over the Rainbow.
Ooh,
By
yeah.
them.
That's
Yeah,
great.
It's funny. It's great. And the number 1 cover song of all time, my list is the best, even though music is subjective, is Jolene by the White Stripes.
That's awesome.
There you go. Very nice. I have my
That's
list.
a good list.
I have my list.
Jolene, excellent song in general.
That's Wagon Wheel.
That's
Darius
Wagon Wheel.
Rucker.
You know this song.
Yeah.
If you've ever been to a bar, you
Darius
know this
Rucker.
song.
I've heard it.
Yeah.
This
you
is
have.
pretty good.
Yeah, it is.
They played at Bub City all the time.
Fine.
yeah.
He's
Yeah.
hurt. Johnny Cash, 9 Inch Nails.
Yeah.
4 is me and Bobby McGee. Chris Christopherson wrote it and sang it, but Janis Joplin made it famous with her raspy voice.
Good call. Good call.
Number 3, Smooth Criminal by Alien Ant Farm.
Oh, that's
Michael Jackson's. I love Smooth Criminal.
Yes.
That's great.
Then we've got Sounds of Silence by Disturbed.
There you go.
Excellent.
The aforementioned Simon and Garfunkel.
Hello, darkness,
And then, of
my old
course,
friend.
Jimi Hendrix, Bob Dylan, All Along the Watchtower.
All right, that's a
There you
good
go.
list.
There you go.
I'm a smooth criminal.
That was a great cover.
Yeah, thank you.
Because that song
It is.
jumped the charts again.
Yeah, it
and
Yes. Yes.
That was a thing that summer. I remember that.
It was very good. All right, Abdalla doesn't like it, but 3 of the 4 of us have "Hurt" on our list. I love his version of "Hurt" by Johnny Cash. That's number 5.
What, he
for
heard
me.
himself standing up?
Maybe he was an old man who was addicted to drugs for a long time. Adam, I mean, you never know.
Nothing wrong with that.
Number 4, I'm going to go with the Beatles cover of "Help" by the original. Who covered who? Did Cocker cover the Beatles song? See, this is where I get confused.
I think Cocker may have covered the Beatles song.
Cocker's version is the one I meant.
Yes.
Like
That's
Cocker's
fine.
version of "Help" is better than the Beatles version.
Yeah,
That's what I meant.
Joe
Excuse
Cocker,
me.
that's his name.
Yeah, Joe
Yeah.
Cocker.
No, I mean his name. Yeah, I just don't want anybody to think something's going on. That's all. See what happens when I'm awake? See, Noblesville, you got to let me sleep.
Joe Cocker. Help. Number 3, All Along the Watchtower. Number 2, Billy Corgan and the Smashing Pumpkins do a very, very good cover of Landslide.
Yes.
They do.
Yeah, they do.
Yes, they
very
do.
good Landslide.
Which
is a great song.
Yeah.
That's a good pick.
Is that, that's heard by herself, right?
No, I think
Or
it's
is
when
it
she
with
was.
the group?
I thought it was with
Fleetwood
Mac.
Mac.
the group.
Yeah,
Okay, now
I'm
when she's
pretty.
by
No, I
herself.
don't think it was solo. I think it was Fleetwood Mac.
Just asking, trying to make sure.
And Billy and Smashing Pumpkins has a really great cover of Fleetwood Mac's Landslide. And then I'm with Bleck. Number 1, Whiskey in the Jar is the greatest cover song. It's just
I've heard you do it, Carm.
It takes like
in Louisville.
It's so good.
Carmen did the karaoke.
It takes this old funky, Irish folk song and just makes it completely badass.
The guitar riff in it is awesome.
It's phenomenal. It's absolutely phenomenal. So that's a good list today. I like the topic. It's very good. I'm sure we missed a bunch. So let us know.
I'm sure we missed 1,000 of them.
Yeah.
I see Run DMC Walk This Way.
That's right. That's a great one. Circa 1987.
Iconic.
Mm-hmm.
That is a good one.
It included Aerosmith in video.
They did.
And then rekindled Aerosmith's career again.
Yes, it did.
Yeah.
Yes,
That's
it
a very,
did.
very good one. Honey Bear's got a good one. All right, go ahead. Let's hear it.
Hey, guys. I've been wanting to get on this forever, but I'm proud of my millennial brethren for mentioning Hurt and Killing Me Softly, and Sound of Silence is probably my favorite cover. However, you guys forgot 2 amazing Prince covers. Sinead O'Connor, Nothing Compares to You. And then, personally, my favorite cover of When Doves Cry is from the Baz Luhrmann's Romeo and Juliet with Leonardo DiCaprio and Claire Danes. But
all right.
obviously, you also have the one from the Wolverine and Deadpool movie.
All right, so some Prince love. Yeah, I'm trying to. I can hear the Sinead O'Connor one in my head. So I love Prince. So anything Prince, I'm not going to argue.
You do.
I'm not going to argue with anything Prince. So very good. John in Georgia. Go ahead, John.
So me and my friend just did this a couple weekends ago, and lots of great covers out there. My 2 favorites, the Ramones' "I Don't Want to Grow Up," which is a Tom Waits cover, and then the Foo Fighters covering Baker Street. Probably my favorite of all time.
Greg Rafferty. It's Baker Street.
There you go.
Very nice.
Jerry Rafferty.
There you
Jerry,
go, John.
Gary, Louis, one of the Rafferty brothers.
Ricky, go ahead. Homer Glenn. What's up, Ricky?
What up? All right, so greatest cover of all time is Dolly Parton gave the permission to Whitney Houston to cover "I Will Always Love You."
I don't think
I was just reading about it.
I don't think I even
right.
realized that. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, she declined permission and gave a cease and desist to other artists. This manager in Nashville wanted to use the song for other artists, and she said, "Fuck no!" And my bad. And then she gave it to.
All right, we got to hang up on you now.
Ricky,
Wait,
don't be a hero. What's going on?
Wait, am I crazy? I can't picture Dolly Parton singing that song. Dolly Parton saying, "I will always love you." Is that right?
Yeah. The other one that I see that we have yet to note, which is probably the most famous, is Aretha Franklin's "Respect" was an Otis Redding song.
Was it an Otis Redding song?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, so like that and the Whitney Houston one are the I'm seeing those on a lot of lists.
So here's another one. Tommy James and the Shondells had a lot of good music, and then Billy Idol redid Tommy James and the Shondells.
Really?
Yeah, come on, John. It was a great Billy Idol song. I just had it and I just flaked out on
White
it. Totally.
Wedding.
No, it wasn't White Wedding at all.
This is breaking news.
Micah Parsons.
Brought to you by the Advantage Dealer Group. Breaking news.
You're not wrong.
On ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Hello.
Is it Micah Parsons?
Brought
news?
to you by the Advantage Auto Group, home of the 60-minute guarantee. Yes, this was a developing story from Diana Rossini that he might want out. He's not happy. He just went Notes app and posted a 3-screen essay about how he wanted to be here. I did everything I could to show that I wanted to be a Cowboy. I'm not going to read the whole thing. He's requesting a trade. He wants out.
What are the
Get
Cowboys
on
doing?
the GD phone right now.
He does make mention about not wanting to take shots about injuries. about getting injury and laying it on the line, which is what you guys are talking about with Jerry Jones last week.
Unbelievable, Jerry. I mean, unbelievable that the way he did that last week.
Get on the phone yesterday.
You know, I'm not one that generally likes trading draft capital and lots of it in multiple first-round picks, but you could get me convinced here on, obviously, on a player like Micah Parsons, who's going into his age 26 season. So, sure, get on it. You might as well you may as well try, right? I mean, I would think a lot of teams are going to start to line up to potentially try. Not everybody. Some teams already have enough committed in terms of what their cap situation is to that position that just simply wouldn't be able to probably be in the Micah Parsons sweepstakes. But if you're a team like the Bears or a lot of others, yeah, however far down the road you want to go on this one, and we can spitball and have fun and speculate and do the sports talk radio thing and ask, like, how many picks would it take? Like, have at it. I'm cool with it.
Yeah, you got to pay the money, though, too. Remember, you got to pay the money.
Of course. I would tread lightly in a lot. You guys probably know me well enough. Like, I'm always the one, like, I don't know. It seems like a lot to give up for Trey Hendrickson. That he's 32. That seems a lot to give up for player X, player Y, player Z. For 26-year-old Micah Parsons, who's been nothing short of brilliant, really, since the moment he came in this league, just impactful as a defensive player and as a pass rusher.
Yeah.
You could go ahead and go nuts, and I'll listen, and I'll probably be like, yeah, I think I would do it. Now again, who knows? I mean,
I'd find a way to pull the trigger. You've got to find a way to pull the trigger on that.
I'd go ahead and start talking.
Now you become legitimate to me.
Oh.
Now that defense becomes
the Bears
a legitimate
defense becomes.
All right, let's wrap this up.
All right, yeah.
And let's get it done. But Money I was thinking of by Billy Idol. That was Tommy James and the Shondells.
Gotcha.
And I think We're Alone Now, covered by Tiffany.
Oh, yeah.
So Tommy
That's
James
a good
and
one.
the Shondells had a
Oh,
slew
is that
of
right?
those. Yes.
I see Faith by Limp Bizkit also was a notable one.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. That was their first
E1.
single.
E1 on me.
Yeah, I'm surprised Abdalla missed
So,
that.
I mean, we'll finish up what we're doing now.
Yeah,
then we'll hop into the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah, we can get more into that conversation
Good
if you
breaking
want
news.
here, guys, coming up.
Home of the 60-minute guarantee advantage. Thank you.
Limp Bizkit.
Limp Bizkit.
It is big news, kind of shaking up the NFL this morning, for sure.
That was DJ during a White Sox game.
Little Limp Bizkit.
They were talking about music, obviously.
Obviously, Abdalla.
Maybe.
Little Limp Bizkit.
We'd let in DJ, who knows? They're just having fun.
By the way, the cover of Crimson and Clover, originally done by Tommy James and the Shondells.
That one?
Yeah. Crimson and Clover by
Little Limp Bizkit.
by Joan Jett and the Blackhearts.
If you got a thought about this Micah Parsons story and how it develops, you can certainly ring us up on this one. 312-332-3776. It's Carmen and York. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Angels.
Coverage starts tonight at 8 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
$4.5 million. The Veroliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Veroliak Law Group recovered $4.5 million for a client who was injured in a truck accident. If you're injured, make sure to call the Veroliak Law Group. Hey, it's the good kid. Let me tell you, playing pro football and being on the radio for years, I've had the chance to endorse many companies, but I've never endorsed one owned by close friends until now. The Veroliak Law Group has been helping people for over 60 years, including my friends and neighbors. When you need a lawyer, experience matters. The Veroliak Law Group has recovered over $9 billion for clients, serving over 40,000 cases in personal injury, auto accidents, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and more. Their proven results and commitment to clients make them the right choice. They've helped my neighbors and friends, and they'll help you too. Call 8444-VLG-LAW today. The Veroliak Law Group. Experience you can trust.
Sox fans, join us at Rate Field on Saturday, August 9th for Bill Veeck Night, presented by the Village of Bedford Park, as the White Sox take on the Guardians at 6:10 p.m. The first 15,000 fans, 21 and over, will receive a 1972 Bill Veeck bobblehead. Be sure to stick around after the game for a post-game fireworks show. Don't miss your chance to celebrate a legendary figure in White Sox history and enjoy a full night of unexpected surprises. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/Veeck.
You know what's wild? Yuengling's been brewing beer since 1829. That's 196 years.
They've been around longer than almost everything. You don't last that long without knowing what you're doing.
Exactly. It all comes down to one thing. They brew great beer, plain and simple.
Traditional lager, flight, light lager, you name it, they all bring serious flavor and that legendary Yuengling quality.
Yuengling, the oldest brewery in America.
E.G. Yuengling & Son, Pottsville, PA.
It all started back in 1971 when Rocco Polisi and his wife Nancy brought a taste of Italy to Chicago. That's right, Nancy's Pizza, home of the original stuffed pizza. Rocco crafted his recipe from scratch, and when you cut into that crispy crust, you get a gooey molten blend of mozzarella and your favorite fillings that's just perfection. Also, try Nancy's thin crust, crispy on the edges with that caramelized cheese. It is sure to hit the spot. Taste a piece of Chicago pizza history. Stop by my guys at Nancy's in the West Loop on your way to the game, or order from any of their locations throughout the suburbs.
Adam Schefter here for Vivid Seats, your ultimate destination for all your sports and concert needs this summer. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every home run and thrilling comeback in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
Need assistance with door and window projects? The Home Depot can help. From inspiration and materials to ordering and installation, our free Millwork virtual apron service can get you moving and doing. Plus, we speak Spanish too. Our associates can help you tackle complex jobs without you leaving the job site, saving you time and money. Call us at 1-833-HD-APRON or visit homedepot.com/MVA. The Home Depot, how doers get more done.
Summers for the good kid are about golf. You're right, they are. I had a great time playing golf yesterday with Mitch Lyons and the boys. Loving life, low stress, that's what you want. If you want that to be your retirement, give my guy Mitch Lyons a call. Learn how his clients have the income they need to enjoy retirement. Go to MitchLyonsWealth.com or call 866-85-STEEL. That's 866-857-8335.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. Follow the show on Twitter at Carmen DeFalco and at Jurko64. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
So the developing story of the day is Micah Parsons.
It's developing.
Growing frustration with the Cowboys. Diana Rossini reported earlier this morning that he's very frustrated. He's contemplating some drastic measures, requesting a trade. Now, as Adam told us in that breaking news, he posted it himself, a note that he had penned?
Yeah, it's like a full notes app essay
like
post.
He posted on his social?
Yeah, on his Twitter.
From his phone app?
Yeah,
okay.
And on the very end of it, it says, I have personally submitted my trade request to Stephen Jones.
Okay, so he's asked for a trade. Rossini, of course,
so he put it and requested it from the guy that actually runs the Dallas Cowboys.
That's Stephen?
Jerry Jones pretends like he runs the Cowboys. But Stephen Jones is the guy that's finally running the Cowboys.
He has requested a trade, just like Terry McLaurin did yesterday. Diana Rossini says her people close to the Cowboys are saying they have no intention of trading him. No kidding. They make this mess, the Cowboys. And sometimes I think Jerry actually loves it. But
so
what's the likelihood Micah Parsons gets traded here?
So Rossini said sources have said that obviously the Cowboys have no intention of trading him.
Why would they? It's crazy.
Schefter just tweeted that the potential comp for Parsons would be when the Bears got Khalil Mack.
2 first-rounders, right?
2 first-rounders, a third, a sixth, and a conditional 4 Mack. So it was 2 firsts, a third, and a sixth. For Khalil Mack, they got back a second-round pick and a conditional 5th.
And they had to pay Khalil Mack, which at the time I think was the highest contract in defensive history, wasn't it?
Yes.
You would be doing the same thing here. Micah Parsons
is a year younger.
He's a year younger, and you're going to have to give him the highest contract, right?
Yes.
Won't you have to give Micah Parsons the biggest contract in history for a defensive player? I would think.
Yeah.
It's the Khalil Mack thing all over again 6 years later.
Yeah, but you realize now that you're not going to trade as much as you did for Khalil Mack.
Are you sure? It sounds like it might be the exact same.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like. But if you learn anything from from things that have happened in the past, you can't totally deplete your draft choice.
You still have to give up 2 first-round picks. There's no way you're getting Micah Parsons for less than 2 first-round
Which is
picks.
fine. If they're the 25th pick this year and 25th pick next year, that's fine.
It's much more palatable.
You can also acquire some other
Well, the Bears
picks.
got a second-rounder back in that, too, remember? It was Khalil and a second-rounder.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You got to get something
If
back.
you say it's 2 first-rounders and a 4th for Micah, you pay him and you get a second, you could sign me up for that any day of the week. I think all of this
And
is...
if there's room, they can find room. They can make room.
I think all of this is pie in the sky.
Yeah.
What is the genesis of that idiom, by the way?
Pie in the sky?
Yeah.
I do not know.
What does that mean, pie in the sky? I doubt it happens. Since entering...
26. You'll get them for 26, 7, 8, 9, 30. I mean, that's solid.
It's the Khalil Mack thing, although he's a year younger, and Khalil was great here. He got hurt in that second year, and I think it kind of took a little of the oomph away from Khalil Mack in the back end of his Bears career. But he's obviously been a great player and a great pass rusher. And, Micah might be even better. Since entering the NFL in 2021, Micah Parsons is 5th in sacks, 52.5. Remember, he missed like 4 games last year, too. He's 5th in TFLs. He's 5th in quarterback hits. Been the model of consistency. Last season, Yerk, he was 3rd in ESPN.com's pass rush win rate metric.
Yeah.
I can get you his PFF.
Which he would be the best pass rusher for the Bears, period, right now.
Period, end of story.
He walked in the door. He's their best pass rusher, period.
Yeah, period.
No
end of
gray
story.
area. No gray area.
Like how many pass rushers even in the NFC would you say are better? You know, you think of Crosby and TJ Watt, Myles Garrett are all AFC players. I think Jared Verse is going to be an absolute stud out in LA
The
with the Rams.
The kid in Detroit coming back from the injury.
Hutchinson, I mean, I think Jalen Carter's awesome as an interior pass rusher. They're great pass rushers, don't get me wrong, but he's probably certainly one of the premier pass rushers in the conference.
Yeah.
And he's, of course, he's the best on the Bears.
Pie in the sky, unrealistic or unattainable hope or promise is what it means.
Yeah, what is
Joe
that?
Hill song, 1911.
1911.
1911.
Way back, yeah.
That's where it originated, Carm.
Yeah.
So, pie in the sky.
Thanks, buddy. Well, I think that's what this is. I think it's a lot of pie in the
You
sky.
think it's pie in the sky, then?
Fun to talk about.
Unattainable. Thanks, Carm.
And I'm always...
Way to tease us.
And I'm... Well, do you think... What do you think?
Do I think? I think like the Cubs, if you're a legitimate team, you make a move to put yourself over the top.
No, but I mean, do you think Dallas acquiesces at any point? Or they're like, no, stop it. Well, don't worry, we're going to pay you. I mean,
you don't know. You don't know. You don't know
They'll
what's
just be
on
posturing
Dallas's mind.
still. You
don't know what's on Dallas's mind. Of
What
course,
is Dallas
if they come
doing?
down, they give him the amount of money that he wants. Then yeah, absolutely 100%. It's posturing.
What the heck is Dallas doing, Yerk? They have a funny way of operating, don't they?
They do. It's the way Jerry does it. Maybe he's been successful that way doing it.
I mean, he's obviously been successful in his life, but man, oh man, it's the last couple of off seasons. Imagine getting rid of a player like Micah Parsons. All right, Bears fans, what do you think? Would you line up? I mean, people would be driving to Dallas to go pick him up. How many draft picks are you lining up to send Dallas's way? But I think it is. You're working off the framework of what that deal looked like a handful of years ago when Ryan Pace pulled it off here in Chicago. 312-332-ESPN. We got the lunch rush coming up next.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Courtney Cronin, the latest from Hallis Hall, and wherever Bears roam in Chicago. Be an informed fan with ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Costa Ivoni.
There was the gold rush, the oil boom, the tech boom, and now it's the Wi-Fi boom, and Xfinity Wi-Fi is booming. Xfinity gives you everything you need to ride the Wi-Fi boom with powerful, reliable connection, 99.99% network reliability, and ultra-low lag for smoother streaming. Need to connect it all? Do it. You, the kids, the grandparents, the poker crew, hundreds of devices, all booming together. And it's not just the Wi-Fi that's booming. Get the most reliable Wi-Fi, best-in-class equipment, unlimited data, and one consistent price for 5 years. No annual contract, just the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Tap into the Wi-Fi boom today. Visit Xfinity.com or call them at 1-800-XFINITY. Restrictions apply, not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with X-Fi, complete required for unlimited data acceptance service. certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed broadband experience report August of 2024. Actual speeds vary.
When you're injured, you need a team that knows how to win. Postman Law delivers. Simple, right? Even simpler. Remember this number, 844-POSTMAN. Postman Law has secured over $3 billion for clients. Fast, easy, and stress-free. So think Postman Law when you've been hurt in a crash, on the job, or anywhere else. Call 844-POSTMAN today. That's 844-POSTMAN for Postman Law Offices Chicago.
Hey, teachers! We know you work hard to inspire future generations, so IKEA wants to say thank you. Now through August 17th, your local IKEA stores are offering all teachers and educators an exclusive 15% off your entire purchase during IKEA Teacher Appreciation Days. Whether you're revamping your classroom, organizing your home office, or rewarding yourself, IKEA has got your back. So stop by your local Schaumburg or Bolingbrook IKEA, fill up that cart, show your staff ID at the register, and enjoy their special thanks and 15% off.
Hey guys, Silvy for Window Nation. Summer has been awesome, but we all know what's coming. Football, but also the cold and the wind. Get ahead of it with new windows from Window Nation, installed in just one day. Right now, take 50% off all styles plus 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. They're more affordable than most other companies, and you won't pay a thing for 2 years. But this deal ends soon, so don't wait. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com and let them know that Silvy sent you.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, hims.com/JOY.
Just 3 tournaments to settle the entire Live Golf season. It begins at Bolingbrook next Friday through Sunday. We're going to be out there next Thursday doing the show live for the Pro-Am. So if you're going out, make sure you stop by and say hi to Carmen and Yurko. DeChambeau, Rom, Koepka, and more. Up close, personal, and locked in with special guest Good Charlotte providing the soundtrack. Get your tickets now at livegolf.com. That's livgolf.com.
Working from home? We're back in the office? Don't miss a minute of Carmen and Yurko. Just ask your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
All right, so we're tracking what's happening in the NFL with guys like McLaurin and Micah. I mean, that would be as great as Terry McLaurin is, the real big shakeup here would be Dallas deciding to trade Micah Parsons. It seems unlikely to me, but he's upset. He has requested a trade.
He's not happy, Carm.
And he is not like the way contract negotiations have gone into his 5th year. And he has been one of the most efficient, most terrifying pass rushers and defensive players in this league the last 4 seasons. Told you he was 3rd in ESPN's pass rush win rate metric last year. He was 5th in PFF's win rate percentage on true pass sets. He's just been steady across the board. Again, top 5 in sacks and TFLs and quarterback hits, and he's wreaked all kinds of havoc since coming into the league. And he basically, from those first handful of games, some guys you just see it. Yeah, guys are great, and you can see it, and you go, wow. And that's been him. That was also young Jared Verse out in L.A. last year. We said that a lot about a player the Bears could have had. They chose to go offense. Fingers crossed that Adunze turns out to be awesome. I still have high hopes. I think he will be awesome. Jared Verse is definitely going to be awesome. And he was a freakazoid last year, and you saw it very, very early on. You remember however many sacks Jared Verse ended up with? I don't remember. You remember? He had like 3 against the Bears that all got called back.
Yeah, they were disqualified. They got because of penalties.
Because of penalties.
It was crazy.
He should have had like 3 more sacks last year.
At least, yeah.
It was crazy. He's so good. All right, let's do the lunch rush. Adam, where are we starting?
All right, we'll stay with this breaking news here. CeeDee Lamb just put on Instagram, SMH.
Oh, boy.
He just put SMH
Here it goes again.
on Instagram. I will say this, though.
Oh,
okay.
boy.
The Bears play both the Cowboys and the Commanders this year.
They do.
Also, I would say 2 teams in the way of their wild card berth hopes.
Sure.
This is only good news for them. If somehow
some of those players aren't there,
they're not getting traded in the division. Like a lot of people have said that Micah wants to reunite with Dan Quinn. There's no chance in hell
that'd be a tough.
that they are trading Micah Parsons to the Commanders.
That'd be a tough look.
Not going to happen.
There is no way.
Yeah, it's probably not going to happen.
But
definitely not going to happen.
Let's just say if both of these, because I can root for this because it's not an injury, if both of these players are no longer with their teams, how much does that help the Bears' wild card chances?
I think it helps.
Because who else is...
I think it's better for the Bears. Like, if you're talking about who you want to be worse, Micah Parsons being off the Cowboys makes the Cowboys worse more than Terry McLaurin not being on the Commanders.
But Parsons has to be traded to the AFC.
Okay, fair enough.
Because if Parsons gets traded to someone else in the NFC, that could still hurt the Bears' wild card chances.
That could. Who else in the NFC could really use Phil? And they wouldn't trade him in the division anyway. But Philly doesn't need to spend money on a pass rusher.
Every
right
pass
now.
rusher has been linked to Detroit.
Oh, Detroit. So
Hendrickson was.
But they have to think about paying Hutchinson another year. I mean,
well,
are they
depends.
really?
They already know what the rehab looks like.
Now you sound like Jerry Jones now.
I'm just letting you know, they're doctors. They're the ones that are sending him through his rehab. They know what it looks like.
Yeah.
They know what real damage was inside that knee.
Well, I mean, listen, he's Hutchinson. They thought might play in the Super Bowl last year if they made it. Remember?
Yeah.
So I think he's okay.
There's another pie in the sky. Remember the guy that did that? Jerry Rice did that. Got hurt in early, like in August, and tried to come back. Made it back at the end of December off an ACL, and he ended up getting hurt again.
This is year 4 for Adrian. I keep saying Adrian, for Aiden Hutchinson. They're in the same boat here in Detroit. They're going to have to think about paying him probably long-term after this year. That's why I don't know if Micah makes as much sense. The Bears don't have a young pass rusher.
Right.
They have to pay coming up. They're paying Montez Sweat, but it's not so out of whack that you'd think the Bears couldn't do it.
Right. Well, you see who in Detroit, they don't want to pay Anzalone.
Oh, they don't?
No, I mean, Anzalone wants to get paid. They don't want to pay him.
I wouldn't pay Anzalone either.
I got you.
I mean, I love him, but...
Again, when you're building your team, it's fun and it's great.
Right.
Everybody signs their contracts. Then those contracts run out. Now you've got to decide which players you want to keep and which ones you don't want to keep.
Right.
Anzalone's an impact player on that team. He flies around all over the place.
He does.
All right, so if you start making sacrifices in certain positions, then you've got to say you're not going to be as good of a defense as you once before. That's all.
Okay.
But they've already reached it. Detroit's to the point where they've got to start sacrificing players.
It's the hard part, like you said, once you get good, and then everybody starts aging out of their original rookie contract.
They get their hand out, and they say it's time to pay the piper.
I think Dallas is weaker without Micah than Washington is without McLaurin, although McLaurin is clearly their best option in that pass game, though, right? I mean, Debo away from Shanny, let's see how that looks. I mean, he's a freak athlete, and there's a lot to like about Debo Samuel, don't get me wrong, but away from, I mean, just like to say, go be our best number one and go win and run the whole route tree, I don't know that that's Debo's strength. You know, and outside of the Shanny offense, let's see how that looks. So, like, McLaurin's very important to Washington, but I think it would weaken Dallas more. That'd be my take on that. All right, what else, Adam?
At 2 o'clock, I want to talk about this coaching ranking, so I think we can get more into that. But the one thing I wanted to talk about here is Caleb Williams was on Waddle and Silvy yesterday, and he had a comment about pressure. Silvy asked him, do you still feel pressure? This bite is getting aggregated everywhere. It was on Sportsmanlike today. I'm reading on CBS Sports. It's on Yahoo. It's on ESPN. It's everywhere about how he does not feel pressure. It's on your screen, Carmen. Can you fire that for me?
I got it. Here you go.
Go ahead,
Take a
Chris.
listen.
Go ahead, Chris.
Pressure isn't what I'm at and where I'm at in my life. Got a great family. Got a great situation. Great teammates. I don't necessarily have to, wake up and try and fight for that meal. That's pressure. You know what I mean? So it's, I'm going out here and I'm learning football, doing something I love with the people I love, and making sure I'm taking care of the people I love back home. So pressure's not a thing for me. I don't think of life that way in the situation that I'm in, and so we keep chugging along, and there's going to be ups and downs, and it's not my job to care about what the outside noise is and things like that. My job is to take care of everything in here and go out there and play. And I didn't, I know we didn't win as many games as we wanted to last year, but I didn't go 20 and 20 in interceptions and things like that.
Right.
So take it for what you want, but pressure is a privilege. But in the situation that I'm at, I don't think I have pressure.
So that bite's going around everywhere.
People don't like it, I'm assuming.
That he should express that he does feel pressure to perform
What
after
if he
last
doesn't?
year.
He should lie? I mean, geez, just to say you feel pressure. What does Jurko always say?
Pressure's a constant. So why worry about it?
There's always pressure on everybody
All
in
the
certain
time.
aspects of life. When I think it's actually kind of refreshing when he says, I don't wake up in the morning and think about where my next meal's coming from. That's pressure. That's real work.
I concur.
He goes, he said, I'm pressure. I'm playing. I'm learning.
It's one of the few things I agree with.
Yeah, I'm learning football, something I love. That's what he said. I mean, I listened to the whole thing yesterday. I was in the car listening.
Did you
to
enjoy
that
it?
interview? I did, and I heard that bite, and my only takeaway was he's got some perspective. I always think of what Jurko says about like how you should let pressure affect you, and how a lot of pros and just being around a lot of guys like that over the years who try to define it, or what, or how they define the way it weighs on them.
It's like anything. Yes, if you allow it to become a burden on your soul,
that's a problem.
It will become a burden on your soul.
And
it's
I think
like
that's
when
a
you're
problem.
running and you got to slow your heart rate down. There's techniques and there's ways to slow your heart rate down. Well, how do you deal with pressure? You accept it, you understand it's there, and then ignore it, because otherwise it'll cause you to fray a little.
Yeah, so I didn't mind the way he responded to that. Maybe in the minority, people hear certain things and they just want to run wild with it. So we could play a few other Caleb things maybe too during the 2:00 hour, because he talked about the relationship with Ben and where they are in the offense and things like that. It was a good interview. So. What else, Adam? Anything else?
Yeah, there's you love media deals. You love ESPN talking about media deals.
My head swims.
ESPN is in agreement here, $1 billion agreement to acquire some NFL properties, including 7 NFL games and the Red Zone.
Yeah.
And in turn, NFL is getting some equity in ESPN.
This had been reported for a little while. Are they
official?
Are they going to put like Red Zone on? You're going to have ESPN Plus.
Yes, ESPN Plus. So said the new ESPN streaming service is coming out in a couple weeks, next month. It's going to be $30 a month, and they said it should include Red Zone.
Yeah, but will I still be able to get it on my YouTube TV?
Yes.
Will I be able to get Red Zone?
Yes,
I will.
That's what it said. Yeah,
that's kind of that's important.
That's important for you.
But going to the new ESPN Plus platform, I see what you're saying, will also now include that because they're buying a stake from the
this
NFL.
is for people who don't have YouTube TV or
Yes, you got a
cable.
streaming now capability.
Yeah. So you could buy ESPN as an extra service.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah,
All
as
right.
part of this.
Okay. Mike North has the bonus play coming up next. There's the lunch rush.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Training camp marks the unofficial start of the 2025 season. As such, one must glue themselves to their listening device with it tuned to ESPN Chicago. Go ahead.
Okay.
Otherwise, you could miss the insights, interviews, and stellar coverage provided by the home of the Bears.
Darn.
Good. Bears training camp is now open. Catch a glimpse with Peggy and Dion live from Hallis Hall tomorrow 11 to 1. Training camp coverage on ESPN Chicago, brought to you by Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana and by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Chevy dealers.
We are just a week away. The Taste of Elmwood Park is back. It is next Thursday through Sunday. I love the Taste. Mayor Skip always says it best. From the live music and family fun to sampling dishes from over 20 of Elmwood Park's best restaurants, there's something for everyone.
I love the meatball eating contest. I'm going to MC it again next Saturday. Grab your friends and your family for a weekend of great food, great entertainment, and a true taste of Elmwood Park. It's the 7th through the 10th. Don't miss it.
Performance-based materials are a given these days. But if you're after the stretchiest, most lightweight pieces that say, I'm here for a good time, then take a walk on the Swanee's side. With fabric sourced from recycled plastic and styles designed for on- and off-course versatility, Swanee's brings you sustainably made, intently designed, and affordably priced golf gear. From polos to layers, it's gear that looks good, feels better, and plays everywhere. Upgrade your game and your closet at swanees.co.
Save big on everything for your next outdoor project at Menards. Shop the largest selection of AC2 pressure-treated lumber and decking, all easy to load directly into your vehicle in our drive-through lumber yard. Plus, get free estimates fast using our easy do-it-yourself deck and pergola design programs. Available in-store or on Menards.com. Save big on all pressure-treated lumber and decking at Menards. Plus, check out our weekly flyer for more great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
$4.5 million. The Veroliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Veroliak Law Group recovered $4.5 million for a client who was injured in a truck accident. If you're injured, make sure to call the Veroliak Law Group.
Beat the heat with any size True Oasis fountain drink for 89 cents with True Rewards at True North convenience stores. True Rewards members can pick their favorite Pepsi fountain drink and pay only 89 cents. Find the app in your favorite app store to sign up and save instantly.
A SoFi personal loan is here to help you achieve something once thought impossible, overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Walk the tightrope of your finances with one low, fixed-rate monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. That's right. Pull off your own debt-defying stunt with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/trick to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank, N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891.
Now is the perfect time to start on your next success. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start August 13th. An accredited state university, University of Maryland Global Campus offers online and hybrid courses. Plus, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits towards the master's. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chevy.
Hard work beats talent when talent doesn't work hard. That's why when it comes to hard work, nothing works harder than a Chevy Silverado. Check out the full line of Silverados at ChevyDriveChicago.com. Chevy Silverado, official truck partner of the Chicago Bears.
Zoning out on that Zoom meeting? Zoom. Find out what Carmen and Jurko were talking about. Tell your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
The New Odds Couple is up, and you can check that out on the ESPN Chicago app. Mike and I recorded this morning. Encore replay tomorrow afternoon after Peggy and Dion, who broadcast live from Bears training camp, by the way. If you're going to camp, make sure you stop by, say hi to Peggy and Dion tomorrow afternoon. Mike and I started division previews, so we'll do 2 a week for the next month leading up to the start of the year. Talked a little NFC and AFC North divisions today on the shows, so make sure you get to the ESPN Chicago app and check out this week's episode of The Odds Couple. Mike joins us now on the Yuengling guest hotline for the bonus play. What's up, Mike?
What's going on, Kime? How you doing, Yerks?
What's going on, Mikey?
I got to turn his mic.
Let me ask you a question. We talked about this today on the show, Carmen and I, and you would know this because you played big-time college and then you played in the pros. We keep talking about McCarthy. He's going to have a lot of pressure on him replacing Sam Darnold. Will he ever have more pressure on him than he did playing and beating Ohio State and winning a national championship at Michigan with 100,000 people? Will he ever surpass that? Because he would have taken a baking if he has a bad game where you can have a Lamar Jackson or Justin Herbert stink every single year, in the playoffs, and they're beloved the next year. What's your take on that?
So the difference is he was the man at Michigan. He was the guy. He knew he was going to be the man that was going to get in there and was going to lead the Michigan Wolverines to the direction they were going. That's not necessarily the case up in Minnesota. He's trying to establish himself in his professional career coming off an injury. So there's a handful of doubts that might be sitting inside that melon of his. And he's the one that's going to have to overcome those demons. So at the point where he was doing it for Michigan, he had overcome those demons and the butterflies when you're a young player trying to figure it out. that point, he had established himself at Michigan. Up here, he's got to reestablish himself.
He also didn't have to do as much just by virtue of the offense there.
And now you're playing against the best of the best.
Yeah, there's a lot more pressure on you as
the
a
best of the
quarterback.
best, and I'm talking every position, the best of the best.
There's a lot more. I should say there are more challenges. Let's put it that way. When you're stepping up to play the level of quarterback that they're going to expect him to play in the NFL. So.
Absolutely, yeah.
Division, the NFC North is a fascinating division, you guys. It really is when you break it down from top to bottom.
It is, and I had to get your take on that, bud. Appreciate it. Also, I was looking at the over-unders. Today we're going to take a break. We won last week in baseball. St. Louis beating San Diego 3-0. But I want to talk about, real quick, 3 over and unders, if I can, for football. Yeah. It's called It Makes No Sense, okay? The New England, I want people to jot these down. You can fade me if you want. I got 3 plays for everybody. These are early plays. Over New England 8.5. Derek, it looks like this kid is coming around.
Oh yeah,
they're 8.5. They won 4 games last year. That doesn't make sense. That's one of my totals for over. I watched last week when they carted Justin Field off the field, and Greeny had to announce it. I thought he was going to faint on set, like Joe Namath was back or something.
Right,
okay,
I know.
I mean, or even Chad Pennington. The over/under is 5.5. The hype for Justin Field in New York from Tannenbaum and Greeny and the boys is suffocating. I'll take the under Jets 5.5 in that one, and I think the last one is a wild one. I didn't notice this, guys. I mean, the Chargers looked great last night. We know it's the first game, but Harbaugh had everybody going. We saw his record in every game, and we talked about Herbert today getting hurt and not being relied on, and stinking in the big games more than Lamar Jackson. But I'm taking the under 9.5 with the Chargers. They won 11 games last year, and aren't they supposed to be a better ball club? So those are my 3 plays, guys, for this year for the totals. They may change. If there was any change in the totals, that's what I had today. Yeah, you guys, you can figure that one out and tell people. But that's what I got. New England over, the Jets under, and the Chargers under.
All right, some long-term plays. There we go for the bonus plays. Sounds good.
Yeah,
Mike.
you know what? Why not? Everybody will forget about it by the regular season.
Yeah, exactly. Have a good weekend. We'll talk to you next week.
You guys take care.
Bye,
Bye-bye.
Mike.
All right, Mike.
I hit the wrong button.
What'd you do there?
I hit the wrong button.
You hung up on Mike?
I hung up on myself. I did that.
Not the first time.
That's my fault. Yeah, new odds couple is up. Yeah, we talked about both the divisions and the North. I almost said the Central. The North. The race that could come down between, I think, the Lions and the Packers, but maybe the Vikings. If everything breaks right for the Bears, can you imagine how much fun that would be and how glorious it would feel? That Viking schedule, plug your ears, Viking Scott. He already knows it. That Viking schedule this year, man.
It's a juggernaut.
It's tough. They've got...
Wow, what a schedule.
Well, listen to this.
It's like the Bears.
They've got back-to-back international games in Ireland and England.
Right.
And then out of their bye, they've got the Eagles, at the Chargers, at the Lions, Ravens. Good luck to you. You get through that.
You get through that, we wish you good luck.
That you'd have done something right. That's going to be a good transition to the top of the hour about the coaching staffs, too. And to see if Kevin O'Connell can get the same kind of efficiency out of J.J. McCarthy as he did out of Sam Darnold last year. And if he can get the same kind of early down efficiency that he got last year. I think the Packers, I hate to say it, are going to be pretty good, Yerk. Jordan Love doesn't get hurt. Remember, he got hurt in week 1 last year in Sao Paulo. And I think it took him a while for that knee. He missed a couple of games. They pieced it together with Malik Willis. It was kind of amazing by that coaching staff how they did that. But then when Love got back, he just wasn't right and wasn't the same, and it was a little clunky early on. The back half of the season, when he was healthier, Jordan Love was fantastic. Weeks 11 through 18 last year, Jordan Love was QB 4 in passer rating. Minimum 100 attempts. He was also 4th in EPA plus completion percentage over expectation. He had 10 touchdowns and 1 interception, and a success rate north of 51%, which was 7th best in the league. It was impressive stuff out of Jordan Love when he was a little bit healthier. And if he stays healthy, and if his receivers stop dropping footballs all the time, Yerk, think that's why they drafted Matthew Golden. Things will be good for the Green Bay Packers. I hate to admit that, but I think they're going to be pretty good. We'll talk about these coaching rankings coming up. We will continue. We could play some more Caleb Williams, too. He was really good with Waddle and Silvy talking about our variety of things. If you missed that interview, check out the podcast page on the app, the Waddle and Silvy podcast page on the ESPN Chicago app, and you can get the whole thing there. But we'll play a few of the other things, including his thoughts on Ben Johnson and his relationship there and where this offense is going. The Micah Parsons stuff, coaching rankings from Ben Solak. Where is Ben Johnson in this staff check-in, even though this is a first-time staff coming together under first-time head coach Ben Johnson. We'll talk about all that. Crosstalk in 35 minutes. Waddle and Silvy are out and about today, and Tyler's in for Silvy. It's Waddle and Tyler Aki, but you can go see them at the this is the new Twin Peaks. That's maybe not that new anymore, but we haven't been up there yet. The one in Algonquin. Yeah. So the Twin Peaks in Algonquin. I haven't been up there yet anyway. That's where the guys are going to broadcast live from today. You can go see them. We'll crosstalk in like 35. Chris and Adam are on tonight until 8. All calls welcome on a Friday, and they'll take you into White Sox and Angels as they start a West Coast trip out in Southern California tonight at 8. It's Carmen and Yurko back in 2 minutes.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
On the golf course, do you use words like mulligan, do-over, worm burner? Then you are like millions of golfers who can use a bit more practice. Imagine a driving range where you're protected from the elements and you don't have to bend down to put a new ball on the tee. Now imagine a section where you can practice your short game and add to that a 9-hole course you can play day or night. It's real and it's spectacular. Golf Center Des Plaines, 353 North River Road in Des Plaines.
Want a career designed for the long haul? Triton College's Diesel and Transportation Technology program offers real-world training that puts you under the hood, preparing you to enter the workforce as a truck mechanic or repair technician. Triton's program offers certification in truck engine repair, brake and suspension, and train repair. Get on the road toward a high-demand career. Visit triton.edu/diesel to get started today. That's triton.edu/diesel.
Hey, this is David Kaplan. I love the heat. Give me 90 degrees and a chance to be outdoors, and I'm a happy guy. But when you step out of the heat and into your home or business, I totally appreciate being able to control the temperature to make everybody comfortable. My friends at Automatic keep your AC system running its best no matter what Mother Nature throws at us. And if something were to break down, Automatic can help find the best system for your space and have it back to the perfect temperature in no time. Go to Automatic.com. That's Automatic.com.
You know, Waddle, we haven't taken the show on the road lately.
Yeah, because you must have ticked someone off again.
Who, me?
Or maybe you just wouldn't let them schedule a live show while you were on one of your 6-week vacation trips.
All right, cheap shot again. We're back on the road at Twin Peaks in Algonquin today.
Join the Waddle and Silvy show for eats, drinks, and scenic views at Twin Peaks. Come on out. It is a fun Friday show.
Twin Peaks, Algonquin, 2:30 to 6:30 later today.
And please drink responsibly.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, this is the home for every Bears game, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Jurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
I will make a correction. There was bad information. Bad chicken, mess you up. There was bad information passed along to us. Tyler Aki is in his normal producer's role today. It is the Waddle and Silvy show. I thought it was strange when I heard Kap and Hoodie say it this morning. They had mentioned go see Waddle and Tyler. And I was like, oh, I mean, I was texting. I've been texting with Silvy all morning. Jesse sent us the first Cubs text at like 6:30 this morning. I happen to be up early.
That was early.
But I've been texting with Silvy all day, and he never mentioned, like, leave me alone, I'm off today, or, like, you know, I was like, why is Silvy not working today?
Wait, does he say that to you?
No, of course not. Of course
not to throw anybody under the bus.
But I thought it was weird, and I was like, why is Tyler in
bus
for
toss. Why not? It's a Friday.
However, let me get on this bus.
So then I saw it on the screen.
No, I thought it was weird too.
We both said to each other, "Is that right?" I don't think
just
that's
texted
right.
Me, he goes, "I don't know what's on that notepad, but I'm not hosting." And Shay Norling, producer of Kap and Hood, types up on this notepad. We have this notepad here for those to break down the fourth wall that I can type on that Carmen can see in the studio.
Yeah.
It's got all the Patrick Kane information, so you can give away another pair right here.
Right.
Because we have 2 more to give away before the show's over. It's got the rest of the day schedule, all that good stuff. And it said Waddle and Aki. And I thought it was weird. And Shea had a lot on his mind today. He was going to see a movie today.
He's seeing a movie?
He had to do Odds Couple.
The
He had to
Hills
record
Have
Odds
Five.
Couple.
He
didn't have to do Odds Couple, Eric.
Oh, he was just hanging around then?
He was hanging around.
I figured he was hanging around to help with Odds Couple.
No, he didn't do any work.
You know what I think it was? I think it was a little Freudian slip on Shea's part. He and Tyler have that
Little thing going on.
They got a little thing going, the two of them.
Thing.
And so he was just dreaming of his boy Tyler Rocky, and he's like, instead of Waddle and Silvy, he put Waddle and Tyler. He was having sweet dreams of his man Tyler.
What's the movie he's seeing?
He's seeing a movie
F1.
called...
I think it's F1.
No, he's going to see a movie called Oh Hi.
Hi.
What was the new one? The Edrington? Which one's that?
Eddington.
Eddington.
Yeah.
You saw that last week. He was hot last Friday because he did have to stick around last week and help Mike and me tape. He had to produce Odds Couple for us because Eric was at Bears training camp, I think, and he was, it was like the end of the week. It was a long day. He's got to deal with Kap all week.
He had to work an extra hour.
But the Tigers were free falling. I mean, they were free falling, right? So he's already a little annoyed. And then we had like a slight technical glitch as we started, Yerk. Speaking of peeling back, what do you call it, Adam? The fourth wall? Is that what
Breaking
we're
down
doing?
the fourth
Breaking
wall.
down the fourth wall. There was a little technical glitch that he had to get fixed, and it took him a few minutes. He came back into Studio B where we record the Odds Couple, and I looked at him. I'm like, "You gonna make it, big man?" And he's like, "I might just throw myself out this window." He was so hot and bothered,
The movie.
And then the Tigers lost that night, and he was apparently, and I had heard he had went like scorched earth on Twitter ripping his Tigers too.
The O in Ohio.
The O in Ohio.
No, he's seeing a movie called Oh Hi.
Pork. No, he's not.
Yes, he is. He's going to see a movie called Oh
I think
Hi.
that's the O in Ohio, isn't it?
No,
Oh,
it's not. It's a different movie.
Dude.
It's called Oh Hi.
How many different movies can there be in
How many
2026?
can there be?
It's called Oh Hi. It's a 2025 American romantic comedy directed by Sophie Brooks and co-written by Molly Gordon, who also stars in it.
In 2025, now in 2026.
In 2020,
It's a new movie that's out now.
he went to go see a movie today in the theater.
Oh, yeah, it's O, comma,
It's
high.
O, comma, high.
Yeah,
he
O,
wanted to go
high.
see it specifically because he's a big fan of Molly Gordon. We were
Who's
talking
she?
about this. She's in The Bear. She plays the love interest of, what's his face? Bear. The Bear.
Of Carmi.
Of Carmi, yeah.
Yeah. My man.
Yes, your man.
Who's this Molly Gordon?
My man.
Speaking of
Carm.
my men, or Cowboys men, if you will, CeeDee Lamb has now taken to Twitter
Oh,
and
God.
written, "Never fails, dog. Just pay the man what you owe him. No need for the extracurricular."
Yeah, CeeDee's right.
Because this happened to him.
Exactly. CeeDee's right.
So now you got the whole team chiming in.
Well, they should. I mean, this is ridiculous, you guys. Ridiculous. It's Micah Parsons.
Jerry Jones would be available for comment, but I believe he's having another plastic surgery.
He has had a lot of that.
Yeah, so he may not be available for comment.
It is something
Are they
else,
still in
man.
Oxnard, California?
Yes, they still go to Oxnard.
They're still going all the way to California?
They still go all the way. Every other team stays home at their facility. They go to Oxnard. Jerry's got to show off a little bit. I'm going to go out to Oxnard.
Maybe he could be filming something, too.
He flies in on that helicopter. He knows he's a showman, man. I'll give him that. Like Yurko and I have been fortunate enough to be at a couple of games down in Texas at Jerry World. And that whole thing is really a spectacle. It's an incredible operation they got going on down there, isn't it, Yerk? And the game day atmosphere is fun, and the stadium's pretty spectacular. But he comes in on that helicopter, right? And our man Jake Cantu. Jake used to work with us here in Chicago. Jake Cantu is one of
That's right, he did.
One of our producers. He's from Dallas. He's a huge Cowboy fan. His family's still down in Texas, and he actually took a job with the Texas Rangers.
Yeah,
he works for the Rangers now.
Well,
he went back home.
It's part of the policing unit down there. You know that, right?
Policing unit.
Yeah, policing unit. They got we got Cook County Sheriff. They've got the Texas Rangers.
Oh, the Texas
They
Rangers.
actually get things
That's
done
not what I
down
meant.
there.
I meant the ball club.
Oh, you
I
meant
was
the
like,
baseball
what are you talking
team.
about?
He works for the baseball
I thought
team.
he became a cop, a sheriff like.
Jake's like 5'4", 110 pounds. He can't be a Texas Ranger.
What are you talking about? Do you think they got size limits to be a Texas Ranger?
I don't know. I don't think Jake doesn't scream Texas Ranger to me.
Boy, I mean, there's a ton of short guys out there. You're size shaming right now.
But
If you're a
Jake,
short guy, you can't be a law enforcement official?
Jake and I we're in line. Well, no, I mean Texas
that's
Ranger.
damning.
I'm thinking like Chuck Norris. You got to be a Texas Ranger, right? You got to be able to roundhouse.
He did the
some
show.
guy to the head.
I'm thinking about the Lone Ranger.
I'm thinking of like you need Sam Elliott's
And it's
mustache
spelled Tonto.
to be a Texas Ranger. That's not Jake. But we're standing in line to get into the Bears Cowboys a couple years ago, and sure enough, he nudged me. He goes, "Hey, see, Carmen, here comes Jerry." He goes, right before the game, like, you got to make an entrance here.
Oh, and he does.
And the helicopter comes, you guys. It's got the big star on it, and he lands, and here comes Jerry walking off right down the blue carpet into the building. So everybody sees Jerry's team. Pay Micah Parsons. What are you doing? And you're getting, what really is annoying, you guys? You're getting like other teams' hopes up. Like we're like, oh, well, if you're the Bears, would you trade two for? They're not trading Micah Parsons. All you're doing is getting our hopes worked up. Like, hey, the Bears should go in and do the Mac deal, send 2 first-round picks and pay him. And how awesome would that be? And the Bears are legit. And that's the last piece for the defense. You're just getting our hopes up. They're not trading Micah Parsons. You'd be crazy.
I worry about the dysfunction in Dallas. Now, I'm not a Dallas fan, so I don't care about dysfunction, but there is. There is dysfunction. When you don't have one happy unit over there, that's a problem. Cincinnati, I worry about them too. But they pay every offensive player. Now, do they pay the offensive guys to keep the defensive guys' mouths shut?
They paid all the offensive.
Is that what they're doing? Pay all the guys on the offense, tell the defense to go shut up.
Yeah, it's kind of what they've done.
And I worry about my predictions now with the contest we're going to have. You got to eat a can of Spam.
We have a month.
If you want to take an hour off the list.
I'm not doing
that.
That
should be the list. Spam.
No way.
Yeah. You have a fryer here. You'll be able to cook it up a little bit. Good.
We got like a month.
Hopefully it's a Japanese delicacy. They love their Spam.
It is.
Yeah.
It is.
I would say it's a... Okay, maybe.
It is Japanese
a little Spam,
delicacy.
Some rice.
Yeah,
they like it in Hawaii. I know in the islands
they like it. They like it a lot.
They love it in Japan, kid.
You want to talk about
in Kyoto?
I don't know. I feel like it's
in
like
Kyoto
in the islands.
specifically.
I don't know that in Japan it's a
Japan
delicacy.
they do. Kyoto.
Maybe it's a delicacy in Japan, but it's not a Japanese delicacy. Like Wagyu, A5 Wagyu is a Japanese delicacy. You know what I mean?
It's a delicacy in Japan.
Maybe it's a delicacy in Japan. Yeah. You guys want to talk about the not the quarterback, excuse me.
Sure, I love to talk quarterback.
The coach ranking list, Adam?
Yes, I do.
All right.
I would love to talk
I
about
did
that.
a sneak peek of this.
Okay.
Not surprised.
So Benjamin Solak ranked all of the NFL head coaching staffs, not just the head coach.
Right.
All of the entire coaching staff, head coach, offensive coordinator, defensive coordinator. And he did this last year as well, so he gives last year's ranking as well. I will give you the top 10, and then we will talk about the Bears. Number 10 is the Green Bay Packers. Down from number 8 last year. They've got Matt LaFleur, Jeff Hafley, and Adam Stenavich. But basically, it's Matt LaFleur as that offensive coordinator.
The offensive coordinator, for sure.
Number 9, the Las Vegas Raiders, which is pretty high, but considering the success Pete Carroll has had in the past, plus you have Chip Kelly.
They've been
Patrick
upgraded.
Graham. Yeah, they were 32
They were dead
last year. Yes.
Antonio Pierce was ridiculous.
Number 8, kind of surprised by this, the Philadelphia Eagles with Nick Sirianni, Kevin Patullo, and Vic Fangio.
Surprise thing they should be higher?
Yes. Fangio's, we know how good Fangio is.
I was going to say, I think Fangio alone bumped. Whatever you think of Sirianni, maybe 8's a good spot, but
how many Super Bowls has he won?
1.
Okay.
Fangio being there raises that up a little bit. I think I agree with you. Now, they did make a big jump. They were 15th last year. They went to 8th this year.
Like, they won the Super Bowl. The Bills, 7th, didn't.
Well, this one I disagree
Sean
with.
McDermott, Joe Brady, and Bobby Babbage.
And you guys know what I think of Sean McDermott. Sean McDermott holds that football team back, period, end of story.
Number
yes, absolutely, 100%. And so, yes, I agree with the and how you even said it, Adam. The Philly staff should be ahead of the Buffalo staff.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I'm not big on just, because they won, that's why.
No, it's because
Sean
you hate
McDermott holds, I don't hate Sean McDermott. He holds that team back.
Yurko might disagree with this, and I believe that this is just going off of his reputation and not his what he is now. But the Broncos being at 6 to me is also too high with Sean Payton, Joe Lombardi, and Vance Joseph. They haven't done any, okay, Sean Payton's back, cool.
Maybe.
They just won a Super Bowl.
Maybe a little lofty. Who just won a Super Bowl?
The Eagles.
I
keep saying they should be higher.
Yeah. I get what you're saying. Okay, yeah, fair.
Coaching staffs, though. They're doing coaching staffs, not the players that are on the field.
I understand that.
It's just coaching staffs.
This is the one I have a problem with. This is ridiculous.
The Rams at number 5, Sean McVay, Mike LaFleur, and Chris Shula.
That's insane.
They dropped 2 spots from number 3.
That's insane.
Number 4, the Baltimore Ravens, John Harbaugh, Todd Monken, and Zach Orr.
Okay.
Number 3, the San Francisco 49ers, Kyle Shanahan, Clay Kubiak, and Robert Saleh.
Okay.
Number 2, the Kansas City Chiefs, Andy Reid, Matt Nagy, and Steve Spagnuolo.
And I know the number 1 team.
The number 1 team, the Minnesota Vikings, with Kevin O'Connell, Wes Phillips, but basically Kevin O'Connell, and Brian Flores.
Flores is one. I'd flip Reid and Spagnuolo. To me, Reid and Spagnuolo would be 1. I think O'Connell and Flores are amazing. I think Kevin O'Connell's amazing. I do.
You enjoy his work.
I think he's amazing.
Well, we're going to see. This is going to be his biggest test right here.
Yeah, it will be. Sean McVay being 5th is ludicrous. I mean, right, Chris? I mean, it's completely.
Where do you pump him?
It's
Where do you put him?
completely ludicrous.
Where do you pump him?
He should probably be 2nd or 3rd, if you ask me. And maybe
I think you have to put him ahead of the 49ers.
I think you do.
For sure.
I think you have to put him ahead of John Harbaugh.
Yes.
It's funny because, like I said, Mike and I were doing AFC North stuff today, and I've been pretty heavy into preview, getting ready.
You've
for
got
the
your
NFL
book
season.
together, right?
The book's coming together.
It's coming
for
together.
Sure.
You're piecing it together.
The Baltimore Ravens, the last handful of years, can't win a single score game. They don't they're like 500 in 1 score games. The last 2 years, they've been one of the most penalized teams in football. John Harbaugh's a very good coach. Sign me up most days. I hope Ben Johnson's finally.
You sell this book? Are we putting out this book for sale?
No, that book's for me.
Come on,
it's the research pack. It's not really a book. It's a research. It's in a binder. So Jurko calls it a book, but it's in a binder.
I call it a binder.
There's just no way that Sean McVay can be behind John Harbaugh. I mean, at this point, there's just no way. And I love Solak. I think he's football bright, and I like the way he writes, and I like his takes on football most of the time. But there's no way. And if you're saying, well, Carmen, it's the staff, Chris Shula's bringing them down in L.A. The head coach is the head coach, and there is just no way Sean McVay should be ranked behind John Harbaugh. I'm sorry. There is no way.
Chris and I both said that we agree with number 1, and I agree with it because of Flores.
Well, and I would also say this. Here's why. When Carmen first mentioned that there's some errors with the list, you can still argue that the number 1, the Vikings, are a top 5 coaching staff.
For sure.
So, the miss isn't as bad as some of the others. That's where I was saying, I could see it.
Yes, I think you're right about that. I would have Reid and Spagnuolo number 1, but
sure.
You're right. The Vikings have a top 5 coaching staff. Yes.
You could argue Chiefs 1, Rams 2, Vikings 3.
That's probably how I'd rank it.
That would be a logical argument.
That's probably how I would rank it.
It's just not egregious. The number 1 pick wasn't oh my God, the Raiders? That's a little crazy that they're top 10.
I know. I kind of agree with that.
Where's Chicago?
He has the Bears number 22 with Ben Johnson, Declan Doyle, and Dennis Allen. He said, I would usually hesitate to stick a first-time head coach this high, but I can't look you in the face and say I'd rather have the Cardinals or Panthers or Falcons staff over this group. He also says that getting Allen as a defensive coordinator is a plus. Last year's the Saints were a league average group, but the Saints were a top 10 defense by points per drive surrendered and success rate with Allen at the helm.
Where's New England on this list?
They're 21st, or 20th, I think.
20th, yes.
20th, yeah. With and that is a pretty good. I mean, look, it's Vrabel's had some success, and guess who's back for another go-around, but he's had a lot of success there, you guys, is Josh McDaniels. He really has. He's had a lot of success there. And let's say whatever we want about him as a head coach, but as a coordinator, pretty good. And so probably a fair spot for where they are right now. There have been some big drops, too. Like, Miami dropped considerably in his rankings from 9 all the way to 19, as you'd expect. Shane Steichen dropped a lot. I like Shane Steichen, but it's some head-scratching stuff has gone on there. They're down from 11 to 18.
What happened to your guy in Miami,
Yeah, 9. He dropped from 9 to he dropped from 9 to 19.
Yeah.
I like the way McDaniel calls plays. I know, is he the best head coach in the world?
I want to talk to him when we're up there.
I like the way he calls plays, man. I think he's well, they'll be I don't know if we're going to get to talk to him. They're practicing.
They'll be done with practice at 1:30, 1 o'clock.
He'd be a fun guy to talk to.
I think he'd be a great guy to talk to. Sit and chat him up.
He's an interesting
Maybe get
dude.
Tyreek Hill on. What do you think?
I asked Jurko, as I was doing some research, I didn't realize.
Doesn't think a lot about it, I guess.
I don't want to get Tyreek Hill on.
How about Devin a chain?
I had asked Jurko, did the new...
That's a no. I mean, am I talking here?
What about
I
Tua?
asked you
Nobody
three
wants to talk to
questions.
Tua?
That's
Hey,
all.
Yerk, pitch some more baseball managers. Maybe you'll have
Tua.
better luck there.
Yeah, Pat Murphy. What do you think? Let's get Murph on
I
again.
love Pat Murphy.
When Murph comes back in August for the 5-game set.
Yeah, we should get him on again.
What do you think?
Yeah.
Huh?
Let's
Maybe
do
in
it.
studio.
We got two.
Again, just ignoring me. He just moves past anything I say.
Keep
like
it
any of
moving.
my thoughts are nothing.
I'll
Like
do
they're
Pat
just
Murphy in
nothing.
studio. That'll be good. We'll do it.
And you'll talk to Easy. him.
And
We'll
we'll
also
talk to him. And we'll talk to him.
Harm, you've crossed the line again.
He's an old man.
You've already had to dump somebody to drop the F-bomb.
Brace yourself. We have two final Canner trivia questions for today, and then we'll give away some more tickets on Monday, okay?
Beautiful.
So let's do one right now. I've got two. Which one do you want to do?
I got an answer
Let's
for
do
you.
this one. How many Conn Smythe trophies has Patrick Kane won?
Too easy.
Now you might have to be like, wait, what's the Conn Smythe? Well, get
That's
to the
right.
computer
Figure
quick.
it out.
How many Conn Smythe trophies has Patrick Kane won? 312-332-3776. First correct caller wins.
How many Lady Bings?
None, I don't think. The tickets to next Friday night. We'll be right back.
This is Carmen and Jurko making your lunch break extra delicious.
Hey, Ma! Can we get some meatloaf?
On Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Angels.
Coverage starts tonight at 8 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
$4.5 million. The Verliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verliak Law Group recovered $4.5 million for a client who was injured in a truck accident. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verliak Law Group. Playing professional football, being on the radio for years, I've had the chance to endorse many companies. But I've never endorsed one owned by close friends until now. And the Verliak Law Group has been helping people for over 60 years, including my friends and neighbors. When you need a lawyer, experience matters. And the Verliak Law Group has recovered over $9 billion for clients, serving over 40,000 cases in personal injury, auto accidents, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and more. Their proven results and commitment to clients make them the right choice. They've helped my neighbors and friends, and they will help you too. Call 8444-VLG Law today. The Verliak Law Group. Experience you can trust.
The Taste of Elmwood Park returns. It's August 7th to the 10th. Mayor Skip Saviano, what's your favorite part?
Where do I start? The live music, family fun, and sampling from over 20 of Elmwood Park's best restaurants. I love it all. How about you, Carm?
Gotta be the meatball eating contest.
Always a crowd favorite.
And I'm excited to be the honorary MC once again this year.
Join us at the Taste of Elmwood Park happening August 7th to the 10th.
Grab your family and friends for a weekend of amazing food, live entertainment, and a true Taste of Elmwood Park.
The cheers, the smiles, the high fives, they make every race worth running or swimming. Be a part of the fun at the Chicago Ducky Derby, Thursday, August 7th. Tens of thousands of rubber ducks will splash down the Chicago River, all racing to support Special Olympics Illinois. You can help fuel the dreams of these incredible athletes and maybe even win big. So make a splash, quack a smile, and show you're in their corner. Adopt a duck and try your luck today at ChicagoDuckyDerby.com.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
Bulls and Sox fans, don't miss Bulls Night at Rate Field on August 8th. See Benny the Bull and Southpaw as the White Sox take on the Guardians at 6:40 p.m. With a specially priced ticket, receive a limited edition Derrick Rose bobblehead while supplies last. Spend $125 or more at the team store and get a free Southpaw City Connect bobblehead. And be sure to stick around for a post-game fireworks show presented by Fanatics. One city, two teams, see black and red. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/promos.
Do you ever scream at your screen when your 5G internet freezes? It's the worst. So why not switch to Astound? Wi-Fi that just works. With Astound Wi-Fi, you'll rage less, buffer less, and live more. Lock in gig speed Wi-Fi for just $35 a month, guaranteed for 3 years. Plus, get up to a $200 Amazon gift card. Astound Wi-Fi, it just works. Visit astound.com today.
John, what are you doing? Get in my car. So why are you walking to work?
Thanks, man. It's these insanely high gas prices. They're draining my bank account. I can't afford to drive anymore.
Dude, don't walk. Just do what I do, because I never pay full price for gas anymore. I use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Oh, wait. You're telling me you get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code REFUEL for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's promo code REFUEL. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code REFUEL for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code REFUEL.
On the road or off-road, Chevy Silverado is built for tough performance in any conditions. It's a real workhorse in the trenches. Check out the full line of Silverados at ChevyDriveChicago.com. Chevy Silverado, official truck partner of the Chicago Bears.
Working from home or back in the office? Don't miss a minute of Carmen and Jurko. Just ask your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
Okay, one final Patrick Kane trivia question for some more tickets coming up here. And then crosstalk with Waddle and Silvy live in Algonquin today at the Twin Peaks. Go see the guys. We'll play a couple more things for you here as we wrap up. Want to hear Manfred or Caleb Williams? What do you want to hear? Two different sports, two different topics.
Let me hear Caleb Williams.
You want to hear some Caleb?
Yeah.
This is Caleb talking with Waddle and Silvy yesterday about Ben Johnson and building the relationship with the head coach. Here, take a listen.
Yeah, it's been great. He's been awesome. He's been a great teacher, and he's been a great coach. And so with those two things, when it's time to teach, he's teaching, and he's hard on me, he's tough on me on the field. And then off the field, it's more learning, it's more teaching, it's more trying to figure out exactly, what we want to get at and what he wants, when we're out there and when he calls the play. And then, other than that, being a great coach also comes from me going up there and, sitting down, having talks with him. And not just me, it's also other players. Him going to the other rooms and, cracking jokes and, being personable when it's off the field and, still having that discipline. But also, when we get on the field and when we're in the meeting rooms and things like that, it's, it's time to lock in and go.
Here he's talking about Ben Johnson holding people accountable.
Regardless of where you are, Ben's going to cheer you out and hold you accountable because, like I said, everybody matters. Everybody's job is important. And, like today, we were out there and, we were marching down the field and then, the headset started going out on me and I got kind of frustrated and Ben came over to me after and, he was like, have a few plays in mind, if that ever happens. And, that's more of accountability to me and to this team and having a few plays that, if the clock's running down, the headset goes out or, it's spiking or something, you can't hear the play call. It's have a few plays, go out there and, don't go palms up and, complain and things like that.
Oh, that's bound to happen during the regular season, so you might as well prepare for it now. Sylvie wondered, are they doing it on purpose? Does all of a sudden the headset go out at practice?
We'll see how he handles it.
Start drilling things, right? Start training a little bit, yeah.
Yep.
The Caleb was really good yesterday. He was comfortable with the guys. They had a lot of good stuff.
Good.
Some stuff about more than just off a few things away from the football field too that were interesting towards the end of the interview. So go check that out if you want on the ESPN Chicago app on the Waddle and Silvy podcast page. Rob Manfred was here announcing that the All-Star Game is coming to Wrigley in 2027. It'll be the first time since 1990. It's been a long time since it's been at Wrigley Field. We joked about his contingency plan for 27 if there's no baseball that summer?
Look, my contingency plan is to make an agreement with the players and play the 27 season.
Not much of a contingency plan. Let's hope he's right, though, that they just get a deal done. Here he is talking about the confrontation with Harper earlier in the week that was widely reported on.
Look, I don't talk about those player meetings. Let me say this. I think more has been made out of this than needs to be made out of it. Bryce expressed his views at the end of the meeting. We shook hands and went our separate ways. Just not all that significant.
But is it any sort of illustration of the divide between the league and players?
It was an individual picking a particular way to express himself, and I don't think you need to make more out of that than that.
So Rob Manfred downplaying it a little. There's some Ricketts stuff. Maybe we'll play it during crosstalk with Waddle and Silvy. I'm sure Silvy's going to want to, he's a little fiery about what the Cubs did and didn't do.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
Last thing, we were talking about watching the game last night. You saw the new technology, the Hawkeye technology. I mean, why this hasn't been in for a while in terms of just, being able to determine first down or not instead of using the old chain gang is beyond me.
Love the chain gang.
It doesn't solve the real issue, though, of how inaccurate the officials can be in placing the football. I mean, you guys realize that, right? It still matters on where the official places the football, and it's such a weird, in not weird maybe, but just like in 2025 that the guys are running in from the sidelines.
The
These old
problem,
guys
Carm, has always been that, though, is where is the football when the body goes? And when you're blocked out by players.
I know.
Now you're estimating where the football is no matter what.
I know.
Once the ball's down, the system that's in place is fine.
And it's even better
Bring
now
the
because
chain
it saves,
out there and
but
get it done.
But it saves time because it's boom. There's no, the guy's got to run down in the field. And they got to measure. It does save
What
time.
about those great iconic moments you had when they'd be short and everybody starts jumping and you're celebrating?
Well, you're still going to, if you're short, you still jump and celebrate.
Really? With I'm being on television?
The old guys with the chain measurement
great.
will still be there.
Well, yeah, they'll be there just
during the regular season now, though.
For posterity.
For now.
Yes.
No, but they're doing this in the preseason only, this line. This isn't for the regular season.
Oh, no, I thought Hawkeye was for the regular season.
No, I thought they were trying to just for the preseason.
I think this is a trial, a test.
Oh, I thought
where the
it
hell
was,
are you going?
Oh, I
you
thought
put
the Hawkeye
cart in front of the
system
horse.
Why would they be trying it out?
Because you've got to try it out first to find out if this is something you actually want to do.
Oh, I thought Hawkeye was in.
No.
Oh, I didn't know
they
that.
would have to install it in every stadium then.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you're out in front a little bit.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
But again, it's still the heart. You think not by now.
Who's going to give a player some?
No, they're using it this season.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought they announced in the spring at the league meetings that it was a go for the season.
Silly.
There is no more chain gang. They will stand on the sideline still, just in case as a backup.
They said it was tested last season without us knowing, and now they're implementing.
That's what I
this
thought.
season.
They announced it at the league meetings. That's right.
If they test it without us knowing, how would we know it was actually tested?
But wait, but here the bigger point,
right?
But here the bigger point.
I promise. I went to church every day last year. I just told nobody.
The bigger point is not so much that, because that's easy. They should have had that forever. The marking of the ball is still the tricky part, and it's not easy for the officials. I'm not suggesting it is. They're 53 yards away.
No, 27 and a half.
I'm sorry, 27 and a half. Excuse me.
It's a 106-yard field? What do you got?
No, forgive me. That's my bad. They're 27 yards away.
Thank you.
And these guys are running in there. I think I know where the ball is.
And you can't see everything. When you have a quarterback sneak, what do you see?
You got 22 bodies on top of each other.
Especially with Philadelphia.
You're 27 yards away, running in, trying to figure out where the ball is.
You got guys humping guys. It's no good.
You got guys humping guys.
No,
yeah, nobody needs that. Yeah.
It makes me uncomfortable.
You got to figure out a better way. There's got to be some kind of technology. Now, I don't know what that is. Lasers and chips in the ball, and it's still hard to determine when the player is down and where the ball is. It's
not easy.
I know Abdalla doesn't believe it, but we're putting people on the moon. At least we have. And you can't figure out a better way than having those poor guys run 27 yards across the field.
They got fitness tests for those guys.
I know. All right, we got to break. Paulie Cheesecake called. We're out of time, though.
What'd you do?
Tell Paulie to call back Monday.
You ignored him.
Paulie, call Monday.
Call back Monday.
Paulie, call back Monday.
Give us an update on whether you're playing volleyball or softball.
Last trivia question of the day for the Caner tickets next week for the event at Morgan Manufacturing. Can't wait. That's next Friday night. I'll be there. Pat Boyle's going to be the MC. It's going to be awesome. mingle with Kaner, and it's it's going to be a great event. The space is fantastic. It'll be a fun way to spend a Friday. In 2010, when Kaner had the game winner in overtime in Philly, remember Yerk, in Game 6 to win the Cup, who had the assist on the Cup clinching goal? First correct caller wins. 312-332-3776. Crosstalk with Waddle and Silvy is next. Jesse Rogers has the final word.
Carmen and Jurko present today's final word.
Because you had to be a big shot, didn't you? You had to open up your mouth.
Today's final word
Had to have the last word.
on Carmen and Jurko.
If you're listening, Cub fans, but you have to understand it. The moves they made were to help secure a playoff spot, and that is it.
And that's
not to help them in October. It was only to help them to get to October.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
8-8 is almost here.
Let's hear from number 88.
Daytime sessions have sold out, but you can still purchase tickets to an evening with Patrick King.
What's up, Chicago?
Friday, August 8th at Morgan Manufacturing. This 21 and over event includes an open bar and food, a Q&A session conducted by Pat Boyle, a photo opportunity and autograph with Kaner. Celebrate number 88 on 8-8. Google Patrick Kane Evening Eventbrite and get your tickets today.
Hey, it's Jurko here with Mitch Lyons from Mitch Lyons Wealth. Mitch, planning for retirement isn't all that different from football, is it? It really comes down to the X's and O's.
You're right, Jurko. We both know from our days in the NFL, doing the basics well, like blocking and tackling, wins games. In retirement, it's protecting your nest egg from the Wall Street roller coaster and creating guaranteed lifetime income so you don't have to sweat retirement.
Right. In retirement, every day is Saturday, so you need protection and a reliable income to enjoy retirement like a champ.
So true, Jurko. If you're nearing or in retirement, the game changes. You can't afford to suffer market losses and take pay cuts.
Kind of like a retirement red zone, huh?
Exactly. We help people create a retirement of steel to protect what they've spent their lifetime saving and generate more income than they thought possible.
Call Mitch Lyons Wealth at 866-857-8335. That's 866-857-8335. MitchLyonsWealth.com. Your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
Are you ready to take your finances and home ownership journey to the next level? At NHS Chicago, we're here to help you do just that with our next level classes. Free, expert-led workshops designed to help you go beyond the basics. Whether you want to boost your credit, learn about estate planning, dive into real estate investing, or keep your home in great shape with maintenance know-how, NHS has a class for you. Our Next Level series is perfect for homeowners, future buyers, and anyone ready to build long-term financial security. Classes are available both online and in person to fit your schedule.
today's show. Up northwest to see Waddle and Silvy today in Algonquin. They're at Twin Peaks. Let's see if the hockey show knows the answer to our last Patrick Kane question. Did you guys hear the question?
No.
Who had the? Oh, now we're gonna put the hockey show on the spot.
Yeah, we are.
Who had the assist on the Kaner goal in 2010 in overtime to clinch the cup in Philly?
Patrick Sharp.
No.
He was on the ice, though. I know he was on
Let's see how many 2010 Hawks they can guess before they get it.
I think it's a defenseman.
Waddle's being very quiet over there.
Yeah, is it a defenseman?
Maybe.
I'm trying to collect myself.
Uh-huh. He's Googling.
Was it Duncan Keith?
No. You're 0 for 2.
Means it wasn't Seabrook. I'm gonna go Hjalmarsson.
Somebody was about to say Seabrook, and that would have been wrong. Hjalmarsson, wrong.
It was not Hjalmarsson.
You're 0 for 4.
Hjalmarsson.
Was it by Fuglian? Justin Bufflin.
Wrong.
Ooh.
Bufflin.
Wrong.
They called him
You know what, Carm? I don't.
Brian Campbell is the correct
Every now and
answer.
again, you got to sandbag and make everybody at home.
Was
feel
it
better about
Antiniemi?
It wasn't Antiniemi. That would have been some kind of an assist, Sylvie.
Yeah.
Brian Campbell was the correct answer. No.
Oh,
Yes.
Soupy. That's your guy, too.
That is
Boy, do
my
you have
guy.
a crush on
I
Soupy.
love Soupy.
He
He's
loves
the best.
Soupy. Big
Good
man
guy
crush.
from the
He lives in
Bears or
Carmen's
Soupy?
town. He lives in Carmen's town.
He's
That's
the
why he loves
he's
him.
the greatest.
Yes, he does.
Carmen sees him at the bakery all the
Say
time.
lives in Carmen's basement.
No, he doesn't live in my basement. I should go live in his basement.
They go buy baguettes together.
Yeah.
Golf simulator
Against
down
his
there.
will.
Exactly.
Lives in Carmen's
I'm just
basement
going to
against his
barricade
will.
myself in.
Put the lotion in the basket.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'd be like, hey, Super, do you have a well in your basement? I'll live in it if you want.
Now I'm
love
to hang out.
How are you, boys? How's Algonquin?
You're never uncomfortable.
Yeah, you're never.
I got to tell you this, Carm. It was a beautiful drive out.
Was
Oh, look at
It
you.
was.
Yeah.
Like, it was a beautiful.
Until-
I took Lake Cook Road.
Yeah.
Then I got pinched by an Algonquin police officer for speeding.
Oh.
I was going
Got pinched?
50 and a 35.
Now, did
I got pinched.
he walk up and go, hey, all right, it's Tom Waddle. Like, I'm going to get you off with a
he
warning.
got to my. He could not have been nicer.
And
but
he
he came
he
up
whacked
to
you for
my door and he
200.
goes, "No, he didn't, Johnny." He said, "Did you know the speed limit when you passed me? Did you know I was a police officer?" And it was kind of a different looking. It's kind of like a truck with a truck bed, but it's but it's got the lights. And I said, "No, sir," and I'm very sorry. I'm not real familiar with the area out here. So I gave him all my
I'm new in
information.
town. I am new in town.
Well, he said to me, we just fixed the bridge, and we've had a lot of complaints about people speeding coming across the bridge. So I apologized. I was going 50 and a 35. He took all my information. He gave me a warning.
Oh, well, see, he gave you the
Man,
warning.
he was
Yeah.
great.
A written warning.
You should have.
You can live with that, right?
You should
Could
have.
not have been nicer. I didn't get anything, though. Like, he didn't give me anything.
What do you mean he didn't
He
give
just
you
said,
anything?
it's a warning.
Well, you're
and
in the system.
He says, you know what, just go slow.
You better go
Yeah.
slow.
Gas
right.
slow.
Yeah, I'm in
Gas
the-
slow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gas slow.
Niagara Falls.
The 50 and a
I
35.
got to tell you, I was thinking to myself before he came back to the car, I was like, I don't think I've gotten a speeding ticket in 30 years.
Knock on wood.
Yeah. But don't jinx that. Yeah, do not
Yeah,
jinx
you'll
that.
get one
Such
on the
thing
way
as
home.
jinx. I mean,
Yes,
I get it.
sure there is.
You will get one on the way
I'm
home.
just saying. Nope. Knock on wood.
By the way, I was nervous all day today. I heard this morning that I am not welcomed here.
Yeah.
And then I heard that while I was driving here that I'm no longer welcomed here either.
And then we caught the
Carmen
mistake.
saying it's Waddle and Tyler.
Yeah, that's what.
And then this morning, Hoodie said it's Waddle and Tyler.
What happened?
I don't know.
So it was.
What happened, Carl?
I heard Hoodie say it this morning, and I was a little surprised. I was like, "Oh, I didn't know Silvy was off." I'm texting with Silvy right now. I didn't know he was off today. And then I saw it on the board. You know, all the info is always on the board up here for us, the rundown of the show. And I said, I was reading verbatim. I said, go hang with Waddle and Tyler. Tyler's in today for Silvy at Algonquin. And then Tyler heard that and texted Adam. And he goes, I don't know what you guys are talking about, but Silvy's working and I'm here. So Shea,
who started
Shea
that
got the lines crossed, I guess. Like Shea might have been I said, listen, Shea's got a thing for Tyler.
He was dreaming of him.
He was dreaming of his boy Tyler. Quite frankly, when he wrote down,
Shea's been crashed out for the last 24 hours after the.
He's been crashed
Tigers
out for
really
the last
didn't do
week.
much.
The way his Tigers have gone. I mean, I
he
told the
has.
story about last Friday. He was ready to. I thought he was gonna. I'm like, I didn't want to say a wrong word. I was afraid he might pound me or something. Not the way.
Excuse me.
Yeah, I'm trying to get. Wow.
Yeah.
Man
My
alive.
goodness.
You guys are terrible.
I know it's Friday and all. but
Ooga. I mean, I know you're looking forward to the weekend.
My
heavens.
Yeah, I know. Maybe you cook Shea up some of that brajol. You know what I mean? You guys gonna have a meal this weekend.
Special batch of
I'm
brajol
not
going
going to
for
cook up
him.
anybody brajol.
Jeez,
Carmen, we getting a cooking video this weekend?
Maybe. Maybe
yeah, you
tomorrow.
know it.
No, not
Will
for
we
sure.
hear Soupy crying from the basement?
Oh, how great would that be?
He's
Carmen!
Soupy walks in with a ball gag.
I mean, now you're out of line, Sylvie. That's a decorated NHLer. All right, that's a decorated NHLer.
It's a
who's got
shot
his
at
name
you.
on
It's
the
not a
Stanley
shot
Cup.
at
We
him.
love Soupy.
He's got
It's
his
a
name
shot
on
at
the
you,
Stanley
Carmen.
Cup.
You kidnapper.
You are out of line. You're out of order. I mean, all of a sudden, Sylvie's got Pulp Fiction. He's got on his mind. I mean, jeez.
Maybe he wants the day off.
Yeah, maybe he does. Holy cow. We were all confused, though. I was like, I didn't know Sylvie had a little Friday off on a remote day. I was surprised. Sylvie is working, everybody. Good stuff with
You know what the beer temperature is right now?
29
degrees?
29.2.
29.2.
Perfect.
Yeah, it is perfect. I like how they do that. It's
They've got like the running tab. It will go up and down.
Yeah.
29.2 degrees right here. It's pretty busy. And I'll tell you this. I don't know if you saw the video, guys. It's worth watching to the end, too, for the pre-show video.
I did not
Yurko,
see it
especially
yet.
you.
Yeah, I
and
haven't
Carm.
seen it yet. Usually I catch like tomorrow morning.
Oh, really? Thank you. But the outdoor area at this place is unbelievable.
So
we're inside, but if you want to hang out.
Exactly. That's what Sylvie was filming. He was filming the outdoor facility.
So
That's right.
this one's pretty new, too, right, you guys? I don't think it's been. Oh,
Yes.
wow. I'm looking at it now. You're not kidding, Sylvie.
Wait till the end of the video, though.
Oh, my God. Not even the end. Just when you're doing the panoramic, it looks beautiful. Oh, that's great. We love our friends at
Just
Twin
watch
Peaks.
it to the end, yeah.
All right, I'll watch it to the end. Is somebody going to jump out with a
Okay.
ball gag or what? Am I going to be like, what's going to happen here?
Gotta watch to the end.
Sylvie, what's
What are you
that
talking
shirt you're
about?
wearing?
Who knows?
Oh, is that
A Shota.
Shota?
Yeah.
That's Shota,
It's Shota Imanaga shirt.
Nice, nice.
If you can see, his head's turned the other way as he watching the ball leave the building. Oh no, that was 2 starts ago.
Yeah,
not,
take
not
it
the
easy.
last
Right.
Take it easy.
Wow.
He was a little
Against
bit
the
better
White
the
Sox.
other.
Oh, you
It was
now
a
a
week
Cubs
ago
fan?
today.
You're a
Yeah.
Cubs
This
fan?
guy with his mouth. My heavens.
Sylvie, are you? How's your mood? How's your
How you feeling?
A day after, how you feeling?
How you feeling, Sylvie?
Well,
Trade deadline day,
I'm
it's
fairly
over.
calm, Bjork.
Okay.
I'm fairly calm, but like sort of like a play out of your playbook is I'm just going to now, call them a mid-market team for now on. They don't want to act. They want to charge us large market prices.
Right.
They don't want to act like a big market team.
No, they don't.
Want to, and they're not in go for it mode. I told Waddle and the group this morning. You know how I feel? I feel like, and like it was prompted from Waddle's question. Whose fault is it more so in the way that the lack of aggression that we've seen the Cubs over the last few years? Is it a Jed thing or is it a Ricketts thing? And to me, it reminds me of how the Bulls were with Reinsdorf and Paxson back in like 2010 when Derek was going well. And they were a really good team. They weren't a championship team. They could have been a championship team if they went over the luxury tax and they decided to get another shooting guard because they didn't have a starting shooting. Keith Bogan's heroes.
Bogan.
And they're like, well, our assets are really good. We don't want to. I don't know if we can ever cash in these assets. We got a lot of assets for down the road. And what happened? Nothing.
Nothing.
They never won, and it was the furthest they ever got. And it was a nice little plucky era of Tibbs and everything.
It's a very good comparison.
And like Did Pax make those moves because Jerry was so conservative, just like Kenny and Rick maybe? Yes, but I also think you don't have to keep the job. And Jed Hoyer did not have to take a contract extension. So if everyone wants to say, well, this is just Ricketts, it's not Jed. Well, if Jed doesn't like it, he didn't have to sign an extension.
No.
He could have GM'd elsewhere after this season. Someone would have hired him.
Probably.
You know what? You're absolutely right. But when you've put that much time into it and you've done, you know you kind of got him because he wants to see it through. You know what I mean? So almost like I can understand why he would stay.
Of course.
But I think it's a great comparison to what the Bulls were.
But I don't want to hear the woe is me thing from the Jed supporters. Well, don't blame Jed. Jed's got, he's got Ricketts. Like the story goes is they had Bregman. Yes. And that Jed wanted Bregman.
Well, he wanted him badly, you could tell.
And then they may have even thought they had an agreement on the baseball side until ownership and the business ops president got involved, and then it was a no-go. So after experiencing that and seeing what's going on and knowing that they may not be able to pay for Tucker, I don't want to hear any Jed supporters or anyone who knows Jed or speaks for Jed saying, poor Jed, he's just doing what the owner wants. Because if it was poor Jed, he didn't have to sign on for 5 or 4 more years with Tom Ricketts, not having total autonomy of running the organization.
Yeah, fair enough. And
how many jobs like that do exist in Major League Baseball these days?
30. Well, that's not true. They're not all available.
No, my point
is yeah.
No, my point is how many jobs are out there where the general manager has free reign to do what he wants to do?
Well,
that's the sad reality. And I'm not supporting Jed on that front. It's just sad that they are a large market team. They're a top 5 revenue team, and they spend in the low teens in terms of salaries.
It's just
it doesn't. As I've said forever, the ratio doesn't work.
It doesn't work, and I think Cub fans have every right to be a little annoyed.
And by the way, I bet I bet there's 38 to 40,000 people in the stadium today.
It's a perfect day.
It's a perfect day, and it's packed. When you think about how they came up short for Bregman, and you think about the way this deadline went, it should be frustrating. I hear exactly the way Silvy's putting it, and the way a lot of Cub fans have put it to us today. Through varying levels of aggravation, like you should be off-put by the whole thing because it doesn't really.
Was that Ed in Plain?
Yes, Eddie.
Was that Ed in Plainfield who called? He had a great call to you guys that we're going to replay.
Yeah.
It was so good. I'm like, guys, we got to clip that and we got to play it because it was funny but it was very, very true.
Yeah, and it is, and like you're not. I don't know. It doesn't feel like you committed to this thing this season the way you probably should have, considering the landscape of the National League. And I think you do have every right to be a little frustrated.
Is it fair to say that both the owner and the general manager walk arm in arm with the way they feel about this? That this is something that getting in is good enough. Yeah. They want to be the Arizona Diamondbacks of several years ago, and they're fine with that. I mean, is the Kyle Tucker trade, is it completely out of character for who everyone thought Jed was? Because there haven't been many moves like that in his tenure here since the 11th.
And was that a trade to ensure that you get an extension? And that's it?
Yes, right.
You know what I mean?
But once you get the extension, doesn't that give you free reign to actually then be more willing to take risk? Like,
more
at
risk
that point,
tolerant?
don't you go? Yeah, you've got job security.
I don't know.
I don't know why you get the 5 years and then you tap the brakes for what reason?
Yeah.
You got the job security.
Strange the way
that would be go time for me.
The last few days went, and while none of the big controllable long-term pitching arms moved, a lot of pitchers moved. Yeah, the starters. A lot of pitchers moved.
Yeah.
And you could have had your choice. You could have worked a little bit better in those margins than I think. And you really could have. How you came away with nothing else when you consider all the big bullpen arms that moved is surprising. I think it's not. I don't know. It's not the kind of signal I think Cub fans wanted. And I'm a little bit surprised at the way it went down. That's all you came away. The Willie Castro move's the best move they made.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm surprised
I didn't think we'd be saying that.
Should we? Should we be? Or should we have just acknowledged that this is kind of how they see things. That getting to the postseason is good enough. Really, they kind of they've said that. Hasn't Tom said that in the past? In so many words, Tom Ricketts has said that.
Just want to get.
We want to get in every year, and so should we be surprised? I thought definitely they were going to add more than what they did, but is that shame on us for that? They to change how they do business. They should have done it. I love what Jesse said. Jesse said, "Listen, you get through the baseball season with starters. When you get to the postseason, your bullpen is what gets you over the hump."
Oh yeah.
And I think there's some truth to that.
I like this two-closer formula that some of these teams are implementing.
So you look what San Diego did.
It's not good enough to just have one closer now. Let's double them up since we go so long.
What the Yankees and San Diego did. Absolutely. Well, you got
yesterday. Welcome to the Queens. Welcome to the Queen City, where baseball is halfway there.
Oh boy, your team! I was watching them last night. They were down 11-3 in the 8th. They came back. They tied it, but they lost in extras. Tommy.
Right, that's what they do, Carm. They're halfway there.
Horn had a good start today, so that's good for you. But yeah.
Yep.
All right, boys.
Up 1-0 in the 8th right now, so we'll keep people posted. Do you guys? What would you give up? I don't. And truth be told, I don't believe Dallas is going to trade Parsons.
I don't either.
But let's say Jerry is going to entertain that. What would you give up for Micah Parsons from the Bears?
You certainly have to give up 2 first-round picks, and I always push back against those deals. This one I would do. Yeah, I would certainly give up.
Any chance you could include Sweat in a deal? That was Silvy's suggestion.
What if you started with Jalen Johnson and Sweat?
And a first
and Zach Pickens.
Zach Pickens.
Well, you're not doing it without some draft pick in there, right? I mean, Sweat,
no, you got to throw in a pick, of course, and whether it's a second or something. But you got a young player in Jalen Johnson. You have a pass rusher then to replace him in Sweat, and we'll throw you 2. Is that not enough?
Am I crazy for wanting to keep Jalen Johnson because you don't have a ton of blue-chip players? So how about I give you Montez Sweat a 1 and a 3?
I don't think that's enough.
Might not be. Probably isn't.
Okay, I'll give you 2 1s. 2 1s and some change.
And Sweat?
Well, they may not want Sweat.
They might.
How about 2 1s and what did you? What was the Mac deal?
It was 2 1s. I think
I would give up 2 1s.
A 4 and a 6, and the Bears got a second rounder and Mac. I think that's what it was. It might have been a third.
I'd do that deal right now for Micah Parsons.
I'd give him 2 1s and a 2.
Ooh,
Is that crazy?
Ooh, that's a lot.
I would, because always think that he's a 1 that you can never get, and then you're basically just giving them the extra 1 and a 2.
And you hope that those are
picks.
You're
never going to draft someone better than Micah Parsons, and this is the time to strike with the rookie quarterback.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
I think about it.
It's an interesting one. I don't think they're going to trade him, but it's an interesting one.
I call him.
I would call. Sure.
I'd give him a ring. I'd hang up the phone on the Bengals right now, and then I'd call them, and then if they said to go kick rocks, I'd call the Bengals back.
I don't think either one of them's happening, but you might as well keep trying. Unlimited. He's got unlimited talk and text. It's no big deal.
I do it.
All right. What else is up on the show?
I can guarantee you. I can tell you that Mike Brown doesn't in Cincinnati.
That's true. Mike Brown might not.
He's paying for every call.
But yeah, Poles does.
Yes.
Mike Brown might not. All right, boys. Big Cat's on today, right? At 4?
The Big Cat is on today. He had grit week, so we pushed it back to Friday. And we have Len Casper today at 4:30, and then all your phone calls, 312-332-3776. We'll play all the sound out of Wrigley Field today. And Tom Ricketts spoke as well.
Yes.
So a lot to get after.
All right, boys. Have a great show.
See us in Algonquin at Twin Peaks.
Algonquin, Waddle and Silvy are there today. Go have a fun Friday with them. Everybody have a great weekend. We'll see you Monday.
You're in the middle of the Waddle and Silvy Show. ESPN Chicago.
Feel the boom. The dog days of summer are here, and the Schaumburg Boomers are chasing down a 5th Frontier League championship. The August home schedule is loaded with great fun and great baseball at Wintrust Field. Don't miss the last drone and fireworks show on Marshmallow Fight Night, Friday, August 8th. Plus, Friends Bobblehead Giveaway on Saturday, August 9th. Get game and ticket information at boomersbaseball.com. Feel the boom.
Howard, my head is on a swivel at crosswalks these days.
Oh, yeah, cars everywhere.
I had a buddy on a bike get clipped by a Jeep who took off.
What do you do?
Well, it's important to seek immediate medical attention, take pictures, and gather witness names and numbers. Inc. Law can also help obtain video footage, police reports, and work with insurance companies or anything else necessary.
And that's why I have 3126 million saved in my phone.
Howard is our lawyer on the Kap J Hood Show, weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN Chicago.
Last night, I cut the ribbon for the start of the X Insurance Great Lakes Grand Prix motorboat races in Michigan City, Indiana. Let me tell you, it's one of the most exciting events of the summer. Thank you to all the wonderful folks in Michigan City. Had a ball. It was fun. Rich Lindsay, great time, fantastic. He's the guy that runs X Insurance out there. Mayor Angie, she's the best out there in Michigan City. Oh, what a ball. The racing's going to go on through Sunday, but there's so many cool activities throughout the weekend. This afternoon, tonight, the Great Lakes Grand Prix Brew Fest with live music on the Washington Park Boardwalk. The racing gets in high gear tomorrow with an all-day block party. And Sunday, 5 championship powerboat races, flyovers, boat parades, and much more. It's a short drive from Chicago. Take advantage of this world-class event. Plan your visit now at GreatLakesGrandPrix.com.
To help those who want to be helped but may not be able to afford it.
That's what PGA Tour winner Grayson Murray had envisioned for a foundation before he sadly took his own life at just 30 years old. His parents channeled their grief into creating the Grayson Murray Foundation, carrying out his vision to help those struggling with mental health and addiction. To donate and learn more, visit GraysonMurrayFoundation.com.
Progressive knows there's so many great things about being a sports fan. Like scoring the company box seats. How great is that? Trick plays that actually work. Prevent defense when your team is winning by a lot. And even more preventative prevent defense as they're hanging on by a thread. And of course, saving money when you bundle your home and auto with Progressive. That's pretty great. Just like trick plays that actually work.
Yeah, but how often does that happen?
Complaining about sports. Not so great. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
We expect our information in real time. US Med carries continuous glucose monitors, which provide real-time readings of blood glucose levels. US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 500 private insurers. So call 888-665-0696 today for a free insurance and Medicare benefits check as easy as... That's 888-665-0696.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, this is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Carmen Brands radio station.
I'm beyond pissed off because I don't want to hear, well, the prices were extraordinary. Somehow the Texas Rangers, who had the best pitching in baseball, also found a way to add Merrill Kelly. Somehow the Philadelphia Phillies got Joanne Durant. I am beyond pissed off.
I'm sorry. Today was a disaster. The fact that you are walking out of this with Owen Casey on your roster, Moises Ballesteros on your roster, James Triantos on your roster, and you are trying to make an all-in push for a World Series. This team's not good enough for a World Series, and you did not add a starter of consequence.
If there's no guarantee that you have Kyle Tucker next year, you have to maximize the 1 year of getting Kyle Tucker. You gave up Cam Smith. If you only have him for this year guaranteed, you have to maximize this team with the 1 year you know you have.
The Cubs are just sitting here on their hands. Like, even the worst version of the Dodgers, which is what we're getting, you still don't feel good about the Cubs being able to take down that team, and you assume that Dodgers team is going to get even better. So, like, what the hell was the point of all this? What the hell was the point of the Kyle Tucker trade?
Ryan in Mount Prospect.
This is the Cubs version of we're all in. We made a few ancillary moves. We're all in. But I got to be honest, I don't care if it would have been Owen Casey or any of their other top 5 prospects. I would have traded anything because you guys have been talking about it. Next year's not promised to anyone.
Yeah, people were hot, including us. A lot of people on the show, the Cubs fans on the show.
Oh, I loved it at the end of the show. I got pissy Charlie. I got pissy Tyler.
You were needling us.
Oh, I loved it.
I know how you operate.
No, stop it.
What did you do the other day when the Cubs were getting their ass kicked by someone? I think maybe the Brewers.
Yeah, that was not. That was me just trying to promote some show conversation by sending a video.
Me. Remember?
I did not call you. This was about sending you a video of Jaden Daniels dropping the ball in
the middle of all this. So, like, the Cubs are getting their ass kicked, Tyler.
It was such a good throw
against
in the
the
end zone.
Brewers, and then all of a sudden, Waddle knows we're all hot, the Cubs fans, and he just drops
I
us.
wouldn't do that.
He goes, "Hey, take a look at this throw, and a great catch, but the throw."
Yeah,
and I'm like, I'm really
you like football?
fragile. I
You
love
like
football,
Oh,
but
okay.
I'm fragile at this moment. I can appreciate football at a better time. Waddle was trying to bring us all
That's
down.
not true. That's not true.
I know how you work. You
I'm
needle.
just trying to bring something to the table all the time. That's it. That's all. And you got past that. You won the final game of the series. Now you're probably going to beat the Baltimore Orioles
It's
today.
1-0. You got.
And by the way, I would say, like, this is the team that, you know, that the Cubs ownership and management should look at and kind of take something from. Everyone thought the Orioles were going to be there every year, right? Or this was the start of them being
the
part
window.
of the
Right.
Yeah, and what they do this year, they sold.
Well, you know
because
what? You know why? You know
they
why
weren't the
they're
same team this year.
They are where they are right now because they made a big trade last year at the deadline to get Corbin Burns. And Corbin Burns did not re-sign, which could be the exact same situation that the Cubs find themselves in if Kyle Tucker doesn't re-sign.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Well, but I would still say it was worth going for it. I mean, for the Cubs. Like, if you get to this spot, there's no guarantee, Tyler, you're going to be there next year. There's no guarantee that you will have the second-best record in all of the National League and all of Major League Baseball on August 1st next year. So I prefer to – I'm not suggesting you give everything away, but I would suggest to have a greater appetite for some risk.
It was always my philosophy about the Tucker thing that I wasn't complaining that they gave up Cam Smith. You're going to have to give up Cam Smith and others to get Kyle Tucker. But if you don't have a plan to sign Kyle Tucker, especially immediately, and now all of a sudden you're subjecting him to free agency, which we're down the road on, we're getting closer to, that's where I got mad. I like the go-for-it mode, but in my world, you've got to do both to actually land the plane. You know what I mean?
Of course.
Like, if then I don't care about the prospects are either going to be good players for you or they're going to get you good players in a trade. And I'm always for cashing in prospects to get good players. You just can't do, like Tyler just said, with Corbin Burns, with Kyle Tucker, and just be 1 year and done. The White Sox are another good example to the Cubs where, you know, they didn't see it through. Jesse always said they did a really nice job of building it back up, but then they wouldn't go the extra mile, kind of like that 2010 Bulls team.
Yeah.
They wouldn't get the shooting guard. And the Cubs, to me, after getting Tucker, and now that you already, it's been validated, you're in first place, you see how good you can be, now go all in.
Yeah. No, I'm with you.
And they chose. And if you want to weigh in, 312-332-3776, Cubs fans, I thought this was a very interesting soundbite from Jed Hoyer. Tyler can play that one. This is Jed Hoyer on the Baseball Tonight live show yesterday, summing up the entire trade deadline and how he was surprised by it.
That was a crazy one. You know, I'm still kind of digesting it, to be honest with you. I think I'll probably have a better sense of it a day from now. But really interesting in terms of who did what. There were some teams that, you know, decided not to sell. There were some teams that didn't expect to be buyers that ended up buying. And then there were some teams who were hyper aggressive. So in a lot of ways, I actually expected sort of a slow deadline because there were so few sellers. And that, I mean, I couldn't have been more wrong. I think you saw, you know, Minnesota was super aggressive and really put so many players on the market. And I think that really changed things. So all in all, I think it was a kind of a wildly entertaining last 24 hours.
Except for Cubs fans. I like the quote there that stuck with me is, I couldn't have been more wrong. Now, I know that in sports, whether it's in a game or whether it's in a trade deadline scenario or an offseason, that there are going to be things that you don't expect. Then it's always up for the players or the front office guy or the coach to adjust to that. And what I would like to know from Jed is him not dissecting the market correctly and admitting that he could not have been more wrong at judging the market did that affect the Cubs in their plans on what they wanted to do?
Well, he just got paid and just got extended for 5 years to be more right, not more wrong.
Exactly, and that's why, and maybe they wouldn't have done anything differently, but he admitted there on the Baseball Tonight podcast or the live show that I could not have been more wrong. And it's just like, to me, what it is, something similar to how you made your living. You prepare for a team all week, a defense, and then all of a sudden now they're playing differently than you saw on film. You don't just shrug your arms and say, I could not have been more wrong. Yeah. You adjust. You have an answer for that. Yes. Did Jed have an answer for a market that changed on him from what he was expecting?
Well, obviously not. And, you know, it looked like all of the top-line pitchers were not available for a reasonable amount. But as Jesse said, you still could have gone all in to adjust and actually added to your bullpen in a more significant way. Like maybe you couldn't have gotten Gore. Maybe Gore was ungettable unless you were going to give up Matt Shaw and Owen Casey, and the ask was just ridiculous. You can't tell me that there weren't teams that probably did put forward pretty hefty offers, because there are several GMs that are in go-for-it mode. So maybe you couldn't get a top-line starter, but you could have gotten other guys that would have made you a better baseball.
I don't think it makes sense with the way the Cubs do business on one hand. They go all in there like, okay, we're going to be super ruthless, and we're going to go. The Cubs just won, by the way.
Boy,
I thought he
that
just
was long
won the
gone.
save. Yeah, the wind must be blowing in with the cooler temperatures.
Yeah,
so
it's
the
in
Cubs
like 15
just
miles
won.
an hour.
Tyler, did your heart just sink?
So we're on a little bit of a delay here, so we just saw it. But yeah.
Oh, you just
that one looked like it was long gone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know who, but with 2 outs and Palencia in, they doubled the Orioles. I don't know if it was Rushman.
It's an opposite field double.
Opposite field double. So it's 2 outs, runner on second, tying run on second. And whoever was just up looked like he jacked it onto Waveland. But with the wind blowing in, it just went to the wall, just the warning track. And the Cubs were able to win this game 1-0. So
I'm going to give Rhino the credit.
There
for that
you
one.
go. That's good. I like that.
Rhino in the left field bleachers was the guy that stopped that.
And how about the Cubs doing – now I will give them credit for this, and then I'll get back to my original thought. The Cubs putting the 23 behind home plate. It's in the paint. And then tomorrow, I believe it is, they're going to all wear number 23 jerseys with no name on the back. And they've already got the Rhino patch they've been wearing after he passed away. But it reminds me sort of Jackie Robinson Day when everyone wears 41. And that's what everyone's going to wear that.
I think they're the light blue ones that Sandberg really liked.
The darker blue ones.
Yeah, I thought they were the light blue ones, but maybe not.
They're the ones without the buttons, right? They're like the pullover.
It said Chicago on them. Yeah, it's not these new ones, but
no, it's got the
blue
Cubs logo on it. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know if the Orioles would play along. I would love to see the Orioles do the same thing.
Yeah.
And just wear number 23s. I don't know if they can do that or not. But so my point was, the Cubs show you one way, 332-3776, if you want to talk about the win or talk about the trade deadline. You want to talk some Bears, we'll do that too.
You thought I was joking when I said that Mark Eversley was going to step to the mic and speak on behalf of the Cubs.
No, it was a great line. I loved your line. And I told you right at the start of the show that I felt like it was a Bulls-esque trade deadline coming. But so on one hand, they do business, and he's like, Jed's made a super aggressive move. He's like, I'm firing our hero, David Ross, who I knew back in Boston, who was a player for me, and had really done a good job with a young team taking him to an 83-win season. And he fired him. That's a ruthless move.
Well, it was one that John Lester doesn't seem to he's gotten over yet as well.
No, I don't blame him.
Yeah.
And so you do that, and you're like, hey, we're going for it, and we're getting the best manager out there. And then we're going for it with Kyle Tucker a season later. We're going to trade for a guy who's in his free agent year, and the reason why Houston's trading him is because they know they have no shot of signing him, so they're trading him while they can get something for him. So they do business that way, and then yet they don't get in front of the Tucker thing and re-sign him. They don't go for it in the year that they've got Tucker. So on one hand, they're in all-in mode. On the other hand, they're tiptoeing.
Why is that?
I don't know. Well, I mean, I know it starts at the top, like I've always said. It starts with ownership. It starts with business ops, and it funnels down. But I just don't like that anyone is going to paint Jed into being a victim of the circumstances when he had a choice that he didn't have to re-up with his team.
No, I think everyone would understand. They're partners in crime. I mean, crime's a strong word, but you know what I'm saying. Just they see it, to me, my perception is they see it exactly the same way. Like, you're right. Like, if Jed was really, really frustrated with how certain things have been handled, whether it was the Bregman deal or anything else that we really don't have privy to, he could have stepped away and offered his services to some other Major League Baseball team. But obviously he's in lockstep enough that he wanted to stay here and see it through, right?
Oh, yeah.
So, I mean, that's the part of me that says, I mean, I see the Tucker deal as kind of out of character. I see the move to hire – the hiring of I think the Tucker move is more out of character than the hiring of counsel, just because that's just money for a manager, really, you know.
Well, and others play it saying this is a way they felt like we could get better that way, so we don't have to go all in with players.
Yeah.
And he'll maximize.
I don't look at them hiring Craig Counsell, as a risky move in the manner in which trading for Kyle Tucker was. That, to me, those are separate on the risk chart. They're on different areas, different levels.
All right, I want to play you a couple more things here. And the Cubs did win, so it's 1-0. Good win for the Cubs. 312-332-3776. I thought this was interesting from Ken Rosenthal. And Tyler, if you feel like you want to cut it off halfway through, you can, or if you want to let it breathe. But he was talking about the Red Sox, and there are two things to remember here. The Red Sox are run by Craig Breslow, who came from the Cubs. He was under Jed Hoyer. And so they do business similarly. And then in the middle of this, he'll also say the Cubs. But listen to how he doesn't like how the Red Sox or Cubs do business, where they're all data-driven. It's like I'm calling them, like, you know how Hoodie calls Jack McGrath AI Jack?
Yeah.
These are the AI Cubs. And if they don't feel like they're getting the value that the computer says, they're stopping. They're just going to say, we won't go past that line. And this is where Ken Rosenthal calls out the Red Sox and, to a lesser extent, the Cubs, but he does include it. Take a listen to this.
Epic fail. Comes off an epic fail last year's deadline with Craig Breslow, and this was an epic fail as well. Now, again, they met the same problem that the Cubs ran into. Joe Ryan is another starting pitcher who wasn't traded, but my understanding is any talks that they had with the Twins were feeble at best. They didn't come at them hard. The Red Sox are one of many teams that uses modeling and tries to figure out what the best values are, and it's all about efficiency and getting the best deal and this and that and the other thing. At some point, you've got to fire. It's the same thing we're saying with the Cubs. And they did not even address first base, which I know they've gotten decent work out of Romy Gonzalez and Abraham Toro, but my goodness, that was a position where they had to act. They tried for Suarez, Eugenio Suarez, and they tried with the idea of playing him at first base, didn't get him.
So, and that's a good place to end it, because the part where he mentions the Cubs twice, and he says they're modeling, they're doing this, they're doing that, but sometimes you just got to fire. Yeah. You got to read the room. You got to read the pennant race. You got to read your team. You got to get them there. And the Cubs just thought, we're going to continue to get fine players, nice, but I don't, in my opinion, that doesn't win it all for you. They could get hot, like Doc. I was on with Docich today, Waddle, and he asked me the question, can the Cubs still go far? And I said, absolutely. Yeah. Things have to be perfect, though. They have to get hot. The hitters have to be hot at the right time. You have to have good health with the starters and the bullpen. And yes, they can, but it would certainly help by adding more talent.
Well, you know, the group that you're going to have to go through got a lot better in a lot of ways. The Brewers really didn't do anything. But the Phillies bullpen got better. The Padres bullpen got better. The Mets bullpen got better. The Dodgers are not having a great year, but they're going to get some of those guys back health-wise and on their pitching staff. I wouldn't write off the Dodgers, although they haven't been great so far this year. I would say read the league as well.
Yeah.
Read the league. The National League, there are no world beaters. Like I just, recited all of the improvements that many of these top teams in the National League in their bullpens, but none of those teams strike fear in you, do they?
No.
So I would say to you that would lead me to be more aggressive. Some would argue maybe that led them to say, well, maybe we don't need to be more aggressive because there's no juggernaut that we're going to go up against. I see, again, that's just like, are you going to hit the brake or are you going to hit the skinny, the other pedal? The gas pedal or the brake pedal?
I think they're using both feet, which we were taught right away. You only use your right foot. They've got their left foot on the brake.
You're going to have to change your brakes more frequently.
Yeah, they've got their left foot on the brake and the right foot on the gas.
You can't do that. And sometimes if you hit the gas, you may get pinched like I did. You may get a warning. Other times it may be beneficial for you. You know what their mentality is, right? Maybe you thought it was going to change. It hasn't changed. It really hasn't. They told you who they are a while ago, didn't they? It's always been, hey, look at the D-backs. Look what the D-backs did. All you got to do is get in, and we want to be there consistently. We don't want to be a one and done. We want to be consistently competing for it. I say if you're good at your job, you will always be consistently competing for an opportunity to play in the postseason. But when you find yourself in a situation like they found themselves, I would be a huge advocate of being a little riskier than you are normally willing to be.
Did you hear Ed in Plainfield's call today?
I did.
This was, I thought, such a great call. It was funny, but it was accurate. Ed in Plainfield called earlier to the Carmen and Jurko show, and we want to hear from you at 312-332-3776. He's furious, and I don't remember the last time, probably Bears Monday where people were really mad at Eberflus. This reminded me of that, where we got the raw emotions from Kap and from a lot of people, producers on the show and all the callers.
Well, it's been a pretty brilliant ride to this point, so there haven't been many opportunities for people to express a lot of negative energy about this team. And it came out with Ed today for sure.
Here he is, Ed in Plainfield, with his call on Ricketts and his disappointment in Jed and the Cubs at the deadline.
Let's say hi to our buddy Ed in Plainfield.
First off, let me start with Fatso Ballesteros. Father-in-law, who's an awesome guy, a month or so ago, had the cockamamie idea of trading Kyle Tucker, which now after the month he's had, maybe not so cockamamie, but I wish that they would have re-signed him. But anyway, he tells me about this phenom. I see the guy gets called up a week later, and that guy's 5'4", 260 pounds, 21 years old. Is he going to get thinner as he ages? No. I mean, that guy, if he was I can't believe I agreed with Kap. I heard him on with Waddle and Silvy. If he was holding Jed Hoyer back because he didn't want to trade that fat ass, oh my God, I almost said something worse. God. Jed Hoyer, guys. Theo's water boy. Theo's errand boy. Got his own gig that lasted in San Diego for a year and a half before his boy Theo threw him a lifeline. Come join me. Let's redo Chicago. You can ride my coattails there, Jed. That's all he's done. I wonder when he's at Wrigley Field, guys, if Ricketts has him on a collar and a leash and he dog walks him around the office, because he is a meat shield for Ricketts. If he's not running for Manfred's job to show Manfred, hey, I can be a meat shield for Ricketts in a tough market, I could do it for all the other owners too. I don't know what we're doing. Jed Hoyer, terrible.
Ballesteros catching strays.
Yeah, that was I wanted that part. I didn't understand his Ballesteros anger, but the second half of that, where he talks about Jed, and this is, like you said, it is hand in hand. Everyone who just wants to use Ricketts and it does start at the top. Jed is an accomplice in this whole thing too. He has not been a go-for-it guy. Theo walked away. Why do you think Theo walked away? You could buy all the stuff that Theo said I never stay 10 years in one job.
Well, I think because the doing business changed.
Yes.
How business was done.
We were talking about reading the room. He read the room on how Tom Ricketts was starting to change from when he first hired him to the way the spending went. We can't re-sign Castellanos. We're only going to bring in who is Descalso, the Descalso offseason. And he's like, I can't do it this way. We're going to make mistakes by signing guys, but that's par for the course. We've got to be able to buy our way out of it. And I'll continue to develop and do things with a farm system. And he goes, I can't take it anymore. I can't do it the way I'm doing it. Jed's different. Jed isn't as aggressive as Theo. So he won't make those deals where sometimes they go sour on him, but he also won't put his foot down and say, we must go and sign this guy.
No, you're right. For the record, Ballesteros is listed as 5'8" and 195. So he does not really have a position. So I understand where Ed was coming from. But Moises took a few bullets, I think, that were probably just a little bit emotional and angry. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, your team could still make a ton of noise in the postseason, but you look at them and you just wish that there was a bigger appetite for going more all in than they have. You're a better team today than you were yesterday.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody denies that. But could you have been significantly better than you actually are today? I think that's a really legitimate question, and I think the answer to that is yes.
One of the Cubs' new players did come through in a big way today. We'll tell you who that is and what happened. If you want to talk some Sox with us, Len's going to be on at 4:30. They traded Hauser. They did not trade Robert. 312-332-3776. If you want to talk some Bears with us, Micah Parsons also talking about wanting out, not wanting to be a part of the Cowboys. Diana Rossini had the original story, and then a lengthy release on his phone notepad from Micah Parsons today. We'll read you that. Bears fans, should Ryan Poles be on the phone right now with the Dallas Cowboys, and what would you give up? 312-332-3776. We're live on a Friday on a beautiful day, and there's indoor-outdoor portion of Twin Peaks. We're at the Twin Peaks in Algonquin. So come out and see us. Start the weekend with us. It's Waddle and Silvy.
You're listening to Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. Win a suite for a Sox game. IKEA is giving you the chance to win a fully catered suite night for an upcoming White Sox game. Visit IKEA Schaumburg or IKEA Bolingbrook and scan the QR code in store to register. And on August 8th, the final day of the contest, you can register and enjoy IKEA's annual summer barbecue. Enjoy American backyard favorites and some Swedish flair. Win a Southside Suite Night. Get full details at ESPNChicagoContest.com.
All right, Chicago sports fans, it's summer vacation season, and it is time to swing into action with Toyota's 2025 lineup. Leading off the RAV4, a utility all-star that delivers in the clutch. On deck, the spacious Grand Highlander, followed by the fuel-savvy Corolla. Next up, the slugger, the Tacoma, bringing upper deck power every at-bat. And rounding out the lineup, the playmaking all-hybrid Camry. Do what I did. Check out the full Toyota lineup at Toyota.com or visit your Chicagoland Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places.
If you don't pay your insurance on time each month, your coverage will be canceled. But did you know that the insurance company doesn't have a time frame in which they have to pay you? In fact, your insurance policy is full of obstacles and deadlines designed to make it harder for you to collect. But those same obstacles and deadlines don't apply to the insurance company. Why? Because they write the rules. Here's one example. You have a short period of time in which you have to file your claim, but there is no set amount of time in which an insurance company must pay you. In the years you're waiting for your claim to be resolved, you could lose your home and your health. People have had to go back to work while they're still injured, been forced to take short money or lowball offers. When you're giving an insurance company money each and every month, you're their good neighbor, but once you file a claim, you become their liability. If you want a law firm to help you overcome all of the obstacles the insurance company puts in your way, call the Verdoliak Law Group. 844-4VLG-LAW.
Hey, I have a question for you. Why are you still paying full price to light up your building? It's Chris Hune from Universal Lighting of America. We're a 2025 service provider for ComEd and NIPSCO, and we make it easy to upgrade to LED. We handle everything, install, paperwork, and best of all, your utility company may cover up to 70% of the cost. You get brighter light, lower bills, and no more changing bulbs. Call us or visit ulasaves.com, and I'll come out personally to show you how to shrink your energy bill.
You ever notice that some people are picky when it comes to their beer?
Yeah, and Yuengling gets it. That's why they brew a beer for everyone's taste.
You want something light and easy? They've got it. Rich and toasty? That too. Something classic? That's their bread and butter.
So whether you're on the golf course, watching the game, or grilling in the backyard, there's a Yuengling for the occasion.
Check out the lineup next time you're out. You might end up bringing home more than one.
Yuengling, the oldest brewery in America.
DG Yuengling & Son, Pottsville, PA.
Thursday, we're taking the show on the road, live from Jurko's second home, a beautiful golf course.
It's true. Bolingbrook Golf Club is a beauty, Carm, and we're broadcasting live to kick off a huge weekend for Live Chicago. Some of the biggest names in golf, DeChambeau, Rahm, Koepka, and more. Up close, personal, and locked in.
We'll be there for the exclusive Pro-Am, then the real party kicks off all weekend long.
Tune in and then grab your tickets at livegolf.com. See golf like you've never seen it before.
A SoFi personal loan is here to help you achieve something once thought impossible, overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Walk the tightrope of your finances with one low, fixed-rate monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. That's right. Pull off your own debt-defying stunt with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/trick to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank, N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891.
Adam Schefter here for Vivid Seats, your ultimate destination for all your sports and concert needs this summer. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every home run and thrilling comeback in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
You've got stuff you've collected, and you want to know what it's worth. ESPN Chicago suggests you tune in Saturday mornings at 7. It's Sports Collecting with Tom Morgan, brought to you by Huggins & Scott Auctions, ERC Delivery, and REA.
ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. You're listening to Waddle and Silvy. Watch us and join the chat. Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago on twitch.tv or the Twitch app.
Phone number to reach us, 312-332-3776. Can you believe it? It's 3:30.
Game's over.
The game ended probably at like 3:20.
I believe
that's a 2-hour game.
That's the fastest game I think I've seen Major League Baseball this year. Obviously, I haven't watched every team, but
1-0. Cade Horton pitched a really good game. Kittredge came in.
He did. He looks like he's 50.
He's got a glorious beard.
He does.
And you said he looks like a mountain man.
He does. He looks like a mountain man, a 50-year-old mountain man, but he can throw the pill. By the way, do you feel at this particular moment like it was a bad decision to give Jed a contract extension? I know it's a tough question to answer because there is nuance.
Right. I think he deserved it. I'm fine with the extension. I wish because you certainly could do worse. And they did. It's a nice team. It's a good team. Maybe even a very good team. It's what I was arguing with Nick. Very good teams still need to become great teams, and I think you solidify that by making more moves or a more quality move.
Would you like, though, I mean, he's the known, would you have preferred, if you could have a mulligan, to find somebody with the hope that guy would be more like A.J. Preller, right, who was going to be more willing to...
He's given up so many prospects.
And they haven't won a single thing.
They haven't. Neither's Jed, though, running this solo.
Right.
So,
I mean,
I think what the reason why I played the Ken Rosenthal bite about, I think at times, especially with the addition of Carter Hawkins, they're too data driven. Like you always have said, analytics is great.
Should be one of your tools in your toolbox.
Your eyes still have to do. and sometimes even gut, dare I say. Like sometimes you just have to say, you know what, it's not by the book or it's not what the computer says. But the computer isn't always right.
Yeah. So, okay, you're okay with them doing it. How about a pissy Tyler back at the studio? Do you wish that they would not have signed him to an extension at this point after seeing what happened in the trade market?
The timing of the extension is the only weird thing to me because giving him an extension before the deadline makes no sense when you haven't made any moves really in season because I'm cool with giving him one after the deadline. To be honest, I don't know if there's anyone that could really maneuver this system as well as he can. He's got familiarity. He's built it. He's got all the assistants underneath him who are familiar with it. He's probably the right guy for the job, and he certainly has some handcuffing.
But the right guy, what do you mean, the right guy to handle the situation that is dictated by the ownership and how they want to do business?
Well, a combination of that and also just knowing what you have in your system. Too right now because he's built this farm system to what it is right now. You don't always want to bring in someone new, and this is a Cubs team that entered the season with 7 top 100 prospects. It's tied with the Mariners for the most in baseball. So you would want someone who's got a familiarity with what you're working with that's going to be able to handle this thing moving forward and know we should keep this, we should move on from that. And I think that's the best. That's why he should be the guy handling this. But I don't think he deserved it before the trade deadline. And even though I'm not overly happy,
well, would you have? It sounds like you would have given it to him after the trade deadline, though.
Yeah, I mean, no? I guess it. Yeah, it honestly probably doesn't matter all that much.
Did it really affect?
It probably
did it
didn't.
Affect anything?
No, it probably didn't.
I mean, because like. It's not going to change, I don't think, guys. Like, this is how they do business, right?
And that's what scares me, too, in this offseason. Like, let's play this out. Say the Cubs fall short, they don't have enough. Kyle Tucker's here, and let's just say he gets out of this slump and he has a season like Kyle Tucker ends up usually having.
There's a reason to believe that that's exactly what's going to happen.
Sure. And what in my opinion is going to happen is there will be another team offering more, just like they're data-driven ways in a trade. They will be data-driven on what price not to go past. They will wave goodbye to him. And then what they will end up doing, instead of spending money in free agency with the uncertainty of the labor agreement and the market, and even if there wasn't that, but that will accentuate it, they will then try to trade for his replacement instead of just using your dollars and implementing your younger players.
Well, you'd be making the same mistake twice then.
That's the way they have done things, though. But that's how they've acquired every closer.
No, I know.
Every closer they get, they trade for. They have never really, and now hopefully Palencia will be the guy, whether they grow him on the farm or whether they sign him on the market. They'd rather year after year trade Jorge Soler for a closer.
No, I get it. It's just like you look at Jed and you're like, he's got a nice personality.
It reflects the team.
I like Jed, but I mean, I'm asking you, you Cubs fans and Pissy Charlie and Pissy Tyler, and I say that with love in my heart. This is the way he and them are going to do business. So would you rather have them not done this to extend the relationship that is going to continue to be, the team's going to be run this way, right? They're not going to change the way they do things.
No, and Jed is nice, like you said.
Yeah, he's done some good things.
Nico is nice.
Yes.
Ian Happ is nice. They reflect their president of baseball operations. Yes. He's acquired nice players, and he finally acquired a superstar, and they'll probably let him walk out the door. Now,
and then, as you said, you know what they're going to do? They're going to try to replace him by making a trade.
Yes.
So you're going to give him more of your
money. Yes.
Why wouldn't you just promote Owen Casey and tell him right field is yours instead?
And then spend money on the free agent market instead of trading. You don't always have to make trades because now and it just makes last year's deal look even worse. Like
this is what I am not giving the general manager a pass, but what I'm saying to you is this all goes back to me to the fact that you're in the third largest market, you're a top 5 revenue team, your salary spend is outside the top 10. That just doesn't make sense to me.
Exactly. You've been saying that forever. The cost of a game and the experience of what you're getting is major, major market. It's the most major market of any baseball team. You're going to pay the most money for a ticket.
Yes.
You can't find parking. You're going to have to overpay for parking.
You're going to have a hell of a time there because they've made a really great environment for you and your family to enjoy baseball.
But the prices at the concession are astronomical. So they charge you like the Yankees. They charge you more. It's the number one most expensive ticket when you include everything.
Yes.
But then when you talk about the way they do business on the field with their dollars that they just took from you,
look, and
they don't do it the same way.
In some ways, they could look at what I'm saying and say, well, guess what? We have the best record in Major League Baseball. You don't know what's going to happen between now and the end of the season. We may win the World Series, and then all of us are going to look like a bunch of blowhards.
Sure, right, of course.
But
and I would be happy to look like that.
The funny thing is I've dinner tonight with a buddy of mine who's a huge Yankees fan. He constantly tells me Kyle Tucker's not worth $500 million. And I'm like, listen, Kyle Tucker's worth what the rest of Major League Baseball is willing to bid for him.
Right.
This is not like the NFL or the NBA where there are, in fact, salary caps. And the NBA, there's not. Is there a salary cap or is there just
there's a cap.
There's a cap.
And then there's a luxury tax.
In Major League Baseball, you're really at you're at the whim of some of the top level teams. Like, you may not think that Kyle Tucker's worth $500 million, but what if the Dodgers come in and say, Kyle Tucker, here's $500 million?
And then
if you want to keep him, you have to spend it.
And then if you want to cut it off and say he's not worth it, who are you replacing him with?
That's my point.
And what money are you spending towards that replacement?
That's why, to me, in Major League Baseball, as much or more than any other sport, you are worth what the rest of the league is willing to spend on you. And I'm telling you, if he struggles over the next couple of months, that number's going to come down some. If he goes back to being the Kyle Tucker that you've seen 80% of the time and has a good August and a good September, maybe it's not $500. It'll be $450. Maybe it's $550. I don't know what it's going to be, but the market's going to define what he's worth.
The Cubs back in the day with Greg Maddux, when he was a Cy Young winner, was a free agent, and he wanted to be here. But he wanted to get paid. He was a free agent. And Atlanta was offering him money, and the Cubs wouldn't match it because they drew the line. And he left for Atlanta.
Yeah.
And then what they ended up doing that offseason was using that one salary, the $29 million or whatever. I think the total was 29, but whatever it was, they got a pitcher, they got a reliever, they got a position player. They signed like 3 or 4 players for the cost of Maddux. It's not equal.
No.
And then the Cubs weren't nearly that good. And then what did Greg Maddux do in Atlanta?
Won a bunch of Cy Youngs.
He became one of the best pitchers ever.
Yeah.
But the Cubs thought that, look, we wanted to draw the line for a star. We think he's worth this. We'll just get 4 guys instead of 1 to help us. And they ended up finishing in last.
Yeah, I'm with you. You just I mean, maybe it will all go right, but there is a very good chance that you get to the end of the Major League Baseball season. You haven't won it all because there are some teams that have, a little more talent, and you aren't going to be willing to match what the rest of the league is willing to pay Kyle Tucker, and then you're going to be back in this cycle again. And as a Cubs fan,
I know. And look, it could be worse.
Of course,
don't get me wrong. I know, probably somebody looked at, hey, they're in it. They could compete, but when you're here, you want them to be in go for it mode.
Listen, I mean, Carm was in New York, right? And Carm came back and was texting in the chain and saying, look, they're just different. They demand. The Yankees were in the World Series last year. They're all pissed off at the Yankees right now.
Sure. And that's good. And there are more Cubs fans who act that way these days than 20 years ago.
Yeah.
It's a different fan base, at least. Deshaun in Virginia Beach, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Deshaun?
Hey, what's going on, boys? Love the show.
Thank you.
So I'm going to try to get I got a lot, and I know that, I don't want to hijack the show, so I'm going to try to breeze past some of the points because some of it's been talked about already. Obviously disappointed at the trade deadline. Obviously disappointed, but understand none of the major controllable arms got moved. But when I look at deals for Suarez, when I look at deals for the I can't think of his name, the pitcher from Arizona. I feel like in some of the closers, minus Miller, we could have made those deals and still not touched our high-end talent. But my disappointment goes back to the offseason. My disappointment goes to the offseason because I come out of the offseason excited about the Kyle Tucker trade because it signaled to me, and I'm sure to everybody else, that this team is serious. This team wants to compete. But then I look at the opening day roster, and I'm like, okay, we still don't have an ace. I like Steele. I love Shota. Neither of those guys are aces. I look at Shota as more of an ace on a bad team, similar to Zach Levine being a star on a bad Bulls team. But you put him on a championship-level team, he's more like your third guy, maybe. We come into the season no ace. There were guys out there who could have been had. You look at the Dodgers, they signed 2 starters and 2 relievers. We come in, no ace, no proven closer, and we already know, it's been talked about a lot, in the postseason, you need shutdown relievers. You also need 1 or 2 guys that you could throw out there and count on or at least look at and say, there's 2 wins in the series. And we don't have that. And so coming into the trade deadline, I was already disappointed in the fact that we put ourselves in this position. That's my issue. That's been my issue all season long, even regardless of still getting hurt. We never had the guys that we need to actually go out and compete. The mindset here is
You're right.
Compete. The mindset here is compete to make the playoffs and see what happens versus compete for the championship. That's the difference between us and a winning organization.
No, you summed it up well. It was a good call, Deshaun. Thank you. If you want to talk to us, 312-332-3776. I want to read you this lengthy. Tyler, with my eyes on this notepad, you may have to read it. But
Micah Parsons?
Micah Parsons. There's a lot that has developed. Does it mean anything, though? Does it mean anything? And what would you give up for him if the Cowboys did decide to trade him with what's going on? We'll tell you about the drama in Dallas. There's always something in Dallas, that's for sure. The D may stand for drama. And we'll do that. And then Barstool Big Cat will join us at 4. We're live at Twin Peaks in Algonquin. It's a brand new one that opened in March. Come on out and see us on this glorious Friday.
This is Waddle and Silvy on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Angels.
Coverage starts tonight at 8 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
Hey, not all banks are built the same. Some slap their name everywhere, but still don't know yours. Wintrust, totally different story. They have over 200 locally run banks where the bankers behind the counter actually know the people in front of them. Local decision makers, hometown service, and real relationships that last. Whether it's growing your savings or launching a business, their local experts are ready to help. That's more than a bank, that's community. And when strong communities connect, big things happen. Find your nearest Wintrust Community Bank and feel the difference for yourself. Wintrust, different approach, better results. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Hey teachers, congratulations on another year of being awesome to the students you lead. We salute you. Now it's time to relax and take care of the things you've neglected this school year. When planning for this time, don't forget about your family. And if your family is complete, summer is a great time to take the next step, a vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago, because experience really does matter. Especially with this procedure. They make it so easy with their 30-minute, no-needle, no-scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read the testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. With 4 convenient locations in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower, now with free valet parking. Their procedure is covered by most insurance, so everything is lined up to make your decision an easy one with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. Visit vasectomychicago.com today or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
Parent Petroleum, its customers, and the Parent Petroleum Foundation work together to support local charities in an effort to give back to the community. During their annual Pump-a-thon event, with every gallon of gas purchased in the months of July and August, fuel retailers donate a portion of their sales to 4 great charities: Folds of Honor, Living Well Cancer Resource Center, Casa Kane County, and Cal's Angels. Be on the lookout for Pump-a-thon signage at a participating gas station near you. Learn more at parentpetroleum.com.
Thinking about buying a home? Want to improve your credit or learn how to budget smarter? NHS Chicago is here to help with free expert-led classes that guide you every step of the way. Whether you're a first-time home buyer or just want to take control of your finances, NHS has the tools and support you need. Classes are offered online and in person. Sign up today at nhschicago.org/education or call us at 773-329-4111. NHS Chicago, rooted in neighborhoods, investing in people.
Kap J Hood here with Howard Enkin. Sounds of summer.
An accident about to happen.
Coming through. Whoa.
Come on, it's a freaking slip and slide. You mean slip and fall?
Water may sound seemingly harmless to you guys, but anyone who's experienced a slip and fall injury at work, in a store, or at their apartment building knows just how serious they can be. If you've been injured, call 312-6-million.
Howard is our attorney on the Kap J Hood Show. Weekday morning, 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000.
The 125th season of White Sox baseball. The 20-year anniversary of the 2005 World Series champs.
White Sox winner and a world champion.
And a year of rebirth under new manager Will Venable. The fans will follow the Sox as they get back in the AL Central mix. And they will do it all on the White Sox radio network on ESPN Chicago. Tell your story to some of the most passionate fans in baseball. Consider advertising here. Send an email to whitesox@goodkarmabrands.com. That's whitesox@goodkarmabrands.com.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, hims.com/joy.
Want to buy a vehicle in 60 minutes or less? Purchase your next vehicle in 60 minutes or less at Advantage Chevrolet Bolingbrook, or your first car payment is on them. And every new Chevy comes with the Advantage Plus program. Together, let's drive. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Listen to us now, live on the ESPN Chicago app. Listen to the show in HD at 100.3 HD2 FM. Listen now on ESPN 1000. This is Waddle and Silvy, ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
So this morning, Diana Rossini was the first to report that things are getting crazy with Micah Parsons and Jerry Jones. We know Jerry Jones has gone on record and, defended his actions of not signing him. He's talked about guys getting hurt when they do sign guys. And Micah Parsons and the Cowboys are not negotiating currently.
By the way, when are these guys going to learn that when you have really good players, you sign them early, you keep them in the fold early? The Cincinnati Bengals have been burned by the way they do business, and the Dallas Cowboys certainly have as well. Dak makes $60 million
I don't think they will learn.
CeeDee Lamb, they could have signed CeeDee Lamb for a cheaper price had they gone earlier, which is what they should have done to Micah Parsons as well.
So Micah Parsons it does not says now he doesn't want to be a Cowboy anymore, and he did say in this release, or like this notepad thing that he put out on Twitter, that he approached them before before the Garrett deal, before some of these other deals, saying, sign me, I don't want to follow them, and then how this goes, then I'm going to want more after they sign. It's Jalen Johnson's not happy with his deal already a year out because now other corners have signed. So, Tyler, what did he wrote a 2-page note. Can you read that for us?
Well, it was 3 pages. I don't know if we have time to read the whole thing, but the gist of it is that he wanted to be a Cowboy.
Can you read the first page, though?
It's a lot, but yeah. Yes, I wanted to be here. I did everything I could to show that I wanted to be a Cowboy and wear the star on my helmet. I wanted to play in front of the best fans in sports and make this America's team once again. The team my pops and I grew up cheering for way up in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. Unfortunately, I no longer want to be here. I no longer want to be held to closed-door negotiations without my agent present. I no longer want shots taken at me for getting injured while laying it on the line for the organization, our fans, and my teammates. I no longer want narratives created and spread to the media about me. I had purposefully stayed quiet in hopes of getting something done. But since there is confusion out there, let me clear some things up. I had my agent reach out to the Cowboys last offseason after my 3rd year in hopes of getting a deal done early. Unfortunately, the team did not want to start any negotiations at that point. I was okay with that, didn't complain, and focused on the 2024 season. After the season, I told my agent once again to let the team know we were open to negotiate when they met at the Combine. My agent informed me I should wait for other deals to get done because the price would only go up, but I didn't care and wanted to secure myself as a Cowboy long term.
Yeah, then he goes on to say that Jerry at one point in the offseason wanted to talk to him, and they met, and it started off with leadership. And instead of talking about leadership, it went to contract. And Jerry was asking him, well, what would you be interested in? And he was like laying some stuff out. And his agent wasn't there. And he never thought that this was an actual negotiation. And now the Cowboys are saying, well, we had an agreement or we wanted to give you what you said you wanted. But his agent wasn't present. And that's why he alluded to he no longer wants to be like in a closed-door negotiation without his agent present.
Again, it's the Cowboys doing business in a stupid manner. Like, you could have signed him last year to a deal that would have been less than what you're going to sign him to now. And I still my money would be on the Cowboys signing him. Wait till they get to September 1st, like they always do. They get done bloviating, and at the very end, they sign these guys to the most money that that anybody who plays their position has ever signed for. Like, it's ridiculous. They did it with CeeDee Lamb. They did it with Dak. They're going to do it with Micah Parsons would be my guess. I would still call them. I would be, asking them what it would take to make a deal. But at the end of the day, think about the control that the Cowboys still have over arguably the best pass rusher in the National Football League. He's under contract for another year, and then you could franchise tag him for 2 years.
2 years.
So you have him under control for 3 years.
Yes.
And by the way, if he sits out, that doesn't count as service time, so he can't reach free agency.
I want to ask you this question, and we'll do this with Big Cat coming up next. Barstool Big Cat's going to join us. What would you say if the Bears, don't answer now, if the Bears made a trade with the Cowboys and got Micah Parsons, but then they let him go in his free agent year a year later? How would you react to that? We'll talk about that with Barstool Big Cat, and we are live in Algonquin at Twin Peaks. Come out and see us on this Friday. It's Waddle and Silvy.
Waddle and Silvy on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
The CDGA Golf Show. It's your source for golf news local and golf news from around the world. Hosts Tyler Rocky and Mike Gilligan are linked up with golfing knowledge to help us all. Tomorrow, 9 to 11 on all the ESPN Chicago channels. Brought to you by Glenview Park Golf Club.
Steinhaffel's 7th Chicagoland Superstore is now open at Maryville Plaza in Maryville, Indiana. For over 90 years, we've helped families create the homes of their dreams, and now we're proud to be part of yours. Steinhaffel's has all the top furniture and mattress brands, styles for every taste, prices for every budget. So come on in, discover the selection, the service, the savings. Discover the Steinhaffel's difference now in Maryville. Relax, it's Steinhaffel's.
Ready to focus on a rewarding career? Triton College's ophthalmic technology program is the only accredited program of its kind in Illinois. Learn from experienced faculty who have worked in the field and are now here to help you succeed in it. From vision testing to optical equipment, you'll gain the hands-on skills employers are looking for. Don't blink and miss your chance. Visit triton.edu/vision to get started today. That's triton.edu/vision.
Yes, the dreaded slice. Time for a little practice. No better place to hone your skills than at Golf Center Displays. 80 bays across 3 tiers with an automated tee-up system that lets you hit onto 300 yards of targeted turf. No need bending over, just focus on your swing. Their renovated facility boasts new range turf, new carpet, and new hitting mats, ensuring you will have the ultimate golfing experience. Golf Center Displays, 353 North River Road in Des Plaines.
Save big on everything for your next project when you shop at Menards. Open the door to huge savings with a new ideal garage door. Choose from our large in-stock selection or design the perfect garage door for your home using our free design program. Visit us today in store or on Menards.com and get an ideal garage door that's right for you. Plus, check out the weekly flyer for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
With Robinhood, not only can you trade individual stocks and ETFs, you can also seamlessly buy and sell crypto at low costs. Trade all in one place. Get started now on Robinhood. Trading crypto involves significant risk. Crypto trading is offered through an account with Robinhood Crypto LLC. Robinhood Crypto is licensed to engage in virtual currency business activity by the New York State Department of Financial Services. Crypto held through Robinhood Crypto is not FDIC insured or SIPC protected. Investing involves risk, including loss of principal. Securities trading is offered through an account with Robinhood Financial LLC, member SIPC, a registered broker-dealer.
Dive into the Marvel Universe on the official Marvel Podcast. We're going behind the scenes with the creators behind Marvel Comics, the stars of the MCU, and Marvel Studios' Kevin Feige.
But if you want the real answer, if we're trying to get real on this podcast,
celebrate the legacy of your favorite Marvel adventures and characters. The official Marvel Podcast.
I think this show's gonna be a real treat.
New episodes every Wednesday wherever you listen to podcasts.
Life isn't always a highlight reel. If an accident has you sidelined, Postman Law is ready to fight for you. Over $3 billion recovered for their clients, delivering speed, ease, and results. Call 844-POSTMAN now. Postman delivers. Let them deliver for you.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, this is the home for every Bears game. ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Carmen Brands radio station.
Barstool Big Cat, host of Pardon My Take, and voluminous tweeter at Barstool Big Cat. It's time for his weekly conversation with Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000.
Now in the street there is violence.
That's right. It's Barstool Big Cat, usually on Wednesdays, but he's here today. He is brought to you by
Blue Chew. Blue Chew has the first chewables. They give you confidence in the bedroom. Go to BlueChew.com today to get your first month free. Just pay $5 shipping. And Potawatomi Casino Hotel Milwaukee. Your win is waiting.
He had Grit Week this week, so that's why we moved the schedule a little bit. Are you back in town, Big Cat?
I am back. Grit Week was a success. I am back.
What was the highlights of Grit Week? I saw some of it, but we were at Bears camp so much. What was your highlight?
Don't apologize for being a busy guy. You got a lot going on. I don't know. I think we went to Travis Pastrana. He has Pastrana Land in Maryland. He's one of the most famous motocross guys, and we got to ride around, do like crazy jumps. That was pretty cool. In his little like forerunners, and Eagles camp was pretty cool too. We got some really good interviews at Eagles camp.
Who's the grittiest person you've ever met in your entire life, Big Cat?
It's you. No,
other than me.
Jim Harbaugh. Did you guys see that last night? Him talking before the Hall of Fame game. He needs to be in every Hall of Fame game because the game doesn't matter, but it matters to Jim Harbaugh. Like he would never cheat the game and not give full effort in the Hall of Fame game. I think it should just be automatically, even when he's retired from coaching, he comes back and he coaches a Hall of Fame game.
It's so good, and I'm glad you let us into it. I want to play that. And NBC last night, they interviewed him before the game, and this is what Big Cat was just alluding to. Jim Harbaugh, it's like a poem, basically, to
It was
football.
Chris Sims interviewing him, right?
Yeah, Chris Sims. It's like a poem to football.
Yeah.
This is how much this guy loves football, and none of us really cared about the game, but it mattered to Jim Harbaugh. Take a listen.
When you're growing up, you just – and football chooses you. You choose football. You have that love. You have that passion. You have that joy for football. And you walk over to the Hall of Fame like we did as a team, and you see all your heroes. I mean, back to George Halas and Jim Thorpe and Bronco Nagurski to Dan Fouts who's standing there. I mean, just all those kind of emotions start rushing back to you, you know. And then here you drive the bus and you go back in through Canton McKinley High School, right. and you walk through the hallways to get to your locker room, and then you start thinking about your high school days, and then we're back out here into the locker room getting ready to play pro football game, and just feel so blessed to, you know, it's almost, I mean, these full circle things are happening, and, you know, for our guys, I mean, we got the license, we got the ability to someday you guys got the ability and license to end your career in Canton with one of those gold jackets. So super fired up.
How about that, Big Cat?
I could hear him talk about that football forever. It's just so good. And I know there's a lot of people who are like, oh, football's not back, preseason doesn't matter. There's something about that first preseason game, seeing the colors on the TV, seeing the helmets, seeing the, you know, Mike and Chris in the booth. It feels like we're right there. It's the best feeling in the world.
I constantly feel like I need to remind people that is 100% authentic as well. Anybody who thinks that that's Jim Harbaugh just playing a role, Jim Harbaugh doesn't play a role.
Was
that's
that like
Jim
him at 25, though?
No.
Yes.
Now, at the age of 25, it was different.
Yeah.
But in some ways, yes. Like, I mean, there are legendary stories about how, like, I do believe in the area where he lived in a townhouse. At one point on July 4th, there was a July 4th where they were playing volleyball in the backyard, Caposo, him, and a couple of other guys. It got so rambunctious and so
competitive,
so over the top and competitive, the local police had to come.
Oh, boy.
That's a true story.
I believe it.
But that's who Jim Harbaugh is. That's who he is. He's not, I mean...
He's the guy who said, he's quoted many times saying all he's ever wanted to do was play football and then coach football and then die. That's it. That's the plan. Those are the only three things he wants to do.
And by the way, I was jacked about last night's game until I actually sat down.
Exactly.
And I watched 3 plays, and I was no longer jacked that football was there. I'm happy that football season is here.
Right.
But I wasn't as invested in last night's game as I thought I was going to be.
It's more symbolic.
Yes.
Yeah. Big Cat, I wanted to ask you this.
Bet on it. If you bet on it,
I know. Everything's an opportunity for you. I'll tell you about a couple of future bets I made on the Bears. But first, I teased this, and I want to ask you and Waddle this. I don't know if you followed the Micah Parsons thing all day. It's the typical drama in Dallas.
Yep.
But he wrote like a whole thing that, he doesn't want to be a part of this anymore. What would you guys say that if the Bears acquired him this year but didn't re-sign him, and then they just let him walk at the end of the year and got 1 year out of him after giving up a couple of first-round picks and something else? Are you guys in favor?
No.
That doesn't happen though in the NFL. I know what you're alluding to here. I like the connection you're making.
Yes.
But
Kyle Tucker.
That's the one. Yeah, that's the one thing the NFL does right. Where like, whatever team trades for Micah Parsons, and I also am of the belief that like, I would still put the favorite of him staying in Dallas because that just kind of is how it works out a lot of times. But if you in the NFL, when you trade for a guy, the contract's already written up before you do the trade. You know what I mean? The numbers are already agreed to. You don't trade for a guy like that and only have him for a year.
I agree with you 1,000%. I know that's not even legitimate, 100%. Look, if you're going to give up 2 first-round picks, you're not going to let him leave in 1 year. You're not a Micah Parsons away from winning the Super Bowl.
My question is.
I know.
It was more like Big Cat picked up on. It was more about like why did the Cubs end up doing that? And everyone's like, oh, that's cool. Like we'll handle it when the season's over. You would never want you would never want the Bears to give up a bunch of stuff, get Micah Parsons here for a year, and let him walk in the prime of his career like the Cubs could do with Kyle Tucker.
Yeah.
I don't know why I can differentiate the two.
You can't. They're the same. It's the same principle. It really is. Like, it's the same principle that you're getting. Here's the thing. And the Cubs deadline, I know you guys talked about it a lot yesterday, but it's obviously fresh in the mind. The Kyle Tucker trade is and the Cody Bellinger, freeing up cash. Those are we're going for it moves because you have a limited window with Kyle Tucker. And then they went opposite of that at the trade deadline where they're not going for it. And you could tell me that the price is too high and whatever you want to throw out there. I think, though, I went to bed. Sylvia and I were texting last night. I went to bed angry, and then I woke up, and I saw Jed's comments about being like, well, we never want to get too high and too low and, go through really bad cycles. And I think he's telling everyone the truth there, where the Cubs, as we see, going forward and what Tom Ricketts wants, is he wants a team that will be competitive in the division but never competitive for the World Series unless they can do it on a bunch of, incredible draft picks that all align at the same time. That's really what he's saying. They're not going to be a Mets, a Yankees, or Dodgers, even though they have the financial abilities to do it. They're going to be a team that is going to always try to have a few good players, play at the fringes, try to win the Central, and then be like, hey, maybe we get lucky. And that's all that they did on yesterday. They basically said, we're going to hope that everyone on this roster plays to their absolute maximum ability in October, and then maybe we'd make the World Series. Otherwise, we're not a World Series team.
Which is what's most frustrating, I would think, for Cub fans, because you are one of the benefits of being a big market team with the revenue streams that this team has is you can buy yourself out of self-inflicted wounds. You can buy yourself out of mistakes. You're not always going to make every decision. Not every decision is going to work. But the benefit that you have that the Pirates don't, or even the Reds don't, or some of the other small market teams don't, is you have the revenue to buy yourself out of some of your mistakes. And they don't even look at it that way. They look at it, as you just described, Big Cat, as if you are a mid-market team. You're the Pirates, or you are the Reds. Or even like the Milwaukee, the Brewers don't get the revenue even close to what the Cubs have.
Right. And it's very frustrating that it was, the Kyle Tucker thing. I actually, Sylvie, I want to hear what you think of this. They should have traded Kyle Tucker yesterday.
Oh, no, you're not like this. We've had 3 callers. You're the 4th person to suggest this. That's ridiculous.
Those guys are smart. You're not going to re-sign him. It's just not going to happen. I'll be shocked if it happens at this point. Why wouldn't you? If your whole strategy is to cost-controlled young guys all on the same timeline, trade Kyle Tucker yesterday. Trade him and get some pitching and get some more, and then hope those guys come up. And then you're like, all right, we'll just have a window.
Big Cat.
You get the second best record in Major League Baseball. You've got a National League currently that nobody scares the hell out of you. Like, you're there. You're on the doorstep. Trading Kyle Tucker takes you off the doorstep.
They're not. Here's a fun one. All right, so here's both of you guys. If, let's think of a World Series champion. What spot in the rotation would Boyd and Shota be?
I know what you're after. I would say Shota would be a 2. No, he would be a 2. Yes, he would.
No,
He's a
Shota
2.
a lot. He would not be a 2 on a World Series champion. On a champion.
Sure. Especially in today's day and age, he'd be a 2. And Boyd now, I was not thrilled about Boyd, but the way he is pitched like I dare I say an ace, but he is more of a mid rotation guy.
Right, but you're lying to yourself that Shota would be a 2 on a World Series champion. You are. A 2 is a guy that you can put out on the mound and you're like, he is going to win this game.
Do you know what the Cubs' record is when Shota?
I understand, but you can't tell me that I'm talking about a World Series champion. I'm not talking about a team that makes the playoffs. And again, I like Shota. I think he's a very good pitcher. But I'm saying what you need to win a World Series.
Why do you hate Shota?
Is you need to win a World Series, and we saw it. You need a guy, a 1 who is like, this guy is absolute nails, and a 2. You're telling me that if Jake Arrieta and John Lester prime those 2 guys, Shota would still be a 2 over them?
Well, now that's a different step. I know what you did, but you don't like Shota. You have a bias against Shota, and I don't like this one bit. Shota, listen to this.
I asked a fair question, and you gave a not truthful answer.
Shota, he had an ERA last year of 2.91. He had a whip at right at 1. He struck out 174 with just 28 walks. That is incredible.
All right, so you're telling me
this year he's a tad above at 3.25.
You'd put him 2 over Jake Arrieta?
Well, I'm not comparing. You're like Friedel now, where you think the only team that ever existed was the 2016 team.
No, but teams that win the World Series have aces, and they have guys that are 2s that are borderline aces as well. That's what it takes to win a World Series. I'm making the bigger point. That what they did yesterday is that they said, we're not trying to win the World Series. To win the World Series, you need an absolute hoss at the front of your rotation. And the Cubs don't have that.
Okay, so then you shouldn't be upset with the Cubs because they didn't get a hoss. Nobody got a hoss before the trade deadline. They don't have a hoss. So if you don't have a hoss and this team isn't...
Trade Kyle Tucker. Yes, correct.
This is I don't know what happened to you on this grit week. What happened to my big cat?
I said I woke up at peace, and I clearly am not, because as I'm talking about, I'm getting more riled up. It's just all over the place. The thinking is all over the place. And here's the thing. The crazy part is, the Cubs are a better team today than they were a week ago.
Yes.
So it's not like Jed is not good at his job. I think Jed is good at his job. And I think that he has made good moves, and there's trades in there that he has done a really good job. It's more above Jed, where it's like, just go for it. Just start spending the money and go for it. You traded Cody Bellinger to free up $27 million. What's going on?
But he doesn't have a hoss, so what's he going for if he doesn't have a hoss?
I mean, I can't believe you guys are disagreeing with me that you need a hoss. You need a hoss.
No, you're right.
Listen, disagreeing with me.
No, I was just perusing who the Padres have starting rotation and obviously who the Phillies have. And the Dodgers, they haven't pitched well, but they're going to get healthy at some point. Listen, I'm not going to say you're 100% crazy, but I wouldn't be trading Kyle Tucker.
No, that's crazy. That's already done.
Listen, obviously that was drastic, but I do think that there is an actual argument to be made that if you're not going to re-sign him, and I'm under that pretense, obviously I still want to re-sign him. That would be the best case scenario, and that would be great because then they'd be like, hey, if they re-sign Kyle Tucker, this trade deadline looks a little different, right? Because they're basically saying, hey, we knew we had a good team, the price was too high, we kept a bunch of our chips. We re-signed Kyle Tucker. This is our core. Now we are in a chance to go all in. I am obviously assuming they're not going to re-sign Kyle Tucker. So if they do, then all of this is irrelevant. But the feeling is that they're not going to re-sign Kyle Tucker. Wouldn't you agree, Silvy?
Yes. I'm totally on board. Let me free your mind right now of the Cubs, and I want to go to the Bears. Yesterday we had Caleb on the show. Caleb told us a story from the practice that we watched where there was a delay of game and Ben Johnson got all over Caleb in practice. He was mad at him. He was visibly upset. And Caleb told us the story that his headset went out. The speaker, it was jumbled, the play call. So that's why there was a delay, because he was trying to hear what the right play call was and he couldn't hear it correctly. And Ben Johnson ended up saying to him, look, in those situations, you have to have a couple plays that you're familiar with that would work in that situation, and if you can't understand me, you go with that. Waddle and me wanted to know, do you believe Ben Johnson did that on purpose, making his headset go out?
100%. 100%. I feel like this is the tough coaching that we've talked about, and I would love to send that audio clip to Eberflus, and he'd just be so confused. Like, what do you mean you can hold a couple plays in your head and you don't have to take a delay a game or sit there with a dumb face on the sidelines? This is the difference. This is my optimism in the Bears. It's Ben Johnson. Like, everything that I've read, everything that I've seen, he is coaching these guys in a way that they have not been coached in a while, and the Bears have not had a coach like this in a while, and it feels good. Like, this is what my optimism is all about. And by the way, I want to say, shout out to me. I have a lot more maturity. I'm getting more mature because I was on Grit Week. It was maybe Monday, and I was reading, the everyone's tweeting about the practices and everything, and it was like, Bears don't convert a 4th and 15, and I almost threw my phone through the window, and I stopped myself, and I said, wait a second, this is practice. What are we talking about? Who cares? So I'm good. I'm staying even keel, and I'm not getting upset about, you guys have seen it, obviously, like, random days where we're like, oh, Caleb Williams looks terrible. Defense is dominating him. It's like, it's practice. They're overloading him right now. That's the point.
By the way, have you made a big play on the Bears over yet?
I have not. I am not going to say any loud proclamations about the Bears season until I see it on the field in Week 1 against Minnesota. They got to.
So you're not that positive. You're not that positive.
No, I'm optimistic. I'm not going to go around saying that they are going to be a playoff team or win 10 games or this or that, because I've gotten burned too many times. And you got to see it. You got to see it to believe it, right? And once we see it, then I'll start believing it.
Sylvia, have you made the play for the over yet?
I have not. No. I made some plays on overs for Bears futures. Like Roma Dunze, Big Cat. I think he's at 800 for his total for receiving yards. Every person we have spoken to, and I know health plays a factor, believes Rome is going to lead them in passing yards this year.
Okay.
I think it's a great value right now to go jump on Rome. I put $100 down on Roma Dunze's over.
What?
That's a big play for me.
That's a giant play.
That's a 10-unit play.
Coming out of the Italy budget. Uh-oh. Gotta win that one.
That is good.
Gotta win that one.
Let me ask you this, Big Cat, and for Waddle too, because we have not really talked about it. We joked about acquiring Parsons, but let's say they were stupid and they would start fielding calls. What would you, if you're the Bears right now, what would you give up for Micah Parsons?
2 first-rounders.
I'd personally make the same deal they made for Khalil Mack.
Yep.
That was 2 first-rounders, right? And they actually got a second-rounder back. I don't know I don't know what Dallas would be willing to do or what they wouldn't be willing to do. But look, if they are a team that I think they're going to be drafted in the 20s this year, maybe 20, 18, 19, 20, 21, hopefully later. If you told me that I was giving you the first-round pick in 2025 and it was the 20th pick of the draft, and then hopefully in 2026 it's the 24th pick of the draft or 25th pick of the draft, that's value.
What if they said to you, we need a 3rd first-round pick or it's not happening? Would you guys do it?
3's too many.
I don't think so.
Yeah, 3's too many, because then you get into a situation where if Caleb isn't the guy, you now are stuck in a bad
currency.
spot. You don't have any outs coming up. I think 2 first-rounders is a no-brainer. He's 26 years old. Ask yourself this: will there be a first-round guy in the next 2 years that will be better than Micah Parsons? I don't think so.
No.
So it's a no-brainer, right? And the risk is, obviously, you mentioned Khalil Mack, it's mirror image. Like, the risk is that you can go and take this swing, but if Caleb isn't the guy, you're not going to win a Super Bowl. Yeah. And so that's really that's the question, is how much you believe in Caleb. Because if he ends up not being the guy, you're just going to do the Mitch thing again, where your defense will absolutely be elite, but your offense will not be able to win games late.
Yeah, it's such a good point because everyone, wanted to go back in time and say, well, the Khalil Mack trade was a bad trade. The Khalil Mack trade didn't work out as well as you wanted it to work out, not because of Khalil Mack, because of Mitch.
Correct.
You had Mitch on a rookie deal. So you gave Khalil a lot of money, which meant that you didn't have a ton of free agency currency to get yourself out of it, and you gave up your draft picks, which meant you weren't able to draft your way out of it. So if Mitch had been even halfway better, the deal would have looked significantly, more appealing. Let me ask you guys this question. If you could do the Micah Parsons deal, which means it's going to be 2 first-round picks and some change, and you're going to have to pay him to be the highest-paid defensive player in the National Football League.
Yes.
Would you rather do that or give up a late second-round pick or whatever it would be, maybe a third-round pick for Trey Hendrickson and only have him for 2 or 3 years?
I think Trey Hendrickson might go for more than that, though.
I think Trey Hendrickson for a second-round pick is basically what anyone would be willing to give up.
Okay, all right, yeah. I mean, the Trey Henderson one would be interesting because that at least gives you more draft capital, obviously, going forward. Micah Parsons is such a difference maker, and you're right about the Mitch thing. Like, that's the thing. Is like, you can't say the Khalil Mack trade was bad because the 2018 team was good enough to win a Super Bowl in my mind. Obviously, it didn't go that way because of the double doink and everything, but that was a Super Bowl caliber team, and what you were banking on was the next year Mitch got better and better and better, and that didn't happen, and that's where it all kind of fell apart because the quarterback didn't progress in the timeline that you had set up. So that's where it went astray. But yeah, the Trey Henderson thing would be interesting. That would be interesting, and I do think like paying Micah Parsons is no problem. That's the whole point of having a rookie quarterback. But again, it all goes back to Caleb. He's got to be the guy, and if he's the guy, and you add Micah Parsons, now you're talking about a legitimate Super Bowl window.
Great stuff. Well, have a great weekend, and welcome back, okay?
Thank
you. And also, listen, I got injured, but I'm going to be on the men soon, so I know you guys are very worried about me.
You okay? You okay?
I
right?
have a partially torn tear in my calf, but I'm okay.
What is partially torn? That's 3 partials.
I need physical therapy. No, nothing more than that.
No surgery.
The biggest problem with this is I'm too good at softball. I went 4 for 4, and I was on the base path too much, and that's when I hurt myself.
Oh, look! I love that.
Finally, I just want to leave you with this thought. Jack Flaherty was the Dodgers pitcher who started Game 2 of the World Series last year as they won Major League Baseball.
Stats,
currently, he's 6-10 with a 4.51.
Okay, but he was pitching out of his mind, was he not?
All I know is Jack Flaherty started Game 2 of the World Series for the Dodgers last year.
List their whole rotation. You don't think a rotation gets jumbled during the playoffs?
No, it doesn't. It's not allowed to be jumbled.
Okay. That makes sense.
Who started Game 1?
They didn't have great starters last year.
The Dodgers' offense was a lot better than this offense. This offense is good, but you're telling me that we're as good as the Dodgers last year, their offense?
Oh, wait a second. I take it back. Jack Flaherty started Game 1 of the World Series. My bad. Started Game 1 of the World Series.
What did we look?
List their whole rotation, tough guy.
Well, why does it have to get to the tough guy level? Yamamoto started Game 2. He had an ERA of 3.86 that year.
Shota's been better than Yamamoto.
Yeah, he had an ERA of almost 4 last year. Game 3 starter, Big Cat, was Walker Buehler.
Who's not even on the team anymore.
No, he had
but these guys were pitching great, and they all were like, and again, their offense was out of this world.
There's always an excuse.
See you, Big Cat.
Goodbye.
Just re-sign Kyle Schwarber. That's all I'll leave you with. If Kyle Tucker's not going to re-sign, bring back Kyle Schwarber. All will be forgiven.
Get that calf in shape, will you? Get that calf in shape.
What did we learn today from Big Cat? We learned that he doesn't like Shota.
No,
and
he wanted to trade Kyle Tucker.
And he wants to trade Kyle Tucker.
Yes.
It sounds like views from a Boston sports fan.
Wow. And he doesn't believe, he's not willing to tell you that the Bears are going to win more games than they lose this year. How about that?
Well, that's smart people are.
Really?
Slow with that.
Oh, okay. Well, then I don't know what all the Ben Johnson love is going around
I
out
love
there.
my coach. They both can be true.
Yeah.
All right, coming up next, Len Casper is going to join us. We'll have Waddle's World a little bit later, so Len's going to join us earlier. Sox on the road. We'll talk to Len coming up next.
The afternoon drive is easier with Waddle and Silvy. Chill out. They're coming right back. ESPN Chicago.
The ESPN Chicago Vegas vacation. Come with us and meet the full ESPN Chicago team to Las Vegas for a packed football weekend. True Fan Travel and ESPN Chicago have teamed up for this once-in-a-lifetime trip. Round-trip airfare, a 3-night stay at Mandalay Bay, entry to special ESPN Chicago live broadcasts, an all-inclusive tailgate, and tickets to the Bears-Raiders game. Go to TrueFanTravel.com. Limited travel packages remain, so log on now. TrueFanTravel.com for the ESPN Chicago Vegas vacation, September 26th through 29th. The ESPN Chicago Vegas vacation.
Step right up and gaze into my crystal ball. I see flashing lights, spinning reels, and a big win. This August, you have a ticket to a cash carnival at Potawatomi. Play with your rewards card and earn entries to win your share of $300,000 in cash and prizes. Prize drawings every Thursday through August 28th. Your fortune awaits only at Potawatomi Casino Hotel, Milwaukee. More info online. Must be 21 and a rewards member to play.
When you're on the mound, it's all about commanding the zone and bringing the heat. Now, when it's your turn to perform off the field, are you throwing fire or are you just throwing the soft stuff? That's where Blue Chew comes in. It's a performance enhancement for the bedroom that helps you bring extra confidence when it matters most. Blue Chew delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in a chewable tablet, so no swallowing pills. And it's all done online. No awkward doctor visits, no pharmacy lines. Blue Chew ships discreetly right to your door. Licensed medical providers work with you to find the right ingredient and strength for your prescription. Made in the U.S. of A. and shipped direct, so it's cheaper than the pharmacy. Whether you're a North Sider, South Sider, or just trying to be a fan favorite in the bedroom, confidence matters. Blue Chew helps you show up ready every single time. Get your first month free at BlueChew.com with promo code ESPN. Just pay $5 for shipping. Chew it and do it. Blue Chew, your playbook for better performance.
Only at True North stores. New True Rewards members stack your savings at the pump. Sign up and earn 15 cents a gallon on your first fill-up. Second fill, get 30 cents off a gallon. Then earn a massive 40 cents off a gallon on your third fill-up. Join now. This offer won't last. Find the True Rewards app in your favorite app store. Download and click the star to sign up. Must be a new member of both True Rewards and Shell Fuel Rewards to qualify. Limit 20 gallons per fill. Additional terms apply. Offer ends August 3rd. True North Convenience Stores. Fast, friendly, clean.
Save big on everything for your next project when you shop at Menards. Heat up your backyard with a new fire pit. Our fire pit bundle includes everything you need. Concrete landscape blocks, steel ring insert, pea gravel, and adhesive. All bundled together to make your project quick and easy. Visit us today in store or on Menards.com and save big on our full selection of fire pit projects and accessories today.
Save big money at Menards.
Thursday, we're taking the show on the road, live from Yurko's second home, a beautiful golf course.
It's true. Bolingbrook Golf Club is a beauty, Carm, and we're broadcasting live to kick off a huge weekend for Live Chicago. Some of the biggest names in golf, DeChambeau, Rahm, Koepka, and more. Up close, personal, and locked in.
We'll be there for the exclusive Pro-Am, then the real party kicks off all weekend long.
Tune in and then grab your tickets at livegolf.com. See golf like you've never seen it before.
John, what are you doing? Get in my car. So why are you walking to work?
Thanks, man. It's these insanely high gas prices. They're draining my bank account. I can't afford to drive anymore.
Dude, don't walk. Just do what I do because I never pay full price for gas anymore. I use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Oh, wait. You're telling me you get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code REFUEL for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's promo code REFUEL. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code REFUEL for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code REFUEL.
Take it from me, when you want the job done right, you call the pros. And that's why Chicago trusts Window Works. For over 30 years, they've delivered custom windows and doors that fit your home, your style, and your budget. No cookie cutter stuff, just certified pros who get it done. And it's not just about beauty. These windows can help cut down your energy bills, too. Right now, buy one window, get one free. Dial pound 250 on your phone and say Waddle to book your free consultation today.
Waddle and Silvy, from our State Street studio to your hellish commute home. We're there with you, making it bearable. Never mind. Back to Waddle and Silvy on ESPN Chicago.
It's a great crowd here at Twin Peaks in Algonquin. One of the servers wanted to grab the headset during the break.
What did she want to do?
She wanted to let everyone know to come out to Twin Peaks in Algonquin. I said, we'll handle that.
Yeah.
So come on out to Twin Peaks in Algonquin, and we'll tell you about how you can host your draft here in a little bit, your fantasy football draft. But right now it is
Silvy
time.
doesn't give his microphone up to just anybody.
You never give it.
No.
Len will tell you that.
Of course.
It's brought to you by your guys
at Window Works. Window Works is the company your neighbors trust.
Len and DJ, along with Zarang and Jeff Meller, brought us up there, and everybody in that booth could not have been friendlier. I brought the kids up to meet Len and DJ and the guys.
Are they wearing their Cubs jerseys?
They were wearing, yes, they were wearing their Cubs jerseys. But those guys could not have been friendlier and nicer, as they always are. Len Casper joining us right now in the Yuengling guest hotline. Len, thank you for the hospitality last week. They continue to talk about that.
Well, it was a pleasure having everybody up there. It was nice to meet Mrs. Silvy as well. And, we got to probably get some more White Sox gear in the household. But other than that, it was great.
Did Silvy behave himself? I know his kids always behave, but Len, did Silvy behave?
Yeah, he was very much on his best behavior, which was nice to see.
All right. Good to know. Because I know he wasn't feeling real good about things after that Friday game. So I know that.
We needed that one, right?
Yeah, okay. All right. All good. All good.
Len, how do you feel? First of all, were you surprised? I'm hearing from a lot of baseball people, and this is before we zoom in on the Sox. Were you surprised at the flurry of activity in Major League Baseball with all the arms that went?
No, and, really there was a lot of movement, but I think some of the blockbuster stuff, and there were a couple of big deals and teams that really sold or really bought, but I think some bigger names were expected to move. I was a little surprised Cleveland held on to Stephen Kwan. I understand why they did, but it sounded like they might be in more of a sell mode. I think the Twins, what they did was pretty unbelievable, and I saw it today. I think they called up 8 or 9 guys after trading 10 away in the last couple of days. Padres in go-for-it mode. Actually, the Angels team that we'll see tonight, they actually added a little bit as well. They're 4.5 games out of a wild card. So, you kind of have 2/3 of the league feeling like they're still in it right now, and I think that's kind of the goal of those extra wild card spots.
Are you one of the guys who would like the trade deadline pushed back because there are so many teams who think they have a chance, and would that increase it, or do you like it the way it is?
Not only do I like it where it is, I might even move it up. When I was a kid, I think in the 80s, the trade deadline was June 15th. And here's where I go with it. When we had the waiver deals in August, I kind of like roster integrity. I don't know how you guys feel, but when you play 162 and then you get to the playoffs, I just started to feel uncomfortable with certain teams in October having 8 to 10 to 12 guys who weren't even in their organization 6 weeks prior, right? So I kind of like the fact that we know now what each team's roster generally will look like come October 1st.
Len, specifically for the White Sox, were you surprised that only Hauser and Slater were dealt?
I guess maybe slightly surprised, but, I know the next question will likely be about Luis Robert Jr. Not only was I not surprised that they didn't deal him, I'm personally very happy about it. I think Luis Robert Jr. has more value to the White Sox than the statistics would tell you. I think he really likes it here, and I think he wants to be here when this team is really good again, and everyone internally feels like that's going to be sooner than later. So I think Chris Getz had a very specific idea of what it would take to pry Robert off his hands, and nobody made that offer. And I think Chris and certainly the manager, they're all really happy that Robert will be here for the rest of the year, and I think well into next year.
And Len, you can make a strong case, can't you, that if Robert is healthy and does meet expectations because he has so much potential, that the price that the White Sox pay for him and the team option is very reasonable.
I agree with that, and I also think we don't know, not only this year but last year, if some of the strain mentally of am I going to be here, am I not, might have affected his performance. Only he can answer that. But there had to have been some little anxiety going on of, where am I going to end up next week? He doesn't have to worry about that anymore. And he's 27, guys. He's not 34, right? So the second you trade a guy like him, you're almost immediately trying to either develop or acquire a guy exactly like him, but maybe 4 or 5 years younger.
Talking to Len Kasper, it's Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000. Len, I was very impressed with the White Sox, not only with just in general how they're playing since the All-Star break, but after winning Game 1 against the Cubs, they lost the next 2. They were still pretty good games. And then you're like, okay, is this going to cool them off then, losing the last 2? And then they go out and they do what they did against the Phillies, and they looked great. Do you believe that this is a sustainable thing where they're going to play really good baseball to the end of the season?
I would like to think so. They basically have been a 500 team over the last month. I think 16-15 or something like that. So, yes, I think the young nucleus, I love that the home runs came from Teal and Vargas and Montgomery and Carroll the other day to kind of boat race the Phillies late in that game. And I think looking ahead, and I don't know how Sox fans look at it, if you want to put some tangible goals on this here at the end of the year, obviously avoiding a 100-loss season would be near the top of the list. But I think a better way to look at it is to finish ahead of the Twins, right? The Twins, as I just said, they turned over nearly half their roster, and I think the White Sox are 8 or 9 games behind them, which is a lot of ground to make up. But if they continue to play like they're playing, and they're going to get, I think, 7 more shots at the Twins, I think finishing in 4th place would be a nice, realistic, but challenging goal for the Sox here in the last 2 months.
Yeah, it really would be great, and especially with how bad things got. You talk to Venable every day, Will Venable. How much of an impact do you believe he has made with the young players?
Enormous. One thing that he and I talk about is the roller coaster ride of a season, right? And the White Sox made mistakes in their blowout win over the Cubs on Friday, and they did a lot of good things in the 2 losses on Saturday and Sunday. And I think that he understands just the process of how this is, where the results don't lead kind of the conversations. They have scheduled weekly and monthly meetings to kind of go over some of the things they want to fix. And I think that would happen if this team were 28 games over 500 as opposed to below. That's hugely important in baseball to make sure that regardless of what the results are, there's a lot of stuff under the hood that we need to get better at. And I think he has really stuck to his guns in that regard. and his whole staff has as well. And I think you've seen some tangible improvements as a result of that, not only defensively but now offensively, as they've started to really do some damage on the fastball, which was a big problem before the All-Star break.
Len, I know we've talked about Montgomery quite a bit over the last couple of weeks, but if I told you that for the month of July he was going to have 5 home runs, drive in 18, and have an OPS of 826, what would you have told me back then?
I would have been surprised. The power has been really eye-opening. I don't know if he projects to be a 35 to 40 home run guy, but that's kind of what the small sample is telling us right now. I think for me, the biggest thing is just swing decisions. I don't feel like he chases a lot, has chased a lot less, I think, than maybe he even did in the minor leagues. And he just looks like a very confident guy. He's made some mistakes defensively, but I think that's part of this growth process. And the one thing that I always look for, guys, with the young players is when they make a mistake, especially a big one in a game, is that they don't repeat it. And I think that's one thing that we've seen this young group do, is kind of make their mistakes, get them out of the way, and then get better as a result.
Speaking of that, and maybe on the opposite side of that is Andrew Vaughn. Why do you believe, Len, that he's in Milwaukee and he's doing well? Do you think this is just a major league player getting hot just like any other player? Or do you believe he felt free after everything he went through in a White Sox uniform?
I think, Silvy, probably all of the above. I think sometimes you change a uniform and for whatever reason it just clicks. I think being sent down to AAA is something that at the time really hurt, but he probably would say that it was the thing that absolutely had to happen. So I'm sure there are a couple of adjustments he made. He's in a pretty good lineup in a winning situation there, and the newness of it, I think, probably helps. And I do think that sometimes you just could get really hot at the right time. And for him, they're going to have some interesting decisions to make. I would assume he'll be on their roster the rest of the way. Even when Reese Hoskins comes back, they'll probably find a way to keep Vaughn's bat in the lineup. And then just statistically, his chase rate is way down. I think it was in the mid-30s in terms of percentage with the White Sox, and it's like 22%. So he just seems to be not swinging at bad pitches, and when he's getting his pitch, he's doing a lot of damage on it. And I can also tell you internally, everybody to a man in this clubhouse is really happy for Vaughn. He was one of our favorite guys. He was a clubhouse leader. It stinks that it didn't work out here, but I think everyone's really happy with what he's done with his new team.
It's a great story, no doubt. Hey, Len, what do you think about the Reds and Braves playing in front of 85,000 at the Bristol Motor Speedway this weekend?
I think it's awesome, and I'm sure we've all talked in the past few years about my idea of, after the Field of Dreams game, really moving this around to different weird situations, and I think MLB has grabbed onto that. And, play a game in front of Mount Rushmore, right? Build a ballpark and go to Montana or Alaska, play at midnight, like whatever. I think it's really good for the league and really good for those fans in those markets that don't get to see big league baseball.
That's very cool. You're absolutely right. Len, great stuff. Enjoy the West Coast, okay?
Thanks, Len.
Thanks, fellas. One last thing for Cubs fans out there. You're really going to like Willie Castro. He can play every position, and I think more than anything, if they have an injury, he could play every day at about 7 different spots.
Yeah, he's a good player, right? Solid.
Yes, he's a very good player. I've seen him a lot with Detroit and now Minnesota, and that was a really shrewd move by Jed.
Okay, there you go. That's good stuff. Len, we always appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thanks, Len.
Thanks, fellas.
Len Kasper's awesome. You hear him and DJ. Like, not only are they great broadcasters, but they're great people, too. And we love having Len to talk to him each and every week. Coming up, we have Waddle's World. We've got Aki's A-List. We'll update you on the Cubs win today. Micah Parsons also says he doesn't want to be a part of the Cowboys. What would you give up, Bears fans? 312-332-3776. We'll also play you some of the stuff you may have missed from Caleb Williams when he joined us yesterday. Come on out. Still plenty of time. We're on for, another hour and 45 minutes. So come see us at Twin Peaks in Algonquin and start the weekend with us.
This is Waddle and Silvy on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
8-8 is almost here.
Let's hear from number 88.
Daytime sessions have sold out, but you can still purchase tickets to an evening with Patrick Kane.
What's up, Chicago?
Friday, August 8th at Morgan Manufacturing. This 21 and over event includes an open bar and food, a Q&A session conducted by Pat Boyle, a photo opportunity, and autograph with Kaner. Celebrate number 88 on 8/8. Google Patrick Kane Evening Eventbrite and get your tickets today.
Guys, it's the last weekend of Steinhoffel's Small Space Back to School event. Right now, take 10% off space-saving furniture that's big on style but made to fit your apartment, dorm, or your first place. Need a little help stretching your budget? Get 18 months, no interest financing. From sleek sofas to compact bedroom and dining sets, Steinhoffel's holds a smart solution for small spaces. Shop in-store, online at steinhoffels.com. Chicagoland's furniture and mattress leader. It's the only place we shop in the Silverman household. And right now, their 7th location open in Maryville, Indiana. Shop Steinhoffel's today.
$4.5 million. The Veroliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Veroliak Law Group recovered $4.5 million for a client who was injured in a truck accident. If you're injured, make sure to call the Veroliak Law Group.
Postman Law is used to winning. That's why with every home win by Chicago's Southside baseball team, they're adding $100 to the Postman Law Home Team Scholarship Fund. More wins, more scholarship money. Because at Postman Law, they win more for you. Visit postmanlaw.com/scholarship to see how much your city has earned and apply today. After an injury, you could use a win. Call Postman Law today. This is attorney advertising.
Who are you talking to? As a business owner putting hard-earned dollars into advertising, that question is everything. So who are you talking to? How about a very loyal fan base of a great Chicago team? Send your message out to White Sox fans all over Chicagoland. The Sox fan is hungry for a new start and ready to support a business that supports their team. So who are you talking to? How about you start with talking to us? Send an email to whitesox@goodkarmabrands.com. That's whitesox@goodkarmabrands.com. Time now for ESPN Chicago's Sports Business Minute. Brought to you by your Chicagoland BMW centers. From Crane Chicago Business, here's Danny Ecker.
If you've been unable to pay a bill because of losses on sports betting, you've got company. A nationwide survey of 1,200 people by U.S. News & World Report found 1 out of every 4 respondents were behind on bills due to sports betting. Even more said they have debts from sports gambling, with about half of that group saying those debts are north of $500. It's the fallout from 7 years of sports betting legalized in what today totals 39 U.S. states. The survey showed parlays were the most popular bets, followed by moneyline wagers, then over-unders, and bets involving a point spread. Still, 44% said they place less than 5 bets and wager less than $100 each month. And 2/3 of respondents estimated that over their lifetime, they've actually won more than they've lost. For the Crane Sports Business Minute, I'm Danny Ecker.
Summer's meant to be wide open, and with BMW, nothing stands between you and the road ahead. The BMW X3 makes every journey effortless with X-Drive and expansive cargo space. The plug-in hybrid X5 moves through summer without limits, combining uncompromising power and electric adaptability. And the all-electric i4, sporty, sleek, and unmistakably BMW. Find your ultimate driving machine now at the BMW Summer Sales Event. Hurry in for exceptional offers now through September 2nd.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-606-8737. 800-606-8737. 800-606-8737.
Summer is the time for making memories, not appointments. It's why you should go to Great Clips. Use online check-in to get in for a cooler, shorter haircut for less whenever you have time. So what are you waiting for? Get in, get out, and get back to summer with time-saving haircuts at Great Clips. It's going to be great.
From championship calls
3 seconds at midcourt. Gives it to Jenkins for the championship.
to the soundtracks of summer.
There's a drive. Deep left center. Cubs win. Oh, baby.
And everything in between.
Pull up your pants, take off the bra, and be a man.
Waddle and Silvy count down the greatest clips of all time. Presented by Great Clips. Number 10.
That's right. Top 10 stuff now, Waddle. Speaking of 10, it's all brought to you by Great Clips. Caller 10 right now wins a pack of 10 of haircuts from Great Clips. So 10 pack of haircuts from Great Clips. Caller 10 right now, 312-332-3776. Great Clips stylists use clip notes to know the details of your haircut. Download the Great Clips app today at Great Clips. It's going to be great. Waddle, you always like the clip notes because you never know how to cut your hair, and they just look there and they know how to do it.
I just walk in and I say, hey, I'm here. And what do they say? Like Kirk Cousins. I walk in and I go, hey, give me the Kirk Cousins cut. And that's what they do.
Have you asked for the Kirk Cousins?
Of course I have, yes. Sometimes you get something you're not expecting.
That's great. That's a good line, too. This is a legendary call. You could even argue that this could be number one. There's easily a list that I bet you this call, as we count down the greatest clips of all time, could be the first on the list. So we go way back, though. This is way back.
This is considered by many to be the most famous radio call in basketball history.
Yes, and it's what year were you born?
I was born in 1967.
So you weren't born yet?
Nope.
I was not born yet. This was in 1965. It's Game 7 of the Eastern Conference Finals. It is a legendary rivalry, as that would continue to go as well into the 70s and 80s, between the Celtics and the 76ers. And the Celtics were protecting a 1-point lead with 5 seconds left. The 76ers had the basketball. Hal Greer is looking to inbound it, and he wanted to get it to Wilt. Wilt Chamberlain's on the 76ers, but he's being guarded at the time by, of course, one of the best defenders of all time in Bill Russell. So he was not open. He tried to get it to Chet Walker, who would eventually become a Bull, and this is everything that happened. And Johnny Most, the voice of the Boston Celtics, on the call.
Greer's putting the ball on a play. He gets it out deep, and Havlicek steals it over to Stan Jones. Havlicek stole the ball. It's all over. It's all over. Johnny Havlicek is being mobbed by the fans. It's all over. Johnny Havlicek stole the ball. Oh, boy, what a play by Havlicek.
Johnny Most, for those who don't know, had the most unique voice in broadcasting history, that gravelly voice, but was such a legend in not only Boston, but in NBA circles and broadcasting circles. And even if you're Charlie's age, if you're Jack's age, if you're Tyler's age and Jake's age, Jake's older, but you have heard that call at some point and seen that clip.
Yeah, he was famous. Like, even when I was in Boston from 85 to 89, like, and Johnny obviously had been gone for a while, he was still an icon. And there's also a great story about, like, he was a chain smoker while he would be doing games. Well, he caught fire. Like, he lit his clothes on fire while a game was going on.
This is a true story.
Yes, yeah. So, I mean, it's cool to hear You know, you got Havlicek. Not only do you have a legendary player and a legendary rivalry, you got a legendary voice of the Celtics making the call. It's really cool. My father-in-law was good friends with John Havlicek, too.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I'll never forget one of my first basketball memories was going to the Chicago Stadium, and I was there for Havlicek's final game at the stadium. And, like, they were even giving out stuff in Chicago that represented Havlicek, like a picture of him or something like that.
John was a very gregarious guy and also a guy who raised a ton of money for charity. So whenever he had, whether it was golf events or fishing events, there was always a big fishing event that he had. My father-in-law was always a part of. So I have so much gear in the basement of my father-in-law and mother-in-law's house that has like Havlicek logos and stuff on it from all the different charity events that he would go to.
We played like a highlight earlier in this countdown, or two highlights, where it was Jack Buck doing a call.
Yeah.
And then Joe Buck, his son, years later did the same call. For those who may remember, and Johnny Most was on both calls.
Yep.
When the Celtics were playing the Pistons back in the late 80s, the Pistons were that young and up-and-coming team who would eventually dethrone the Celtics, but there was a chance for them to win and beat the Celtics that year, and I believe it was Isaiah who threw the inbound in, and Bird stole the ball. So it was the same, almost the same call. Bird steals it. Bird stole the ball. And it's just so in Boston Celtics history, two legendary plays. That one is number 10.
Unbelievable.
So in the Wayback Machine for that one, and they'll all be really, really famous calls from here on out. Thank you to Great Clips. And thank you here to Twin Peaks and everyone who came out. We're here for another 90 minutes. Coming up next, we'll reset today's big stories, including an NFL superstar who is now asking for a trade, and the Cubs get a win coming out of the trade deadline. We'll talk about all of that coming up next.
You're listening to Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. Celebrating the selection of Pope Leo XIV, Godman, Sox fan. ESPN Chicago, the home of the Chicago White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
Guys, we love Connie's Frozen Pizza. It's the official frozen pizza of the Waddle and Silvy Show. And it's Friday. You don't want to cook. You've worked all week. It's a beautiful day. Stop at the grocery store at the way home and pick up some Connie's Frozen Pizzas for the weekend. And enjoy it on your time, anywhere you are. We even have it here at work. It's thin crust Chicago-style pizza, crispy, cut into squares, and thanks to Connie's Frozen Pizza, you can enjoy the true slice of the city that we all grew up having at Connie's. Connie's Frozen Pizzas are classic thin pies made with that same delicious cornmeal crust that Connie's has been serving for over 60 years. When we make it in the Silverman household, you would think we're at Connie's because the entire house smells like Connie's. Perfectly cheesy and saucy, and they're exactly what you want on hand when you're craving pizza. So do what we do and get to know the true Chicago style with Connie's Frozen Pizza, born right here in Chicago, enjoyed everywhere, available at your local grocer's freezer.
Hard work beats talent when talent doesn't work hard. That's why when it comes to hard work, nothing works harder than a Chevy Silverado. It's built to handle the big jobs day in and day out. Chevy has a Silverado pickup that's just right for you. Half-ton, three-quarter-ton, and 1-ton. Call it the Goldilocks effect. No wonder Chevy Silverado is the official truck partner of the Chicago Bears. Check out the full line of Chevy Silverados at ChevyDriveChicago.com. Work hard, play harder in a new Silverado.
Hi, it's Chris Hune from Universal Lighting of America. If you own a business or manage a building, now's the time to upgrade to LED lighting and actually save money. We're an official 2025 service provider for ComEd and NIPSCO, and they may cover up to 70% of the project. We make it crazy simple from install to paperwork. I'm not kidding. You get better light, lower bills, and we handle all the hard stuff. Call us or visit ulasaves.com. I'll come out and show you what's possible. Let's light it up.
White Sox fans, a day at the ballpark is a classic summer activity, so grab your crew and take advantage of savings all summer long with our summer savings section, presented by Wintrust. Now through the end of the season, enjoy select lower-level tickets for $20 on all weekday games and $25 on all weekend games, while supplies last. It includes fees. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/section.
At Wintrust, our approach is to let Southside fans show off their Southside pride anytime, anywhere. With the White Sox debit card from Wintrust Community Banks, you're not just swiping, you're making a statement.
It's like a megaphone for your wallet.
Broadcasting your Sox pride with every transaction. Open an eligible checking account. Visit wintrust.com/Sox today. Wintrust. Different approach, better results. Member FDIC.
Hey, Joe Fortenbaugh here. Whether you're locking in your home run picks or riding with your favorite golfers this summer, ESPN Bet is your sportsbook for all the action. Go from checking stats on your favorite teams and players to placing bets in just a few taps. Plus, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with the promo code JOEQ to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
You've seen the headlines, heard the debates.
The three-point ball has created a monotonous rhythm to the game, and others...
Has the three-pointer ruined basketball? And how did we get here?
The rise of the three-point shot can be partially traced to an eccentric Kansas genius named Martin Manley,
whose story didn't turn out quite the way he imagined.
I decided I wanted to have one of the most organized goodbyes in history.
30 for 30 podcast presents
Chasing Basketball Heaven.
Available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, you want to talk about your stuff? You know, the things you as a sports fan have collected over the years. Talk about it with a pro. Sports Collecting with Tom Morgan, Saturday mornings at 7 on ESPN Chicago.
Presented by Huggins & Scott Auctions, ERC Delivery, and REA.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, this is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy, WMVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a good Carmen Brands radio station.
Happy weekend, everybody. You've made it to your weekend. And we're out at Twin Peaks in Algonquin, Eats Drinks. Scenic views. I want to thank a couple of people, too. I want to thank, who was it?
Lewis and Lyle?
Lewis and Lyle. I knew that with his family, and he's mentioned this before. Lewis and Lyle, his family makes wine, their own wine.
Yes.
And he brought us a couple of bottles.
Yes, he did.
It was a weird offer. Lewis said to us, it was the first time I met Lewis, too. Lewis says, hey, I got some wine in my car if you'd want some.
That was Lewis and Lyle?
Yeah, that's Lewis and Lyle over there.
Okay.
He's back there.
He didn't explain it to you that it was actually a bottle that he brought.
No, I knew that it was like that.
Oh, he thought you did.
But it was like a half offer. It was like, hey, I happen to have it in my car.
You didn't think it was just like in a Dixie cup, something that he had on his way over?
No. But he didn't say, hey, I brought you some wine, or I have wine for you. He put the ball in my court like, I have wine, and I'm happy to give it to you, but if you want it. And I'm like, well, I'm not going to pass up a free bottle of wine, so let's bring it out.
Yeah, he brought it out.
Yeah, so he's looking at us right now. And then what's the wide receiver from Tampa Bay, and obviously played on the Steelers, and is now on the Lamb, or they're the Cowboys.
Antonio Brown.
Antonio Brown. So the reason I bring him up, we had a listener named Antonio Brown. AB was here.
Yes.
The real Antonio Brown. Antonio Brown, who went to SIU.
Yes.
And he came by and he gave me a couple of programs from Ryan Sandberg Day back in 1997 when he retired. And he has one for me and one for Kap.
Very nice.
And I said, are you sure you want to give this to us? Like, don't you want to keep it? He says, I've got 4 at home.
Yeah.
So that was very nice of Antonio Brown to give us these programs, and I've got one for Kap.
By the way, have you seen the folks at the table over there as well?
No.
One's wearing a Jurkovic jersey, One's wearing a Waddle jersey. The other
way
one's
back there, yeah.
wearing a JD T-shirt.
Oh, that's awesome.
Isn't that a great – that's a great trio right there.
Jurko, Waddle, JD, all at the table. Well represented.
Very good.
Would it have killed you to buy a Silvy Strong shirt back in the day?
Ouch.
To complete the force?
Wow. You guys know it's about him. Come on.
Always.
How dare you come out here and not represent him with one of his shirts? Shame on you.
Joking. By the way, the Cubs won. I don't think we have mentioned that in about an hour.
Cubs, if you blinked, you missed the game.
It was a 2-hour game today at Wrigley Field. They won 1-0. Who drove in the run? This was before I got here. Ian Happ drove in the run today.
Yeah.
I don't even think it was on a hit.
It was another excellent outing by Cade Horton, who I think went 5 scoreless innings. I think the question is, well, why would you take him out? Probably because you're watching his innings at this point because you're going to need him in the postseason. He's never pitched this many innings.
Yeah, Mizorowski doesn't go far. Cade Horton today went 5 innings of 2-hit baseball, 3 strikeouts, 3 walks. So he lowered his ERA today to 3.42. Thielbar continuing to do what he does, an inning of scoreless baseball. He's now got an ERA sub-2 at 1.96. Kittredge came in. They just got him from the Orioles.
I don't think it was really him. That can't be him. That guy looked like he'd just come off a mountain and he was 50. But he was dealing.
He went an inning and struck out 2.
Yeah, he was dealing.
And then
he's got a weird delivery. Have you ever seen him pitch before? That's the first time I've seen him.
Really slow?
Yes.
And then he uncorks it.
Yeah.
Right? Is that what you're talking about? Like a really
very unconventional.
And then Keller, who continues to have a good year, a scoreless inning. He struck out 2. His ERA is 2.81. And then Palencia got a little dicey, gave up a 2-out double.
Rhino in the stands.
Blowing the wind in.
Yes.
Because that would have been a home run on any other day to take the lead. But it was just a deep fly out to end the game.
I don't know who hit it, but the guy who hit it thought it was gone. And I think Ian Happ also thought that maybe it had a chance to leave the building, and he was right up against the wall. It looked like one of those shots that was a no-brainer.
I think it was O'Neill. O'Neill was the one who Tyler O'Neill with the last out of the game. And then I want to take a call. Then we'll get to Aki's A-list. Also, I need to share with you, Micah Parsons, things have gone bad with the Cowboys. Diana Rossini first had it, and later in the day, Micah Parsons sent out like a huge statement.
He did that in his notes section of his phone, huh?
Yes.
I don't think I could do that. If I had like three pages worth of stuff I wanted to type up, I don't think I could do it on my phone.
You need to do it like on an actual computer.
I think so, yeah.
I write my columns these days on my phone.
Yeah, I used to do that, back in the day, but I think my eyesight's so bad now. I got to see it in larger print.
You could make the font bigger. You know that on your phone?
Not interested.
Not interested, huh? I think it would do you good.
No.
Okay.
Listen, my wife, she ordered a screen cover. That's the extent of how I'm going to handle my phone.
All right, let's get to Roy in Minneapolis and then to Aki's A-list. Roy, you're on ESPN 1000. Thanks for your patience, buddy.
Hey, of course. Happy Friday, boys.
Happy
I was
Friday.
out there in Algonquin. I grew up in Grays Lake, so I'm a suburb guy growing up.
Very nice.
Anyway,
where are you at now?
I'm in Minneapolis. I've been here for 14 years. So I'm a diehard Chicago sports fan, but went to the U of M, go Gophers for college. Met my wife here, and the rest is history. So I do love it up here, but I'll forever be a diehard Chicago professional sports fan.
Do you have your tickets for Bears and Vikings this year?
Sylvie, I was going to DM you about that. Yeah, I do. I will be getting them. My buddy is actually the lead snare drum player for the Skull line, which is their drum line, so he gets good tickets. I got tickets for that game. I was going to DM you to see if you wanted to meet up. I can show you the ropes they're on.
Wait, yeah, for sure. That's why I mentioned it. Yeah, I'd love to meet you. I'm bringing the family this year. That's our go-to game. Hopefully we'll have more success than the last few years.
Maybe you guys can meet up at Mall of America.
We're going to go to Mall of America. Yeah.
Sylvie, you're gonna love this stadium. I mean, it's unbelievable. It's really a state of the art. You're gonna love it, and I just hope that our guy can get that done. Kevin Warren. Sorry, I was blanking on his name for a second. But anyway, the reason for my call. So I got kind of a micro and a macro view of the Cubs trade deadline. So I've had some time to think about it. You guys know me; I'm a fanatic, and all I do is eat, breathe, and sleep Cubs. And so, Micro, I like the moves for themselves itself. Like I like Willie Castro. I think he's going to be, they call him a super utility player. That's exactly what he is. He plays 7 positions, can give a guy a break. I love that. I like the 2 relievers, especially Kittredge and Rogers. I just think they're going to really help the depth. And I mean, look at today. It's a perfect example. Ryan Presley would have been out there in that 6th inning and probably blown the game for us. So it's really nice that you got Palencia in the 9th, Keller in the 8th, Steelbar in the 7th, and now you got Rogers and Kittredge in the 6th. And Waddle, you mentioned this earlier. Now they can really keep an eye on Cade Horton and Matt Boyd's innings so they can save them for the playoffs. Soroka, we'll find out on Monday, I guess. But, I mean, you were totally right yesterday, Silvy. I mean, the Jets thing of we're actually getting 6 players because Assad and Tyon are coming back from their injuries. And I think that's a very typical move for Jed to say that. And I think he truly believes it. So kind of the macro view is that he does not want to take the risk. He wants to just be consistent. He wants to win 85 to 92 ball games every year because that's going to bring in the money. And like you mentioned a million times, they're following that Diamondbacks model, which I think is super flawed because you need everything to go right. And this is what they're thinking. They're thinking that in 2 years, Hap is gone, or even next year, Casey will replace him. Seiya will be done. His contract will be up. And then if you don't re-sign him, then you got Ballesteros. Nico's contract will be done. And then you got James Triantos. It's just a very risk-averse way to approach things, which if you're in a small market is the way to go because you don't have a lot of money. But we're sitting here, boys. We're in first place. We did not spend that $28 million for Bellinger, which we could have used on another pitcher in the offseason. And that's the most frustrating thing. We could have, the trade deadline is your backup plan. We should have made these moves already. So that's the frustrating thing.
Roy, good stuff. And I'm with you. I have always said that about Bellinger. Not only did they not use it, they didn't get any return back. And they were hoping that he would never opt in. He opted in. And then they just wanted his money to go away. They wanted it off the books.
I mean, again, I think he pointed it out. They've operated like a mid-market team.
Yeah, and then the risk adverse is a good line. All right, let's get to Aki's A-List.
It's time for Aki's A-List. From the mind of the man who understands the 4 Ps of Waddle's world, Aki's A-List. The top questions and topics floating around in Tyler Aki's mind.
Are these really the questions that I was called here to answer?
Aki's A-List on ESPN Chicago.
Tyler's got questions. We'll try to provide the answers. What do you got, Tyler?
All right, so it was a good start to the post-trade deadline Cubs season. They win 1-0, which you alluded to. Also, I saw this note. It was 1 minute away from being the fastest game in Wrigley history.
Wow.
Like that game flew. I could not believe it. I started to check in, and it was already the 6th inning. And then all of a sudden, it's 7, 8, 9, and the Cubs walk away 1-0 winners.
Can I guess the quickest game in Wrigley history? Because I believe I was at it as a reporter. I believe it was sometime in the 90s, the Braves against the Cubs, where it was Terry Mulholland going for the Cubs against Greg Maddux with the Braves. And I think it was a similar 1-0 game. Am I correct?
Let me try to find this.
I'll find it. I'll get it for you.
It's okay if you don't have it. I thought maybe
it does. No, I'm not seeing where what it came just short of. They're not showing.
Okay,
it. But
okay.
Yeah, it is tied for the fastest game in the majors this season too.
Fastest 9-inning game at Wrigley Field was played on May 24th, 2001, when the Cubs defeated the Reds in a 1 hour 48-minute game. Game was a 3-zip shutout victory for the Cubs with John Lester pitching a complete game.
John Lester. What year was this, did you say?
2001.
No, John Lieber?
John Lieber. I was like, yeah, it makes sense then.
I need my glasses.
John Lieber was a fast worker, too.
They all were back in the 90s and 80s.
And it's back to that now, yeah.
I got John Lester on my brain.
So I have crafted a list of my 5 most important Cubs for the second half of this season and into the playoffs. Now,
I like it.
I have left off all of the superstars. So your PCAs, your Kyle Tuckers, because if your superstars aren't playing well, you're not winning a World Series anyway. So 5-1, here's what I've got. My number 5, I've got Andrew Kittredge, the guy who came in today through a scoreless inning, struck out a couple guys too. He's got a very high chase rate. It is one of the best in all of baseball. Filthy slider. I think he's going to be super important in turning over this bullpen that has seen a lot of names leave over the past couple of days and a couple of new faces enter.
Does he have a nickname? Do you venture?
Baseball Reference always has some stuff. Let me go
Kitty?
give it a,
Is his
let
name
me give it a
Kitty?
look.
They call him Kitty?
The kitty cat.
Kitty Cat. I wouldn't call that dude Kitty Cat. He looked like he'd maul you.
Kitty cats can maul you if you get the wrong one.
I'm not seeing any nicknames for him on Baseball Reference.
He looks like a perfect guy for a nickname, doesn't
He's a
he?
mountain
Did you
lion.
see him?
He's a mountain lion.
Yes. Is that his nickname?
Mountain lion?
Oh, no, actually, okay, so they call him Kit. That's the nickname that I'm
Kit?
seeing on
Oh, come on.
Baseball.
It's like the car from Knight Rider.
Yeah.
Wasn't his name Kit the car? Have you ever heard of that, guys?
You tell me that guy doesn't look like he's 50. Come on.
He looks old, especially with the beard.
A lot of relievers do.
Yeah,
Look like
you're
they're
right
50.
about that.
He is 35.
All right, so my number 4, I'm going with the other reliever that was acquired, Taylor Rogers. The lefty is going to be very important because you are probably going to see Drew Pomeranz's days be numbered in the foreseeable future, I'd imagine, once you activate Soroka, when you call up some of these guys. I'd imagine Drew Pomeranz is going to be on the way out, and you're going to have to replace that lefty arm that was so good for you, and the wheels have just fallen off at this point. You're going to need this bullpen to be nails like it was in May and June for this team.
Okay.
Number 3, I'm going with Ian Happ because that's a bat that has been in and out. We know what he is at times. He can be super streaky, super hot, but he can also be the Ian Happ that we've seen for a bulk of the year. I think like the last 60 games, he's hitting like 190. So Ian Happ, defensively, he's been solid for you, but I think that there needs to be another gear when you're making the money that he's making, about $20 million a year. He's got to be one of those guys who you're going to put him in the 6 or 7 spot in your lineup, and he's going to have really good at-bats, and he could be an at-bat that maybe knocks some of these pitchers out of games, specifically in the playoffs, when we know these managers get really tight with their pitching rotations, and they've got quick triggers to go to the bullpen. And Ian Happ, 8-9 pitch at-bat could be the difference between a guy going 3 innings and a guy going 6 innings.
Okay, I totally agree. He does need to step up for this team. He's a very important guy.
Number 2, Javier Assad. This team clearly did not do a lot to address starting pitching. And like we've alluded to on the show, they're looking at, Tyone and Assad, those are our additions. All right, well, they didn't make any real starting pitching additions aside from Soroka, so those are going to have to be significant pieces for you the rest of the way.
Wow,
Javier
that's a lot
Assad's
to put on him.
But he's a guy
It is a lot for a guy who has not pitched all year.
I get it. I'm not criticizing the thought. I'm just saying
this is the second most important Cub? Is that what?
Yeah,
how you're describing?
For the second half of the season and into the playoffs. I think he's going to be a critical piece for this team because you need to eat innings so you can keep Horton and Boyd's innings down. And Assad's a guy who's never had an ERA over 4 in his entire career. He's been a pretty durable starter, and he's just a guy that you kind of know what you're going to get every single time out there. He's going to probably get you close to a quality start every single time, and they're going to need a lot of that because once you get to 4 and 5 in this rotation, there's a lot of question marks to be had.
I'm not saying he's not important. He would not make my list, though. But that's cool. It's your list.
My number 1, and I don't think it's fair to put this on him, but it's the situation that you're in right now. Cade Horton is the most important player on this Cubs team the rest of the way. Because there were no controllable big-time arms that were really moved at the deadline. And the way that he started to pitch as of late, that to me, I mean, he's got 5 scoreless starts since the start of June, I believe, was the statistic. Nobody in the NL has more than him. And that
they showed that
Paul
on the
Skeens.
television, yeah.
So Palencia didn't make your list.
No, because I kind of know what Palencia is.
Do we? I mean, we don't know what he looks like in a pennant race. This is all new for him. I think he's super important to close games.
He's super important, but he's your closer. That's not changing.
He was the losing pitcher today if the wind's not blowing in.
So wait, is this of changing? What was the list?
This is like the most important Cubs the rest of the way, and I just like
I would put Kyle Tucker on there. Like,
but I said
Kyle Tucker is.
Well,
I said we're not putting stars on there because
minus the okay. That's what I was.
If Kyle Tucker's not good, it doesn't matter what the rest of this looks like because they're not winning
Tyler's
anything.
better than. I love Angry Tyler. Love Angry Charlie. When it comes to Cubs baseball, I love it.
Okay, so this is like excluding.
Yes, he said at the
PCA,
start.
Yeah, like no PCA. I would even throw
players.
Boyd and Imanaga out with this. It's kind of more like the role guys.
Gotcha. Okay.
For this team because
I guess my only bone to pick with you would be Palencia,
and that's fair. Like I get that, but I think every closer's important for every team.
Yes, for sure.
Some teams have two.
Yep. These days, that's right.
Horton's been your best pitcher for like a month now. It feels like.
I don't know. Boyd
I would say Boyd still, but
but
like
Boyd,
Horton's been right there with them.
Boyd just had a blow-up outing last week.
That was his first one of the season.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, if you look at every start since the beginning of June, like, Cade Horton's been your guy.
He's been very good, yes. But Boyd has been.
They've also watched his innings, right? Like, Boyd's been giving you 7 and 8 innings at times. Whereas Cade Horton, you're only getting 5 innings out of him quite a bit, and for good reason.
All right.
It's your list, Tyler. You rock it.
Thank you, Waddle.
You're welcome.
I want to go to football here because the big news of today is Micah Parsons and him requesting a trade out of Dallas. Micah Parsons, conservatively one of the 3 best defensive players in the entire sport. What he does on that side of the ball is, and when you factor in the age, probably the most coveted defensive player in the entire sport since he's just 26 years old. If I'm telling you, I am guaranteeing you right now that Caleb Williams is going to be a top 10 quarterback this upcoming season. Are you willing to get 3 first-round picks in a trade for Micah Parsons?
I'm open to it. Like these guys, Big Cat scoffed and Waddle scoffed.
Yeah, I don't know that I can get.
I am.
But I'm telling you.
Well, here's the deal.
Caleb's a top 10 quarterback.
I scoffed because
it's a lot.
If, in fact, the quarterback doesn't hit, you're screwed. Because you're going to need the currency.
You're also screwed if he doesn't hit to begin with.
Right, but Tyler just gave you part of the question or part of the equation is that he's guaranteeing you a top 10 performance
this year.
And by that, I don't, I'm going to use that just kind of in a general way. It's not top 10 yards or top 10. You're telling me he's one of the top 10 players across the board.
And there's no doubt about it.
Correct.
We're not having this conversation. Is he or isn't he? No, you can tell with your eyes he is a top 10 guy in this league at quarterback.
Well, I think if he's a top 10 quarterback in the league, you're in the postseason. And if you're in the postseason, you're drafting where? Anywhere between
in the 20s,
18 and 30, or no, 20 and 32.
And if you're in the postseason, you have a chance to win it all. And if you have Micah Parsons, you really have a chance to win it all.
If you could guarantee me that he's a top 10 quarterback, not just this year, you saying just for this year?
Well, this year you would have to say to yourself, if he's a top 10 quarterback in year 1 of Ben Johnson after last year's season, that's a good jumping off point.
It is. But if that's the case, that changes the equation dramatically.
So you're a yes.
I would be in that situation.
Okay.
But I'm not if there's still, if you still don't have if there's no certainty surrounding the quarterback, that's too much to give up in my world. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I mean, I think when you...
It's a lot.
When you throw that piece of the puzzle in, Tyler, that there's no question he is undoubtedly, with the eye test, a top 10 quarterback. I mean, think about the top 10 quarterbacks last year.
Don't you think, too, your need for first-round talent is significantly diminished if you have a top 10 quarterback? All of a sudden, you can paper over a lot of deficiencies if you have that guy.
And not just that, but you've been drafting, pretty high and pretty well for a while. I mean, not pretty well, but you've added Loveland. Who else have you added?
Rome.
You've added
Caleb.
Rome. You've added Caleb. You used
Darnell Wright.
Yeah. So
I was going on the first round picks.
Yeah. I mean, these guys should all take a step forward. So, yeah. I mean, if you guarantee me a top 10 quarterback, then I would definitely expand my willingness with regard to my compensation.
And the way I look at it always is, and I think Big Cat alluded to it, I alluded to it earlier in the show, if you give up 3 ones, you're basically thinking that, okay, you strike gold if you use one of them and get a Micah Parsons player. So I look at it as I'm giving up 2. Because I'm looking at it as like I'm drafting Micah Parsons with my first-round pick, and then I'm giving up 2 extra first-round picks. Does that make sense? Or is that a flawed way to look at it?
No, I like that. I feel like that's like you just delete a first-round pick, like it cancels out.
Yeah, you use the first-round pick of Micah Parsons to draft Micah Parsons, and now you're taking the guesswork out by giving 2 first-round picks in addition.
That's good boy math by you, Silvy.
Yeah, that's right. I could do boy math.
Boy math? What is boy math?
So, one of the guys in charge of the Twin Peaks in the area came up to me and he gave me the reverse compliment. He said, no, this has to do with boys and men and stuff like that. He said, you know what? This is the first time I've met you. He goes, you look a lot older than you sound. And I used to get the opposite. I used to get, wow, I always thought you were much older. You look young.
I think that's a kick in the nuts.
It is a kick in the nuts.
Anytime they say you look older, you can stop there. That's a kick in the balls.
Right.
Kind of cuts both ways, too, because it's like, well, did you think I sound young or do you think I sound old?
Like I used to because of the nasally voice, you sound older and wow, you're young. But now it's you sound young, you look like you're an old you-know-what.
It's a bad break.
So for you to say boy math, I'll take it.
No. Boy math is like a concept. Like this is a thing. Like there's girl math. All right.
What is boy math?
Are you familiar with girl math? Waddle, you're not familiar with it, but you
is this
know.
like with shopping and stuff?
Yeah. So like shopping, they go out and they'll buy something, and then say they buy something for $50. All right, and then they return it, and they get their money back. In their mind, they just made $50.
That's stupid.
Boy math for me is because like I had a lot of cash from when I was bartending, and I would pay for something in cash, and I'd be like, well, that doesn't count. Like, because that's not going to my that hasn't gone to my bank account.
Okay, then I'm doing boy math.
Yeah, exactly.
Why is it considered boy math?
Well, is Sylvia girl?
No, but like I don't know. That's Sylvie math. It's not boy.
It's silly math. Yes, and so that's why it's called boy math.
Do you know like in the last 4 years? Who do you think has the most sacks between Trey Hendrickson, Myles Garrett, and Micah Parsons?
Waddle's doing some football math over there.
You said 4 years?
That's what I do, bro.
Okay, wait.
Football math.
Now, wait a minute.
Last 4 years.
Okay, no, I know where you're going here. I think your guy is up here because he had 35 sacks in the last 2 years.
Well, the reason why I added the 4 years is because I want to extend it beyond a short period.
But he had good years too before that. His last year in New Orleans was very good. I'm going to say Trey Hendrickson is number 1 because of the injuries with Micah Parsons.
That is not correct, sir.
Myles Garrett's number 1.
Myles Garrett has 60 sacks over the last 4 years.
Number 2 then is Trey Hendrickson.
Trey Hendrickson has 57 sacks over the last 4 years.
And how many does Micah Parsons?
I don't know what T.J. Watt. I got to get to T.J. Watt as well. Do you know how many that Micah Parsons has in his last 4 years, which
50.
have been his only 4 years? 52 and a half.
Yeah.
So at the very least, my guess is T.J. Watt may be ahead of him as well. Does it bother you in the slightest that the guy again, he's the youngest, but there are 3 guys in the National Football League over the course of the last 4 years, and the only reason T.J. Watt wouldn't be probably on that list. No, T.J. is 22 and a half, 5 and a half, 19 and a half, 11 and a half, so 30. No, TJ's got more as well. So in the last 4 years, there are 3 guys in the league that have more sacks than Micah Parsons. So
it doesn't bother me because look at what Trey Hendrickson did in his first few years to get to that point. What Parsons has done has been an impact player from his rookie year on, and he's just entering his prime, and you know this type of production will continue if he's healthy. With Trey Hendrickson, you don't know if he's on the other side of it. So
you don't know that he's not.
You don't. I'm not trying to be a Trey Hendrickson hater. I want him
by
here.
the way, as we have found out over the course of time, guys have been able to maintain a high level of play as pass rushers,
I get you.
even as they get close to 30 and beyond.
I just think
I'm not talking you off of Micah Parsons. I'll take it.
Yeah.
But you may be able to get Trey Hendrickson for a second-round pick, and you're only going to invest 3 years worth of cash in him.
All right, coming up next, we'll get to Waddle's World because we had Len Casper on at 4:30. If you want to talk to us, 312-332-3776. Come on out to Twin Peaks in Algonquin. We're here for another hour and start the weekend with us.
This is Waddle and Silvy. On Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Training camp marks the unofficial start of the 2025 season. As such, one must glue themselves to their listening device with it tuned to ESPN Chicago. Go ahead.
Okay.
Otherwise, you could miss the insights, interviews, and stellar coverage provided by the home of the Bears.
Darn.
Good. Bears training camp is now open. Catch a glimpse with Peggy and Dion, live from Hallis Hall. Tomorrow, 11 to 1. Training camp coverage on ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana, and by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Chevy dealers.
Warm weather often means it's moving season for many people. A time filled with hours of packing, unpacking, and so much bubble wrap. But the first thing you should do when moving into your new home is make sure that the Wi-Fi is booming with Xfinity. It's super quick and easy to set up. And then, boom, you'll have your new home hooked up with the ultimate Wi-Fi experience faster than the time it takes to parallel park that moving truck. Then you'll be back online with the most reliable Wi-Fi with the best-in-class equipment from Xfinity. So you can just sit back, relax, and stream your favorite movies and TV shows. Because with Xfinity, the only thing you'll have to worry about is remembering where you pack the remote. Make the right and easy move with Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com/move. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi claim based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August of 2024.
Steinhaffel's 7th Chicagoland Superstore is now open at Maryville Plaza in Maryville, Indiana. For over 90 years, we've helped families create the homes of their dreams, and now we're proud to be part of yours. Steinhaffel's has all the top furniture and mattress brands, styles for every taste, prices for every budget. So come on in, discover the selection, the service, the savings. Discover the Steinhaffel's difference, now in Maryville. Relax, it's Steinhaffel's.
Kap J Hood here with Howard Ankin. Howard, I know someone who was injured on the shop floor.
Please have him call me.
My guy.
Howard, I have a buddy who was T-boned by a utility truck. Please have him call me. My guy.
Your guy?
Correct.
Not this again. Howard Ankin is my guy.
Hold on. Cap, your friend, Hoodie, your buddy. I'm their guy. And I'm also your guy and your guy.
Call 312-6million for injury law made personal.
Howard Ankin, our guy, on the Kap and J Hood Show, weekday mornings on ESPN Chicago.
My guy.
Yeah.
Hey guys, Silvy for Window Nation. Summer has been awesome, but we all know what's coming. Football, but also the cold and the wind. Get ahead of it with new windows from Window Nation, installed in just one day. Right now, take 50% off all styles plus 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. They're more affordable than most other companies, and you won't pay a thing for 2 years. But this deal ends soon, so don't wait. Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com and let them know that Silvy sent you.
The White Sox play on ESPN Chicago. That means more than 162 games a year, passionate Sox fans are listening to their team right here. Do you want them to hear about your product or service? Of course you do. It's the key to success. Reach people you know will support you. White Sox fans are intensely loyal. Hell, you're probably one yourself if you're listening right now. So let us help you craft the message that speaks loud and proud about you. Email White Sox at goodkarmabrands.com. That's White Sox at goodkarmabrands.com.
You've probably heard of speed dating, but what if there was something similar for hiring, especially if you're running a growing business? There is Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. You can post your job today and talk to interested qualified candidates tomorrow. Simply select a time and Zip Intro finds and schedules qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you'd like to connect with and meet great people through back-to-back video calls starting as soon as the next day. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/sports. That's ZipRecruiter.com/sports.
Need assistance with door and window projects? The Home Depot can help. From inspiration and materials to ordering and installation, our free millwork virtual apron service can get you moving and doing. Plus, we speak Spanish too. Our associates can help you tackle complex jobs without you leaving the job site, saving you time and money. Call us at 1-833-HD-APRON or visit homedepot.com/MVA. The Home Depot, how doers get more done.
Beat the heat with any size True Oasis fountain drink for 89 cents with True Rewards at True North convenience stores. True Rewards members can pick their favorite Pepsi fountain drink and pay only 89 cents. Find the app in your favorite app store to sign up and save instantly.
This is Waddle's World.
And in Chicago, Tom Waddle. He can't run, he's not fast, but he gets open.
Bears legend.
Amazing.
9 career TDs in the NFL.
He caught everything that was thrown and took every hit that they could give him.
Tom Waddle.
Let's get weird. Let's get weird.
Welcome to Waddle's World. Come inside.
Let's get weird. Let's get weird. Weird. Get weird. Weird. Get weird.
Let's get weird.
Yeah, let's get weird. Waddle's World's brought to you by our great friends and partners at Wintrust Community Banks. They are Chicago's banks. Find your nearest Wintrust Community Bank. Visit wintrust.com/find us, member FDIC. Did you guys see a lot of sports-a-roo here for you today? ESPN, I love the ranking season. I love the list season. I love the ranking season. As soon as the regular season gets here, all that crap goes away.
Yeah.
ESPN has ranked all 32 NFL teams' coaching staffs, coordinators, everybody involved in 2025.
We're number one.
No. Do you have an idea who is number one? I don't think you're going to guess. I would put, unless you've seen this, I would put a significant amount of money down on the fact that you would not get this.
Well, now, this is the entire staff, correct?
This is head coach and coordinators. This is how they listed it.
Shanny's pretty good, and he just reacquired his old defensive coordinator, was the head coach of the Jets. But I know you would think, you just told me it's no one that I would guess, so I will not go there. I'm going to say the Minnesota Vikings.
Oh, really?
Yeah, well,
I would have lost all my money.
Look at Flores, the defensive coordinator.
I know.
We've raved about Kevin O'Connell. And, of course, Joshy Football's on that staff.
Do you know where they ranked last year? It was 10th.
Yeah, they're great.
Wow, well done.
Well,
are you sure you didn't look at this?
No, I promise you, because think about that team and what Brian Flores and you know.
You don't have to sell me on the Vikings coaching staff.
I think now.
It's the reason why I give J.J. McCarthy a chance to be a pretty solid player even in his first season.
I think the Bears will be pretty good. I think they're top half. But because Ben Johnson hasn't coached, and this is coordinator, so Declan Doyle doesn't have a lot of thing going
Not
for
a lot
him.
Of juice for
Not
him.
a lot of juice yet.
But Dennis Allen.
Dennis Allen. That's why. And I look at Ben Johnson as their OC, which he is. I'm going to say 16.
No. Have you seen, Charlie?
Higher or lower?
Higher. Meaning
towards the top?
A bigger number.
Bigger number.
Okay, so that's lower in my book. I'm going to say 19.
Nope. Lower.
Oh, wow. So they're really, holding it against them that he hasn't coached. 22 then.
22 is where you will find the Chicago Bears the coaching staff ranked. Head coach Ben Johnson, obviously offensive coordinator, Declan Doyle, and defensive coordinator Dennis Allen. Are you a little surprised?
I think they need to coach. They need to coach. And I do think that because Declan Doyle is got the name and title, that's being held against the Bears.
I'll go through the list a little bit here for you, too, because I think you will. You'll shiver at some of the rankings. But do you know where the rest of the NFC North is?
Okay, I bet you.
Got the Vikings at 1.
Now, the Detroit Lions, maybe of a year ago, they were 1, 2, or 3, I bet you.
They were 2 last year.
Yeah. So now that they lost their coordinators, I bet Dan Campbell's still bringing a lot.
Can you name their coordinators?
It is, and I was just talking about him, and I heard his name from the Hall of Fame game. John Morton is the OC of the Lions. The DC, I'm not sure of.
Kelvin Shepard.
I never would have gotten that.
But they They are not as high, nearly as high as they were last year.
Top 10, though, right?
Just outside the top 10.
11, then.
11. They were 11.
But, yeah, you got to still give the head coach credit. I'm going to say that the Packers are pretty high. The Packers are probably 7.
Packers are 10th.
Okay.
So the NFC North, the Bears are 22nd, the Vikings are 1st, the Packers are 10th, and the Lions are 11th. So, listen, I think that that's pretty okay, considering Ben, as good as I think he will be for them. I believe you still are in the must-see.
Where is like the Ravens? Where is the 49ers, which have great staffs?
So number 1 is the Vikings, as I told you. Number 2, any guess?
The Kansas City Chiefs.
Well done. You are a list machine. Number 3, 49ers. You mentioned the 49ers.
Okay, the 49ers.
Number 4.
The Chargers.
Baltimore Ravens.
Ravens.
Number 5.
The other Harbaugh. The Chargers.
The Rams.
The Rams. Oh, you McVay.
Number 6, the Denver Broncos. Number 7, the Bills. Number 8 is the Eagles. The Eagles are all the way down at 8, despite having Nick Sirianni as their head coach and Vic Fangio as their DC.
Yeah, that's right. They lost their OC, though.
Yes, he became the head coach of the Saints.
New Orleans, yep.
Number 9's a bit of a surprise. The Las Vegas Raiders.
Pete Carroll brings a lot of experience.
Do you know who his offensive coordinator is?
I don't.
Chip Kelly.
Wow.
Patrick Graham's the defensive
That
coordinator.
surprised me when I saw it. So his last stop was Ohio State? Where
Yes.
was Chip Kelly last? Ohio State is the OC.
He went from being the head coach at UCLA, right, to being the OC at Ohio State.
To now being with
the
Pete Carroll.
Commanders are all the way down at 13. Don't know if that surprises you. Jim Harbaugh.
It does.
And the Chargers are 14.
Wow.
And the Steelers with Mike Tomlin are 15. So I thought that those would be.
And Arthur Smith.
Yeah. Did you know that Marcus Stroman was still on the Yankees roster?
I did. They released him today.
Yeah. I had no idea that he was even there. One thing we haven't talked about in the world of baseball is that the Cubs will be hosting the 2027 All-Star Game.
Yes, unless there's a lockout.
Did you hear what I think the question was with Rob Manfred, what is your alternative plan or something like that? And his answer was
to get an agreement.
Yeah.
He's not talking about.
My contingency plan is to make an agreement with the players and play the 27th season.
I heard Carmen reference this. It's a very lawyery, like an attorney answer.
Did you see how Major League Baseball ranked the winners and losers of the trade deadline?
Well, I heard Ken Rosenthal say that the Red Sox were a big loser.
The Cubs were lumped in with the losers.
Okay.
Cubs were inactive. They added third baseman, utility man Willie Castro, and a couple of marginal pitchers in Soroka and Kittredge, but it was a surprisingly non-aggressive deadline for a team battling the Brewers for the NL Central title.
Padres and Phillies are winners.
Yeah.
I'm wondering how they're going to term the Twins in a sell-off. I would think that's a loser. Even though they could have gotten a lot of return, where do they have the Twins?
Big loser,
yeah.
Twins.
When you're
and
selling,
they basically said Minnesota Twins fans.
Yeah,
is basically what they said was their fans. So, finally, they kept it all sports for you. Charlie Woods. I follow Charlie Woods' career. Tiger's son, just to see kind of what his arc is. Finished tied for 9th at the Junior PGA. Shot a 74 closing round. So
big shoes to fill there,
without a doubt. But does that make me strange that I do follow? Not on a day-by-day basis, but I am interested in how Tiger's son, ultimately how he does on the golf course. All right, that's all I got for you. When we come back, a little something we like to call Florida or Ohio, so the nonsense will begin.
Waddle and Silvy on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Angels.
Coverage starts tonight at 8 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
White Sox fans looking for family fun that everyone can enjoy? Bring the whole crew to the ballpark with a family pack presented by ExxonMobil. Starting at just $19, each family member gets one ticket, hot dog, drink, chips, cookie, and a souvenir water bottle. Plus, every Sunday home game features family-friendly activities. Kids run the bases post-game and more with Family Sundays presented by Coca-Cola. Tickets starting at just $10, includes all fees. To get yours, visit whitesox.com/offers.
The Taste of Elmwood Park returns. It's August 7th to the 10th. Mayor Skip Saviano, what's your favorite part?
Where do I start? The live music, family fun, and sampling from over 20 of Elmwood Park's best restaurants. I love it all. How about you, Carm?
Gotta be the meatball eating contest.
Always a crowd favorite.
And I'm excited to be the honorary MC once again this year.
Join us at the Taste of Elmwood Park happening August 7th to the 10th.
Grab your family and friends for a weekend of amazing food, live entertainment, and a true Taste of Elmwood Park.
Parent Petroleum, its customers, and the Parent Petroleum Foundation work together to support local charities in an effort to give back to the community. During their annual Pumpathon event, with every gallon of gas purchased in the months of July and August, fuel retailers donate a portion of their sales to 4 great charities: Folds of Honor, Living Well Cancer Resource Center, Casa Kane County, and Cal's Angels. Be on the lookout for Pumpathon signage at a participating gas station near you. Learn more at parentpetroleum.com.
$4.5 million. The Veroliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Veroliak Law Group recovered $4.5 million for a client who was injured in a truck accident. If you're injured, make sure to call the Veroliak Law Group.
Are you looking for a career in the beauty industry? Triton College can help you get there. Triton's new cosmetology certificate offers hands-on training in a real salon, expert instructors, and 8-week courses. Enroll today at triton.edu/cosmetology.
A Progressive Home and Auto Bundle can protect you round the clock, but we can't protect you from those painful moments in sports.
Oh, I can't believe we blew a 5-touchdown lead.
Sure, but you got to feel like they were going to win for almost the entire game.
But I was about to buy playoff tickets.
So you were prepared for a good time. That's pretty nice.
It's the worst loss any team has ever had.
And you got to witness history.
Okay, we're done here.
Well, at least your home and auto are protected with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
We expect our information in real time. US Med carries continuous glucose monitors, which provide real-time readings of blood glucose levels. US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 500 private insurers. So call 888-665-0696 today for a free insurance and Medicare benefits check as easy as... That's 888-665-0696.
With Robinhood, not only can you trade individual stocks and ETFs, you can also seamlessly buy and sell crypto at low costs. Trade all in one place. Get started now on Robinhood. Trading crypto involves significant risk. Crypto trading is offered through an account with Robinhood Crypto LLC. Robinhood Crypto is licensed to engage in virtual currency business activity by the New York State Department of Financial Services. Crypto held through Robinhood Crypto is not FDIC insured or SIPC protected. Investing involves risk, including loss of principal. Securities trading is offered through an account with Robinhood Financial LLC, member SIPC, a registered broker-dealer.
Evan Cohen here. Whether you're locking in your home run picks or riding with your favorite golfers this summer, ESPN Bet is your sports book for all the action. Go from checking stats on your favorite teams and players to placing bets in just a few taps. Plus, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Hard work beats talent when talent doesn't work hard. That's why when it comes to hard work, nothing works harder than a Chevy Silverado. Check out the full line of Silverados at ChevyDriveChicago.com. Chevy Silverado, official truck partner of the Chicago Bears.
Waddle and Silvy are back. Follow the show on Twitter at Waddle and Silvy and at TWaddle87. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Get ready to play the game that's sweeping the nation. Public drunkenness, exotic animals, dumb criminals, random stabbings, or maybe just some good old-fashioned debauchery. Everything's on the table. It's the Sunshine State versus the Buckeye State as we play Florida or Ohio. And as always, listeners, feel free to play along at home.
Everybody loves Florida or Ohio, and
Do
it's
they?
always everybody.
Everyone does?
Everybody loves it.
Yeah.
Everybody.
All right, good.
Universal Lighting brings you Florida or Ohio. Upgrade your building's lighting to energy-saving LEDs. Go to ulasaves.com. What do you got, Tyler?
Woman caught trying to carry turtles through airport security in her bra.
Okay, I know what you're doing here.
We have a lot of these stories about people that try to smuggle animals in their clothing through the airports.
And then, like, with the turtles, you would naturally think Florida. Like, that's the obvious answer. And I think he's trying to throw us off here.
Can I ask an obvious question?
He's looking to do the double thing where we're thinking long and then we start saying Cleveland, but it really is Florida.
Read it to me again, Tyler.
Woman caught trying to carry turtles through airport security in her bra.
Any chance these were snapper turtles?
TSA did not identify the breed of turtle.
Okay.
But they were.
That was good, Waddle.
They were in a bra.
Yeah. I'm just asking what kind of turtles. Is there any
Snapper
chance they
turtles
were
are pretty
snapper
big.
turtles?
I do have sad news to report. One turtle did die in the incident.
Oh man.
The agency
Smothered.
said the surviving turtle.
How rough were they?
You're
kill a turtle in a TSA check.
You're smuggling a snapper in your pants.
I don't know. That may be more dangerous than smuggling a snapper in your bra, your brassiere.
Got something to hang on to down there.
Excuse me?
Got something to hang on to.
I'm going to go with my first gut, and my first gut was...
You think that this is not a...
Yes, this is not Florida. This is someone from an exotic pet store.
Oh, you know, there's a lot of good zoos in Cincinnati.
I'll go Cincinnati, Waddle. This is in the... but now, wait a minute, because the airport's not in Cincinnati. It's in Kentucky.
That's true.
So it can't
That's
be
a good
Cincinnati.
point. Yes.
So
good detective work there.
I'm therefore going to go Columbus, Ohio.
The Columbus Zoo is also a very well-known zoo. I'll go with Ohio as well. I'm going to follow your lead.
Is that where Harambe was?
Cincinnati.
Is that the gorilla?
Cincinnati Zoo.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wasn't there a kid that fell into the exhibit?
Yeah.
That's
I'm
why.
going to say Naples. Naples, Florida.
Naples? There's not a zoo in Naples.
No, nor is there an
There's
airport.
turtles in
It's Fort
Florida.
Myers. They fly to Fort Myers.
All right, yeah, Fort Myers. Fort Myers, Florida.
It took place.
Does Jake want to give
Or
it a
Jake
guess?
can play.
Oh, hey, what's
Jake?
up, guys?
Come on, Jake, play.
I'll go Orlando.
Okay.
It took place at the Miami airport.
Damn you.
Take long,
Did
take
you
wrong.
know that we would sort of question that because then you got us with the double move?
So I had two stories, and I think both of them are kind of you could have fallen
What
for
was
that
the
trap.
other one?
You want the other one? The other
Yeah.
one was actually written by one of my Cubs season ticket buddies.
What?
Yeah. He works
What do you
for.
mean?
What do you mean written by him?
Is he a writer?
He's a news reporter in Orlando.
Oh.
So this is Florida.
Yeah. Man arrested after beating up golfer over slow play.
Oh, we've seen a lot of that lately.
Yeah, there was the one in
that was
Canada.
There was a hockey
fight,
player.
Yeah.
Could be anywhere.
That was when I was gone. Can I say this? I forgot to bring this up. While I was in Italy, the best thing I saw
Was the fight.
on social media was the golf course fight.
Jesus. Like you're watching fights on the internet even when you're in
You
Italy.
know I'm a voyeur. I'm still opening Instagram, and on my Instagram feed, you know the analytics and the logarithm. It's going to Fight Club.
So by the way, Tyler, so your buddy do you live with him now?
No, he lives in Orlando.
Well, that's what I was going to say. Like I thought you said it was one of your buddies
It
that
is.
you live
It's-
with.
No, it's one of the guys that I have Cubs tickets with.
Oh, Cubs tickets.
Yeah.
That's right.
Uh-huh.
But he lives in Orlando.
Lives
Okay,
in
I was going to
Orlando.
say, if he's writing for an Orlando newspaper but living in Chicago, that kind of makes sense in 2025. I'm not going to lie.
Work from home.
Yeah. All right. That's all I got.
All right, good stuff. Florida or Ohio, again, brought to you by Universal Lighting. Coming up next, we've got to do what to watch for. We have not done what to watch for. We'll recap some of the big things that went on today in the world of sports. Got a half hour left.
And I believe, don't we talk with Bleck Abdalla today?
Oh!
Yeah, we got a little Bleck Abdalla time.
Boy, oh boy. We were robbed
That's
of that.
a treat.
We were supposed to do that, I believe, on Wednesday, right?
I think so.
When we were supposed to come out of the White Sox and then crosstalk with them, but then it got flipped on us with the rain delay. All right, coming up, so we'll crosstalk with Bleck Abdalla, what to watch for, all this fun. We're at Twin Peaks in Algonquin. Come on out. It's a beautiful day.
You're listening to Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. Win a suite for a Sox game. IKEA is giving you the chance to win a fully catered suite night for an upcoming White Sox game. Visit IKEA Schaumburg or IKEA Bolingbrook and scan the QR code in store to register. And on August 8th, the final day of the contest, you can register and enjoy IKEA's annual summer barbecue. Enjoy American backyard favorites and some Swedish flair. Win a Southside Suite Night. Get full details at ESPNChicagoContest.com.
All right, guys, we know it's summer, but unfortunately the cold and windy winter is right around the corner. So before we get to fall, before we get to the bad weather, make sure that your windows aren't leaky, they're not drafty. Even here in the summer, it could ruin your energy bills with the air conditioner. Are they foggy? It could be because the seals are broken. Call my guys over at Window Nation, 866-90-NATION. 866-90-NATION, or go to windownation.com. Right now, you have 0 down, 0 payment, 0 interest for 2 full years. Plus, you get 50% off all window styles. These guys are the best. You're going to get the free in-home estimate from my guy, Alan Favada, their sales manager. He's going to educate you on the process because they know what they're doing. It's a family-owned business that has built it from the ground up. So hurry, 50% off all window sales ends soon. Schedule that estimate right now at windownation.com or call them at 866-90-NATION and let them know that Silvy sent you.
Howard, my head is on a swivel at crosswalks these days.
Oh, yeah, cars everywhere.
I had a buddy on a bike get clipped by a Jeep who took off.
What do?
Well, it's important to seek immediate medical attention, take pictures, and gather witness names and numbers. Aiken Law can also help obtain video footage, police reports, and work with insurance companies or anything else necessary.
And that's why I have 3126 million saved in my phone.
Howard is our lawyer on the Kap J Hood Show, weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN Chicago.
The cheers, the smiles, the high fives, they make every race worth running or swimming. This Thursday is Chicago Ducky Derby Day, so stop by and say hi to Kap J Hood as they broadcast live from Pioneer Court. Then stick around for the big splashdown at 1 p.m. when tens of thousands of rubber ducks will race down the Chicago River, all to support Special Olympics Illinois. Help fuel the dreams of these amazing athletes and maybe win big while you're at it. Adopt your duck today at ChicagoDuckyDerby.com.
Are you confident your retirement game plan is as strong as steel? Hey, it's Jurko from Mitch Lyons Wealth. MitchLyonsWealth.com is full of tools for you to access at no cost to make sure you're positioned to win retirement. Go to MitchLyonsWealth.com today and get a free copy of Mitch's book or his retirement documentary. You can set a no-obligation 10-minute call with Mitch and his team to see if strategies they are utilizing might improve your retirement. That's MitchLyonsWealth.com, your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
A SoFi personal loan is here to help you achieve something once thought impossible, overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Walk the tightrope of your finances with one low, fixed-rate monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. That's right. Pull off your own debt-defying stunt with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/trick to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank, N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891.
Whether you're building a single roof or a successful roofing business, roofing contractors like you need the right tools for the job, and software is no exception. Service Titan is on a mission to be the most powerful software platform for the trades, with purpose-built technology proven to maximize revenue, streamline operations, and deliver 5-star customer experiences. We are taking roofing companies like yours to the next level and beyond. Service Titan, we are built for this. See what we can do for roofers at ServiceTitan.com.
Hey, this is Chauncey. For 25 years, I've been your host of Chauncey's Great Outdoors. Clever name, huh? I came up with it, and I stand by it. Chauncey's Great Outdoors, Saturday morning from 6 to 7 on ESPN Chicago.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago. This is the home for every Bears game. ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy. WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago. A good Karma Brands radio station.
The great players and things like that want to be coached. I want to be coached. I want to be coached hard because it also adds a sense of accountability for me, but also for everybody else, that nobody's bigger than anybody on this team. That 53, man roster is, everybody's just as important. So that's huge, and that's really important. And, we got to keep going. Ben has set the standard in OTAs, and obviously, we have to uphold it as players. We know what it is. We know what we have to do. We know how we have to go out there and execute.
That was Caleb Williams from our conversation yesterday. You can grab that if you missed it on YouTube, youtube.com/@WaddleandSilvy. It's been really getting a lot of play. Really good stuff. The coaching, the pressure, talking about Ben Johnson and teaching him during a practice about having plays ready when the speaker goes out in his headset. Did you see today Get Up at all?
I did not, no.
It got played on Get Up.
What did?
That
clip?
The clip about pressure.
Oh, okay.
And then they had the debate about pressure.
What did they say?
Well, and the great part of the whole thing is I got to give a shout-out because you know me, I'm a huge get-up guy. Greeny was out, and filling in for Greeny hosting the show today was Courtney Cronin.
Oh, great.
Now, I knew she was flying to Bristol to be on Get Up. I thought she was going to be a panelist like they've had.
No, she's done a lot more hosting work.
And I told Courtney this, and we're obviously biased because we love Courtney, but this is not out of bias. I have watched many, many people come in and try to fill in for Greeny.
Not easy.
And it's really hard. That's a really hard show to do, get everyone involved, knowing what to do. Courtney could not have been more relaxed, more natural. Yeah. And I said out of all the years that I've watched this show in its inception that she was the best fill-in host for Greeny that I'd ever seen.
Yeah.
And so she gave – what's that?
By the way, happy birthday to Courtney.
Oh, today's her birthday?
Indeed it is.
Wow, happy birthday.
Wow, to host Get Up on your birthday. I hope she is enjoying the birthday.
Silvy celebrates his birthday by just watching Get Up.
That's right. She
got to host it.
Yes.
She does great work.
Hey,
she's
Greeny.
hosting, you know what? She hosts NFL Live some now, too.
Yeah. But, I've never seen her host Get Up. And it was – and she said as she introduced the bite of Caleb, and, again, you can get it on our YouTube, the whole conversation, if you missed it, youtube.com/@WaddleandSilvy. She
said this came to be on the Silvy and Silvy show.
Yeah,
that's what
right.
you heard, right?
No, she said, these are my guys, Waddle and
really?
Silvy. Yeah, she gave us love, and it was fantastic. And then they had a good discussion about, I thought Graziano, who was at Eagles camp, said it best. What is he going to say?
Right.
If he is feeling pressure, you don't want to hear your quarterback say, yes, I'm feeling pressure. His point was that you can't feel the pressure. And Mike T was, I think it was Mike T who kept saying, no, but he is under the most pressure, whether he wants to admit it or not.
Yeah.
But then that's what Graziano said. He's not going to say that,
no.
and you can't live in that world either.
Well, I think one of the things Caleb said in response to the question, is there's some truth to it. Like, he came into the league having probably made millions of dollars. How many millions, I don't know, but several $1 million. By the way, our training camp coverage is brought to you by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Chevy dealers. So there is less pressure on guys when they come in. He doesn't have to worry about where his next meal's coming from. But I do believe that he sets standards for himself.
Yes.
And he has expectations for himself. And I don't know anybody who is, in a competitive environment who doesn't feel pressure, maybe the wrong word, or feel the need to reach the standards that he has set for himself.
Right. be the first great Bears quarterback for his future payday to solidify that he was the best quarterback overall when a few of them outplayed him last year.
Yeah, I mean, your interpretation of pressure may differ. Look, Jaden Daniels played exceptionally well. He was drafted second. I personally believe that puts pressure on Caleb. It's not pressure that he can't handle. He can handle it. I think he's very mature. He's very polished. He's very good when talking about all of these different issues. But this is a multi-billion-dollar industry. It's the most popular sport in the United States. There are a lot of eyeballs on him.
Yeah.
So, I mean, how he perceives pressure, how he deals with said pressure is, that's up to him. I think from the outside looking in, externally, it feels like to me that there is significant pressure on him to be good, and I think he'll rise to the occasion.
By the way, in other news today, the Cubs won 1-0 coming out of the trade deadline, coming out of an off day. It was a 2-hour game. By the way, I did look, too. Remember, Tyler said it's the second fastest game at Wrigley. Then he gave a 2001, or you gave the 2001 game. One of the games that I was thinking of, Greg Maddux shut out the Cubs in 76 pitches.
Wow.
A complete game shutout. That was one of the fastest games that I had ever been at as a reporter, and Mulholland was going against him. He had 2 games against the Cubs where one game he had a complete game of 76 pitches, and another game he had 78 pitches. And I think he threw the 76 pitches, he threw only 13 balls. All of them else were all the other pitches were strikes.
Because he knew the Cubs' offense wasn't very good.
Exactly.
And he was just going to throw strikes.
And the strike zone, remember, in those days, too, they would give him the world. Yeah. So the Cubs win 1-0. Great outing today by the entire staff and Kate Horton, who went 5 innings of shutout baseball. But Kittredge came in and did well. He struck out a couple in his first appearance for the Cubs. So they beat Baltimore 1-0 today. And the White Sox play later in Anaheim.
Kate Horton only gave up 2 hits in his outing. He had 3 walks and 3 strikeouts. But as Tyler said earlier, nobody since, what is it, Tyler? Since June 1st has had more 5-inning outings. At least pitched 5 innings and been fantastic.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, 5 innings of shutout ball. Yeah.
That's great. And the other bit of news today was Micah Parsons, a lengthy statement saying that he no longer wants to be with the Cowboys. The problem is you've got to play this season to seek free agency.
Yes.
I don't think the Cowboys are going to cave and trade him. Maybe they would. But I would bet on that they won't. And even if he does play this year, they could still franchise him for 2 more years.
Yes.
And remember, they franchised Dak for one of those years.
Yes. My guess is like they normally do, they'll bitch and moan, they'll do stupid stuff, and at the end of the day, they will finally cave and they will sign him, and he will become the highest-paid defensive player in the National Football League. And the number will be significantly higher than it would have been had they decided to sign him earlier. That's how they do business.
That's exactly how they do.
They follow the Cincinnati Bengals playbook.
All right, you want to get to what to watch for?
Sure.
Let's do it.
Waddle and Silvy get you set for your weekend viewing with What to Watch For.
That's right. What to Watch For is brought to you by Connie's Frozen Pizza. Get to know the true Chicago style with Connie's Frozen Pizza. Born right here in Chicago. Enjoyed everywhere. Stop on your way home at the grocery store. You don't want to cook. Just enjoy it the night and enjoy some Connie's Frozen Pizza. Caller 10 right now wins pizza from Connie's. 312-332-3776. What are you watching for?
I hope this is not something somebody's already mentioned. Has somebody mentioned the Built-in Birmingham, Brady and the Blues? This is on Prime Video. It's a docuseries that follows Birmingham City football through the 2024-25 season after it was purchased by Tom Brady and billionaire friend Tom Wagner. I actually saw some clips where, or at least some write-up about how I think Brady in this question, like Wayne Rooney is a very accomplished EPL player. Like he is now the coach of the team, and I think Brady accused him of not working hard.
Oh, really?
So I think, yeah. So anything Tom Brady related is usually pretty good, but this follows him and his ownership of the Birmingham City Football Club, and it's something that I'm definitely going to tune into.
Yeah. Did you see Brady in Chicago yesterday?
I did not.
So Tom Brady went to, and one of my buddies, Brian Levin, and his son got to meet Tom Brady. He got picked by Michael Rubin to go up on stage at the card show with Tom Brady, and he got some cards. So he opened up one of these card shops in Wrigleyville.
Yeah.
And he was at the card show yesterday. I believe that happened in Rosemont. And then they were doing some stuff. Some Cubs were with him, PCA, Justin Steele, and some others. But, like, Tom Brady, isn't aura the hot word now? Like, everyone's talking about aura.
He's got aura.
It's always been, like
he's always had aura.
Wherever that guy goes, and I've never I met him from afar when I asked him a question at a Super Bowl, but that's not like meeting a guy that I asked a question to him while he was at the podium. I would love to meet Tom Brady. I know you have in an elevator.
Yeah, I met him coming off an elevator as he was coming downstairs to sign a football for me. And I've said he was majestic.
You should have signed something for him.
I don't think he was interested, Charlie. But he was majestic. Handsome, tall.
Were you blinded?
I was.
Yeah.
I think even more so. I think I was more taken aback than my wife was. I was standing there with my father-in-law, my wife, and me. And I think I was the one that had the least amount of composure.
I don't know when this is coming out for me, but this is something that Abdalla certainly is going to love, and we're going to crosstalk with him and Bleck shortly. Have you heard of Any Given Sunday coming out on Netflix? Not the movie. This is, I believe, a quarterback-esque like quarterback on Netflix. This is a behind-the-scenes of SEC football.
I have not heard about it.
So I think it's coming soon. I don't believe it is hit Netflix now, but it is in my coming soon folder in the emails that I get. And that there are other good things on Netflix right now, but I'm not currently watching a show. So I'm eagerly anticipating this because quarterback, as we mentioned, if you have not watched it, to me, it is the best NFL documentary, and it's way better than
still
Hard
haven't
Knocks.
finished it, but I've got to
Oh,
get to it.
so good.
Yeah.
So good. Charlie, what are you watching for?
Yeah, how about The Naked Gun coming back today?
Oh, is today the release day?
It was
Liam Neeson?
I didn't realize this. It was directed by one of the Lonely Island guys. So, like Andy Samberg and that whole crew. One of those guys, they did Popstar, which is another spoof. And so one of those guys directed it. I love The Naked Gun. I love Airplane more, but I still love The Naked Gun.
Wow,
and
so you like the old school movies.
Those movies are amazing.
Yeah.
I think they are so funny.
They
So
were ahead of their time with those spoofs.
Like all the jokes are still really funny to me today. So I've heard it's actually like pretty good too.
I've heard that too.
It's not just like some weird reboot.
And by the way, I heard that Happy Gilmore 2 was just horrible.
People either say it was horrible or that they laughed their ass off knowing that it was horrible.
Oh, okay.
Like everyone's going, like I think you just have to set your standard for it's going to be horrible.
It sounds like it's exactly what it was supposed to be, which is just kind of fan service for an hour and a half.
Yeah,
go ahead.
It set the record for most streamed movie on Netflix in the first weekend or first day. I can't remember exactly. It was like 47 million.
And you know what it did for me too is my kids have never seen Happy Gilmore, the original, and they don't watch movies. These kids these days, what they look at is they see how long something is. And they looked at the screen and they saw it was 2 hours long, and they're like,
nope,
2 hours?
Not for
I
me.
got to sit through something for 2 hours? They want to scroll like on the iPad and YouTube and things like that. They did sit and watch the first hour, and they laughed their ass off.
Did they?
They left their ass off.
It's got a 62% on Rotten Tomatoes. I don't know much about Rotten Tomatoes. How is that?
I mean, it's not good, but it's not terrible.
Fine, I think.
For Happy Gilmore 2?
Yes.
Not certified fresh, but
I bet you Grown Ups 2 has like a 19.
That sucks. That's a bad
To
idea.
double check what Grown Ups is. Grown Ups 2, at least. All right, Tyler, what do you got? What are you watching for?
I'm going to go to the sports wagon here. I'm going to watch that game that you guys were talking about with Len, the Bristol Motor Speedway game between the Braves and the Reds. 85,000 fans that they're going to have at this thing, and I don't think I've ever seen another sporting event outside of a a race at a racetrack. So I'm intrigued by what Major League Baseball is going to do with this thing.
Will they be racing while they're playing?
I guess we'll have to tune in and find out.
That would be fun. If you had a race going on
that would be confusing.
around the ballpark.
By the way, you asked me about Grown Ups 2. Rotten Tomatoes, 8%.
So you loved Grown Ups 2.
I liked it. I mean, it's not in my top 10 list. But
You may really like Happy Gilmore 2. Think about that.
I'll watch 61. it. I have not heard good things about it. But I find it hard to believe that a movie with Adam Sandler, Kevin James, David Spade, Chris Rock, and others only got an 8% on
it
Rotten
has.
Tomatoes.
Well,
and then
I think you'll like the first hour of it, and then
then it'll get
you'll be done.
Okay.
And then wrap us up, Jake. What are you watching for?
I'm going to go ahead and watch the Hall of Fame induction ceremonies tomorrow. Shout out to a local San Diegan, Eric Allen from Point Loma High School, right there in my hometown. Went to a bunch of his football camps as a kid. And we have he actually married into the family. So there's a lot of family friends going out to Canton, Ohio this weekend.
Who else is being inducted, guys, this weekend?
Jared Allen. Who else? Antonio Gates, San Diego.
Yep.
Is Calvin Johnson this year?
No, not Calvin Johnson. It's Sterling Sharp.
Sterling Sharp?
Those are the four.
That's Jurko's old teammate. All right, and it took a while for him to get in, didn't it?
Yes. Yes.
All right.
Should have been in a while ago.
Yeah. So coming up next, let's crosstalk with Bleck and Abdalla. We are live. Twin Peaks in Algonquin, who rolled out the red carpet for us. Come on out. It's brand new. Check them out in Algonquin, Twin Peaks. We'll crosstalk next.
You're in the middle of the Waddle and Silvy Show, ESPN Chicago.
Hey, this is Chris Bleck. Your day is incomplete without the Bleck and Abdalla Show. We put a bow on the ESPN Chicago day. We're supported by Yuengling, a legendary beer, now available in Chicago. So join us tonight at 6:30 on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
The United States has the worst rate of mothers dying in childbirth than any country in the developed world. While countries like the UK and France have seen a 20 to 30% decrease in deaths over the past decades, the number of mothers dying in the U.S. has almost tripled since 1987. That means in our country, more mothers die during childbirth than in places like Kazakhstan and Libya. To make matters worse, the CDC reports that 60% of these deaths were preventable. Considering the advancements in medicine, you'd think that deaths would have decreased. But NPR reports that hodgepodge protocols continually turn treatable complications into lethal killers. In addition, many doctors specializing in maternal fetal medicine are able to complete their training without ever stepping foot in a baby delivery unit. And finally, because you're relying on statements and records from doctors, nurses, and staff, many times the truth is camouflaged in complicated medical terminology. You need a law firm who has been uncovering the truth in medical negligence cases for almost 60 years. Call the Verdoliak Law Group at 844-4VLG-LAW.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
The Roar returns this week to Washington Park in Michigan City, Indiana. The X Insurance Great Lakes Grand Prix runs through Sunday, showcasing the world's fastest offshore motorboat racing. Events for the entire family all weekend long, including the block party, boat parade, flyovers, live music, and the Grand Prix Brew Fest. Check out the schedule and plan your visit at GreatLakesGrandPrix.com. Make the short drive and feel miles away in Michigan City, Indiana.
Thursday, we're taking the show on the road, live from Jurko's second home, a beautiful golf course.
It's true. Bolingbrook Golf Club is a beauty, Carm, and we're broadcasting live to kick off a huge weekend for Live Chicago. Some of the biggest names in golf, DeChambeau, Rahm, Koepka, and more. Up close, personal, and locked in.
We'll be there for the exclusive Pro-Am, then the real party kicks off all weekend long.
Tune in and then grab your tickets at livegolf.com. See golf like you've never seen it before.
The greatest stories aren't found in books or films or folk songs. The stories that truly bring us together are found in ESPN Fantasy Football. Stories of late-round love and first-round heartbreak. Tales of Hail Marys and Monday Night Miracles. Chronicles of punishments. Oh, the punishments. Friends growing closer than ever through the power of humiliation. It's all here. And while the football might be fantasy, the stories, very real. Download the ESPN Fantasy app, sign up, and write the story of your season.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play.
The Nissan No-Hitter is rolling on the White Sox Radio Network. Enter now at NissanNoHitter.com. If the Sox throw a no-hitter this season, you could win a brand new 2025 Nissan Rogue. Presented by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Nissan dealers.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Waddle and Silvy are back on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Twin Peaks here in Algonquin, and at all the Twin Peaks, they've got a great promotion going on through September 4th. I know you guys are planning your fantasy football drafts. I think a fantasy football draft is better when you're all in one place instead of doing it remotely. Make it a party, some good trash talk. And at Twin Peaks, to help entice you to get your crew here for the draft, you can reserve right now your draft party at all participating Twin Peaks locations, and you could score big. Here's what you get by simply doing your draft here at Twin Peaks. You get a draft kit loaded with everything you need to know, a $50 kickback card for the commissioner. So,
Nice.
like, the commissioner leads the way, and then you get that $50
It's a lot of work.
kickback
You deserve
card.
it.
But it's not like there's not something in it for everybody else. Everybody in the league will get $5 kickback cards for every league guest. So every league guest. Plus, you can sip on local specials and enter for a shot to win $1,000 in cash thanks to Molson Coors. So don't settle for basic. Draft right here at Twin Peaks. Let's bring in Bleck Abdalla right now. Crosstalk, the real thing, is brought to you by Steinhoffels with 7 Chicagoland locations, the newest one in Northwest Indiana and Maryville. Boys, what is up?
Happy Friday, guys.
Hello.
What's going on?
Yeah.
Long time.
Long time no talk.
Hey, how have you guys been?
Oh, we're okay.
Doing all
Just
right.
hanging out. You guys
Just
have had a
hanging
very, very good show today. We've been listening, hanging out, waiting for the show. You know, it's a good Friday in the summer in the city.
I took a walk around the city a little bit just to see the.
Really?
Well, yeah, I wanted to
because
see the,
it's Lala.
Lollapalooza, man.
I have my daughter, the last member of the Waddle family to ever go to Lollapalooza is this year.
Yeah, I was looking at the lineup and it's like, I don't know.
What about you next year?
I don't know any
Not a
of these.
chance. No chance.
There's no chance of you going to Lala?
No. I don't like crowds.
I don't blame you,
if,
man.
What if you spring for the VIP section?
No, it's getting in and out too.
Well, he gets the golf cart.
Like
You get a golf cart?
Yeah, if you're
VIP. If you get super VIP, you get a golf
What's
cart.
it cost?
Yeah.
How much does super VIP
Yeah,
cost?
there's like different levels of VIP.
Come on, you're Waddle. Someone could hook you up with that.
Okay,
Yeah.
right, sure.
You're Waddle. You
Yeah.
are Waddle.
That is a true statement.
You get in a golf cart and they throw stuff at you as they drive you to where you're going.
No, there's
right?
like this whole like back area.
Yeah, there's a whole
you don't
special
see,
area.
You don't see the commoners.
Yes. That's what
You
I
don't
want to
see-
get to. That's what
Yeah.
I want to be a part of.
I won't get a chance to see a shirtless Abdalla, Chris. I won't see that.
No, not in
It's-
the back area.
I will tell you this, Waddle. I live by this motto. Unless I am by a body of water, it is never too hot to take your shirt off. I do not pop the top.
We were debating about doing it on the golf course on
That
Sunday.
was different. That was a different.
Wait a minute.
That was
impressive.
Guys,
Yeah,
we're
that
at
was
Bolingbrook.
insane.
First of all, the course is beautiful.
Yeah, immaculate.
It's great for the live golfers. They're going to have a great time next week. We're out there. It was humid. It was hot. And at one point, Abdalla's contemplating taking the shirt off.
we
and
thought it'd be funny to go shirts
all right,
versus
we're gonna
skins.
do shirts and skins. Tyler's on my team. We're wearing shirts.
Was it too sweaty, your shirt? Is that why you wanted?
It was it was humid. It wasn't that hot. It was it was like 90% humidity.
It was
Was
the
Charlie
sweatiest
there with
golf
his
round.
football?
It was sweaty.
It was super sweaty. Yeah.
Have we talked about that though with Charlie?
Charlie with his football, taking his football.
Oh,
to the
yeah,
golf
yeah.
course?
Oh, yeah. Charlie's always ready for a game.
Oh, I heard a news story, too, about Charlie and the football.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
Please share.
He was in the living room near the bar cart of his own place, spun a football. He was practicing his football spins, and it broke a glass.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, broke a glass in the bar cart.
Broke a glass that his girlfriend really liked.
Oh, no.
Oh, she liked it?
Oh, no.
Oh.
I was like, I got a first down, and I spun the ball.
Oh,
and
like
then,
in celebration.
A touchdown, a first down.
In your apartment.
Act like you've been there before, Charlie.
Yeah,
I mean,
it was bad.
I think she needs to recognize game.
No celebrating after a first down. Do what Waddle did. Hand the football back.
Hand the ball to the
Yeah. Act like you've been there.
I'm normally pretty, and I told her like,
and then
normally-
clean the dishes.
I said I'm
Yeah,
normally pretty good at this, and she did not care that I was normally pretty good at it.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah, I could see that.
Sylvie, I heard you say that I would like. I think you were taking a shot because of what I said about not liking football shows. The SEC football show. Oh, okay. Chris and I
that
did.
was
Are
not
you
a
guys
shot.
aware of
No,
this? That Abdalla doesn't like football shows.
I don't like football shows.
I think I have heard. I have, and I wasn't thinking about that.
I heard that. Yeah,
I was
okay.
just thinking about no one loves SEC
the SEC.
football.
Yeah,
like,
I'm with you, Sylvia.
You and
I got it.
Feinbaum. You and Feinbaum love the SEC more than
Adam
me.
Feinbaum.
I would call myself the mouth of the Midwest. He's the mouth of the South. I'm the mouth of the Midwest.
Easy.
That was not a shot.
Yeah. Okay. But to your point, had it been, football started yesterday. There's no pretend football anymore. We're watching games.
Only
Were
real
you dialed
ball.
in last night?
Absolutely, I was dialed in. I had the
thought
Chargers
I
in the
was
first
gonna
half.
be
It was great.
Adam, but I like 3 plays is all I saw, and I kind of tapped out. I was like, I think I'm in for football right now.
You were
but I
talking a
wasn't.
big game about it too, Waddle.
I was.
You were saying like, "Oh, football is on." You guys don't watch the Hall of Fame game? What are you talking
Like
about?
it wasn't on
bailed.
the. I'm
I
lucky
bailed.
enough to have a 2 TV system in the house, and it wasn't on the main TV, but it was on, and I was watching.
We hated the Hall of Fame game last year when the Bears were in it.
I was in Vegas for that one, so I wasn't going to watch that one anyway.
I think there's some symbolism though with the Hall of Fame game that the season is here,
It's here.
and that's all.
Yes, back to football weekend. We're ready to go.
Yeah.
How about
It
next
reminds
week?
me of when pitchers and catchers report.
Yes.
And then you yawn. And, it's really cool because pitchers and catchers are reporting.
Then you're like, who the
but
hell
then
is
after
this
that,
guy?
You yawn. Yeah. And then it's same thing with this preseason. Like, we're like, yeah, the games are starting. And then we watch
Then we
preseason.
realize how much we hate
hate preseason football.
I got to watch Trey Lance for 3 hours.
All of us here talking
have
right
to.
now. Are you guys ready for next weekend? This is the last weekend of our summer. We got
I am.
we have preseason
Yeah.
football next Sunday.
Yeah.
Ready.
All right.
I am.
I love it.
I heard you guys say that, but we do get,
we
there
do.
are a couple of weekends before
Yeah.
the regular season.
Well, it helps that the opener is Monday.
Yeah.
So technically, that opening weekend of football, we actually get a full weekend. So that's nice.
Yes,
And
you are correct.
Is the second game the afternoon Detroit game? Or
No, it's
not afternoon Dallas
it's
game?
It's the third game, I believe.
That's the third game? Okay.
Yeah.
I was like, well, you get,
Yeah,
to,
it's
you
an
get a little
afternoon
sleep
game.
in that day.
Yeah.
Get to sleep in
And
a
by
little
the way,
bit if you
guys,
want
I don't
to.
know if you heard, but we are the home of the new Chicago Bears.
I heard that.
Yes.
I heard the new imaging.
Not
that
not
was
the
put
new
into
home.
system.
Yeah.
Not the
Yeah.
new home of
Yeah.
the Chicago Bears.
It's a
We
new
are the
team.
home of the new Chicago Bears.
Locked and loaded. I heard it. Yes, absolutely.
I'm not sure that has taken hold, but I'm going to stick
We
with
could
it.
keep- we could keep
I'm going to
saying
keep
it.
saying it.
Waddle,
do
enjoy
you guys-
enjoy your drive to Dallas, or where did the Cowboys practice?
Oxnard.
Are you talking about California?
Yeah, enjoy your drive to go get.
No, I'm
Micah.
driving. I'm driving down to Cincinnati to pick up.
I
Trey
don't want
Hendrickson.
that old man anymore. Micah's
The
available
cost
now.
is less. It's cost less.
What are you giving up for him, guys, really quick?
People are going to get mad at me, but it would take 2 first-round picks, and the Cowboys don't have a good tight end, and the
geez.
Bears have 2,
That's
and
what
one of
you're
them
doing?
costs $10 million.
They're not trading Cole.
No, I would
Just
give up
saying.
2 first-round picks, absolutely. 3 seems a little steep, but
Three's
it is
pricey.
Micah Parsons. I don't know. Got to talk about it.
Yeah, we'll talk
So
about it.
2 in Komet. Well, Chris, what's your offer?
I think 3 first-round picks. I think you have to consider it. I think you have to.
By the way, the Cowboys just signed their tight end to an extension.
Yeah, he wasn't.
Jake Ferguson.
Yeah,
right?
he sucked last year. He didn't have any touchdowns last year. He sucks.
Well, who was throwing him the ball?
That's not the point. At least, who was throwing Cole
Of course,
Kmet the
it's
ball?
part of, at the very least, it's part of the point.
Who was throwing Cole Kmet the ball? Nobody.
Caleb?
Sometimes. He forgot he was out there 90% of the time.
Well, you got a new coach this year, buddy.
And they drafted a tight end.
Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy, we're going to throw the ball to the tight end this year, buddy.
Hey, buddy, do you know
Jesse
Tom Waddle?
catching it now?
Jesse's always on my mind.
Jesse always catches it.
Yes.
Guys, coming up on the show tonight, we have to catch up on a full summer's worth of good questions. So later on in the show, before White Sox baseball, we will have all of the good questions from this summer.
Tell me I've made a charge. Tell me I've made a big summer
I think
charge.
you ran away with it this year.
I've been putting it together throughout the summer. I don't remember the exact tally of how it's going, but it's longer than some of the interviews we've done.
Listen, my brother over here wants to win one of these more than he wants to win a Hardle, and he wants to win a Hardle more than he wants his next breath.
Enters tonight in the lead.
So, yeah. You've
in
doubled
the lead,
up Waddle at this point.
Yes, you are.
Yes.
I'm in the lead?
Thank God.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, you are.
You may have an extra martini tonight.
I got to get back in the lab and make sure that I pad this lead starting next week.
Just book Jesse
I'm just
a few
saying,
times.
A lot of your good questions come from Big Cat. Little suspect. Just saying.
Wow.
Just saying. Just saying.
All right.
There's no Jesse Rogers fix here.
Hey, buddy.
I promise you.
That's a great question, buddy. I didn't ask you a question. Anyway, I knew it was going to be a question, and I think it's a great question.
Hey there, buddy.
All right, boys. Have a great show.
You
Have a
too.
good weekend.
Have a good weekend, guys.
Bleck and Abdalla back in the 6:30 slot. We've got White Sox baseball a little bit later tonight on the West Coast. Thank you to Charlie here at Twin Peaks, and thank you to everyone at Twin Peaks for rolling out the red carpet for us. We always appreciate the partnership with Twin Peaks, all the great fans who showed up today, too. Thank you. Back at the shop, Jake and Tyler. For Waddle, I'm Silvy. It's ESPN 1000. Have yourself a great weekend.
Waddle, he's gone.
Really excited.
That was a big thrill.
Hi, it's Andre Dawson, including myself, Ed Belfour.
There's a very low percentage of this that is smiles and glory holes.
Who's getting wild tonight? That's what I'm talking about, baby.
No high from you?
What?
No high from you?
I give him more buys than highs.
Waddle, waddle, waddle. Then he waddled away, waddle, waddle, till the very next day. Bum, 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 bum.
And thank you to all, and to all a good night.
I just want to say thank you all, and as always, everybody else. I love y'all.
Save big on everything you need when you shop at Menards. Spidey Electric smart home products make everyday living simply smarter. Stay connected to home while you're away with wireless outdoor security cameras. Control all your smart home products from anywhere using one easy-to-use app. View our entire selection of Spidey Electric smart home products today on Menards.com. Plus, check out our weekly flyer for other great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
Sox fans, join us at Rate Field on Saturday, August 9th for Bill Veeck Night, presented by the Village of Bedford Park, as the White Sox take on the Guardians at 6:10 p.m. The first 15,000 fans, 21 and over, will receive a 1972 Bill Veeck bobblehead. Be sure to stick around after the game for a post-game fireworks show. Don't miss your chance to celebrate a legendary figure in White Sox history and enjoy a full night of unexpected surprises. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/Veeck.
The Taste of Elmwood Park returns. It's August 7th to the 10th. Mayor Skip Saviano, what's your favorite part?
Where do I start? The live music, family fun, and sampling from over 20 of Elmwood Park's best restaurants. I love it all. How about you, Carm?
Gotta be the meatball eating contest.
Always a crowd favorite.
And I'm excited to be the honorary MC once again this year.
Join us at the Taste of Elmwood Park happening August 7th to the 10th.
Grab your family and friends for a weekend of amazing food, live entertainment, and a true Taste of Elmwood Park.
Hey Chicago, your local IKEA stores know that summer is short, so make the most of it. Visit your local IKEA Schaumburg or IKEA Bolingbrook stores between now and August 8th for your chance to win a fully catered suite night for your family and friends at an upcoming White Sox game. Just scan the QR code in the store. And Friday, August 8th, it's IKEA's annual summer barbecue from 4 to 7 p.m. Enjoy a delicious buffet of American backyard favorites with some Swedish flair. So stop by your local IKEA today to enter to win, and then join the barbecue fun on August 8th.
Looking for a smarter way to grow your savings? Wintrust Community Banks has you covered with 4.20% annual percentage yield on our 7-month CD special. This limited time offer won't last forever. Stop by your local Wintrust Community Bank or visit wintrust.com/radio25. APY assumes funds remain on deposit until maturity. Minimum daily balance of 1 cent required to obtain APY. Offer subject to change at any time and without notice. Additional terms and conditions apply. Details at wintrust.com/radiocd. Member FDIC.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-606-8737. 800-606-8737. 800-606-8737.
Beat the heat with any size True Oasis fountain drink for 89 cents with True Rewards at True North Convenience Stores. True Rewards members can pick their favorite Pepsi fountain drink and pay only 89 cents. Find the app in your favorite app store to sign up and save instantly.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitter at ESPN 1000. This is Bleck Abdalla on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Welcome in to Bleck and Abdalla on a Friday night. Summer in the city. All calls welcome. Friday night calls. Bleck and Abdalla. It's brought to you by Yuengling. We haven't had a Friday night show in months. It feels like, what, May was the last time we had a Friday night show?
It was only a few months ago that you were saying, well, we don't have a Friday night show until August 1st, so enjoy Good Question, because we'll have to do it again in 3 months.
Yeah, here we are. So tonight, if you want to hear a good question and catch up on the summer's worth of good questions, I recommend sticking with the program until at least around 7:45.
Yeah, like an hour.
We'll roll all the good questions from this summer, catch you up to speed on that, our silly game that we play here on the show. This is what, the 6th or the 7th year we've played this game?
Yeah, something.
No, Waddle has a 5-peat.
Waddle has a 5-peat and Hood won the first one.
So this is the 7th year that we've played Good Question here on the show, Bleck and Abdalla on ESPN 1000. If you want to join the conversation, you can call us at 312-332-3776. The Cubs won today, 1-0 over the Orioles. They're now 64-45 on the season. Half game behind the Brewers, who are playing the Nationals right now. That's an Apple TV game tonight. And we have White Sox baseball coming up at 8. Pregame show with Jeff Meller tonight. The White Sox are in Anaheim to face off against the Angels. 8:38 first pitch for the White Sox and Angels tonight. You can listen to the game right here on ESPN 1000. Before that point, we have a good question. We have a great song of the night. All-time great song of the night tonight at the end of the show. And we have a lot to get to. And let's start with this. The Bears were off today. It was an off day for training camp. Tomorrow they have an 8:30 practice. And on Sunday, their practice is at 11:30 for Fan Fest at Soldier Field. So a busy weekend this weekend for the Chicago Bears. Other news taking place in the NFL today is Micah Parsons, defensive edge rusher for the Dallas Cowboys, has requested a trade from the Dallas Cowboys. And I think when we look at Parsons, there's a lot that goes into this story. Obviously, he is one of the best defensive players in all of football. He needs a new deal. I believe he is set for this season, if they pick up his fifth-year option, to make like $24 million for this next season. Mm-hmm. But he needs to get paid like the best player on the defensive side in all of the NFL. So he wants a new contract.
Yeah.
That's not the way to go, is by just picking up that fifth-year option and only paying him for the 1 year. He needs a new deal. And what I think is interesting, the way this is handled, is Micah Parsons released his own statement today after the news broke that he would be requesting a trade. And I think what he described as the way that this has gone down is the concerning part for Cowboys fans and for those who support that team. And then also, if you're a Bears fan, you look at the situation, you wonder, is this the type of player that maybe Ryan Poles can make a deal for and bring Micah Parsons in to the Chicago Bears?
Well, first of all, Jerry Jones handles these negotiations in the worst way possible. Like, I know he's a multi-millionaire. I don't know if he's technically a billionaire. He's got a lot of money. And I don't know if he handles his other negotiations this way, but to air out your prospective free agents, the players that you have on your roster that you're trying to extend, all this kind of stuff by saying, well, we have to factor in that they were injured last year. Dude, he's the best he's one of the best edge rushers in football.
You could argue he's the best non-quarterback player in the entire league.
Absolutely. So besides that, he's done this before. You've got CeeDee Lamb, going on Instagram and on Twitter talking about how, good for him and just pay him, there's no need for the extracurriculars is what he said. You've got former Cowboys saying, supporting Micah Parsons and saying, good for you. We should have done this too when we were, free agents or potential free agents with the Cowboys. If I'm Ryan Poles, I'm blowing up Stephen Jones's phone. I'm just calling it. And every time he says no, I'm calling it with a different offer. Whether it's I think 3 first-round picks is a lot. Because here's what you have to account for. If you're going to offer 3 first-round picks, you absolutely have to know that Caleb's the guy. Because if Caleb's not the guy, you're not going to be in a position to get a decent quarterback. You're going to be, I'm not saying that, being the Steelers is bad, but the Steelers haven't been able to get a good quarterback because they've been mid the entire time.
I see your point.
Do you know what I'm saying? You're not going to be bad enough to get a good quarterback in the top of the draft, but you're not going to be good enough to make the playoffs and that kind of stuff. So you add right now, however many weeks that Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams have been working together, Ryan Poles has to look Ben Johnson in the face and say, are you sure this is the guy moving forward? Because if he is, then okay, you can give up 3 first-round picks because those are very valuable. If you're not sure, that's when you start to look at what the Bears gave up for Khalil Mack when they traded for him a while ago. When Khalil Mack was 27 years old, they traded 2 first-round picks, a third-round pick, and a 6th-round pick. They got back a 2nd-round pick and a conditional 5th. It turned into basically Khalil Mack and Cole Kmet is what you got from the Chargers or from Oakland at the time, right? And so if you want to, work around that and say, hey, we'll give you 2 firsts and a 2nd or 2 firsts and a 3rd, and because ideally you're giving them picks that are going to be in the 20s, right? So I would, if they are convinced that Caleb is the guy and going to be the next Bears franchise quarterback, and you're going to pick up his 5th-year option and you're going to extend him and he's going to be here for the next decade plus, then fine. You make the move and you say, okay, we'll bite the bullet. We'll give you 3 first-round picks. Other than that, I'm giving up 2 first-round picks and a slew of other picks. That's fine because as a 26-year-old, you said it, the best non-quarterback in the NFL, I think he's absolutely worth it.
Okay, statement and a question for you. The statement would be, if the Bears were able to offer up what they offered the Raiders for Khalil Mack, so the 2 firsts, a 3rd, and a 6th, I think that's a no-brainer. If you were able to get Micah Parsons for 2 firsts, a 3rd, and a 6th, an absolute no-brainer, and it would turn the Bears this season into a title contender.
Oh, yeah.
And I think that's what the benefit of making a move like that would be you immediately go from a team hoping to make the playoffs to a team trying to win a championship.
Yeah.
So I think that's a no-brainer. My question for you would be, you mentioned Caleb Williams and you mentioned with Ryan Poles and Ben Johnson and just the development of Caleb Williams. For you specifically, how do I want to word this? How worried are you that he is not the guy? How concerned are you that he's not the guy?
Well, to make a move like this, you have to be 80% sure, I would say. Because, okay, I'll go back to the Khalil Mack trade.
Go back to that team. I think we already know he's better than Trubisky.
Okay, that was going to be my point. Because when
Caleb Williams already is better than Mitchell Trubisky.
Are we
all on the same page with that?
When we were talking about this trade, when it happened, we said, okay, now you've got a window. You're in this Khalil Mack window.
Correct.
Where you have X amount of time while he's in his prime, and Trubisky better be the guy. Because if he's not the guy, then you're going to get into all these problems where you have to decide whether or not you have to pay him because you're not going to be able to afford other positions because you just made Khalil Mack the highest paid defensive player in the NFL and all this stuff. And that's exactly how it played out. Trubisky wasn't the guy, and they ended up having to move on from Khalil Mack and tear it all down and rebuild again. And that's how the Bears got back into this situation where they got Justin Fields. That didn't work. You end up making the deal with the Panthers. You end up with Caleb Williams. And now we're sitting here thinking about the same situation where the Khalil Mack thing was kind of out of the blue. Where, you woke up that one morning. It was on a weekend, I believe, because I remember Cap was in the shower because he posted that shower video.
Oh, was he at your house?
No, that's how I'm always going to remember the Khalil Mack trade. Because
wait, why are you?
Because
why did you know that Cap's in the shower?
Because Cap, the first thing
Does
when
he
I was
tell you on the weekend, like,
no.
hey, Adam, he calls you up. Hey, buddy, I'm getting in the shower.
The first thing I saw when going through Twitter, scrolling about it, was Cap's shower video. Because he was in the shower, and that was the talk of the station.
He had
how he
suds
just
all over his head. I know, the whole thing.
Okay,
yes.
so you have
screaming pure joy in the shower for Khalil Mack.
Because if you make this deal, once again, just like Khalil Mack, you've got to make Micah Parsons the highest paid non-quarterback in the NFL, and then you've got a window where you've got to win before you pay Caleb Williams.
But technically, once you pay Caleb Williams, because if you are paying him, he is the guy, and therefore your window then is open for his entire career.
But you have to make more decisions, right? Like, you've got to make more cost-cutting decisions at that point where you don't have the luxury of having, all these guys that are highly paid at the same time, which is what we see the problem with the Cowboys, the problem with the Bengals, the problem with a bunch of teams that are debating, hey, is it worth it to pay this guy? Because we've already handed out. We've already paid Dak. We've paid CeeDee Lamb. We've stupidly paid Ezekiel Elliott. Like, there's all these other moves that they've done that have led to the fact that they might not be able to pay Micah Parsons right now, and now he wants out. And you can pounce right now, but if you give up 3 first-round picks, you got to know that Caleb is the guy.
We go to Lewis and Lyle. You're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Lewis?
Hey, afternoon, guys. Great show. Great start. So, look, I kind of agree with you, Abdalla. Like, if we're going to do this, I would love to have Micah Parsons. Unfortunately, I've read this story before of a second-year quarterback that we drafted really high that we supposedly believed in and then traded the farm for an edge rusher that then set us back when it turned out he wasn't it. There has to be someone give Ryan Poles a proceed with caution sign before he actually goes through with this deal. Otherwise, we are in trouble. Big trouble.
Yeah, and that's fair advice. Thanks, Lewis. Appreciate the phone call. Yeah, I do think, like, that's why it's got to be at your price, obviously. Now, the Cowboys don't have to do anything. They can just say, well, if you don't play this season, you're now screwing yourself out of getting the free agency in a year.
Counts
you
again.
just are our property for the next year plus because you didn't play and accrue any time in the NFL. So, like, the Cowboys don't necessarily have to do anything. With that said, if you want to win and you're a Dallas Cowboy team member and you're a fan, you want Micah Parsons out there.
Absolutely.
I saw this from Bill Barnwell from earlier. It's only a tweet, so don't worry. I'm not going to read you 6,000 words that he posts on ESPN.com. This is
from log on the fire.
This is from Barnwell 2 hours ago on Twitter. Over the last 4 years, the Cowboys are the league's best defense with Micah Parsons on the field by EPA per play across 1,039 plays sample. They're the league's second worst defense over that same stretch by EPA per play when Parsons isn't on the field. So over 1,000 plays sample size, when Micah Parsons is on the field for the Cowboys, they have the best defense in the league. When he's not on the field, they have the second worst defense in the league.
I want to go back to something you said.
That screams to me, as a Bears fan, like that's the type of player you move that many picks for to go land, because then you elevate the defense even more.
I want to go back to something you said, where you said that this instantly makes them a championship contender, right? Like not making the playoffs. Like you're trying to win the division. You're trying to make a run.
You're trying to get to a Super Bowl.
Okay. Just yesterday and this morning, and Lewis and Lyle reminded me of this. Fans were going after Jed Hoyer for not being aggressive enough. We know that Ryan Poles likes to be aggressive. Don't you want this kind of aggressiveness when you can get a player like this that can be like, and I get it for Trey Hendrickson. He's going to be 30. Like, that's fine. If you don't want to give up that much, because this is a 26-year-old best player in the NFL that you could get now that would make you a championship contender. You have to be aggressive just because, like, if I don't
Doesn't
like
this move feel more like Kyle Tucker being available than a move that you make at the deadline?
Well,
and
yeah,
that's where that's
my point, is that this is like going out and saying, okay, we've got pieces that we think we can be a wild card team. Like the Cubs have enough pieces that they think they can win the division and get into the dance, right? Do they have enough to win the World Series? I would say that 75% of Cubs fans would say no right now. Same with Bears fans. Right now, I would think that maybe it's 50-50, that they have enough to get a wild card spot and get into the dance. If you had Micah Parsons, that goes up to, you can not only make the playoffs, you can make a run in the playoffs. So this is one situation where I would say, Ryan Poles, pick up the phone, don't put it down, send texts and tweets, emails, faxes, whatever you got to do to get a hold of Stephen Jones and try to get Micah Parsons here.
Bears fans, what do you think? Should the Bears call the Cowboys and try and make a trade for Micah Parsons? We'll take your calls next.
This is Chicago's home for sports on FM 100.3 HD2, the ESPN Chicago app, and ESPN 1000. This is Bleck and Abdalla on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
The ESPN Chicago Vegas vacation. Come with us and we need the full ESPN Chicago team to Las Vegas for a packed football weekend. True Fan Travel and ESPN Chicago have teamed up for this once-in-a-lifetime trip. Round-trip airfare, a 3-night stay at Mandalay Bay, entry to special ESPN Chicago live broadcasts, an all-inclusive tailgate, and tickets to the Bears-Raiders game. Go to TrueFanTravel.com. Limited travel packages remain, so log on now. TrueFanTravel.com for the ESPN Chicago Vegas vacation, September 26th through 29th. The ESPN Chicago Vegas vacation.
3 games left. Just 3 games to settle the entire LIV Golf season, and it begins at Bolingbrook, August 8th through the 10th, where 54 of the world's best players will come out swinging for glory. DeChambeau, Rahm, Koepka, and more. Up close, personal, and locked in, with special guests Good Charlotte providing the soundtrack. Ready to see things get clutch? Get tickets now at livegolf.com. That's LIV golf.com.
Do you ever scream at your screen when your 5G internet freezes? It's the worst. So why not switch to Astound? Wi-Fi that just works. With Astound Wi-Fi, you'll rage less, buffer less, and live more. Lock in gig speed Wi-Fi for just $35 a month, guaranteed for 3 years. Plus, get up to a $200 Amazon gift card. Astound Wi-Fi, it just works. Visit astound.com today.
Hey guys, it's Silvy for Window Nation. It's the end of the summer here in Chicago, but blink and you'll be back to dealing with cold and windy days again. Time to have Window Nation replace your home's windows in 1 day or less. Right now, get 50% off all window styles plus 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. That makes Window Nation more affordable on average than other companies. Hurry, Chicago. This sale ends soon, so don't miss out. Schedule your estimate right now at 866-90Nation or windownation.com.
Are you ready to make a difference for the environment while helping the visually impaired at the same time? Then donate your vehicle